Li Xiaoya was born in a humble mountain village. At the tender age of 3, she lost her mother, and her father abandoned her for his lover. When she turned 7, the production team of a show called Life Swap arrived at her village and immediately selected her. However, when the filming commenced, they unexpectedly replaced her with the village chief's granddaughter. Subsequently, the village chief's granddaughter moved to the big city, where she appeared on television, garnering praise from netizens for her grace, cleverness, and eloquence. They remarked that she would likely become a goddaughter to a wealthy family, expressing envy over her fortune. Meanwhile, the netizens disparaged Li Xiaoya, claiming she was a thief, gluttonous, foul-mouthed, and lacking in proper upbringing, relieved she was not the one chosen. Oblivious to the fact that a part of her life had been stolen away, Li Xiaoya went about her days. On the second day of filming, a young heir from a wealthy family came to experience life in the mountain village and encountered the disheveled Li Xiaoya. Despite her young age, she would stand on a stool to prepare meals for him, traverse mountains to gather wild vegetables, and even save her meager supply of sugar to bring back to him. The rebellious heir found his heart melting for her, while the village chief's granddaughter enjoyed her time at Disney in the city, and the young heir toiled in the fields, shoveling manure alongside Li Xiaoya. The harshness of rural life soon became unbearable for him, and in a fit of anger, he summoned a group of rich kids to join him in the labor, instantly trending on social media and overshadowing the other group's ratings. Eventually, the young heir took her back home, and later, the affluent patriarch discovered that she bore an uncanny resemblance to his long-lost daughter, prompting even the most ruthless villains to vie for the chance to be her father. Chapter 1. The young heir arrives in the mountain village. Today, Li family village bustled with excitement. Numerous cameras had been set up as the village chief was sending his granddaughter off to the big city to film a show, even setting off firecrackers to celebrate. Once the cameras captured the departing vehicle, they should have wrapped up their filming. "What are we filming now?" the director inquired. "That child, she's quite pretty. Why isn't she the one going to record the show?" the cameraman remarked. "Oh, you mean Li Xiaoya? She is indeed beautiful. But the villagers say she is foolish and greedy, known for stealing and lying, with a mouth full of foul language and no upbringing whatsoever," the director replied, shaking his head. The cameraman scrutinized the girl in the frame, unable to contain his murmurs. Foolish and greedy? That didn't seem quite accurate. In the small viewfinder, the girl named Li Xiaoya was jostled by the villagers around her. She clutched her woven basket tightly, her fingers turning white from the strain. If one were to come closer at that moment, they would notice numerous scars on her hands, remnants of blisters that had repeatedly burst. Before long, the villagers gradually dispersed and Li Xiaoya, with her large basket, headed in another direction. The cameraman couldn't help but wonder, where was she off to? Where were her guardians? Li Xiaoya was off to forage for mushrooms. They could fetch 3 yuan. The autumn season arrived early in Li family village, with days of rain bringing forth an abundance of mushrooms. Even if some were spoiled, she could take them home to make soup. As Li Xiaoya trudged along the muddy path, she swallowed hard, feeling a pang of disappointment. Meanwhile, the director was greeting the camera. "Hello everyone, in approximately 10 minutes, our other protagonist, Sheng Yuxiao, will be arriving in Li family village." The live reality show titled Life Swap allowed netizens to interact with real-time comments at any moment. At this point, the online audience was already bursting with excitement. "I can't believe it. No wonder they say that poverty breeds cunning. Such a beautiful child, yet her character is so poor. Forget about that child. The young master Sheng is coming." The Sheng Yuxiao they referred to was the heir of the Sheng group. He came from a prestigious lineage, was handsome, yet possessed a rather unsavory personality. Thus, his mother had enrolled him in this program to experience hardship and hopefully amend his ways. At this moment, the young master sat in a blue Bugatti worth 40 million, with a crew member driving. The driver cautiously kept an eye on the heir's demeanor. Sheng Yuxiao wore a scowl, silent and brooding. Upon closer inspection, one could see a bone stud embedded between his brows, adorned with a white diamond. It gleamed piercingly, much like his own persona. The driver felt as though merely looking at him could result in injury from that sharpness, so he quickly averted his gaze. It was at that moment of distraction. "Someone's ahead," Sheng Yuxiao stated flatly. The driver swerved abruptly. They narrowly missed the person, who tumbled into the ditch by the roadside. Are you blind? Sheng Yuxiao spat, then opened the car door and stepped out. The driver broke into a cold sweat, his first thought being how fortunate it was that the camera wasn't positioned there. Otherwise, he would surely be berated online. Sheng Yuxiao, at 17, already stood at a height of 6 feet. With a few long strides, he reached the edge of the ditch, cursing over his shoulder. Are you all idiots? Help them out. Only after his outburst did he crouch down to check on the person in the ditch. It was a child. Sheng Yuxiao paused for a moment. The child lay on her back in the ditch, her basket behind her, resembling a turtle flipped on its shell, helplessly flailing her little arms and legs. Sheng Yuxiao couldn't help but chuckle. The crew members were taken aback by his laughter, momentarily stunned. No wonder they said the young master Sheng was a troublemaker even in the midst of a traffic incident. He could laugh without concern for whether the person was injured. Looks like a turtle raised by my mother, Sheng Yuxiao scoffed. Then, rare for him, he lowered a leg over the edge of the ditch and reached down to pull the child out. Due to the continuous rain, the ditch was filled with water. The child was soaked through. Now standing before Sheng Yuxiao, she shivered yet clung tightly to her basket. Mushrooms, mushrooms, she murmured, a hint of sadness in her voice. Those were the ones she had just gathered, now lost in the ditch. They were soaked, spoiled, and worth nothing.
3 yuan down the drain. No mushroom soup.
Mushrooms? What mushrooms? Sheng Yuxiao asked, taken aback. The crew members quickly gathered around, glancing at the little girl, their anxiety increasing, and began to bombard her with questions. How old are you? Where are your guardians? What's your name? Do you know your guardian's phone number? Where does it hurt? The child remained silent, leaning over the edge of the ditch, attempting to reach for the mushrooms submerged in the water. Sheng Yuxiao instinctively lowered his gaze. He noticed that the child was still wearing thin clothing in the autumn chill, her feet clad in sandals with broken straps that barely fit, looking as though they were scavenged. The sight of her pale legs, dotted with insect bites, struck Sheng Yuxiao like a heavy blow to the head. How pitiful! That thought flickered in his mind. He turned to glare at the crew members still peppering the girl with questions, frowning. What are you standing around for? Help her pick them up. She needs to gather mushrooms. The crew immediately ceased their inquiries and hurried to mimic the child, crouching by the ditch to retrieve the mushrooms. Sheng Yuxiao still felt displeased. In a fit of frustration, he kicked the driver, sending him tumbling into the ditch. You drive a fancy car, get in there and help. The driver's face turned a shade of crimson, but he dared not retort, bending down to comply. Once the mushrooms were retrieved, the child finally seemed to regain her senses, lifting her face to gaze at Sheng Yuxiao, her voice faint. Thank you, brother. Sheng Yuxiao had no sisters, or even cousins. Hearing her address him in such a way sent a jolt through his mind. He grinned. I've done a lot of bad things, and this is the first time someone has thanked me. The child lowered her head, seemingly deep in thought. After a moment, she looked up earnestly and asked, What is a bad thing? Sheng Yuxiao chuckled. You're too young to understand. He paused and then inquired, What's your name?
Li Xiaoya.
As the two chatted, the production team could no longer bear it. Young master, we are already half an hour late.
They're waiting for you.
Sheng Yuxiao, ever the rebel, merely smirked. Oh, let them wait another half hour. The crew grew anxious, but all right, even if you don't care about the show, that child is soaked through. If we don't send her home, she'll surely catch a fever. Sheng Yuxiao removed his jacket. Wrapping it around Li Xiaoya, he asked, Are you still cold? Li Xiaoya shook her head, bewildered. The crew felt their vision darken. The young master's jacket was custom-made. Wrapping it around that child would only soil it further. Let's head to your home, Sheng Yuxiao said to Li Xiaoya. In Jin City, the village chief's granddaughter, Li Qingqing, disembarked from the plane. She approached the camera held by the staff, appearing utterly composed and exuding an air of confidence. The brilliant lights in the distance seemed to herald her new beginning. No one knew she was a reincarnated individual. In her previous life, Li Xiaoya had participated in a show called Life Swap, where she was adopted by a wealthy family, thus embarking on a journey to the pinnacle of life. Li Qingqing's eyes sparkled with determination. Li Xiaoya, from this moment forth, I shall live your life for you. Chapter 2. A resounding slap. The concept of life swap involves affluent second-generation children residing in the homes of rural kids, while the rural children are invited to experience life in the opulence of their wealthy counterparts. Thus, Li Qingqing found herself transported by the program's vehicle to the grand estate of the Sheng family. This luxurious abode, encircled by mountains on three sides, spans an impressive 10,000 square meters. The three-story villa offers a breathtaking view of the nearby golf course and the sea. Upon her arrival, Li Qingqing was immediately enveloped by the palpable aura of luxury. She was not alone in her astonishment. The online comments echoed her sentiments. Wow, this is truly the Sheng family. This mansion is incredibly majestic. This chosen girl must have accrued countless blessings in her past lives to earn such an opportunity. I am so envious. At that moment, a middle-aged man clad in a black uniform approached with measured steps. Hello, Miss Li. You may call me Uncle Fong. Both the sir and madam are not at home. Please, make yourself comfortable. Is he the butler? I finally get to see a real-life butler outside of novels. Reality is mirroring fiction. I could only dream of such a thing. Li Qingqing, however, felt a tinge of disappointment. The hosts were absent. She had meticulously planned ways to endear herself to them prior to her arrival. This is a small gift prepared for you by the sir and madam, Uncle Fong said as he handed her a paper bag adorned with the Chanel logo. Li Qingqing gasped, forcing herself to maintain composure as she accepted it, uttering, "Thank you, uncle and aunt. The girl is quite gracious." Isn't she even a little excited? The comments lauded her demeanor. Uncle Fong remained impassive. Thinking that perhaps the rural child simply wasn't familiar with luxury brands, he instructed a maid to guide Li Qingqing inside, revealing the opulence that awaited within to the audience. Living here is akin to being a princess. I can't help but wonder what it must be like for the young Master Sheng to transition from such a place to rural living. That must be akin to a survival challenge. The scene then shifted to Sheng Yuxiao's perspective. The camera shook slightly before focusing on a dilapidated house, barely deserving of the title of house, as much of it had collapsed, propped up solely by wooden beams. In the sudden downpour, it appeared precariously unstable. What a true survival challenge. Is Li Qingqing's family this impoverished? How pitiful. At this moment, the camera pivoted to Sheng Yuxiao, who stood in shock. This is so run down, just this pitiful place. The young Master Sheng clearly cannot endure this. Suddenly, Sheng Yuxiao crouched down to meet Li Xiaoya's gaze, sheltered by an umbrella held by a staff member, shielding them from the rain. Is this your home? Do you really live in such conditions? Sheng Yuxiao's brow furrowed tightly, as if he could crush a mosquito with his expression. Who is the young master speaking to? As the camera descended, the viewers beheld a trembling child standing before Sheng Yuxiao, wrapped in an expensive custom coat. She nodded gently, her damp eyes strikingly captivating. The audience paused in admiration. What a beautiful child. Who is she? How did the young master arrive at her home? Isn't this the deceitful, ill-mannered Li Xiaoya who steals things? She was draped in the coat of Sheng Yuxiao. Sheng Xiao. Please do not converse with her. She's nothing but a little trickster. Beware, she might steal from you. Would you care to come in for a glass of water? Li Xiaoya raised her face to inquire. Her voice delicate and slow, imbued with a gentle softness. Sheng Yuxiao merely tugged at the corner of his mouth. He had no desire to enter this dilapidated abode, let alone drink water. Yet, as the words lingered on his lips and he met Li Xiaoya's bright gaze, he found himself unable to voice his thoughts. Since we're already here, shall we head back? A staff member suggested. It was better if he remained silent. Once he spoke, the rebellious spirit of Sheng Xiao resurfaced. Sheng Yuxiao placed a hand on Li Xiaoya's back, urging her forward, saying, "Let us go inside." Li Xiaoya walked cautiously through the wind and rain, while Sheng Yuxiao took a single stride, crossing the threshold of her home. The already dilapidated house seemed even more so. Sheng Yuxiao, rest assured, I shall compensate you. No sooner had he spoken than a torrent of angry curses erupted from within, spoken in a dialect. You little harlot. Only just returning now. Do you wish to freeze your grandfather to death? The speaker's accent was thick, their words muffled as if a phlegm lodged in their throat. Sheng Yuxiao, taken aback, did not comprehend at first. Li Xiaoya understood, but she merely sniffled gently before stepping inside to gather kindling for the fire. She then fetched water from a large vat to boil, while also setting 2 potatoes atop the stove. This way, once the water was boiling, they would have hot water to drink and potatoes to eat. Sheng Yuxiao caught up to her and inquired, Who is that? Li Xiaoya replied. It's my grandfather. Sheng Yuxiao frowned. Why did that tone sound rather fierce? What sort of person was this? Shifting his gaze, he asked. Li Xiaoya took a moment to respond. Boiling water. Sheng Yuxiao pointed at the shapeless mound of earth. I meant, what is this? It's a stove, Sheng Yuxiao. This contraption can be referred to as a stove. He quickly turned to survey his surroundings. Earthen walls, broken tiles, and thatched roofs formed a home. There was no light within. Only the faint illumination seeping through the cracks in the walls. There was no television, no sofa, no coffee table. Nearby, a tarpaulin hung down, behind which a figure could be vaguely discerned. That must have been the one speaking earlier. It was utterly decrepit. Truly, it was beyond repair. While Sheng Yuxiao stood in stunned disbelief, Li Xiaoya had already boiled the water. She took a porcelain bowl and poured a cup of hot water for Sheng Yuxiao. Here, for you to drink. Li Xiaoya held it with both hands. Her fingers were reddened by the steam, yet her wrists bore a pale blue hue from the cold. This child is quite adept. Is she trying to win Sheng Xiao's favor? Don't drink it. It's filthy. This house is horrendously dirty. In stark contrast to the fervent reactions in the comments, Sheng Yuxiao merely felt a heavy twitching of his eyelids. Then snatched the bowl from Li Xiaoya's hands and placed it heavily onto the earthen stove, coldly stating, What water is there to drink? Splendid. Sheng Xiao didn't drink. After all, she is just a rural child. Her attempts to please are limited. Who would take a fancy to something served by those dirty hands? In the next moment, Sheng Yuxiao scooped Li Xiaoya into his arms and turned to the staff. His expression icy as he inquired, Where can one take a hot shower? Let her take a bath first. She might freeze into a daze. Even in such a state, she is still expected to fetch him water. Sheng Yuxiao paused momentarily before expressing his discontent with an expletive. I had thought her family had the means for bathing. What kind of household is this? Is it merely a thatched cottage? Even a thatched cottage would be an improvement. The acerbic netizens, who had been bombarding the screen with comments, seemed as though they had received a slap to the face, left in stunned silence. Chapter 3. The young master has grown less charitable. The production team wished to convey that the young master was here to record a program, not to engage in charitable acts. Why was he so eager to involve himself in matters that were not his concern? However, recalling that the program's vehicle had frightened the child into the ditch, they could only endure. Sheng Yuxiao, steadfast in his principles, rushed back to the car with Li Xiaoya in tow. One of her shoes had been flung off. Dazed, she lifted her head, but all she could see was the sharply defined jawline of the young man. He pressed his lips tightly together, exuding an air of formidable intensity, yet Li Xiaoya struggled to protest. My grandfather, he hasn't had any water to drink. Sheng Yuxiao paid no heed to anyone else, dismissively retorting, Doesn't he have hands and feet? Why should a child like you attend to him? Li Xiaoya replied, Yes, but he has no feet, Sheng Yuxiao. He numbly rubbed his face, then looked back at the child he had seized. Her expression was devoid of much sorrow or pain. Her eyes were clear and innocent, bearing a hint of resilience. Goodness, this made her plight all the more pitiable. Sheng Yuxiao rolled down the car window and called to the staff outside. Her grandfather has no feet. You ought to assist by providing him with some warm water, staff member. Huh? Are we truly becoming volunteers? ISNT, this the infamous young master of the Sheng family, the chaotic devil. The barrage of comments fell silent. Poor Li Xiaoya, guarding a dilapidated house with a grandfather who can no longer work. What about the rest of her family? Wait, do you genuinely believe this? ISNT, it obviously scripted? Inside the car, Sheng Yuxiao set her down and bent to fasten her seatbelt. A single scalding tear suddenly fell onto the back of his hand. It felt as if he had been burned, and his expression changed slightly as he quickly turned to assess Li Xiaoya's demeanor. He thought she had been touched by something sorrowful, yet Li Xiaoya only had tears glistening in her eyes. She quivered her lips and softly murmured, I lost a shoe. I lost one of my shoes. The loss troubled her deeply, more so than her grandfather's lack of feet. Perhaps the former was a protracted ache buried in the passage of time, while the latter represented an undeniable poverty in their current cramped existence. Goodness, if this is indeed scripted, I must admit the writing is quite impressive. Sheng Yuxiao took a deep breath and said, Shoes are of little matter. I will compensate you for this as well. Li Xiaoya nodded, her eyes still brimming with tears. The Li family village was indeed impoverished, and the staff had no choice but to take Li Xiaoya to the village chief's residence for a warm bath. The chief's home boasted a 2-story concrete structure, lacking tiled walls. yet it hardly stood out even in the countryside. In comparison to Li Xiaoya's home, it immediately appeared affluent, upon hearing that the esteemed young master had finally arrived. The village chief eagerly rubbed his hands and welcomed him at the door. "You've come, the beds have all been prepared." The village chief's voice abruptly trailed off. He glanced at the tall youth standing before him, who was clutching a little duckling named Li Xiaoya. The village chief's voice rose in pitch. "Li Xiaoya, what are you doing? Were it not for the presence of surveillance cameras, the chief would have already begun to berate him." The village chief's family seems quite affluent. Who discovered this? The village chief's home had several staff members waiting, along with pre-installed cameras. I understand now. This is indeed Li Qingqing's home. Upon reflection, the young master Shengde found the boy as plight rather pitiable and had brought him over for a bath. The staff decisively ushered the village chief aside. Sheng Yuxiao led Li Xiaoya directly into the house, ascending the stairs with an air of authority, resembling a master rather than a guest. After all, this individual was accustomed to being domineering. In a bid to curry favor with Sheng Yuxiao, the village chief had graciously relinquished the master bedroom. The master bedroom, equipped with a bathroom, saw Sheng Yuxiao gently push Li Xiaoya inside. "Go wash up." Li Xiaoya stood in the bathroom, appearing small and vulnerable. She spun around helplessly, awkwardly reaching for the faucet, only to be met with a spray of water to her face. Outside, Sheng Yuxiao could hear the water intermittently flowing and ceasing. Soon, the door swung open, revealing a damp head as Li Xiaoya timidly confessed. I don't know how to use it." Sheng Yuxiao exhaled deeply, realizing that the child had likely never encountered a shower head before. He pressed down on the doorknob, hesitating momentarily before inquiring, "Are you dressed?" Li Xiaoya nodded. Only then did Sheng Yuxiao enter, uncharacteristically patient as he began to instruct Li Xiaoya on the use of the shower head. After a considerable time, Li Xiaoya had spent half an hour bathing. The village chief was compelled by the staff to fetch some clothes for Li Xiaoya. Cradling the garments in his arms, he ascended the stairs. Young Master Sheng, I am the village chief. I've brought clothes for the little duckling." The village chief's tone was unmistakably obsequious. As the door opened, Sheng Yuxiao replied, "No need." He then stepped aside, adding, "She has already changed." That moment, Li Xiaoya emerged from the bathroom, clad in an oversized sweatshirt that dwarfed her, resembling a voluminous dress that revealed her slender ankles beneath. The sleeves hung long, forcing her to raise her arms, standing there with a dazed expression that exuded an indescribable charm. Sheng Yuxiao had offered her his own clothing. The village chief's voice was abruptly stifled in his throat. This is unacceptable, Li Xiaoya." That wretched Li Xiaoya. Meanwhile, the cameras captured her appearance, igniting a storm of comments online. That's an acronym sweatshirt. Unbelievable. It costs over 10,000. Why is she wearing it? Sheng Yuxiao, are you planning to give her all your clothes? You've even given her your jacket.
Isudanli no lunje ambili kinking.
Come here, let me dry your hair. Sheng Yuxiao extended his hand towards Li Xiaoya. She still had a bit of a cold, her nose congested, and she could only respond in a muffled voice. "It'll dry on its own." Sheng Yuxiao frowned in disapproval. "Dry on its own? You'll catch a severe cold that way. Come here." "Oh, you've never seen a hairdryer before, have you? I'll dry it for you." Sheng Yuxiao felt that this task could not be entrusted to anyone else. Li Xiaoya glanced up, nervously stealing a look at the village chief before finally stepping in front of Sheng Yuxiao. Sheng Yuxiao firmly grasped her shoulder, picking up the counterfeit hairdryer with a look of disdain as he furrowed his brow. Nevertheless, he switched it on and directed the warm air towards Li Xiaoya's head. Li Xiaoya stood there in a daze, feeling a pair of large hands gently combing through her hair, accompanied by a comforting warmth. How delightful it was! She had never experienced such warmth before. As he blew her hair dry, Sheng Yuxiao couldn't help but critique. "Did a dog chew on your hair? The ends are all uneven." Li Xiaoya replied, "It was cut by the teacher." Sheng Yuxiao, at a loss for words, questioned, "What kind of skill is that?" Once her hair was dry, Sheng Yuxiao rolled up her long sleeves and adjusted her hat, saying, "You won't feel cold going out like this." He paused, suddenly struck by her appearance. The hoodie's oversized hood engulfed her head entirely, revealing only a small, snow-white chin. Sheng Yuxiao curled his fingertips, unable to suppress a murmured, "So adorably cute." Soon after, the staff brought some cold medicine and Li Xiaoya, unfazed by the bitterness, downed the entire packet in one go, wiping her mouth and declaring, "I should head back now for reasons unknown." Sheng Yuxiao felt a twinge of disappointment, but casually remarked, "All right, Who will take her back? The staff let out a sigh of relief, thinking how wonderful it was that this ancestor would finally record the show properly. Wait, you're missing a shoe, Sheng Yuxiao suddenly recalled. Li Xiaoya, having already cried over her lost shoe, now appeared resilient and generous, saying, "It's fine, he has given me so much already. Perhaps the shoe is still waiting for me. If not, I can always scavenge from the trash," the village chief eagerly interjected. How about letting Qingqing lend her shoes to her? He aimed to hastily send Li Xiaoya away while also trying to curry favor with Sheng Yuxiao. However, Sheng Yuxiao was displeased. Why should I wear someone else's rag? What if I get athlete's foot? The village chief fell silent. The barrage of comments echoed. I truly cannot refute that. Chapter 4. Daring to plot against him. In the end, it was the staff who, utterly exhausted, drove to a nearby town to purchase a pair of shoes. Sheng Yuxiao had to compensate Li Xiaoya with the shoes before allowing her to leave. Clad in his sweatshirt and donning the oversized hood, Li Xiaoya carefully navigated around the puddles in the courtyard as she exited the village chief's home, not once glancing back at him. For reasons unfathomable, Sheng Yuxiao felt a surge of irritation. Young Master Sheng, the village chief approached him again. Only then did Sheng Yuxiao turn around, surveying the village chief's home, and muttered, "What a wretched place." The village chief forced a smile. "Young Master Sheng, are you hungry? Thirsty? Care to watch some television? I even have a computer here if you wish to play games." "That's also possible." Sheng Yuxiao frowned. "Not interested." As night fell, Sheng Yuxiao's assessment of the village chief's dinner was simply, "What pig slop?" The village chief brewed him a pot of tea with some tea leaves, to which the young master disdainfully remarked, "What dishwater?" The staff, at a loss for words, could only think that the familiar young Master Sheng had returned once more. Li Xiaoya was sent back home, where her grandfather lay sprawled on the bed, unusually silent and refraining from scolding her. As Li Xiaoya approached the stove and lifted the lid of the pot, she found the potatoes had already cooled. She picked it up, peeling off a bit of skin, and walked towards her grandfather while eating. Grandfather was consuming a potato. She handed him another, but he did not accept it. His murky old eyes sparkled unusually brightly in the dim light. His calloused hand grasped Li Xiaoya tightly. "Who came today? Are they from the city?" Li Xiaoya nodded and replied, "And man said they came to record a program." Record a program? Li Grandpa did not comprehend what that entailed. He merely smiled and said, Good, good. You should bring them home next time." Li Xiaoya paused, puzzled by the reasoning behind it. "Listen to Grandpa. He won't sell you in the future." Li Grandpa reassured her. A flicker of light appeared in Li Xiaoya's eyes, only to extinguish soon after. She slowly shook her head and said, "They won't come again." Li Grandpa, irritated, asked, "How do you know?" "Did you offend them today?" Li Xiaoya remained silent, unsure how to explain to her grandfather. She recalled a tattered fairy tale book she had stumbled upon in the reading corner donated by kind-hearted people to the school. It contained a story titled The Little Match Girl. A tall brother took her home, gave her a hot bath at the village chief's house, and provided her with clothes and shoes to wear. Yes, it felt as if she had struck a match, which allowed her to experience such a beautiful dream. But matches extinguish, and beautiful dreams slip away. Therefore, they would not return. Li Xiaoya finished her potato with cold water and asked, "Grandpa, aren't you hungry?" Li Grandpa snorted coldly. "You filled yourself with anger." Li Xiaoya gently replied, "Oh." Then, amidst a flurry of activity, she washed her face with cold water, brushed her teeth, and crawled back into her little bed to sleep. Li Grandpa grew even angrier, but at that moment, his fingers brushed against a hard corner, and he instantly calmed down. It was what those self-proclaimed program crew had left him, supposedly compensation for Li Xiaoya's so-called spiritual damages. A total of 1,000 yuan. 1,000 yuan. Li Grandpa squinted his eyes, counting the bills one by one again before tucking them into his underwear. As the grandfather, the money was, of course, his to manage. Sheng Yuxiao cast a glance at the large bed in the master bedroom, which was draped with a mosquito net and covered with a bedding set adorned with large peonies. Disdainfully, he moved to the side and sat on the hard wooden chair. How on earth could one sleep here? After sitting in silence for 2 hours, he thought of Li Xiaoya again. This place was too impoverished. How could such a destitute area exist? Once he returned, he would donate money here, perhaps 6 or 7 million, to give more to Li Xiaoya. Lost in thought, Sheng Yuxiao grew increasingly frustrated and kicked the bed. Damn it, who knows when he could go back? Agitated, he paced around the room before deciding to step outside to gaze at the moon. The door opened soundlessly, and as Sheng Yuxiao took 2 steps forward, the voices in the tranquil night were remarkably clear. Drifting into his ears like a breeze, this young Master Sheng is quite the ancestor. He heard the village chief's voice lamenting to someone, "Dad, have you forgotten what Qingqing said? The Sheng family possesses assets worth hundreds of billions." "He is not an ancestor. He is our god of wealth," a man advised. "That is the village chief's son." Sheng Yuxiao, upon hearing this, nearly erupted in laughter. What delusions were they entertaining? Even if he possessed wealth, he would never share it with them. Sigh. It was one thing to deal with the young master of the Sheng family, but he had not anticipated encountering Li Xiaoya upon entering the village. The village chief wore a look of deep concern. "What?" The tone of the village chief's son shifted. "Lower your voice." "Yes, yes. How could it be such a coincidence? Who knows if that little girl discovered something?" "Impossible. She is just a child. What does she understand?" Sheng Yuxiao's expression gradually transformed. It sounded as if the village chief's family harbored ulterior motives regarding Li Xiaoya. Without a moment's hesitation, he took out his phone and pressed the recording button. If the young master of the Sheng family were to uncover the truth— "Dad, you're overthinking it. What does it matter if they know? It's just a show. Who cares about a little girl without parents? You should have seen how well that young master treated Li Xiaoya today. He even lent her his clothes, dried her hair, and bought her shoes." The village chief's son fell silent. After a while, his voice resumed. "You needn't worry about this matter. Just ensure that the young master feels comfortable in our home." "As for Li Xiaoya," the village chief's son sneered, "I'll go find her grandfather and offer him 800. I guarantee he'll keep Li Xiaoya under tight control, ensuring she never sees the young master again." At that moment, Sheng Yuxiao's fists clenched tightly. These fools, what were they attempting? To target even a mere child? Oblivious to the fact that Sheng Yuxiao had overheard everything, the village chief joyfully patted his son's shoulder, exclaiming, "It's different when you've been to university. Your mind is so agile." With a cold expression, Sheng Yuxiao descended the 2 steps. He contemplated striking them, but upon witnessing the triumphant smiles of the father and son, he abruptly halted. Delivering a couple of punches would be too lenient. They were desperate to keep him, yet unwilling for Li Xiaoya to see him. How dare they plot against him? A cold smile crept across Sheng Yuxiao's face as he silently turned and returned to his room, efficiently packing his belongings. The following morning, after a sleepless night, the young master of the Sheng family appeared at the village chief's doorstep, dragging his suitcase. The first to be startled were the staff members. They were nearly frantic. "Young master, are you planning to return to the city?" Sheng Yuxiao raised an eyebrow. "Not returning." The staff were bewildered. "Then what are you doing?" Sheng Yuxiao replied, "Is it not permissible to change residences? I refuse to stay in this dilapidated place. This is the best accommodation in the village." Realizing his words had not been articulated correctly, Sheng Yuxiao quickly corrected himself. "Consider why my mother sent me here." The staff cautiously responded. To renovate?" Sheng Yuxiao shot him a sidelong glance. "Indeed, you placed me in the best conditions at the village chief's house to oppose my mother." The staff stammered. "No, we wouldn't dare. Let us go. Change to another place." Quickly, upon finishing a sentence, he tossed his suitcase aside and got into the car himself. The staff, seeing him seated in the driver's seat, were utterly shocked. This young master hadn't even turned 18 yet. How could he drive? "Very well. Let us first assist you with a change," the staff member said, following with a look of exasperation. When the village chief hurriedly arrived, he was still clutching his trousers, his belt having mysteriously vanished, leaving him in a rather comical pose, his expression one of shock. "Young Master Sheng, where are you headed?" "Young master, you cannot leave." With a swift press of the accelerator, the car sped away, leaving a cloud of exhaust in its wake. The village chief coughed and lamented, "Young master, you cannot abandon the exchange we have with my family." "Young master, this is disastrous." Inside the vehicle, the staff member cautiously assessed Sheng Yuxiao's demeanor, utterly perplexed at how the village chief had managed to offend him so gravely in a single night. Sheng Yuxiao kept his eyes closed, silent, his countenance fierce. The voices of the village chief and his son echoed in his ears. Yet his mind was plagued by the image of Li Xiaoya's shoes flying off, and as he glanced down, he noticed the marks on her instep from the thorny bushes. Did it not hurt her? Chapter 5. Utterly adorable as the camera was repositioned, the audience realized the scene had reverted to that familiar dilapidated hut. What a dramatic turn! Has time reversed? At that moment, Li Xiaoya had just returned from gathering fire thorns and, upon approaching, spotted Xing Yuxiao as silhouette. Her mouth fell slightly agape, her expression blank. For a fleeting moment, Li Xiaoya too felt as though time had indeed reversed. From today onwards, I shall reside in your home. Xing Yuxiao declared in a tone that brooked no refusal. Li Xiaoya gazed at him, bewildered, and inquired, "Why?" Xing Yuxiao felt a pang of frustration. The village chief was practically begging him not to leave. Yet this child continued to question him. He deceived her, saying, "Because I gifted you clothing and shoes, surely you can allow me to stay." Instinctively, Li Xiaoya nodded, then shook her head. "This place, not suitable. It would be inconvenient to stay." Xing Yuxiao thought to himself, "So you too believe it's not a good place to reside?" He quickly devised a new plan. "Then, how about you come with me to find another place to live?" This time, Li Xiaoya shook her head even more vigorously. Xing Yuxiao, feeling disheartened, replied, "Then let me stay at your home." Enough of this discussion. He raised his hand, signaling the staff to carry his luggage inside. The barrage of comments erupted anew. What a classic case of playing hard to get. How on earth did this child manage to ensnare young Master Xing? Quite remarkable for one so young. The village chief is at a loss. This surely violates the rules of the program. Thank you very much. I'm dying of laughter. Do you really think you could discuss rules with Xing Yuxiao? Regardless of the fervent reactions in the comments, the luggage had already crossed the threshold, and Xing Yuxiao followed suit. Li Xiaoya, unable to stop him, resorted to wrapping her arms around his leg. Looking down, Xing Yuxiao could see her disheveled hair, which only made her appear more endearing. Unsure of his own thoughts, he absent-mindedly ruffled her hair and, with a swift motion, lifted her entirely, bringing her inside. The comments were left in awe. My word, such boyfriend material? Do bear in mind, despite young Master Xing's towering height of over 6 feet, he is still not yet of age. He would still be seen in pediatric wards. The commotion of Xing Yuxiao entering startled Grandpa Li awake. Who goes there? Grandpa Li sat up, one hand instinctively covering his hidden stash of money. Xing Yuxiao lifted the layer of oilcloth that served as a partition and took a few strides to stand before Grandpa Li. My surname is Xing, and from now on, I shall reside in your household. The dim light within the room could not conceal the innate brilliance that radiated from Xing Yuxiao. His audacious and imposing presence penetrated directly into the minds of those around him. Grandpa Li appeared momentarily bewildered, instinctively displaying a submissive demeanor, his back curving even further. Why you? Why are you here? Who exactly are you? Grandpa Li stammered, his words tangled in confusion. He recognized that the attire adorning the tall youth was undoubtedly of considerable value. Yet, he could not fathom why such an individual would suddenly appear in this place. A staff member, forcing themselves to step forward, wore a stiff expression and said, "Old man, let me explain the situation to you." The staff member could only relay the details regarding the recording of the program. Grandpa Li, upon recognizing the familiar face of the staff member, realized that the 1,000 yuan had indeed come from them. His first reaction was, "How much are you offering?" The staff member was taken aback. "What?" The local guide immediately stepped in to translate. Grandpa Li distanced himself from Xing Yuxiao, although the youth appeared to be merely a brash child. Grandpa Li instinctively felt reluctant to approach him closely. He leaned towards the staff member, saying, "If you are to stay here, surely you must pay. Is the recording going to be broadcast on television?" "That would require additional payment." The guide translated each word with a tense expression. No wonder they say Li Xiaoya is not a good person. Her grandfather is of the same ilk. When the upper beam is crooked, the lower one is also askew. How infuriating. Do not give them any money. Production team, take Xing Yuxiao away quickly. In impoverished mountains and treacherous waters, cunning people emerge. I am not deceived. The staff member nearly laughed in disbelief. Was this old man out of his mind? What more could he possibly want from such a rundown place? Grandpa Li maintained a stern expression. Indeed, and furthermore, a contract must be signed. Do you not assume that the people from this remote valley, are easily deceived? The staff member glanced at Xing Yuxiao, seeing that this esteemed ancestor showed no signs of wavering and could only respond, "Please wait. This matter requires the decision of our chief director." With that, the staff member exited. Grandpa Li took a couple of deep breaths, as if he had already secured a substantial reward. He could not help but break into a grin, turning to look at Li Xiaoya, saying, "Grandpa is going to reward you, indeed." Xing Yuxiao understood not a single word, as the local dialect was too thick. He raised his hand to grasp the local guide, asking, "What did he say?" The guide promptly translated. Grandpa Li is speaking to Li Xiaoya, saying, You said they wouldn't come again, yet here they are. Sheng Yuxiao felt an indescribable mix of emotions stirring within him. It was no wonder the child had not even cast a glance back when leaving the village chief's home. Was it because she clearly understood that they would not return? Last night, as she sat in the drafty house, did she not, even for a fleeting moment, long for the warmth of the hairdryer blowing upon her face in the village chief's home? She was acutely aware of her future. Perhaps she dared not even contemplate it. But how old was she? Sheng Yuxiao hoped he was overthinking, so he hastily lowered his gaze to observe Li Xiaoya's expression. However, her head was bowed, obscuring her countenance. One could only catch a fleeting glimpse of her frail fingers clutching at his pant leg, trembling gently in a subdued manner. Sheng Yuxiao felt a twinge of discomfort. He bent down to grasp her small hand, tenderly rubbing it a couple of times. The pale, bluish hand soon regained its rosy hue. Did I live here? Are you not pleased? Sheng Yuxiao inquired. Although Grandpa Li could not speak Mandarin, he understood it well. His eyes widened in shock as he cast a veiled glare at Li Xiaoya. This scene was faithfully captured by the camera worn by the guide. Does anyone else find Grandpa Li's gaze towards Li Xiaoya rather unsettling? It is somewhat terrifying, akin to a threat. Oh, come on, can you even discern that the lighting is pitch black? At this moment, Li Xiaoya slowly lifted her head and looked at Sheng Yuxiao, whispering, I didn't find the Aladdin lamp. Sheng Yuxiao was momentarily taken aback. Li Xiaoya's face was a mixture of confusion and a cautious disbelief, rendering her pallid visage exceedingly pitiable. She continued, I didn't make a wish to the lamp spirit. Why did you come? It felt as though something had struck a muffled blow to Sheng Yuxiao's chest. Momentarily halting his breath, fresh air surged back into his mouth, imbued with a hint of sweetness akin to candy. Sheng Yuxiao murmured, You are truly adorable. How could one utter such innocent and enchanting words? The audience beyond the lens fell into an instant silence. Chapter 6. Has her son been possessed by a ghost? The production team swiftly established a new workflow. The contract had yet to be finalized, for they needed the approval of Sheng Yuxiao's mother before proceeding further. Sheng Yuxiao stood atop a small hill. With a dilapidated house swaying behind him, he pressed his hand against Li Xiaoya's head, compelling her to remain by his side, while he dialed his mother's number on his phone. The call connected swiftly. A cold voice came through. I thought they would confiscate your phone right away. I apologize for disappointing you. Sheng Yuxiao quipped before continuing. Do you recall the program outline I previously submitted to you? The production team arranged for me to stay at the village chief's house, but I find it excessively luxurious, which does not align with the expectations you have for me, mother. Therefore, I took the initiative to request a stay in a more rundown location. At that moment, Sheng Yuxiao's mother removed the phone from her ear and scrutinized the screen to confirm the incoming number. The number was correct, and the voice was unmistakable. Had her son truly been possessed by a ghost? Why are you silent? Do you think I have lost my mind? Sheng Yuxiao pressed on with his inquiries. No, I am merely contemplating what new trick you have up your sleeve. Her tone remained steady. Sheng Yuxiao's throat tightened. Are you truly my mother? Precisely because I am your mother, I understand you so well. Hand the phone to the director. I wish to speak with him. Sheng Yuxiao shrugged helplessly, extending his hand backward as if beckoning a dog. Director, answer the phone. The chief director, not daring to delay, hurriedly approached with eagerness. Find a quiet spot and explain everything truthfully. The voice of Sheng Yuxiao's mother resonated on the other end. The chief director felt a shiver run through him and quickly darted away with the phone. It is evident that Sheng Mu possesses considerable insight. In the presence of Sheng Yuxiao, the chief director dared not utter a single word beyond necessity. Within a mere 5 minutes, he elucidated the matter at hand, while also emphasizing the village's assessment of Li Xiaoya. This child, indeed, exhibits poor character, yet, for reasons unknown, young Master Sheng insists on residing here. The chief director thumped his chest, expressing concern that she might become a burden to the Sheng family. What do you propose? Shall we let this matter lie? He inquired cautiously. Sheng Yuxiao's mother, originally named Su Qiulai, was an artist by trade. Yet her demeanor resembled that of a resolute businesswoman. Upon hearing the director's accusations against Li Xiaoya, she maintained her composure and stated, let her be. If he cannot manage such trivial matters, he should forfeit any claim to the Sheng family fortune. The director's voice faltered momentarily, and thus the decision was reached. The contract was swiftly prepared. Bring it to me for review shortly, Sheng Yuxiao commanded, snatching the freshly printed document before him. Are you planning to sign with her grandfather? Sheng Yuxiao's brow furrowed. Indeed, she is but a child. Even if she signs, it bears no legal weight. That won't do. He firmly rejected. Though he had exchanged few words with Li's grandfather, an instinctive wariness lingered within him. How much are we discussing? Li Xiaoya's delicate voice interrupted. The production team's expressions shifted slightly, realizing her haste to receive money mirrored that of her grandfather. Sheng Yuxiao, not pondering too deeply, glanced at the contract and remarked, 20,000. Wait, isn't that rather paltry? Are you treating her like a beggar? The production team responded with silence, wiping their brows, and lowered their voices to caution. Young Master Sheng, you cannot disrupt market norms. I am providing the funds. I shall dictate the terms that I they're an issue. It's not merely that. You must consider, suddenly presenting a substantial sum to a poverty-stricken family rooted in the mountains is not necessarily advantageous. It could incite envy. And potentially, the production team's thoughts trailed off, contemplating the possibility of attracting avaricious individuals who might cultivate greater ambitions. Fortunately, at that moment, Sheng Yuxiao had been swayed, responding, very well. He then turned to Li Xiaoya and inquired softly, is that sufficient? Although he suspected she might not fully grasp the value of 20,000, Li Xiaoya met his gaze, her pupils slightly dilating, her eyes appearing even brighter. She quietly asked, can the money not be given to my grandfather? Then to whom? A staff member interjected. This exchange did not escape the cameras, prompting a flurry of comments in the live chat. Is she already scheming to pocket the money at such a young age? I can't comprehend how the Sheng family permits Sheng Yuxiao to interact with her. To Ant-Man and Uncle Ben in the village, Li Xiaoya began counting off names on her fingers, utterly surprising the production team. For what purpose? Their voices, filled with astonishment, rose in pitch. Before my father left, he deceived them out of money, and I wish to repay them, Li Xiaoya stated earnestly. What the hell? Her father is truly such a character. For a young girl, what a hellish beginning this is. Regardless of how dysfunctional her family may be, that does not excuse her penchant for thievery, deceit, and mischief. Let us proceed, as she suggested, interjected Sheng Yuxiao, his expression darkening. Indeed, the staff replied, recovering from their shock, their gaze now laden with complexity as they regarded the frail, somewhat malnourished child. Earlier, 1,000 yuan had been given to Grandpa Li as compensation for the emotional distress caused to Li Xiaoya. The staff hesitated for a moment before providing this clarification. Sheng Yuxiao furrowed his brow, questioning, what sort of arrangement is this? If it was meant for Li Xiaoya, why not hand it directly to her? The staff member's face turned awkward. Sheng Yuxiao crouched down to inquire of Li Xiaoya, are you aware of this matter? Li Xiaoya shook her head in confusion. Her grandfather had not informed her of receiving money from others. Sheng Yuxiao chose not to press further. This money, he must retrieve it for Li Xiaoya. She should not be subjected to bullying simply because of her tender age. This Grandpa Li, such a disrespectful elder. At that moment, the chief director approached cautiously, stating, your mother has instructed us to collect your mobile phone. Sheng Yuxiao initially felt a surge of anger, but recalling his purpose for visiting Li Xiaoya and the program's cooperation, he deemed it unnecessary to escalate tensions. Thus, he willingly surrendered his phone. The chief director exhaled in relief. If you wish to use your phone, you will need to exchange points. Sheng Yuxiao understood that this was part of the forthcoming program rules, designed to enhance viewer engagement. The chief director handed him the rules, and upon examination, Sheng Yuxiao noted, early rising 1 point, climbing the mountain to gather fruit, mushroom foraging for cash, etc. 10 yuan for 1 point. Upholding respect for teachers in school, 1 point. Volunteering at the library corner, 1 point. 10 points can be exchanged for 1 minute of mobile phone usage. How amusing. Mrs. Su's expectations for her son are so low. Even respecting teachers earns points. Such stringent conditions, a mere minute for a phone call is insufficient. Sheng Yuxiao did not lose his temper. This was illogical. Accumulating points would take far too long. Furrowing his brow, he mused, my mother trying to reform my character? Will good deeds earn points? The chief director hesitated, then replied, yes, they will. Sheng Yuxiao lifted his chin with determination. Then let us add that to the rules. The chief director swiftly requested a pen from his assistant. Once the new rules were established, Sheng Yuxiao pointed at Li Xiaoya. Does this count as a good deed? The chief director, clearly waiting for this moment, responded, yes, it does. 1 point will suffice. The shoes were my compensation, so they don't count, Sheng Yuxiao generously declared. The chief director sighed in relief. Otherwise, if Sheng Yuxiao were overly kind to Li Xiaoya, the points might experience rampant inflation. At that moment, Li Xiaoya timidly raised her hand. I need to go to school. A spark of vitality ignited in Sheng Yuxiao's previously weary visage. Let us go together. Meanwhile, Li Qingqing requested some materials from the maid and proceeded to create a handcrafted painting. Utilizing the Morandi colors that would gain popularity in the coming years, the composition was remarkably harmonious, strikingly beautiful. The comments exploded in astonishment. She possesses such talent. This child is truly exceptional. Entirely unlike those from rural backgrounds, Li Qingqing, unable to see the evaluations online, nonetheless could surmise how others would praise her. She couldn't help but smile softly. She recalled that Mr. Su, the mother of Sheng Yuxiao, was an artist. Surely, her skill would endear her to Mrs. Su. Wouldn't it? Li Qingqing descended the stairs with her painting, softly calling out, Grandpa Butler, when will Uncle and Aunt return? The butler, maintaining his stoic demeanor, replied, They will not be back today. Disappointed, Li Qingqing retreated to her room and entered the bathroom. This was the only place devoid of cameras. She quietly took out the phone her father had given her before her departure. She wanted to check how the show was faring. Was that illustrious Sheng still faring well in her home? To her surprise, upon retrieving it, she discovered 39 missed calls, all from her household. Li Qingqing's expression shifted. What could have happened? Chapter 7. Not much else. Just money. Li Qingqing detached the small recording microphone and removed the miniature camera, placing them in a box before returning the call. Qingqing, something has happened. That esteemed Sheng encountered Li Xiaoya as soon as he entered the village. He has moved into Li Xiaoya's house. What should we do? The village head lamented. Li Qingqing was taken aback. How could this happen? Her face darkened uncontrollably. Can't anyone handle such a trivial matter? Having lived a second life, she ought to sail smoothly, conquering every obstacle. Everything Li Xiaoya possessed should rightfully belong to her. If this were a novel, she would undoubtedly be the protagonist of a rebirth story. Yet, these inept family members only hinder her progress. Qingqing, what should we do? The village head pressed on. Let me think, Li Qingqing replied, ending the call. She then opened Weibo, hoping to find snippets of the show to gauge the situation. She couldn't fathom what charm Li Xiaoya possessed. Her life's pivotal moment had already been rewritten. Why? Why would Xing actively approach her? At that moment, a staff member knocked on the door. Li Qingqing, are you all right? Why are you offline? Li Qingqing had no choice but to conceal her phone, rub her eyes vigorously, and don her equipment once more. When she finally opened the door, her eyes were red, and she whispered, I'm sorry, I miss my home. The staff member's expression softened slightly. Would you like to call home? Li Qingqing shook her head. That wouldn't be appropriate. My parents would think I'm suffering here, did I? In truth, it's quite pleasant. Li Qingqing is truly delightful. 1. How I wish I had such a daughter. When will Mrs. Su return home? Li Qingqing has thoughtfully prepared a gift for her. Li Qingqing also thought of her painting and proactively asked the butler if she could take a picture to send to Aunt Su. The butler nodded. Certainly. Su Qiulai was currently inspecting her newly opened gallery when her phone vibrated with a new message. She opened it to find a note from the butler. The little girl has made this for you with her own hands. She eagerly anticipates your and Mr. Su's return. Su Qiulai enlarged the image. As a painter, a true artist, she instinctively assessed the piece with her professional eye at first glance. The craftsmanship is overly pronounced, bordering on the kitsch. At this moment, Li Qingqing raised her head, her expression brimming with anticipation. Her eyes sparkling like stars as she inquired, Grandpa Butler, what did Auntie say? Why does the butler's expression seem as though he's constipated? Is it because Li Qingqing's handmade drawing is unsatisfactory? I think it's quite lovely. Well, Su Qiulai is a world-renowned painter. She might not hold it in high regard. The barrage of comments fell into silence. At this juncture, Li Qingqing began to vaguely sense the atmosphere. And her heart tightened. Could it be that she could not win Su Qiulai's favor? How did Li Xiaoya manage to succeed in the past? Suppressing her rising frustration, Li Qingqing obediently remarked, Is Annie busy? Then we won't disturb her. Li Xiaoya sneezed while walking down the road. Sheng Yuxiao immediately asked, Haven't you recovered from your cold? Li Xiaoya replied in a muffled voice, It will take quite a while to get better. Sheng Yuxiao queried, How far is your school? Are we really walking all the way? Li Xiaoya curiously countered, If we don't walk, then what will we do? Sheng Yuxiao replied, All right then. A poor child who hasn't ridden in a vehicle much. Li Xiaoya quickly added, well, we still have to walk. She carefully grasped his wrist, indicating with her finger that they would turn the minute hand in a full circle and then half again. An hour and a half. Upon hearing this, Sheng Yuxiao felt a shiver run down his spine. He thought to himself how no wonder her ankles are so slender. They must have been worn thin from fatigue. Li Xiaoya appeared somewhat disheartened. We're going to be late. I won't get my little red flower. Sheng Yuxiao then realized she resembled a small child, and he couldn't help but chuckle. What do you need a little red flower for? You can exchange it for candy with a teacher. So you love candy? Sheng Yuxiao said, growing intrigued, as he reached out to inspect the corners of Li Xiaoya's mouth. Let me see if you have any cavities. However, Li Xiaoya replied, I don't eat candy. Then why would you exchange for it? Candy can be exchanged for money. Sheng Yuxiao was instantly rendered speechless. He couldn't help but sigh. How bitter it was. Too bitter indeed. Every single penny of hers was earned through the drudgery of life. Sheng Yuxiao extended his hand. Give me your backpack. I'll carry it for you. Li Xiaoya shyly protested. It's dirty. The rural dirt roads were in disrepair. And with the continuous rainfall, the pits were filled with water, splashing up at the slightest misstep. Being short in stature, it was easy for water to splatter onto her. The cloth bag slung over her shoulder had become soiled. It's all right. I don't mind getting dirty. I once went to a band concert, and it was in a big mud pit. I got covered in mud, but that's what creates the atmosphere, you see? Li Xiaoya didn't understand. But she obediently relinquished her bag. The bag, faded and worn, bore a blue patch, secured with a slender strap. The strap was too short for Sheng Yuxiao to carry it on his back, so he could only hold it in his hand. It was hard to say what kind of backpack it was. Thus, he walked alongside Li Xiaoya, resembling a young father escorting his daughter to school. They trudged along, one foot sinking deeper than the other. And Sheng Yuxiao fell silent. Wasn't it just a walk? Children could endure it. Could he not? Shirtu Primary School, IT, was the only school within a 100-mile radius, with merely 7 teachers across all grades. 5 of them are locals, while 2 are here from outside to provide educational support. The number of students here is quite limited, primarily due to the severely inadequate teaching resources, often resulting in a scenario where students of all grades sit together in a classroom. Only the primary school. Sheng Yuxiao was taken aback, wondering what the point of attending school was. Li Xiaoya raised her gaze to him and softly inquired, Shall we attend class together? Sheng Yuxiao smiled. Do you know what grade I should be in? 6th grade? Li Xiaoya only knew about the 6th grade at most. Sheng Yuxiao couldn't help but pinch her cheek, saying, Brother is about to enter his 3rd year of high school. Li Xiaoya became a bit delighted, replying, I am in the 3rd grade as well. Sheng Yuxiao chuckled even more. The 3rd year of high school is quite different from your grade. All right, let me take you to the classroom. The classroom had some leaks, and as Sheng Yuxiao accompanied her inside, he couldn't help but feel the urge to curse. Oh, here comes the liar, someone shouted, causing Sheng Yuxiao's internal expletives to multiply. Having arrived late, the first 2 classes had already concluded, and it was now recess, with about 8 or 9 children in the classroom, some smaller than Li Xiaoya, while others towered over her. They were all staring at Li Xiaoya with expressions of disdain. She's not a liar, a boy corrected. Sheng Yuxiao turned to look, but was taken aback when the boy began to chuckle, saying, My mom said Li Xiaoya is a little wench. Sheng Yuxiao's anger flared up instantly. He strode directly in front of the boy, grabbing his collar and lifting him off the ground. What did you say? The height difference, coupled with Sheng Yuxiao's imposing presence, made the boy tremble in fear. What are you doing? Who are you? Sheng Yuxiao sneered. Who I am is none of your business. Didn't your parents teach you that having a mouth isn't for spewing nonsense? So handsome. Isn't this Li Xiaoya the troublemaker? Even Sheng is standing up for her a few times. Are you all out of your minds? They were indeed wrong for insulting her. The comments erupted again, while the other students were terrified, shouting, He's hitting someone, an adult is hitting a child. They then rushed out to find a teacher. Sheng Yuxiao, feeling utterly exasperated, thought it was completely ridiculous. The last time he fought, it was with the son of the Yuan group. They truly did not deserve his attention. That moment, Sheng Yuxiao felt a gentle tug on his sleeve. Turning to see Li Xiaoya on her tiptoes, her face showed neither fear nor anger. She earnestly said to him, Wang Xiaoji's mom is very fierce. She will make us pay. Wang Xiaoji was clearly the boy's name. Sheng Yuxiao did not release his grip, allowing the boy to kick and struggle desperately. He calmly looked at Li Xiaoya and said, I may not have many things, but do you know what I have the most of? Li Xiaoya shook her head in confusion. Sheng Yuxiao replied, Money. Did I have enough money to hit him 800 times? Upon hearing 800 times, Wang Xiaoji, unaware it was an exaggeration, thought his head would be smashed in, and a more terrified scream erupted from his throat. "Mom, Mom, save me." The barrage of comments was instantly electrifying. To utter such words, "You truly deserve your reputation, young Master Xing." Chapter 8. Li Xiaoya. Is he your brother? The teacher responsible for the 3rd grade bore the surname Wei. Teacher Wei was a local, though not a resident of Li family village. As he approached the classroom, he happened to overhear Xing Yuxiao's audacious remark about being beaten 800 times. How arrogant. It was utterly intolerable. Teacher Wei's expression hardened as he forcefully pushed the door open, which slammed against the wall with a resounding bang. He believed this display would convey the necessary intimidation. Clearing his throat, he called out, "Who is causing a disturbance?" Xing Yuxiao turned his head. Upon meeting his gaze, Teacher Wei's immediate reaction was that such a person should not be present here. Then, he recalled hearing rumors about some program being filmed at the school recently. "Are you from the production team?" Wei blurted out. "Well, at least someone has some sense," Xing Yuxiao retorted, still exuding arrogance. Teacher Wei's face darkened. "I care not who you are. How dare you bully our students here? Release him at once." As Teacher Wei shouted, he lunged to pry Xing Yuxiao's arm away. Despite his youthful appearance, Xing Yuxiao remained impervious to Wei's efforts. At that moment, Li Xiaoya hurriedly tugged at Xing Yuxiao's sleeve. Only then did Xing Yuxiao loosen his grip, allowing the boy to collapse back into his seat. The boy wailed, "He's going to kill me. I want my mom. I want to find my mom." Xing Yuxiao scoffed. "What a coward. You were just hurling insults a moment ago." Teacher Wei wanted to protest that this was excessive, but upon meeting Xing Yuxiao's eyes, he found himself at a loss for words. Stifling his frustration, Wei decided to head to the principal's office to call Wang Xiaoji's mother. Wang Xiaoji's family were butchers, and his mother, donned in an apron with a knife in hand, stormed over. Who hurt my son? Step forward." Upon seeing the knife, the production crew was instantly overwhelmed. How could chaos erupt so soon after starting? The staff rushed to intervene, knowing that if something happened to young Master Xing, they would have a difficult situation to explain. When they approached, they found Xing Yuxiao standing there, unperturbed, as the door swung open to reveal Wang Xiaoji's mother. In that moment, she felt the weight of the noble young man's presence. His aura and demeanor were far beyond what one would encounter in her humble village. She momentarily lost her composure, tightening her grip on the knife. "Who are you planning to slaughter?" Xing Yuxiao inquired. Wang Xiaoji's mother regained her focus, gritting her teeth. "Whoever bullies my son, I will slaughter them." Her accent was thick, yet somewhat clearer than that of the people from Li family village, making it somewhat comprehensible. Xing Yuxiao turned to the production crew. "What are you dawdling for? Call the police. You can report this as your year-end achievement. No need for thanks." The production crew was speechless. However, Wang Xiaoji's mother let out a cold laugh. "Go ahead. Call. Am I afraid of you?" The chief of the police station is the child's great-uncle. Upon hearing this, Li Xiaoya grew anxious. She clutched Xing Yuxiao's sleeve, urging him to flee. Yet, Xing Yuxiao remained as immovable as a mountain. "Oh, fine then." He looked at the production crew. "Call my dad and tell him his son is about to be slaughtered here. See if there are any brave special police officers nearby willing to come to the rescue." The production team must be going mad. Please, just record the show without causing a ruckus. Otherwise, the entire county will be set in motion. This place is impoverished. It is not only the mountains that suffer, but from the town to the county, the city, and indeed the entire province, wealth is scarce. The arrival of Xing Yuxiao to film a show here is akin to a walking benefactor. If anything were to happen to him, it would severely dampen the spirits of investors, leading them all to descend into chaos. Wouldn't that mean the entire county would be in uproar? Wang Xiaoji's mother, who had never encountered such grand matters, displayed a look of bewilderment, evidently piecing together the significance of the young man before her. At that moment, the principal arrived late, hurriedly advising Wang Xiaoji's mother. He pulled her aside, lowering his voice. "Are you out of your mind? Do you know who that is?" Given the interconnectedness of the local populace, the principal wished to prevent the situation from escalating. Wang Xiaoji's mother opened her mouth. "How would I know? Who is he to speak so boldly?" The principal, exasperated, retorted. "You don't even know who he is, and yet you act so grand. Enough, hand me the knife. Go and apologize. Hurry, or I will have your family tree erase your husband's name." This threat was far more effective than suggesting she might end up in prison. Wang Xiaoji's mother's expression shifted, and she reluctantly approached. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to offend." After uttering this, she shot a glare at her son, who was sobbing uncontrollably. What are you crying about? Come home with me, don't rush off. The apology hasn't been made yet. Sheng Yuxiao, with his temper, would not rest until the matter was settled. He would act the same even if his own parents were present. Wang Xiaoji's mother, taken aback, exclaimed, But I just apologized to you. Sheng Yuxiao pointed at her son. I meant him. His face darkened. I brought Li Xiaoya to school, and as soon as I walked in, I heard him insulting her, claiming you taught him to do so. Now, apologize to Li Xiaoya. The autumn wind swept across the playground, brushing against Li Xiaoya's face. She looked up, bewildered, realizing that the older boy beside her seemed to be angry on her behalf. Actually, that was just a figure of speech, not an insult. Oh, we country folks speak like this. We are not as refined as you, Wang Xiaoji's mother stammered in her defense. Sheng Yuxiao smirked. A figure of speech. Is it? Then let us hear you call your son a dog bastard 3 times, and we'll consider this matter settled. Wang Xiaoji's mother's expression froze. Wang Xiaoji, amidst his tears, protested. I'm not a dog bastard. I'm not. At that moment, the principal cleared his throat. Wang Xiaoji's mother took a deep breath and reluctantly squeezed out the words, dog bastard, dog bastard, dog bastard. After repeating it 3 times, she yanked her son. Let us go home. The barrage of comments flooded in. Awesome. Sheng Yuxiao is incredible. The mother and son duo left in utter embarrassment, not daring to look back, fearful of being coerced into uttering even more vulgar terms. Sheng Yuxiao finally released the pent-up tension within him, patting Li Xiaoya on the head. All right, go to class now. The surroundings fell eerily silent, with no one daring to utter a word. The children, lacking understanding of the complexities of life, gazed at Sheng Yuxiao with eyes filled with awe. Their ignorance was profound. They only knew that Wang Xiaoji's mother was fierce and formidable, yet he had managed to subdue her. After hours of attending school, news had swiftly spread. Remarkably, Li Xiaoya had an older brother who was even fiercer than Wang Xiaoji's mother. Li Xiaoya. Suddenly, a curious classmate leaned in, asking, Is he really your brother? Her expression radiated envy. I wish I had a brother like that. Mine only steals my notebooks and pens. Li Xiaoya's grip on her pencil tightened, her heart racing with a mix of longing and reluctance. She too wished he were her brother. However, she lowered her gaze and truthfully replied, No, he is not my brother. He will leave after the program is recorded. Her classmate expressed mild interest, then quickly lost it. Withdrawing from the conversation, Li Xiaoya was accustomed to such indifference, and she diligently focused on her notes. When lunchtime arrived, she retrieved her lunchbox from her cloth bag, and upon stepping outside, she spotted Sheng Yuxiao standing on the playground. At Shirtu Primary School, there was only one physical education teacher, who was currently engaged in a basketball game with Sheng Yuxiao. With his long limbs and graceful movements, Sheng Yuxiao effortlessly launched the ball into the hoop, a 3-pointer. The teacher exclaimed in astonishment, Children these days are truly impressive. Sheng Yuxiao, however, remained silent. Suddenly, he turned and spotted Li Xiaoya, standing alone with an aluminum lunchbox in hand. Striding towards her with long strides, he asked, Are you having lunch? Li Xiaoya sniffled slightly, feeling a pang of guilt as she replied, I forgot to bring your lunchbox. As she spoke, she opened her lunchbox, keeping the lid for herself, and offering him the container. You can use this. Sheng Yuxiao, having brought the aluminum lunchbox to his lips, hesitated and set it down. Accepting the box, he said, All right. The school had a small canteen, barely 8 square meters, with several large aluminum basins lined up, containing various dishes such as steamed buns, eggs, dark and greasy pork noodles, oxidized stir-fried vegetables, and a bowl of what resembled murky wash water more than soup. Sheng Yuxiao mused to himself. Li Xiaoya prepared her portion of food, then led Sheng Yuxiao to sit on the steps outside the classroom, sharing half of her meal with him. Once beneath the lofty expectations of the illustrious young master, this food would have seemed scarcely better than swine fodder. Yet now, he found it hard to refuse. Li Xiaoya found a twig, stripped it of its bark, washed it clean, and fashioned it into chopsticks for Sheng Yuxiao. He took a couple of bites. It was truly abominable. He glanced at Li Xiaoya, who had yet to eat. She was stuffing steamed buns and boiled eggs into her pockets. Sheng Yuxiao raised an eyebrow, asking, What are you doing with those? Li Xiaoya replied, I'm taking them to my grandfather. The thought of her grandfather, whom she described in such disparaging terms, struck Sheng Yuxiao. Her life was undeniably hard. Her grandfather was a scoundrel, yet she still had to scrimp and save to provide for him. Then Li Xiaoya paused before adding, "I'll save the egg for you." Sheng Yuxiao inhaled sharply, and in an instant, his perception shifted. Her life was not just bitter, it was profoundly sweet. Li Xiaoya continued, "People in the city love to eat eggs. Don't they? So let's leave some for him." Sheng Yuxiao's breathing returned to normal, yet his mind was persistently occupied with the thought, Li Xiaoya is utterly adorable. At that moment, the netizens were also left in awe behind their screens. This Li Xiaoya, that is simply remarkable, truly remarkable. How lethargic has Sheng Yuxiao become? As soon as Li Xiaoya went off to class, he made a beeline for the principal's office to catch some sleep. What volunteer work in the reading corner? It simply doesn't exist. The audience was left speechless. Without Li Xiaoya, it has suddenly become less appealing. No worries, I could gaze at Sheng Yuxiao's sleeping face for ages. Who knows how Li Qingqing is faring over there? I completely forgot. The happenings with Master Sheng here are simply too captivating. I've unknowingly followed it to this point. Meanwhile, Li Qingqing was finally graced with the presence of the villa's owner, Sheng Yuxiao's father. Sheng Jun was handsome and possessed a gentle demeanor, quite the opposite of his wife, Su Qiulai. He did not resemble a businessman, but rather an intellectual. Li Qingqing, is it? My apologies, uncle and aunt have been quite busy lately. Are you settling in well here? Sheng Jun asked with a warm smile. Though Li Qingqing was merely 9 years old, her youthful exterior concealed the soul of an adult reborn. In her previous life, she had resorted to seeking affluent companions to maintain a lavish lifestyle. Yet, how could those mediocre wealthy men compare to Sheng Jun? Upon encountering such a handsome, refined, and affluent mature man, Li Qingqing found herself blushing uncontrollably, her heartbeat quickening. Her voice came out as soft as a whisper. I'm getting used to it. Thank you for your concern. Uncle, Sheng Jun couldn't help but exclaim, we have always lacked a girl in our household. It is delightful to finally have a young lady around. Li Qingqing pondered whether this was the reason why Li Xiaoya was taken in during her previous life. She blurted out, why is that? Is it because Annie doesn't want to have children? Sheng Jun looked at her in astonishment. Realizing her slip of the tongue, Li Qingqing quickly sought to amend her mistake. I have a magic wand. I can conjure a baby for Auntie. Sheng Jun gazed at her for a couple of seconds before laughing. Haha, let's not go there. Having Sheng Yuxiao in the house is already enough to give your auntie a headache. Do you know who Sheng Yuxiao is? Li Qingqing timidly asked. Is he my older brother? Sheng Jun hesitated for a moment and replied, that would not be incorrect. Li Qingqing continued, I've seen the certificates hanging on my brother's wall. There are so many. He is truly excellent. So why would you say he gives auntie a headache? Her words were a desperate attempt to praise Sheng Yuxiao. After all, what parent wouldn't he relish hearing compliments about their child? Yet, Sheng Jun was not swayed by her thoughtful words. Instead, his expression shifted slightly. You've been in Yuxiao's room? Li Qingqing was taken aback by his response, nervously saying, why yes, I'm sorry. The butler said I could explore if I was bored. So, Sheng Jun's expression softened somewhat. Well, that is not your fault, but please refrain from doing so in the future. Li Qingqing tightened her fists, never anticipating that she would make such a blunder here. Yuxiao had a rather volatile temperament. If he found out someone had entered his room, he would undoubtedly become furious. Even my aunt and I cannot intervene, Sheng Jun said helplessly. Li Qingqing had initially hoped that her family could become close to Sheng Yuxiao. If she were to be adopted, living under the same roof with Sheng Yuxiao every day, perhaps one day, she could even become a daughter-in-law of the Sheng family. However, upon realizing Sheng Yuxiao's irritable temperament and that he had been whisked away by Li Xiaoya, an uncontainable thought began to burgeon in her heart. If only I were not merely 9 years old, I could bear children for Mr. Sheng. If he desired a daughter, I would give him a daughter. If he wanted an obedient son, I would bear him an obedient son. She understood that artists like Su Qiulai are particularly attentive to their health. The absence of a second child in the Sheng family was likely due to Su Qiulai's reluctance to bear more. Li Qingqing, unable to bear it any longer, pinched her palm in frustration, lamenting her small stature. Uncle, would you like some tea? Li Qingqing suppressed her myriad thoughts and diligently poured water for Sheng Jun. Li Qingqing is still quite endearing. Who wouldn't adore a thoughtful little darling? Wait a moment. Am I the only one who finds her words a bit strange today? 1. There's a tea scent. Ah. Are you all alright? It's just a child. Why are you scolding her about tea? The comments erupted in a flurry. The scene shifted to Sheng Yuxiao as the school bell rang. Sheng Yuxiao finally caught up on some much-needed rest. He stretched his limbs and promptly headed out to pick up Li Xiaoya from school. Upon seeing Xing Yuxiao, everyone instinctively drew back a meter, resulting in no one daring to approach as he collected Li Xiaoya. Unperturbed, Xing Yuxiao strode confidently out with Li Xiaoya in TOWAT. This moment, he was brimming with energy. His long strides left Li Xiaoya's little legs struggling to keep pace. Wait for me, Li Xiaoya called out. Xing Yuxiao bent down and scooped her up, continuing on his way. Li Xiaoya, momentarily taken aback, soon regained her voice and asked, "Why were you angry today?" Xing Yuxiao replied, "Can't you tell? It's obviously because they insulted you, the carefree little one. Why aren't you the least bit upset?" He shook his head in resignation. Li Xiaoya maintained her serious tone. "Their insults are their concern. Just because they called me a little bitch, does that make me one?" Li Xiaoya asserted firmly. "I am not a little bitch, which is precisely why I'm not angry." Such filthy words spoken from her lips appeared remarkably pristine. Xing Yuxiao couldn't help but chuckle. "I didn't realize you were a little philosopher." Li Xiaoya tilted her head, her hair a tousled mess. "What is a philosopher? Can you eat it?" "You can't eat it." Oh, the comments were once again astounded. "Thank you. This part has healed me. My life is not defined by others. Let the rumors dissipate with the wind." Is she truly the Li Xiaoya that the villagers claim to be of poor character? JPG, Chapter 10. Adults Li eat. Li Xiaoya returned with a rice cake for Grandpa Li, only for him to throw it away in a fit of anger. Grandpa Li scolded. "Where's the contract?" "Why haven't you signed a contract with me?" Just as Li Xiaoya attempted to explain, Xing Yuxiao swept her off her feet, whisking her away. "You haven't arranged a place for me to sleep yet," Xing Yuxiao remarked. Li Xiaoya pondered for a moment and then said, "Grandfather, please wait a moment before you get angry. I will return shortly." Instantly, a surge of indignation lodged in Li Grandpa's throat, nearly choking him. Li Xiaoya led Xing Yuxiao to tour her sleeping quarters. It was a relatively intact flat area covered with tiles, and the adjacent walls bore no holes. The ground was first layered with 2 sheets of hard cardboard to shield against the dampness, followed by a clean cloth. On top of that lay worn cotton batting with holes, and then a layer of bed linen, thus forming a makeshift bed. Xing Yuxiao glanced at it, questioning whether those begging beneath the overpass might not sleep in greater comfort. Yet, despite the dilapidated state of Li Xiaoya's home, she had tidied the interior and exterior to an admirable degree. The bed, too, was remarkably clean. Nevertheless, Xing Yuxiao remained irked, for the only bed with 4 legs in the household was occupied by Li Grandpa. At such a tender age, Li Xiaoya was forced to curl up in such a space, enduring one grueling night after another. "What will you do in winter?" Xing Yuxiao asked, his throat tightening slightly. Li Xiaoya lay down and demonstrated, curling into a tight ball, then said, "This way, it won't be too cold." She resembled a frail, pitiful animal cub. He realized that Li Xiaoya's family simply could not afford any means of heating. "What about the coat I gave you?" Xing Yuxiao inquired. Li Xiaoya pointed in response. Upon looking, Xing Yuxiao saw his oversized coat hanging beneath the beam, freshly washed but still damp. "This wretched weather," he muttered. "Once it's dry, you can wear it to sleep. It won't be as cold then." Li Xiaoya nodded obediently and then asked, "Where will you sleep?" The space in her home was exceedingly cramped, with the ever-present risk of collapse in the middle of the night. Xing Yuxiao's gaze swept around before finally settling on the empty patch beside Li Xiaoya's bed. He pointed and said, "Right here will do." A glimmer of starlight sparkled in Li Xiaoya's eyes. She felt a flicker of joy, though it vanished almost immediately, as if she had been conditioned from birth not to indulge in happiness. She set about preparing a bed for Xing Yuxiao. At home, he was a complete sloth, utterly inept at any form of labor, yet the basic male instinct of self-respect and the urge to protect the vulnerable stirred him into action. Together with Li Xiaoya, they managed to assemble a makeshift bed. Once they finished, Li Xiaoya turned to him and asked, "How is it? Can you sleep?" A glimmer of hope sparkled in her eyes. Xing Yuxiao swallowed the words that rose to his lips and replied, "Yes, it's nothing to worry about. The year I graduated from middle school, I went climbing Mount Triglav with a few friends. The conditions they were quite poor. We had to sleep in a tent, which was much smaller than your room." Li Xiaoya cupped her cheeks, listening intently as he spoke, captivated by his description of a starkly different world. Xing Yuxiao's desire to share his stories found ample fulfillment in Li Xiaoya's attentive presence. In the pauses of his narrative, he would glance down at her, finding her increasingly endearing. She was simply too precious. If he had a sister like her, his friends would surely be consumed with envy. Li Xiaoya listened attentively for a considerable duration before softly inquiring, "What is Mount Triglav?" Sheng Yuxiao was taken aback that she could recall the name of that peak perfectly, without a single error. Only then did he regain his composure and chuckle, responding, "That is a mountain. Mount Triglav, located in Slovenia, Europe, is a renowned destination for outdoor sports." The comment section was also filled with knowledgeable individuals. The children of wealthy families truly have it easy. They can gather their friends to climb mountains abroad right after graduating from middle school. As expected of Sheng Deshao, Mount Triglav is notoriously difficult to ascend. The people of his country believe that only those who can conquer this peak are worthy of being called warriors, and at that time, Sheng Deshao was merely 14 or 15 years old. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to him, Sheng Yuxiao suddenly felt an overwhelming desire. He proclaimed, "In the future, if the opportunity arises, I will take you there." The child before him, despite being raised in such a dilapidated mountain village, radiated an irreplaceable brilliance. She deserved to escape this place and venture into a broader world, where everyone could witness her charming nature. However, Li Xiaoya merely smiled obediently, saying nothing in response. "Your father will return for you. Xiaoya, your father loves you very much. Trust him. The world outside is beautiful, truly beautiful. He will earn a lot of money and then take you away." This was how Li Xiaoya's father had spoken to her before leaving. With tears streaming down her face, she fell asleep. Upon waking the next day, the villagers had broken down their door, claiming that Li's father had absconded with their money. Thus, at a tender age, she learned that adults could indeed lie. At that moment, Sheng Yuxiao reached out and patted her head, saying, "Wash your face, brush your teeth, and go to sleep." Li Xiaoya looked up and smiled at him, responding with a soft "Dimchin." To be fair, Li Xiaoya's beauty is truly striking. She does not resemble a child from a mountain village at all. I can't handle her. She is so adept at teasing, smiling without responding when Sheng Yuxiao offers to take her with him. Such a young age, yet so cunning. Li Xiaoya was unaware of how the online community judged her. She shared potatoes and eggs brought back from school with Sheng Yuxiao. It was a bittersweet experience. After barely satisfying their hunger, they squatted outside the threshold to wash their faces, brush their teeth, and spit out the mouthwash. "I can spit farther than you." Sheng Yuxiao smacked his lips and patted Li Xiaoya's head again. The comment section was filled with amused disbelief. Sheng Deshao actually had such childish moments. Does that imply he feels completely at ease around Li Xiaoya? Stop praising Li Xiaoya. Outside the camera's view, they lay in their respective beds. However, while Sheng Yuxiao was covered with a duck-down quilt prepared by the production team, Li Xiaoya was still using her tattered cotton blanket. In the darkness, she stared with clear eyes, harboring no resentment towards their differing circumstances. Sheng Yuxiao had napped in the principal's office during the day and was not particularly tired at this hour. Li Xiaoya watched him toss and turn, recalling how her mother would soothe her to sleep, and began to softly sing, "The stars in the sky do not speak. The child on the ground misses her mother." The young girl's voice was delicate and light, surpassing the countless white noises Sheng Yuxiao had heard. Sheng Yuxiao closed her eyes, an inexplicable tranquility enveloping her from within. Unbeknownst to her, she had indeed drifted into slumber. There is a sense of being healed. Speaking of which, her father absconded with money. What about her mother? People from her village had mentioned online that her mother was unfaithful and had run away with someone else. Goodness. Coupled with a faint, melancholic melody echoing in the pitch-black frame, the sentiments of netizens once again grew complicated. The following day, Sheng Yuxiao unusually rose early. She straightened her wrinkled clothes and strode purposefully to Grandpa Li's bedside. Startled awake, Grandpa Li stammered involuntarily. What do you want?" He had shouted for the contract for quite some time yesterday, yet no one had responded, leaving his voice hoarse today. "The program said they would give you 1,000 yuan. For what? Do you think you can take it back?" "No way," Grandpa Li retorted, cursing in a mix of dialect and expletives. Chapter 11. Metamorphosis. Do you think this is a game about raising cubs? Sheng Yuxiao smiled, entirely unfazed by his impotent fury. "I cannot comprehend your words. However, it suffices that you understand mine. Do you know who I am?" Grandpa Li looked at him in bewilderment. Hadn't this person already introduced himself? He was Sheng Yuxiao, here from the city to participate in the show. "I am quite wealthy. My father is the CEO of the Sheng Group, and my mother's paintings can fetch exorbitant prices of 3 million. However, my mother believes my temperament is too poor, Hence she sent me here to endure some hardship. I currently have no money. If you could give me 1,000 yuan, I could live well here for a month. After a month, whatever you desire, I can provide. What? A painting sells for 3 million, not 3,000, but 3 million. Grandpa Li's mouth fell agape. That was a sum he could scarcely dare to dream of in his lifetime. Struggling to muster a strange tone of Mandarin, he managed to utter, Are you serious? Do you doubt it? Sheng Yuxiao patted the miniature camera on his chest. ITS recording. The entire nation can witness my commitment to you. Do you fear I would renege? Grandpa Li stared intently at the camera, his breath quickening. After a moment of contemplation, he found himself unable to resist the overwhelming temptation. Associating with such a wealthy individual was evidently far more lucrative than merely receiving 1,000 yuan. I'm not foolish. The conciliatory smile spread across Grandpa Li's face as he retrieved the money from his undergarments and handed it to Sheng Yuxiao. Sheng Yuxiao. He suppressed the urge to retch as he accepted it, then promptly sought out the chief director to request a change for smaller bills. The director, perplexed yet unable to decline such a reasonable request, acquiesced. Where did young Master Sheng acquire this money? The director could not help but inquire. Sheng Yuxiao, holding a stack of coins, raised an eyebrow and replied, From Grandpa L, by the way, may I borrow some alcohol spray to wash my hands? He then touched the camera on his chest. Activating it, the red light flickered, signaling its operational state. Meanwhile, the recently awakened Li Xiaoya rubbed her eyes groggily, only to find Sheng Yuxiao placing a pile of money before her, declaring, Li Xiaoya, I'm relying on you to support me. Li Xiaoya was taken aback. Where did this come from? Sheng Yuxiao raised an eyebrow. I retrieved it from your grandpa. Impressive. Isn't it? Li Xiaoya's eyes widened in astonishment, resembling a startled kitten. She was well aware of her grandfather's temperament. Once something was in his possession, it would never be retrieved, not even in death. Isn't that remarkable? Sheng Yuxiao inquired once more. Li Xiaoya nodded slightly and whispered into his ear, You resemble Ultraman. Sheng Yuxiao couldn't help but burst into laughter. The atmosphere here was warm and inviting. Meanwhile, the chief director, holding the cash, sniffed the air and remarked, Why does it smell a bit foul? With her deft hands, Li Xiaoya sewed a pocket onto Sheng Yuxiao's clothing. As they were on the brink of being late for school, the comments on the screen were filled with disbelief. A jacket worth 30,000 yuan, and now it has a hole from a needle prick, along with a hideously sewn pocket. Goodness. Seriously, doesn't young Master Sheng indulge her a bit too much? In the next moment, Li Xiaoya stuffed the money into Sheng Yuxiao's pocket, patted it twice, and said, Now it won't get lost. Sheng Yuxiao was taken aback and replied, Why are you giving this to me? This is money the production team compensated you with. Li Xiaoya tilted her head, declaring, Only adults can protect it well. Sheng Yuxiao, who would only turn 18 next year, chuckled and nodded, saying, Indeed, it is an adult's responsibility. I will help you look after the money. The viewers, ever inquisitive, began to speculate. Is Li Xiaoya so perceptive because she has been robbed before? Impossible. She wouldn't deceive others. Why are you all so convinced that Li Xiaoya is a bad child? The villagers of Li Family Village all say so. If just a few say it, it might be slander. But if the entire village agrees, is it still slander? At that moment, Sheng Yuxiao pulled out 2 1 yuan bills from his pocket and placed them into Li Xiaoya's palm, saying, But children also need money to buy snacks. Here, take it. Just think, young Master Sheng had never experienced such meagerness. 2 yuan was already a significant amount. He shook the thought from his mind and declared, Let us go to school. Thus, the duo made their way to school. While Li Xiaoya attended class, Sheng Yuxiao occupied the principal's office. The production team, unable to contain themselves, asked, Aren't you planning to do some volunteering? Accumulate some points. Accumulate points. Sheng Yuxiao reclined in his chair, exuding an air of nonchalance. What for? Your phone. Don't you want it? After a moment of contemplation, he uttered a few words, though nothing particularly entertaining came to mind. The production team was left dumbfounded. With such a lack of enthusiasm, how would the show ever be recorded? Just then, the class bell rang, prompting Sheng Yuxiao to rise and stroll over to the window. Peering outside, suddenly, he pointed at a little girl on the playground and asked the production team, What do you think of that hairstyle? The production team was taken aback. Sheng Yuxiao replied, I have something to do now. With that, he pushed open the door and stepped outside. The production team hurried after him, fearing this little master would go and intimidate the girl. However, Sheng Yuxiao did not frighten the child. He merely approached her, crouched down, and studied her intently until she was brought to tears. He turned away, showing no inclination to comfort her, and coldly remarked, "Tomorrow, I will have Li Xiaoya wear this hairstyle. It would look particularly adorable on her." The production team was left speechless. The barrage of comments was a chaotic uproar. "This is a metamorphosis. It's not a game about raising pets, brother." "Li Xiaoya, Li Xiaoya." The shouts grew nearer, and although they were laced with a strong regional accent, Sheng Yuxiao was still able to discern who they were calling. Upon hearing the commotion, Li Xiaoya immediately exited the classroom and called out to the approaching woman, Aunt Man," supporting herself on her knees. Her corpulent frame trembling slightly, gasped for breath as she spoke. "Your pig has knocked down the pen and run into your seventh uncle's vegetable garden. If it keeps running like this, you'll have to compensate your uncle for the vegetables." Li Xiaoya's small face transformed in an instant, and she bolted outside. Sheng Yuxiao was left pondering when the Li family had begun raising pigs. Seeing Li Xiaoya rush toward the street, he worried about her delicate age. What if she tripped and fell while running so hastily? He quickly chased after her. The production crew, not wanting to fall behind, hoisted their cameras and hurried along. A group of them dashed back in a flurry. Li Xiaoya, covered in mud, appeared quite pale, unable to bear the sight. Sheng Yuxiao picked her up and carried her along. Behind them, the crew members burdened with heavy equipment shouted, Don't run too fast. Young Master Shi, you're off camera." They struggled to keep pace with the boy's sudden burst of speed. Feeling utterly despondent, at the Sheng family villa, Su Qiulai finally returned home and inquired of the butler, Uncle Fong, has the young master not called back? Uncle Fong replied, no. Su Qiulai frowned slightly. She had reviewed the point system implemented by the production team, which was not overly stringent. Given Sheng Yuxiao's capabilities, he could easily accumulate at least 20 points to exchange for the right to use a phone. Yet, he had not once called home. Sheng Jun, standing nearby, remarked, I asked his friends, and they all said they haven't seen him online on social media these past few days. He spoke with a look of paternal satisfaction. Is this program really that effective? After just 2 days, he doesn't even want to play on his phone. It seemed unlikely that things were going so smoothly. Su Qiulai understood her son's temperament all too well. At that moment, Li Qingqing was hiding around the corner of the staircase, quietly observing Su Qiulai in the living room as she listened to their discussion about Sheng Yuxiao. She too was eager to know what the current situation was. Suddenly, Su Qiulai had a thought. Why not check the live broadcast from their side? Then we'll know. Xing Jun replied, that's true. He promptly instructed a servant to turn on the long-dormant television and tune it to the live stream. The enormous screen flickered to life, revealing a chaotic scene. Young Master Sheng, stop! Wait! This is a disaster. The panicked cries of the crew could be heard. The indistinct grunts of a pig followed. As the wealthy Sheng and the esteemed artist Su focused their gaze, they saw a young girl riding atop a pig, which was galloping wildly, while their son chased after it. Sheng, Su, the astutely intelligent Su could no longer suppress her bewilderment. He chasing a pig and enjoying it to the point of oblivion? Chapter 12. Li Qingqing under suspicion amidst the relentless pursuit of the show, and with Sheng Yuxiao hot on its heels, the pig was eventually captured. Sheng Yuxiao let out a long sigh of relief, having run until he was drenched in sweat. Li Xiaoya, your audacity is quite remarkable. Sheng Yuxiao wore a stern expression, tugging at the nape of the little girl's neck, as if she were a kitten. Li Xiaoya instinctively leaned back, meeting Sheng Yuxiao's gaze. Her face radiated innocence and resilience, as if she had grown accustomed to handling such situations time and again. Where was the slightest hint of fear? Sheng Yuxiao exhaled sharply, and as other staff members approached to assist, he swiftly lifted Li Xiaoya down. Do you have any idea how perilous it would be if you fell and were trampled? Sheng Yuxiao admonished her with a fierce tone. Unfazed, Li Xiaoya looked up at him, replying, It's all right, my life is worthless. Even if I die, it wouldn't matter. Sheng Yuxiao's expression shifted dramatically. Who told you such a thing? Only then did Li Xiaoya sense the looming danger in his demeanor and whispered, They'd all say that. Sheng Yuxiao took a deep breath, struggling to suppress the tumultuous anger within him. What kind of place is Li Family Village? Is there not a single reliable adult? He decided to take Li Xiaoya aside, and they sat together on the ridge, observing the staff as they helped to lift the pig away. Sheng Yuxiao asked Li Xiaoya, Do you have any dreams? Li Xiaoya shook her head in bewilderment. Realizing that such a query might be too grand for a child to comprehend, he rephrased. Do you miss the 4th grade? Li Xiaoya nodded. What about 5th and 6th grade? Do you wish to continue your studies? Li Xiaoya nodded vigorously. I want to study. Mother says I must study. Sheng Yuxiao immediately replied, Then you must survive. You must cherish your life to continue your education. Li Xiaoya lowered her head, scratching at the soil with her toes. Last year, her grandfather had not wanted her to attend school. She was uncertain how much longer she could persevere. Perhaps that money could help her endure just a little longer. Sheng Yuxiao gently patted her head, an unexpectedly tender gesture. Off-screen, Sheng Yuxiao's father was nearly slack-jawed in astonishment. Does he possess such patience? Sheng Jun turned to his wife, inquiring. Su Qiulai had regained her composure and remarked, a rare sight indeed. That moment, Li Qingqing was leaning over the railing, her gaze fixed on the distant television screen. Her hands gripping the railing tightly, her heart brimming with jealousy that almost materialized and lashed out at Li Xiaoya. How could this be? How could this be? Why does Sheng Yuxiao still treat her so kindly? After all, he is Sheng Yuxiao. Li Qingqing's vision momentarily blurred as she recalled the adult Sheng Yuxiao. She had once had the fortune of encountering him at the airport. The young man, surrounded by bodyguards, moved forward slowly, his features striking, eyes sharp, like a magnificent arrow releasing an aura of menace towards those around him. As the heir to the Sheng group, he wielded formidable influence at a young age, instilling fear in countless individuals. Yet, what left the deepest impression was his words during an interview when he spoke of his sister, stating they were to celebrate her birthday. The media was astonished. Inquiring, when did Ms. Su have a second child? Sheng Yuxiao replied, that is our family's goddaughter. After seeing that news, Li Qingqing gradually came to understand that the Sheng family's goddaughter was none other than the once muddy orphan Li Xiaoya from Li family village. Since that moment, she had longed to live the opulent life of Li Xiaoya. This time, I shall not falter. How could I possibly fail? Li Qingqing repeatedly encouraged herself. Then slowly descended the stairs, feigning the appearance of just having awoken. Rubbing her eyes, she inquired, has Auntie returned? Su Qiulai briefly diverted her gaze towards her. Instantly, Li Qingqing revealed an abundance of admiration. I finally get to meet you. I have seen Auntie's paintings. They are splendid. I adore them. You've seen my paintings? A flicker of astonishment crossed Su Qiulai's eyes. Li Qingqing nodded eagerly. I have viewed Spider-Woman, Breaking the Cocoon, and The Death of the Moon. She rattled off several titles of Su Qiulai's works in one breath. Following that, she added, my favorite is Breaking the Cocoon. The transparent cocoon envelopes a girl, helplessly curled up within, when suddenly a hand emerges, bloodied, piercing through the cocoon's veil, touching the girl's abdomen, which then ruptures, revealing a corner of butterfly wings. It is profoundly moving. The viewer can viscerally grasp the indomitable spirit of breaking free from the cocoon. When she stands resolute, the world extends a helping hand to her, liberating her from her constraints. The colors of this painting are vibrant. Li Qingqing spoke with fervor, her words imbued with substance. She was confident that she could resonate with Su Qiulai's heart. After all, this insight stemmed from a renowned critic. She could not possibly err. Sheng Jun exclaimed in surprise, I never expected that. The comments echoed, I can't believe it. Li Qingqing knows so much. For a girl from a rural background, her insight is remarkable. Li Qingqing, brimming with confidence, turned to gauge Su Qiulai's expression. Upon doing so, she was taken aback, for she realized that Su Qiulai was scrutinizing her. Indeed, it was not admiration nor surprise, but a detached examination. Why was this so? Li Qingqing timidly asked. Annie, did I say something wrong? Su Qiulai replied bluntly. Who taught you to speak like this? Li Qingqing clenched her fists. What are you talking about, Annie? I don't understand. Su Qiulai slightly furrowed her brow. This is not something a child like you would articulate. A wave of indignation surged within Li Qingqing. She had not anticipated such a lack of grace from Su Qiulai, nearly wanting to retort that she had encountered geniuses before. Yet, she dared not, and could only gaze at Su Qiulai with a look of wounded innocence. That moment, Su Qiulai turned to her husband. Do you not find her style of speech rather familiar? Sheng Jun hesitated. It resembles what Zhao Quan often says when critiquing her works. Li Qingqing's heart sank. Zhao Quan, the eminent critic. He was acquainted with a Sheng couple. Isn't Sheng Yuxiao's mother being overly critical? Why make things difficult for such a young girl? I think Li Qingqing performed admirably. 1. Li Qingqing is clearly trying to curry favor with her, only to be met with cold indifference. Speechless. You lack common sense. No wonder she is a great artist. You are mere keyboard warriors. Miss Su is not wrong. Li Qingqing's words absolutely do not seem to originate from her own understanding. At this moment, tears welled up in Li Qingqing's eyes. Did I say something wrong? Auntie, please don't be angry. Su Qiulai slowly rose to her feet, expressing, I feel rather fatigued. I shall retire for the evening. Sheng Jun immediately followed suit, gently squeezing her shoulder as he replied, Indeed, you have a flight abroad tomorrow. Come, allow me to run a bath for you. Li Qingqing stood there helpless, her heart gnawed at by jealousy. Why would a figure like Sheng Jun personally attend to his wife's bathing needs? As Su Qiulai ascended the stairs, she felt it inappropriate to leave a young girl behind. Thus she patted her husband's arm, saying, Offer her some words of comfort. Sheng Jun nodded, smiling as he responded, Yes, I had imagined how to soothe a daughter should we have one. Today seems the perfect occasion to put that into practice. Meanwhile, Li Xiaoya and Sheng Yuxiao were still laboriously mending the pig pen. The stench was unbearable. Sheng Yuxiao abruptly lifted his head, exhaling heavily. How had this illustrious young master fallen to such a plight? The barrage of comments echoed this sentiment. 100 billionaire, reduced to repairing pig pens in a rural village. Is it a distortion of humanity or a decay of morals? It must be the charm of Li Xiaoya. Chapter 13. The deadly rival of the esteemed young master. Did I end the frame? Li Xiaoya turned, tightening the cloth that covered his face a little more. You should rest, she said softly. Although Sheng Yuxiao grumbled, he obediently continued laying bricks, stating, What manner of nonsense is it to leave you, a mere child, to tend to the pig pen alone, to pass the tedious time? Sheng Yuxiao, holding his breath, inquired, Why didn't you call me to feed the pigs earlier? I was unaware your family even raised them. Li Xiaoya replied quietly, Because it's quite filthy. You would be sickened by the sight. Sheng Yuxiao thought to retort that a man should not be so delicate. But the overwhelming stench in the air dissuaded him. Well, yes, it is rather nauseating that I doubt I can eat dinner tonight. After much effort, they finally completed the pig pen. Sheng Yuxiao asked, It should be sturdy enough, right? Li Xiaoya nodded, then shook her head. It might escape again in due time. Puzzled, Sheng Yuxiao queried, Is the material not strong enough? Li Xiaoya affirmed. Then why not replace it with sturdier materials? As the words escaped his lips, he realized the answer. Of course, they lacked funds. Sheng Yuxiao sighed towards the heavens. He had never bothered to glance at the figures when swiping his card at the store. Thus, he had never truly comprehended the reality that a lack of money could indeed thwart even the mightiest. You must be hungry, Li Xiaoya asserted confidently. Upon touching his belly at her words, he conceded, a bit. Li Xiaoya scampered into the house, declaring, I shall prepare a meal for you. I didn't finish my classes today and missed the cafeteria as offerings. So I must rely on my own cooking. As Sheng Yuxiao entered the doorway, he found Li Xiaoya already having changed her clothes and washed away the grime. She had set up a small stool by the stove. Preparing to commence her culinary endeavors, Sheng Yuxiao glanced down at his hands. For the first time, the esteemed young master felt profoundly inadequate, despite having believed he would lack an appetite after laboring in the pig pen. He found himself unable to refuse the meal prepared by Li Xiaoya. The mushrooms sautéed in a hint of lard, combined with shredded greens and mashed potatoes, were utterly delectable with a single bite. His appetite was awakened, and the young master, tears in his eyes, consumed 2 large bowls. Sheng family villa. As the morning light streamed into the hall, Su Qiulai rose early, compelled to attend to pressing matters. She seated herself beside the dining table, and before long, she heard the sound of cautious footsteps. Turning her head, she beheld Li Qingqing. Auntie, I apologize to you, Li Qingqing stammered. What is there to apologize for? Su Qiulai inquired. I'd said something wrong yesterday that upset you. Su Qiulai felt somewhat at a loss, unable to comprehend what thoughts occupied the mind of such a young girl. Coldly, she replied, There is no need for an apology. Li Qingqing fidgeted with the hem of her skirt, a gift from the Sheng family, a Chanel dress. Tears welled up in her eyes as she implored, Auntie, please don't dislike me. I truly admire you. I also love painting, and I wish to learn from you. Su Qiulai rubbed her temple. You wish to learn painting? Yes, yes, came the eager reply. Su Qiulai contemplated voicing her doubts about the girl's talent and aesthetic sensibility, but swallowed her words. Instead, she gently advised, You have misunderstood my work. Perhaps you should read more, such as Philosophy of Art, or 500 Years of Color Still Life. Li Qingqing stood there, taken aback. She had deliberately turned on the camera upon her arrival, intending to showcase Su Qiulai's perceived harshness and her own pitiable admiration. Yet, she had not anticipated that Su Qiulai would imply she lacked knowledge. Li Qingqing was unconvinced that she had misinterpreted the art. For the subsequent critics had echoed similar sentiments. Clearly, Su Qiulai was intentionally making things difficult for her. She ceased to ponder how Li Xiaoya had managed in her past life, since Su Qiulai looked down upon her. She vowed to make her regret it. Li Qingqing is so pitiful. Pitiful, my foot. Doesn't anyone think she is overly eager for attention? To be honest, the Sheng family's young master is far more appealing. 1. I'm off to watch Rural Life again. The scene shifted. Sheng Yuxiao and Li Xiaoya were once again squatting on the doorstep, brushing their teeth and washing their faces. The icy water jolted Sheng Yuxiao, who furrowed his brows and remarked, "At this rate, I'll be competing in a winter swimming contest with that fool Qin Sui next year." Li Xiaoya, somewhat bewildered, asked, "Who is that fool Qin Sui?" Sheng Yuxiao chuckled, pressing his cold hand against the back of Li Xiaoya's neck, causing the young girl to shiver. His mischievous smile broadened. "Yes, a person," he finally replied. Li Xiaoya rested her chin on her hand. "This is the first time I've heard a name so long." "Haha, Qin Sui is his name. The latter part is an adjective," Sheng Yuxiao explained, his expression sobering slightly as he cautioned Li Xiaoya. "From now on, if you encounter him, don't play with him. He is quite wicked." Li Xiaoya nodded earnestly, indicating she understood, although she thought to herself that she would likely never meet that so-called fool Qin Sui. Meanwhile, the barrage of comments erupted in laughter. The Qin and Sheng families have truly been rivals for years. Can someone tell me, who is Qin Sui? Do you know High City SKP? Yes, the luxury mall that houses all the top brands. His family owns it. Who is going to tweet him? I want to see the fun. Qin Sui's social media was overwhelmed by the vast and chaotic tide of online information. However, the show Exchange Life has indeed garnered significant attention on social media, primarily due to the antics of the young master, who has become a trending topic for her rather ludicrous behavior. The rapid dissemination of this trend was such that Qin Sui, the sole heir of the Qin family and a rival of Sheng Deshao, caught wind of it through a friend's cell phone. Sheng Yuxiao has been possessed by a ghost. Qin Sui's reaction mirrored that of Su Qiu's upon first hearing of it. How utterly embarrassing! Sheng Yuxiao is actually willing to participate in such a ridiculous program. Qin Sui's friends couldn't help but cluck their tongues in disbelief. Someone nearby leaned in, pointing at the little girl on the phone screen. Is it because of her? Her. Who is she? She appears to be a local villager, seemingly around 6 or 7 years old. Initially, Sheng Yuxiao was supposed to record the show at the village chief's house, but for some unknown reason, the location was suddenly changed to her home. Listening to their fervent discussions, Qin Sui stood up and uttered 2 dismissive words. Boring. Hey, Qin Xiao, don't leave. Aren't you going to join us in watching Sheng Yuxiao's antics? I can't be bothered to watch fools. With that, Qin Sui, exuding an air of noble aloofness, instructed his driver to take him home. To his surprise, both Mr. and Mrs. Qin were at home. Upon entering, Qin Sui found the sounds emanating from the television oddly familiar and turned to see none other than Sheng Yuxiao on screen. Why is this everywhere? Furrowing his brow, he was about to ascend the stairs when he heard his mother exclaim something utterly shocking. "Oh, I think Sheng Yuxiao's transformation is quite remarkable. Since the show is yielding results so quickly, why not send Qin Sui to try it too?" Chapter 14. The live broadcast incident in circles like that of Sheng Yuxiao. Every individual boasts a fortune exceeding 100 billion. With immense wealth and a respected social standing, one would expect their lives to be devoid of worries, except when it comes to raising children. Mrs. Qin, with her gentle and nurturing demeanor, was taken aback to find that her son possessed a gloomy temperament. Never once gracing the world with a smile, she often dreamed of her son becoming a twisted serial killer, ultimately ending up in prison. Initially, Mrs. Qin attributed this to her son's lack of friendships, prompting Qin Sui to begin forging connections. Yet to this day, despite the multitude of admirers surrounding him, his disposition remained as somber as ever. Lost in thought, Mrs. Qin could not help but shed a tear. Mr. Qin, a man of reserved character, noticed his wife's sorrowful demeanor and, furrowing his brow, decisively declared, "Very well, let us send him to try it out." Qin Sui interjected, "Has anyone considered my opinion?" Mr. Qin seemingly ignored him, pulling out his phone to say, "Hold on, let me find the program's contact information." Mrs. Qin eagerly nodded along. Qin Sui, "Mother, father, I will not go." Mr. Qin, without turning back, replied, "All right, I've got the phone number." Mrs. Qin exclaimed joyfully, "That's wonderful." Qin Sui. Thus, the chief director of the program received an unexpected phone call. "Hello, Who is this? I am Qin Haoming. The director thought to himself, who is Qin Haoming? Clarify your identity. Which company are you with? And are you here for collaboration or something else? As the thoughts raced through the director's mind, it suddenly dawned on him. Qin Haoming. Is there another Qin Haoming? The illustrious Qin Haoming, who has established high-end shopping malls across the globe and is renowned on the Forbes list. He need not disclose specific companies or identities. Mr. Qin? The chief director stammered. To his astonishment, Mr. Qin himself had placed a call. I watched your show. It's quite impressive, he remarked succinctly, acknowledging his busy schedule. After a brief pause, he continued, I will send my son over. What do you think? Such a monumental surprise? No. Shock. The chief director's expression shifted, and he faltered, barely able to contain himself. You are aware that the young master of the Sheng family is also part of this program, right? Just the other day, he called your son a fool. Indeed, I am aware. I just witnessed it myself. Otherwise, why would I consider sending my son to you? But the young master and the Sheng heir aren't exactly compatible. Wouldn't that disrupt the entire production team? Precisely because they are not compatible, it is all the more necessary for them to engage. Boys must compete to refine their character. The chief director was left speechless. Yet the program rules permitted only one guest. Well, how much investment would it take to amend the rules? Would 30 million suffice? If not, how about 50 million, 60 million? The chief director inhaled deeply. This was merely a marginal program. Had it not been for the interest of Sheng Yuxiao's mother, he wouldn't have secured the current investments. To his surprise, Mr. Qin appeared willing to invest so liberally. However, the chief director steeled himself and politely declined. I'm sorry, Mr. Qin, but it truly cannot be done. The program can only feature one guest for the exchange. What a pity. Mr. Qin Haoming concluded the call decisively. The chief director lamented the loss of a significant opportunity, but quickly reminded himself that not having to worry about being reprimanded by the young master of the Sheng family was a blessing in itself. Qin Sui had listened attentively to his father's conversation with the production team. Excellent. The program's rules were inflexible. He would remember them and commend their efforts in the future when the opportunity arose. Satisfied, Qin Sui ascended the stairs to rest, leaving Mrs. Qin to repeatedly express her sentiments to her husband. Why can't it be done? Alas, what a shame, what a splendid opportunity. Li family village. Another rain shower descended. Sheng Yuxiao, holding a tattered umbrella, escorted Li Xiaoya to school. As they walked, he remarked, we still have a bit of money. When shall we replace this dilapidated umbrella? What a piece of work. It covers one ear but leaves the other exposed. There are always a few holes leaking. Li Xiaoya nodded in agreement, saying, we can sell mushrooms again. Let us head to the town. They say there are plenty of things for sale in town. Surely, they have umbrellas too. At that moment, Li Xiaoya displayed the innocent longing that befits a child, licking her lips and her eyes sparkling with excitement. I've never been to town. Sheng Yuxiao affectionately ruffled her hair. I'll take you. Li Xiaoya tugged at his sleeve. Sheng Yuxiao bent down. What is it? Li Xiaoya pulled out a faded but clean handkerchief from her pocket and wiped the water from his ear. Sheng Yuxiao couldn't resist patting her head again as he asked, if you've never been to town, how have you sold the mushrooms you collected? Uncle Dong in the village collects mushrooms. He gathers a great many and then takes them to the city to sell. Oh, how much can you sell that basket for? Just like last time. 3 yuan. 3 yuan. Sheng Yuxiao's expression twisted in disbelief. Even a barrage of comments was in shock. What? A basket sells for 3 yuan? The wild mushrooms I buy at the market start at 40 yuan a pound. What a heartless vegetable collector. They really are bullying a child. I can't stand it. I think the entire Li family village has issues. Li Xiaoya has fans now. To defend her, they insulted all her villagers, right? 3 yuan is generous. How can a vegetable collector make money without lowering the price? They're not running a charity. Do you understand anything? The barrage erupted into another debate about whether Li Xiaoya was good or bad. Meanwhile, Sheng Yuxiao was seething with anger, thinking, this wretched village wants to wait for me to finish filming and turn it into a tourist attraction. No way, it would be a miracle if I didn't blow it up. Wait a moment, Sheng Xiao. Don't move forward just yet. A staff member's voice suddenly echoed from off-camera. The barrage finally returned to a relevant discussion. What is happening? It seems there has been a landslide ahead, the staff member said, frowning. Sheng Yuxiao squinted into the distance, where the road stretched forward, ultimately blocked by a mass of darkness. It was indeed a landslide. He had been so engrossed in chatting with Li Xiaoya that he hadn't even noticed. Well, that's just fine. No need to go to school now, let us head back to rest. Sheng Yuxiao thought it was rather good, as he intended to help Li Xiaoya pick mushrooms later. Li Xiaoya nodded in disappointment and began to trudge back through the muddy water. But just a few steps back, the staff member suddenly changed color, shouting, "Oh no, Xing Xiao, quick, run. There has been a landslide." Everything happened in an instant. The earthy smell intensified around them, followed by a thunderous roar. Sheng Yuxiao tossed aside his umbrella, wrapped Li Xiaoya protectively against his chest, and sprinted away with long strides. Portions of the mountainside, along with mud, rocks, and the flora and fauna clinging to the slopes, cascaded down together. The camera shook violently as the production team ran for their lives. Hardly sparing a glance at Sheng Yuxiao's situation, Sheng Yuxiao held his breath and sprinted for miles. Finally, the roaring ceased. The debris from the mountainside lay piled up on the road. The production team glanced over, still shaken, and hurriedly urged, "Let us go. Let us head back to the village." Sheng Yuxiao gradually exhaled, looking down to realize he was still holding Li Xiaoya upside down, cursing himself for being careless. He quickly righted her and asked, "Did you get hurt?" Li Xiaoya's eyes trembled, tears welling up and spilling over. How could Sheng Yuxiao bear this? Just as he was about to comfort her, he heard Li Xiaoya cry out, You're bleeding to me? I'm bleeding?" Sheng Yuxiao set Li Xiaoya down and looked down at himself. His pant leg was torn, a large patch of blood staining the fabric, but the dark color made it hard to discern at first glance. Sheng Yuxiao's breath hitched as he suddenly felt a sharp, excruciating pain spreading through his mind. The production team heard the commotion and turned to look. In unison, they were horrified. Quickly, get back to the car. We need to get to the hospital. Otherwise, those two from the Sheng family would surely twist their heads off. This live broadcast incident has once again ascended to trending topics. Not only did Xing Jun and Su Qiu witness it, but also President Qin. Amidst his busy schedule, President Qin managed to spare a moment to call the chief director. Is there now an available spot? Upon receiving the call, the chief director was utterly astonished. At this moment, you still concern yourself with available spots. Truly, one could not doubt the rivalry with the Sheng family. I nearly suspected that you might manipulate the weather to orchestrate a landslide, intending to crush the only son of the Sheng family right there. Chapter 15. New guests on the show. The production team was accompanied by a physician, who promptly located the medical kit and began to cut the pant leg. At this moment, the injury was fully exposed to everyone's gaze. It appeared to be a laceration caused by flying shards of rock. The fabric of the pants was too thin to provide any protection. The doctor remarked. The crowd gasped at the sight of the bloody wound. This surely requires stitches, right? The doctor nodded in agreement. Yes. Sheng Yuxiao glanced down, feeling quite relieved, as long as no major arteries or nerves were severed. This is fortunate indeed, far better than fracturing a bone in the chaos, a silver lining amidst misfortune. The chief director was in tears, yet lamented. But even this minor misfortune is unacceptable. How do we explain this to Mr. Sheng and Ms. Su? Sheng Yuxiao inquired of the doctor. Can it be stitched here? The doctor pondered for a moment before shaking his head. The environment is not ideal. We should head to the county hospital. I will first disinfect the wound and apply gauze to stem the bleeding. The primary concern was that no one dared to bear the responsibility. After all, he is the only son of the Sheng family. The only son, Sheng Yuxiao, who typically exuded a fierce demeanor and was hard to approach, was now unexpectedly agreeable, extending his leg casually. Fine, you proceed as you see fit. The doctor quickly gathered iodine, medical cotton, and gauze. Sheng Yuxiao, not wishing to witness the treatment of his wound, turned his gaze towards Li Xiaoya, contemplating how to comfort the child. Her earnest attempt to soothe was quite endearing. However, upon shifting his focus, he realized Li Xiaoya was no longer beside him. She had been squeezed out of the crowd, standing helplessly with red-rimmed eyes, gazing at him pitifully, as if a gust of wind could whisk her away. Sheng Yuxiao hastily waved her over. Come here. Li Xiaoya stumbled forward a couple of steps, then froze. Sheng Yuxiao wondered. Is she frightened? He casually gestured to a staff member. Go bring her over. The staff member nodded and carried Li Xiaoya back to his side. Now that she was closer, he noticed her face was pallid, her gaze vacant, and her entire body trembling. Sheng Yuxiao immediately reassured her. It was the rock that injured me. Not you. Why are you crying? Li Xiaoya forced her mouth open, her voice so faint it seemed she could barely breathe. Will you die? So she was worried about my demise. Sheng Yuxiao's heart softened, wanting to embrace Li Xiaoya. However, the doctor immediately cautioned. No, young master, do not move. Be careful not to touch the wound. Sheng Yuxiao could only reluctantly retract his hand and gently pat Li Xiaoya's back. I need to go to the county hospital. Will you wait for me to return, all right? The expression of anxiety on Li Xiaoya's face suddenly intensified as she clutched his sleeve tightly. Will you come back? Of course. The show has not yet concluded. You truly won't die, will you? No. Do I appear to be on the brink of death? Only then did Li Xiaoya slowly nod her head with great caution, retracting her hand. Sheng Yuxiao gazed at her for a moment, initially expecting her to cling to him, insisting on accompanying him to the county hospital. He sighed, feeling a tinge of disappointment. What was this feeling? However, he also feared that if he were injured, he might be unable to attend to her amidst the crowd. Thus refraining from suggesting taking her along to wash her face, have her clean her face, Sheng Yuxiao instructed the staff. The staff members smacked their forehead. All right, I overlooked that. Li Xiaoya's face and neck were streaked with tears, mud, and a hint of blood, perhaps splattered from Sheng Yuxiao's injury. The staff member carried her away, borrowed some hot water from a nearby household, and then used a compressed towel from the vehicle to clean Li Xiaoya's face. She sat there in a daze, allowing the staff to attend to her. As they wiped her face, her body trembled slightly. Upon closer inspection, they noticed a cut on her forehead. The blood is yours. Does it hurt? Why didn't you mention it earlier? The staff member frowned. Li Xiaoya shook her head, whispering, It's nothing. The staff member, exasperated, retorted, How can you say it's nothing, before turning to seek a doctor? Coincidentally, the doctor was accompanying Sheng Yuxiao in a vehicle, taking a different route to the county. The staff member, at a loss, rummaged through their bag for a band-aid and iodine swab, then turned back to find Li Xiaoya. She remained seated, utterly still. As the staff approached, they heard her mumble softly, I really am a jinx. The staff member paused, feeling an involuntary tightening in their chest. Li Xiaoya. They took a step forward, but she immediately lowered her gaze and sealed her lips. Sighing, the staff member began to disinfect her wound with the iodine swab. Throughout the process, she didn't utter a single sound. All her previous tears seemed to stem solely from the fear of Sheng Yuxiao's potential demise. The staff member's emotions grew increasingly complex as they applied the band-aid, unable to resist saying, Once you study geography, you'll understand that this is a very common natural disaster. You are not a jinx. Li Qingqing awoke to the news of Sheng Yuxiao's injury. Incurred while protecting Li Xiaoya, she nearly burst into laughter on the spot. This was splendid. With this incident, the Sheng family would undoubtedly despise Li Xiaoya. Even if she had managed to win over the favor of the esteemed young master Sheng, she could forget about being adopted as a member of the Sheng family. Li Qingqing hastily descended the stairs, feigning concern as she approached Sheng Jun. Uncle, I heard that my brother was injured. Is it serious? Sheng Jun dismissed her worry with a wave of his hand. It's nothing major. Li Qingqing pressed on. Are we going to visit my brother? Sheng Jun paused for a moment. Do you wish to go? Li Qingqing nodded vigorously. Hearing that Li Xiaoya was left alone in the village, while Sheng Yuxiao was taken to the county hospital, she realized that if she could accompany Sheng Jun, it would naturally draw their relationship closer. Then let us go. Sheng Jun swiftly arrived at a decision. Li Qingqing, of course, was overjoyed, yet at this moment, she feigned innocence and inquired, What about Auntie? Is she not coming? Sheng Jun replied, She has been quite busy lately. Li Qingqing murmured, Then, brother will be sad not to see mother, won't he? What she truly meant to convey was that Su Qiulai, as a maternal figure, was woefully inadequate. However, Sheng Jun chuckled. Sheng Yuxiao would rather not see his mother at all. Why is that? Li Qingqing pondered. Could it be that Sheng Yuxiao's relationship with his mother was strained? That would be a positive development, as she herself harbored a dislike for Su Qiulai. Yet, Sheng Jun showed no inclination to elaborate further. Shortly after, a servant tidied up Li Qingqing's luggage, and they soon set off for the nearest city with an airport, located near the mountain village. Thanks to Sheng Jun, Li Qingqing experienced the delight of first-class travel for the very first time. However, it was a pity not to flaunt it to others, since they weren't filming at the moment. Li Qingqing hurriedly retrieved her phone and snapped a series of photos within the cabin. Once they disembarked, she quietly registered a Weibo account and uploaded the pictures with the caption, Thank you, my long-legged uncle. After completing this, Li Qingqing carefully stowed her phone and turned to glance at Sheng Jun, only to find him squinting slightly. That seems somewhat familiar, like that kid from the Qin family. The Qin family, was that not the one that later acquired numerous high-end brands? earning the title of the uncrowned king of Paris. Li Xiaoya followed his gaze. I and the bustling airport hall, a tall, slender figure clad in a black trench coat, surrounded by several bodyguards, swiftly moved away, rendering it impossible to discern any details. Xing Jun merely mentioned that one line and did not pursue the subject of the young master from the Qin family any further. They drove directly to the county hospital. Young Master Sheng is injured. The mountain village life has lost its allure. Oh my, Li Xiaoya actually followed President Sheng to the hospital to visit young Master Sheng. Now, this place is even more intriguing. Time to sneak away. The viewership for Li Xiaoya's stream rapidly declined. However, as Li Xiaoya and Xing Jun arrived at the hospital, another black Maybach, exuding an air of grandeur, navigated along a dirt road into the small mountain village. Inside the car, Qin Sui coldly inquired, "Are the roads here all this poor?" One road is passable, but it just experienced a landslide, which also injured young Master Sheng. The driver hesitated to respond. Qin Sui immediately retorted, "Heaven has eyes." The driver dared not reply. Qin Sui suddenly asked, "Am I also supposed to stay at that Li Xiaoya's place like him?" "That's the arrangement by the production team," came the response. Qin Sui's tone was icy as he closed his eyes and said, "That would not be a favorable situation for her. I am not as accommodating as Sheng Yuxiao." Time passed, and at last they arrived. The car door opened, and the driver gestured for Qin Sui to alight. Qin Sui stepped out with his long legs. The onlookers still monitoring Li Xiaoya were suddenly jolted to attention. Astonished, "Holy cow, it's Qin Sui. Young Master Sheng, what is this? You just said for Li Xiaoya not to associate with him, and now the real deal has arrived." Chapter 16. No one shall inherit my Li Xiaoya. The chief director eagerly approached, pointing to the house behind him. "This is the recording location. You will need to stay here for a few days." Qin Sui turned his head and uttered a few words. "Is Sheng Yuxiao residing in a pigsty?" The chief director responded with silence. The barrage of comments read, "Well, this one has a sharper tongue than Sheng Yuxiao. I can vaguely discern why these two families are archenemies. Is there no other place to choose?" Qin Sui inquired again. No," came the reply. Thus, Qin Sui fell silent and strode towards the dilapidated house not far away. The chief director sighed in relief, pondering how this individual seemed easier to persuade than the illustrious Sheng. Surely, the subsequent recording would proceed smoothly. Despite the lingering sadness, the pigs still required feeding. After finishing feeding the pigs, Li Xiaoya, carrying an iron basin, was heading back when she unexpectedly bumped into Qin Sui. She stood there momentarily, stunned, before realizing that a stranger had arrived. "Who are you?" Li Xiaoya regarded him with suspicion. Qin Sui lowered his gaze, observing the little girl who barely reached his waist, and spoke in a tone devoid of warmth. "Did the production team not inform you? Sheng Yuxiao has left, and I am here to take his place." Li Xiaoya's eyes widened in shock, tears brimming within her beautiful orbs. Yet they did not fall. "Sheng Yuxiao has left. He won to return," she murmured in disbelief. Qin Sui, uncertain of how his father had arranged things, remained silent. Li Xiaoya, his silence was tantamount to confirmation. Her small face, no bigger than a palm, was clouded with disappointment. Unable to accept the reality, Qin Sui couldn't help but wonder, am I truly that inferior? Will I be worse than Sheng Yuxiao? The barrage continued to speculate. Let me see how Li Xiaoya will fare against Qin Sui. Given Qin Sui's temperament, he probably won't pay her any mind. It's hard to say. Li Xiaoya is exceptionally skilled at winning people over. The audience remained glued to the screen, unwilling to miss a single detail. At that moment, Li Xiaoya turned and walked away without uttering a word. She's leaving? She just walked away like that. Qin Sui observed her diminutive figure retreating. Momentarily taken aback, he discreetly furrowed his brow and turned to a crew member off camera, asking, "What should I do?" The staff member, caught off guard by the question, realized that this individual had likely never participated in a variety show and probably never watched such trivial content. Thus, he could only respond, "This is a reality show. May act as you wish." Qin Sui lowered his gaze, remaining silent. He must be thinking, what kind of dull program would appeal to such fools? The previous comment is spot on regarding Qin Sui. Li Xiaoya ignored him, and Qin Sui entered the house, only to discover that the interior was even worse than it appeared from the outside. He tightened his brow and soon heard a fit of coughing from within. Following the sound, he found Li Grandpa. Upon seeing him, Li Grandpa was momentarily taken aback and asked, "Who are you?" "I'm here for the recording." That person. Where is he? Li Grandpa inquired anxiously, struggling with his rudimentary Mandarin. You mean Xing Yuxiao? He has left. No, that's not acceptable. He promised me and has yet to fulfill it. Li Grandpa's distress intensified. Qin Sui merely cast him a cold glance before turning to exit. Muttering to himself about the dismal state of this place, Li Xiaoya had not returned. She had gone out to gather mushrooms and did not come back until quite late. Why do I feel like Li Xiaoya is quite reluctant to meet Qin Sui? Does she still dare to look down upon Qin Sui? How could she even think herself worthy? Stop arguing. Let me check on young Master Sheng. Sheng Yuxiao lay on the hospital bed, conversing with the staff. Hand me the tablet. I want to see what Li Xiaoya is up to right now. The staff, hesitant, repeatedly refused. You should focus on resting. Electronic devices are not conducive to your recovery. Stop spouting nonsense. Sheng Yuxiao extended his hand, demanding, give it to me. At that moment, Sheng Jun's voice resonated. Yuxiao. He entered the room seamlessly. Upon seeing his father, Sheng Yuxiao's temper slightly abated and he called out, Dad, what brings you here? It was Li Qingqing who responded. I heard my brother was injured, so we came to see him. Sheng Yuxiao frowned. Who the hell is your brother? Don't call me that. Li Qingqing's expression faltered, and in the next moment, her eyes brimmed with tears. Brother, I'm the one who made the exchange with you. My name is Li Qingqing. Sheng Yuxiao ignored her and turned to Xing Jun. Perfect timing. You can see for yourself that my injury is not severe. It's nothing critical. I've been here for 2 days, and I need to return home. Xing Jun sat beside him, lifting the blanket to glance at the bandage on his leg. You want to go home? Sheng Yuxiao looked perplexed. What would I go home for? Xing Jun, equally astonished. You're not going home. Of course, I am going back to Li family village. Sheng Yuxiao's brow furrowed again. You don't understand. There's a little child there, exceptionally adorable. Li Xiaoya? Oh, you know her. Xing Jun replied, Your mother and I have watched a bit of the show. Well, that has settled then, I'll be frank. Li Xiaoya cannot be without me. I still need to take care of her. Young Master Xing spoke these words with unwavering conviction. Although Li Xiaoya cooked for him, he could also style her hair. He had not been able to braid it well that day. And during his hospital stay, he had spent his time envisioning how to do it properly. When he returned this time, he would definitely be able to fashion a particularly adorable bun for her, surpassing everyone else. She cannot be without you. Sheng Jun's lips twitched. Indeed, I haven't returned for 2 days. She might have secretly cried under the covers at least 8 times. Her bedding is quite shabby and drafty. I must pick up a new blanket for her on my way back. Sheng Yuxiao was still preoccupied with the image of Li Xiaoya's tear-streaked face when he left. She was worried he might die. Deeply concerned, I must return to comfort her, right? The comment section erupted in laughter. Young Master Sheng, rest assured, she is quite resilient. She hasn't been hiding under the covers crying. She's even gone mushroom picking again. Xing Jun appeared somewhat helpless. After such a long time apart, don't you wish to spend a couple of days with me? Sheng Yuxiao waved his hand dismissively. Once I return home, I'll have to see you every day, won't I, Xing Jun? Haraha, how heartless to his own father. Young Master Xing really must return. If he doesn't, what if Li Xiaoya runs off with Qin Sui? Let her run. Is it so hard for young Master Xing to have a sister? There are plenty who would like to be his sister. Xing Jun spread his hands. I can let you go back. But you can't leave right now. Sheng Yuxiao furrowed his brows. What do you mean? Li Qingqing finally found an opportunity to interject, quickly exclaiming, It's because Qin Sui has gone. Doesn't brother know? He is going to record a program with Li Xiaoya. Qin Sui? Which Qin Sui? Sheng Yuxiao's expression darkened. Who else could it be? Xing Jun chuckled helplessly. Sheng Yuxiao's countenance changed dramatically as he threw off the covers and leapt from the bed. I will return at once. Qin Sui should not even think about inheriting my Li Xiaoya. Chapter 17. Qin Sui's Waterloo. Xing Jun was at a loss for words. What do you mean? Your Li Xiaoya? The young lady belongs to her parents. Sheng Yuxiao retorted. But she doesn't have parents. Xing Jun was momentarily speechless and soon began to lecture. Even so, you shouldn't speak of her that way. It is quite disrespectful to the young lady. Sheng Yuxiao ignored his father's words. He was genuinely contemplating how to take Li Xiaoya away from that small village. But such thoughts were best left unspoken for now. Li Qingqing, feeling anxious on the sidelines, had not anticipated Xing Yuxiao's deep regard for Li Xiaoya. Lowering her head to conceal the shifting emotions in her eyes, she gently asked, Did brother get injured to protect Li Xiaoya? Xing Yuxiao returned to the bed. Casting a sidelong glance at Li Qingqing, his tone now frosty. a stark contrast to his earlier urgency. Who told you that? The coldness in his voice, tinged with a hint of arrogance, reminded Li Qingqing of Su Qiu. This mother and son duo truly shared the same haughty disposition. A pang of unease gripped Li Qingqing as she replied, "Everyone is saying so." Sheng Yuxiao abruptly turned his gaze to Sheng Jun. "Do you think so as well?" Sheng Jun shook his head. "That is your own affair. It has nothing to do with the young lady. However, if you truly protected her, that would be commendable, indicating that you have grown a bit. Taking on responsibilities and knowing how to protect the vulnerable." Only then did Sheng Yuxiao's expression soften slightly as he countered, "Then are you willing to let me return and continue to protect the vulnerable?" Sheng Jun replied, "First, call your mother. She is quite worried about you." Sheng Yuxiao paused for a moment before promptly requesting a phone from the staff. He dialed Su Qiu's number. He turned to Li Qingqing and added, "Do not call me brother." Li Qingqing clenched her fists, nearly losing control of her expression. She could only turn to Sheng Jun, hoping that the gentle and cultured Sheng would speak on her behalf. Yet, Sheng Jun remained silent, merely waving her over as they exited the ward, leaving Sheng Yuxiao to converse alone with his mother. This was just how Yuxiao was. He had always drawn clear boundaries, allowing no one to cross the lines he had set. Sheng Jun mused, what a tolerant father, so accepting of his son's personality and preferences. Indeed, it is quite advantageous for young Master Sheng to be this way. Once he matures, he won't become an emotional central air conditioner, nor will he hurt young ladies' feelings. Most detestable are those men who can't resist when a young lady casually calls them brother, and end up collecting numerous younger sisters for no reason. Li Qingqing seems a bit oblivious to the situation. Well, she's still young. Li Qingqing, struggling to suppress her trembling body, asked Sheng Jun, "What must I do for brother to like me?" Sheng Jun squinted slightly. "Why do you insist on him liking you?" Li Qingqing felt flustered under his gaze, yet cautiously and pitifully expressed, "I hope everyone likes me. I am afraid, truly afraid, that others may not favor me." "Oh, so it is a people-pleasing personality. How pitiable indeed." Sheng Jun nodded. "I comprehend your feelings. However, Yu Zhao's temperament is rather difficult to navigate." Why, Li Qingqing silently gritted her teeth. Meanwhile, Ms. Su Qiulai succinctly advised her son, "It would be best to let your wound heal until it is no longer visible before you return." "Mother, my health is not that fragile. Have you considered Li Xiaoya?" "What do you mean?" "When you were injured, she must have felt quite sorrowful, perhaps even blaming herself. If you return now, the glaring wound on your body will serve as a constant reminder of your pain. Have you thought about how heartbroken she might be?" Sheng Yuxiao sighed. "I understand now. I will take my time to recuperate before returning. However, that fool Qin Sui cannot possibly care for Li Xiaoya properly." Su Qiulai did not correct his choice of words, but merely reminded him of one fact. In the years prior to your arrival, Li Xiaoya has navigated life on her own. Sheng Yuxiao was momentarily rendered speechless. After a pause, he could not help but say, "Isn't it out of concern for her? Has your father arrived?" Su Qiulai inquired. "Yes, he brought a child along, which is quite bothersome. He insists on calling me brother. Be a gentleman towards girls." Su Qiulai paused before adding, "If you are truly worried, let your father purchase some gifts for you to bring to Li Xiaoya upon your return. She would be delighted." Sheng Yuxiao finally released a sigh of relief. "Mother, I understand." He put away his phone and ceased to mention the matter of returning. This moment, the barrage of comments was equally astonished. Miss Su's methods are truly admirable. Her persuasive skills are remarkable. Shortly thereafter, Sheng Jun returned. Sheng Yuxiao conveyed his mother's intentions to Sheng Jun. A figure of Sheng Jun's stature merely smiled in good humor upon hearing this, saying, "Very well, I shall go shopping. What would you like to gift Li Xiaoya?" "New clothes, new shoes, perhaps a couple of hats. Otherwise, her ears will freeze come winter. We should also buy a couple of umbrellas. A new lunchbox is necessary as well. Install a lamp for her, and surely a heater is needed. New stationery, a new backpack. Her cloth bag has already worn holes." Sheng Yuxiao leaned languidly against the headboard, speaking incessantly. Sheng Jun's temples twitched in exasperation. "Are you planning to move an entire street for her? Just 2 shops will suffice." Though Sheng Jun found it speechless, he still proceeded to purchase, as his son suggested. Of course, it was not Sheng Jun who went shopping personally, but rather he delegated the task to his subordinates. Li Qingqing followed behind, still in shock, unable to fully grasp the situation. Who is Sheng Yuxiao? An imperious overlord. That he could remember so vividly that Li Xiaoya's cloth bag was torn and hold it in such regard was astonishing. A wave of intense jealousy swiftly obliterated the joy Li Qingqing had felt upon arriving. The viewers could not help but exclaim, Xingyu Xiao is a bit too indulgent. No way, does he truly care for Li Xiaoya? Rather fierce towards Li Qingqing. It is clearly Li Qingqing who made the exchange. Li Xiaoya should certainly be worthy of the generous attention bestowed upon her by young Master Sheng. Indeed, quickly, go and see what Li Xiaoya is up to. Some bewildered audience members hurriedly made their way over. Li Xiaoya had just sorted various types of mushrooms and collected the eggs, then sat in a daze before the large basket. Resting her chin on her knees, she murmured softly, I can't go to the city anymore. Oh, right. Sheng Yuxiao mentioned taking her to the town to sell mushrooms. Now that Sheng Yuxiao is not here, why doesn't she seek out Qin Sui? Goodness, take a closer look at the mushrooms she has sorted. Chicken fat mushrooms, porcini, enochied, all rare wild edible fungi. They sell for a pretty penny in the market. You mean to tell me the vegetable collector only offered 3 coins for these? Li Xiaoya, please don't sell them. Wait for young Master Sheng to return. The comments were still buzzing with excitement when Qin Sui suddenly entered from outside. The environment was deplorable, but for Qin Sui, it was not entirely unbearable. He casually found a large stone to sit on and read for an entire afternoon, until his stomach audibly protested with hunger. Where are you eating? Qin Sui inquired. Li Xiaoya glanced at him and pointed to the ground beneath her. Qin Sui frowned. Are we eating here? He had never experienced such a dismal dining atmosphere in his life. What are we eating? He asked again. Li Xiaoya informed him. You need to find your own food. A sense of absurdity washed over Qin Sui. Find my own? Li Xiaoya remained silent, offering only her indifferent yet fuzzy crown. The comments erupted in astonishment. She is completely ignoring Qin Sui. Li Xiaoya, you are truly deserving of Sheng Yuxiao. If he knew you were giving Qin Sui the cold shoulder, he would be overjoyed. Upon reflection, could this be Qin Sui's first encounter with failure in his otherwise smooth life? For Qin Sui, indeed, it was. Though he possessed a gloomy demeanor, his charisma had always been formidable, attracting numerous admirers. Otherwise, how could he compete with Sheng Yuxiao? When Qin Sui arrived, he had envisioned a splendid scenario. Planning to disregard anyone from the village, unlike Sheng Yuxiao, who foolishly fussed over a little girl, yet he did not anticipate that the little girl had no intention of acknowledging him either. Qin Sui furrowed his brow. Well, missing a meal or two is no great matter. Soon, the moon hung high among the branches. The young girl squatted at the doorway, counting money by the moonlight. Qin Sui approached and asked, Is this your money? Or is it from the production team? We can't use money to buy food. Li Xiaoya did not turn her head. No, Qin Sui rephrased. What if I borrow it? I can pay you back tenfold. Li Xiaoya was unusually resolute. No, I cannot afford to support you. After a pause, she added, This money is for supporting Sheng Yuxiao. Qin Sui felt a lump in his throat. A total knockout. Qin Sui, why am I suddenly feeling a bit envious of Sheng Yuxiao? Chapter 18. She only likes Sheng Yuxiao. Qin Sui spent an entire night hungry, unable to sleep. And when he arose the next day, his expression appeared even more somber. Yet Li Xiaoya showed no fear of him whatsoever. She spoke with a rather brusque tone, declaring, I am off to school now. Goodbye. At that moment, Qin Sui felt a twinge of discomfort in his stomach and grabbed the young girl's arm, asking, Aren't you going to have breakfast? You can eat at school. It's free, Li Xiaoya replied. When Sheng Yuxiao was around, you weren't like this. At least you would steam a potato for him and offer him hot water to drink. I don't know why, but suddenly I find Li Xiaoya even cuter like this. There's a clear distinction in treatment, and the double standard is truly endearing. Qin Sui initially contemplated asking, What about me? Yet, as the words lingered on his lips, he deemed it rather superfluous. Instead, he narrowed his eyes and decisively declared, I shall accompany you to school. Li Xiaoya responded with a simple, Oh, her expression revealing nothing of her emotional state. Qin Sui felt a wave of frustration wash over him. He was accustomed to being the center of attention. Revered like a star, and although he prided himself on rising above base frivolities, he couldn't help but feel a tinge of discomfort at being so utterly ignored. Without uttering a word, he gathered a few personal belongings and followed Li Xiaoya onto the path. The area affected by the recent landslide had yet to be fully cleared, thus Li Xiaoya opted for an alternative route that was significantly more circuitous. This path was perilous, it's too narrow. One could easily slip down the slope, Qin Sui remarked gravely. The slender figure ahead of him turned without looking back. Is it dangerous? Qin Sui grasped her arm. Do not proceed. I must go to school. Li Xiaoya replied, pushing his hand away. Reluctantly, he trailed behind her, his thoughts coldly fixated on whether she might stumble. The production team seemed utterly reckless, allowing such a child to traverse such a treacherous route alone. An eerie silence enveloped the surroundings, broken only by the biting morning wind that brushed against Qin Sui's cheeks, compelling him to tighten his coat. Yet, the petite figure ahead remained oblivious, steadily moving forward. In the midst of his silent scrutiny, Qin Sui suddenly lost his footing, tumbling into a nearby rice paddy. Water and mud surged up around him, soaking his clothes and seeping through his collar. He froze momentarily from the shock of cold, then swiftly registered what had occurred, his expression turning ashen. What the hell? The audience was taken aback. Something going to happen? Don't worry, the rice paddy won't drown him. Hearing the commotion, Li Xiaoya turned back and rushed to his side, inquiring with a tilted head, How did you fall into the field? Qin Sui could only muster silence, feeling a sense of disdain directed at him. Meanwhile, the production team, observing from a distance, realized the situation had escalated. They were about to rush forward but hesitated, thinking of the show's appeal, forcing themselves to remain still. After a brief moment of waiting, noticing that the crew remained motionless, Qin Sui felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. He reached for the edge of the paddy and, with a swift motion, flipped himself over. Water splashed up, drenching Li Xiaoya in the process. She looked at him disapprovingly. You got me dirty. A flicker of amusement crossed Qin Sui's face as he glanced down, noticing her cheeks speckled with mud. Yet, her inherent beauty shone through. And even with the mess, she exuded a charmingly disheveled allure. Li Xiaoya retrieved a handkerchief from her cloth bag, dabbed her face, and then glanced at Qin Sui. After a moment's hesitation, she extended it towards him. Would you like me to wipe your face? Qin Sui asked, slightly taken aback. Yes, you can wipe it yourself when we get back, Li Xiaoya replied, turning to leave, clearly eager to avoid being hindered by Qin Sui. He hastily wiped his face and remarked, Get back. Your home lacks gas and a shower. Where am I supposed to wash and change? Li Xiaoya turned back, looking at him quizzically. You could boil water yourself. You know, Qin Sui responded. Boil water for a bath. Merely imagining it sent a jolt of pain through my head. Your school must have a bathhouse, right? I'll just accompany you, Qin Sui calmly decided. But the school is still quite far. How far? We still have to traverse 2 hours of mountainous paths. You might catch a cold. At that moment, Qin Sui's mind was consumed with a singular thought. Upon returning, he would inform his father that the Ming Dynasty antique he had collected for 30 million was a counterfeit. He had refrained from voicing this before, not wishing to shatter his father's meager grasp of historical and cultural knowledge. But now, he only desired to pierce his father's heart with the truth. Never mind, Li Xiaoya sighed softly. I'll take you to find someone nearby to stay with. Sensing Li Xiaoya's exhaustion, this family relies entirely on her. I truly can't help but like her a little more. Before the main road was constructed, Li Xiaoya had traversed this small path countless times, so she was well acquainted with where people resided. She led Qin Sui to a household, peering inside and sweetly asking, Auntie, is there hot water available? We fell into the field. Qin Sui used the hot water provided by the family and dried his clothes by the stove. Once he emerged, freshly tidied, he found Li Xiaoya bargaining with the woman. Auntie, would 10 yuan be acceptable? The woman replied, No way. 50, Li Xiaoya pleaded, but I don't have that much money. The woman placed her hands on her hips. Everyone in the surrounding villages knows you're filming that program, saying you've paid off your father's debts. That show must be lucrative. I'm not even asking for 100, Qin Sui, having grasped part of the situation. Interjected, Why do you need to pay? Li Xiaoya glared at him. Because you used her water and stove. After a moment's contemplation, Qin Sui suggested, Just give her the money directly. Won't you be late for school? Li Xiaoya furiously shook her head. I can be late, but I want to pay extra. Qin Sui failed to comprehend. Give her 100, and I'll reimburse you 10-fold. No, 30-fold. The woman beamed at the prospect. Exactly, city folk are generous. Xiaoya, hurry and give the money to your auntie. Li Xiaoya shot Qin Sui an exasperated glare, pulled out a 50 from her pocket, shoved it into the woman's hands, and then grasped Qin Sui's hand. Dragging him away, the woman shouted after them, Didn't you say 100? What a stingy thief. That little girl is trying to be clever. Giving 100 is indeed excessive. Li Xiaoya doesn't he have much money? And she lives so hard. Every penny is earned with great difficulty. The money has all been used to repay debts owed to Li Aba. If this is indeed the scoundrel known as Li Xiaoya, then I must say that the deception is rather skillful. Why should they receive whatever amount they desire? Qin Sui is driving me to distraction. The young master truly knows nothing of the hardships of life. You are even less worthy than Sheng Yuxiao. Sheng Yuxiao, please return soon, for Li Xiaoya cannot possibly do without you. After running a considerable distance, Li Xiaoya finally paused, muttering, "Just give me back 50. Qin Sui was momentarily at a loss for words and felt as though he had indeed erred in some way. Yet, he could easily provide her with a greater sum of money. Why refuse? Qin Sui voiced the question aloud. What? Why not accept a compensation 30 times what you gave? Li Xiaoya remained silent for a long while. And as she continued forward, she eventually spoke. There is no such thing as unconditional goodness. Goodness comes at a price. Qin Sui pondered whether this could truly be considered good. He pressed further. And what about Sheng Yuxiao? He treats you well. Why can you accept that? Li Xiaoya kicked a small stone aside. Her head bowed as she softly replied, "He is different." Qin Sui, driven by curiosity, questioned her again. In what way is he different? With that temperament of his, isn't he even more vexatious? Li Xiaoya turned back, glaring at him fiercely. In any case, he is different. Different from you. Her features, though fierce, retained a beauty that made her appear even more endearing. Qin Sui thought to himself that he was determined to understand why Sheng Yuxiao had captured her affections. Chapter 19. Li Xiaoya's distant relative Qin Sui is a person of considerable strategic acumen. No matter how tedious a task may be, if it proves advantageous to his current situation, he will not hesitate to undertake it. Thus, upon arriving at the school, he promptly engaged in the activities that Sheng Yuxiao had once deemed beneath him, such as volunteering and even guest lecturing in a classroom. Qin Sui is the epitome of an exemplary student, adept at persuading others to act in accordance with his wishes. He is well suited to the role of teacher. Of course, in his mother's eyes, he was more likely to grow into a leader of some nefarious organization. Yet, at this moment, he truly had assumed the mantle of a teacher. The principal, having been forewarned by the program's coordinators, was already aware of Qin Sui's background and sighed at the arrival of yet another esteemed guest, while cooperating enthusiastically. You are the new teacher. The other teachers, unaware of Qin Sui's true identity, regarded him with curiosity. Qin Sui nodded. So young. Did you just graduate from university? No one graduates from university looking quite this youthful. What brings you here to teach? Experiencing life. The other teachers could not contain their incessant inquiries. Qin Sui, possessing a stature that surpassed that of his peers, wore clothing that was evidently expensive, though specked with a bit of uncleaned mud. Furthermore, his looks were striking, in comparison to Sheng Yuxiao's brash demeanor and surly expression. Qin Sui's features exuded a handsome yet subdued charm, often misleading others into thinking he was approachable at first glance. Some of the female teachers even found themselves blushing involuntarily. However, Qin Sui did not answer their questions, stating, "The person I have been waiting for has arrived. I must take my leave." At that moment, the bell signaling the end of class rang. Li Xiaoya emerged, her tattered bag slung over her shoulder, and barely took a few steps before colliding with Qin Sui. Qin Sui grasped her collar, halting her steps. Undoubtedly, the person Qin Sui intended to pick up was Li Xiaoya. The others instantly widened their eyes, and even Li Xiaoya's classmates were taken aback. After all, children often speak without reservations, and her classmates were the first to chatter. Li Xiaoya, who is he? Is he your brother too? Amidst the crowd, only Wang Xiaozhi shrank back in fear. How could Li Xiaoya have another brother? Would this brother be prone to violence as well? Wang Xiaozhi dared not look further and hastily fled home, desperate to avoid being grabbed by the collar and facing the reprimands of his parents and grandparents. The comments section erupted with laughter. What a coward! Why is Qin Sui silent? Is he waiting for Li Xiaoya to introduce him? At that moment, Li Xiaoya spoke up, earnestly correcting them. He is not my brother. The corner of Qin Sui's brow twitched, revealing a hint of disappointment. Then who is he? The classmates' eyes sparkled with curiosity. Li Xiaoya felt a bit flustered and finally managed to stammer. A city person. He is a city person. The nearby teacher found it amusing. Qin Sui was so out of place in this environment that it was obvious to anyone that he was indeed a city dweller. Just then, Qin Sui suddenly bent down, scooped Li Xiaoya into his arms, and, maintaining a straight face, lied, "I am her distant relative." The classmates collectively gasped. Wow, Li Xiaoya actually has a distant relative. The teachers exchanged puzzled glances and cautiously inquired, is he a relative from Li Xiaoya's mother's side? Qin Sui replied, and Li Xiaoya opened her mouth, wanting to say he was lying, but Qin Sui was quicker, covering her mouth, and carried her away. The comment section was left in disbelief. What is Qin Sui thinking? Why lie? Is it intentional? Given the treatment he receives is starkly different from Sheng Yuxiao's, he is taking an alternate route. Does this count as Qin Sui trying to win Li Xiaoya over? The comments fell into silence. Once outside the school gates, Qin Sui inquired, is Sheng Yuxiao picking you up after school? Li Xiaoya remained silent. Does he carry you? Li Xiaoya still did not respond. The comments. What? Are they competing against each other? Qin Sui remarked, I have a younger sister. He paused before adding, I can be a better brother than Sheng Yuxiao. Li Xiaoya remained unfazed. Thinking to herself, what does that have to do with me? Qin Sui's charm seems to have faded. Li Xiaoya didn't even leave him an egg. The treatment is indeed worlds apart from Sheng Yuxiao's. Can we see what Sheng Deshao is up to? I am eager to see his expression. The audience, reveling in the spectacle, promptly switched their focus to Sheng Yuxiao. At that moment, Sheng Yuxiao had just finished sorting through the items he had purchased. This won't do. She won't like it. This isn't pretty. Let's find something more appealing. After a flurry of gestures, he suddenly recalled and asked the production team, did Li Xiaoya go mushroom picking by herself? The staff replied, it's all been picked. She didn't wait for me. Sheng Yuxiao spoke those words lightly, yet there was no trace of anger upon his countenance. However, he soon pondered another question. She hasn't sold it yet. Has she? The staff replied, not yet, satisfied. Sheng Yuxiao picked up his phone and began composing a message. Sheng Jun glanced over at his situation, noticing his actions, and couldn't help but ask, what are you doing? Sending a message to Qin Sui. Upon hearing this, not only those in the ward, but even the onlookers were taken aback. You're messaging Qin Sui. Sheng Jun's tone was filled with incredulity. Sheng Yuxiao scoffed. Indeed, that fool mustn't spoil Li Xiaoya. I must inform him that when Li Xiaoya is foraging for mushrooms, he ought to accompany her, and he should keep a close watch when she sells them too. Sheng Jun fell silent for a moment before saying, he won't listen to you, will he? Sheng Yuxiao raised an eyebrow sharply. He certainly will. However, Li Qingqing, standing behind Sheng Jun, was in a state of distress. Wasn't Sheng Yuxiao at odds with Qin Sui? How could he possibly encourage Qin Sui to treat Li Xiaoya well? Sheng Jun, seeing through his son's intentions, inquired, is this a tactic to provoke him? Sheng Yuxiao continued typing, briefly responding, no need for such tactics. Qin Sui is always first. Winning or losing matters greatly to him. He would never wish to lose to me. Sheng Jun regarded him with a smile, choosing not to intervene in his son's actions. After all, the heir of the Sheng family should be adept at winning hearts. He is performing splendidly indeed. Meanwhile, Qin Sui and Li Xiaoya had been walking for nearly 4 hours, returning home as night fell. Yet, Qin Sui never showed weakness, revealing not a hint of fatigue. Will we have dinner tonight? Qin Sui asked Li Xiaoya. She hesitated. Are we having sweet potatoes? Yes, Li Xiaoya tossed the sweet potatoes into the stove. And before long, they were roasted to perfection. Using a stick, she retrieved them, peeling off the skin as the sweet nectar oozed out. Qin Sui took a bite. Not in truth, it was quite delicious. Yet, the education he received forbade him from expressing such sentiments openly. Regardless of whether something was commendable or not, he typically described it as merely acceptable. This was the essence of elite education, never easily revealing one's preferences or thoughts. Li Xiaoya then shared the sweet potato with the irritable Li, who hadn't had a proper meal for several days since Sheng Yuxiao's departure. Turning back, she munched on the sweet potato while rummaging through a cloth bag, retrieving a small item which she tightly clasped in her left palm, carefully placing it into a chipped tin box. What is that? Qin Sui's voice suddenly echoed behind her, startling Li Xiaoya. She muttered, mind your own business, is it food? Li Xiaoya chose to ignore him. Qin Sui persisted, food shouldn't be stored in a rusty tin box. Li Xiaoya paused, then quickly pulled the item back out. Why not eat it now? Qin Sui mused. Is it for Sheng Yuxiao? Reluctantly, Li Xiaoya nodded. Qin Sui stood there, momentarily speechless. Haha, yet another blow, perhaps. Sheng Deshao prepared a gift for Li Xiaoya, unaware that she too was secretly preparing a gift for him. The innocence of childhood friendships is truly delightful. The voice of the chief director, Qin Shao, came through hesitantly as he glanced at his phone. A text message. The director was oblivious to the happenings at the hospital. All he knew was that the message was sent by Sheng Yuxiao. Would it contain harsh words? If this escalated the conflict, would he be blamed as the instigator? The director was engulfed in anxiety. Yet, the sponsorship funds were undeniably gratifying. Qin Sui took the phone and read the message with a downward glance. Ask Li Xiaoya for me if she misses me. Qin Sui. Is he deliberately showcasing that he and Li Xiaoya share a closer bond? How tiresome. The phone vibrated once more, indicating a new message. Chapter 20. Do you want me to help you take revenge? The place where I sleep was arranged by Li Xiaoya herself. Find somewhere else to stay. I hope you're not foolish enough to consider Li Xiaoya's grandfather a good person. Don't let that old man take advantage of her. Stay away from Li Xiaoya. Don't infect her with your loathsome aura. I'll be back soon. A cascade of messages, indicating Sheng Yuxiao's urgency. Qin Sui, unblinking, deleted all of them. He suddenly felt that Sheng Yuxiao's absence might not be so bad after all. He tossed the phone back to the chief director, who inquired, "Is that all? Aren't you going to respond?" "There's nothing worth replying to," Qin Sui replied nonchalantly, retreating back inside. The previous night, Qin Sui had indeed slept elsewhere, as he had no desire to be so close to a stranger child, but tonight, he was determined to occupy Sheng Yuxiao's territory. Li Xiaoya noticed his attempt to roll up the blanket and immediately leaped forward, firmly pressing down the corners, exclaiming, "That's Sheng Yuxiao's, don't touch it." Oh dear, I'm increasingly convinced that Li Xiaoya is utterly endearing. Qin Sui, standing beside her, resembled a formidable dark lord. Do you know how low the temperature will drop tonight? Qin Sui crouched beside her and inquired. Li Xiaoya shook her head. I just glanced at my phone. It's 8 degrees. If I sleep like last night, I might freeze to death. Qin Sui gazed into Li Xiaoya's eyes, feeling a sense of gentle persuasion. Do you wish to witness my demise from the cold? Li Xiaoya hesitated. Slowly, she climbed up and whispered, "Just don't dirty Sheng Yuxiao's bed." Qin Sui's gaze flickered. He began to understand why Sheng Yuxiao was so protective of her. She was both resilient and tender, possessing an innocence untainted by the world. They quickly finished washing up and burrowed into their respective blankets. Lying on the uneven ground, Qin Sui stared at the pitch-black ceiling and remarked, "I watched a bit of a show before coming here." Li Xiaoya perked up at the sound, her ears twitching, yet she ignored Qin Sui. He continued, "I heard you singing to Sheng Yuxiao." Li Xiaoya shot him a wary glance. She would never sing for him. "You sang Lu Binghua. Are you missing your mother?" Qin Sui asked again. Sheng Yuxiao never posed such questions. Though he appeared arrogant and had a notoriously bad temper, he was, in fact, much gentler within. Qin Sui, in stark contrast, appeared taciturn and possessed a serene demeanor, yet he silently revealed an underlying aggressiveness to achieve his objectives. He seemed utterly indifferent to the feelings of others. Li Xiaoya bit her lip, remaining silent. Qin Sui inquired again, "Do you not wish for it? I thought seeing other students being picked up by their parents daily at school would evoke a sense of longing in you." Wow, Qin Sui's words are quite piercing. No wonder he doesn't get along with the young master of the Sheng family. Li Xiaoya turned over, the blanket partially obscuring her face. "I don't wish for it. My mother told me not to think of her. After she passed away, she became dew, sunlight, and the wind. I see her every day. I do not need to think of her." This passage is so heart-wrenching. Li Xiaoya's mother must have been a gentle soul. She should have been quite cultured, right? Such words wouldn't come from just anyone. Was her mother from the local area? Given Li Xiaoya's appearance, her mother must have been a great beauty. How could she have married into such poverty? The comments section buzzed with fervent discussion. "What about your father?" Qin Sui asked again. Li Xiaoya replied, her tone a bit sharper this time. "I don't want to think about him." It was clear she truly had no desire. "Do you not wish for him to return?" Li Xiaoya pulled down the blanket, the moonlight faintly illuminating her face, and it seemed she was on the verge of tears. After a prolonged silence, she resolutely stated, "I do not wish for it." Qin Sui shifted the topic. "Did your mother teach you Mandarin?" "Yes," Li Xiaoya answered in a subdued tone. "Did I ask she from the city? I do not know." Are they truly intent on digging into Li Xiaoya's maternal family background? Such relentless inquiries. Qin Sui fell silent thereafter, feeling a profound sense of dissonance, as if Li Xiaoya did not belong in such a setting. Before long, the sun rose again, and the crowing of a rooster echoed from afar, particularly jarring. Qin Sui stood up to go outside, only to find a man nearing 50 lurking about suspiciously, stealing something. There was nothing to pilfer from this household. Qin Sui spoke with a cool demeanor. The man, startled by the voice, quickly turned around. Stammering, I am the village head. Qin Sui narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing him. What do you want? Are you here to deliver poverty assistance? The village head stammered, hastily shaking his hands. No. I came to find you, do you know? The child who went to the city to record the show is from my family, named Li Qingqing. I asked this person out of his mind. Qin Sui regarded him coldly, uttering 3 words. I do not know her. What audacity to come here expecting him to recognize someone. After all, he was the heir of a prestigious family, and even at a young age, his presence commanded respect. The village head was momentarily taken aback by Qin Sui's words, regaining his composure half a minute later. But according to the program's rules, you should record at my home. Rules? Qin Sui turned to look at the director off camera. The chief director hurried over. Qin Sui asked, is there such a rule? The chief director hesitated. There is or perhaps there isn't. Qin Sui, you are asking me? The chief director immediately affirmed. There is no such rule. The village head was left dumbfounded. How can this be? The grandiose affairs of the past are no longer conducted in such a manner. How could one expect a new arrival to adhere to the same protocol? Qin Sui's tone remained as frosty as ever. You expect me to undertake tasks that even Xing Yuxiao refuses? The chief director hastily intervened, urging the village head. Yes, you should leave first. But the village head was unwilling to budge. Having just seized a lucrative opportunity, he was determined to retain this golden pot of benefits. Refusing to let that little girl, Li Xiaoya, claim all the advantages. You simply do not understand how dire the circumstances are here. My household, on the other hand, is quite different. Should you visit my home, you would find a Sealy mattress, hot water available 24 hours a day, and high-speed internet, no less. Qin Sui regarded him, leisurely posing a question. In such a destitute village as Li Family Village, how is it that your household enjoys such privileges? You haven't been misappropriating government funds, have you? The village head's face immediately turned a deep shade of purple. Of course not. What an unfounded accusation. It is merely that my son works in town, hence that Enough, let us cease this charade. The director pushed the village head toward the exit, lowering his voice to issue a warning. Do not think for a moment that I am oblivious to the underhanded dealings you have engaged in. The village head's face blanched, and he stammered. What dealings? I know nothing of what you speak. The director scoffed lightly, uttering just one line. In truth, I find that Li Xiaoya is quite an endearing child. The village head promptly fell silent. Meanwhile, upon returning to the room, Qin Sui found Li Xiaoya sitting up, inquiring, who came by? Has Xing Yuxiao returned? Qin Sui shook his head. Alas, it is not so. It is your village head. Oh, Li Xiaoya's face dimmed once more. Qin Sui asked, do they often bully you? Li Xiaoya looked at him with confusion. Who? The village head's family. Why the silence? Has he ever threatened you? Li Xiaoya quietly replied. Grandfather listens to them, and he has instructed me to listen as well. Knowing the camera was recording, Qin Sui removed the miniature microphone and camera, leaning in closer, fixing his gaze upon the young girl's eyes. He quietly asked, would you like me to help you seek revenge? He added, in this regard, I am far more adept than Xing Yuxiao. Chapter 21. Driving a Maybach to sell mushrooms. Absurd. Li Xiaoya shook her head. Why not? Qin Sui inquired, his tone steady. I have nothing to offer in exchange. Li Xiaoya tugged at her empty pockets. Qin Sui found the child rather amusing. She was far more astute than his own sister, who could only smash things in a fit of rage, deriving her sole joy from bullying others. At least this girl seemed to possess a functioning brain. A glimmer of mischief crossed Qin Sui's eyes as he deliberately stated, you do have something. Simply give me the gift you intended for Xing Yuxiao, and that will suffice. A familiar look of wariness returned to Li Xiaoya's face, and she shook her head with even greater conviction. No. Qin Sui rose to his feet. Very well. You retain the right to regret. I will not regret, the young girl declared in a childish tone. Qin Sui returned the microphone. Let us go. Time for school. The girl immediately looked at him as though he were a fool. Today is Saturday. There is no school. Qin Sui. That Li Xiaoya diligently washed her face and brushed her teeth, fed the chickens and pigs, and steamed some buns. Instead of directly handing the buns to Qin Sui, she first inquired, will they feed you? You mean the production team? No, they won't if I don't give you food. You'll starve, won't you? Yes. All right then. With a sigh of resignation, Li Xiaoya divided the buns and presented them to him, her expression reflecting her displeasure at betraying Xing Yuxiao. Qin Sui, however, found great amusement in witnessing such a look on Li Xiaoya's face. It was far more entertaining than the sense of accomplishment derived from completing an exercise book, which had become so simplistic that it bored him. At that moment, he suddenly recalled the mushrooms Li Xiaoya had picked, prompting him to ask, "Are you planning to sell mushrooms in the city?" "I'm not going to the city." "Why not?" "Sheng Yuxiao is injured." "Wasn't Sheng Yuxiao supposed to accompany you?" Qin Sui paused for a moment, then remarked, "Well, now it's my turn." "It makes no difference." Without waiting for Li Xiaoya's response, he lifted her effortlessly and strode outside, seeking out the production team to convey his intention. "I wish to take Li Xiaoya into the city to sell mushrooms." The production team was momentarily taken aback, unable to suppress their astonishment, thinking to themselves how considerate these two young gentlemen were towards Li Xiaoya. Such altruistic behavior, it was hard to see where any improvement was needed. Li Xiaoya tugged at Qin Sui's sleeve, whispering, "I don't want to go. To her." Qin Sui still felt more like a stranger. Ignoring her, Qin Sui continued, addressing the production team, "I'll exchange points for this." "How does that sound?" What else could the production team say? "Very well, you may enter the city." Qin Sui then inquired, "In which county is Sheng Yuxiao recuperating?" The production team gasped. "You mean that we can pay him a visit on the way?" Qin Sui stated, turning to meet Li Xiaoya's gaze, asking, "Don't you want to see Sheng Yuxiao?" Li Xiaoya's eyes lit up instantly. "I do." Satisfied with this response, Qin Sui declared, "Then let us depart." Wait! Li Xiaoya struggled to free herself from Qin Sui's grasp, hurriedly sprinting back into the house to retrieve something, which she tucked into her pocket. They then climbed into the car, where Qin Sui fastened Li Xiaoya's seatbelt and closed the door. Suddenly, Li Xiaoya's eyes widened. "The mushrooms, I haven't taken them yet." The staff, both amused and exasperated, turned back to assist her in fetching the basket. "Oh my, Qin Sui is truly mischievous. This seems aimed at infuriating Sheng Yuxiao." I glanced at the car emblem, a Maybach. Who would be so generous as to drive a $2 million vehicle to sell mushrooms? The production team found the whole situation rather surreal. Not only was young Master Qin personally selling mushrooms, but they also had to be wary of the potential for a brawl in the hospital room. Meanwhile, as the car roared to life, Li Qingqing received a call from home. Qin Sui was protective of Li Xiaoya, refusing to leave. Li Qingqing nearly ground her teeth in frustration. However, she had no inkling that what was to follow would be even more explosive. The luxurious Maybach business vehicle rolled into the small county town, instantly attracting a throng of onlookers. Recently, many wealthy individuals had been arriving. Indeed, have you heard? Just yesterday, a boss bought a plethora of items at the Shashao Mall. Goodness, a tycoon. The local populace could not help but stretch their necks in curiosity. At that moment, the car door swung open, and Qin Sui emerged first. It is evident that one hails from affluence. Much like that celebrity, the crowd's cheers grew louder, with many raising their phones to capture the moment. At this juncture, Qin Sui halted in his tracks and extended his hand towards the individual in the car. "I can alight by myself," Li Xiaoya replied obediently. Qin Sui inquired, "Can you unbuckle the seatbelt?" To which Li Xiaoya admitted, "I cannot." Thus, they exchanged a gaze, each staring intently at the other. Qin Sui bent down to release her seatbelt and effortlessly lifted her out. Naturally, Li Xiaoya felt it inappropriate to voice any further objections. "What a lovely young lady. Surely, you must be siblings," remarked a bystander. "Yet your attire does not seem to match in caliber. Do you even comprehend what caliber means?" "You clearly do not." Their discussions grew increasingly animated until Qin Sui retrieved a basket from the trunk, set up a makeshift stall, and proclaimed, "Mushrooms for sale." The crowd stood in stunned silence. What is the meaning of this? Driving a Maybach yet selling mushrooms. A staff member sighed. "See, I told you this approach wouldn't yield any sales." Yet, Qin Xiao was resolute in his decision, proving difficult to dissuade. The throng continued to swell around them. Yet no one ventured to make a purchase. Li Xiaoya turned to glance at Qin Sui. For the first time, he conceded, "That was my oversight. I shall find a solution." Li Xiaoya quietly sighed, surveying the surroundings before quickly identifying her first customer. She picked up a mushroom and approached an elderly lady, lifting her face to reveal a pitiful expression. "Would you like to buy some mushrooms, Grandma? They make for a delicious soup." The kind-hearted old woman, fond of children, inquired warmly, "How did you and your brother come to sell mushrooms?" Li Xiaoya hesitated, wanting to clarify that he was not her brother, but recognized that this was not the moment for debate. Instead, She let her brows droop slightly, enhancing her already lovely visage with an air of innocence. I accidentally broke my brother's belongings, and he accompanied me to sell mushrooms to earn money, so I can repay him. And they claim Li Xiaoya is not a little trickster. Is this not a ruse? Is this even deceitful? Are you all right? The elderly lady chuckled. Very well. You are indeed a good child. I shall purchase some to take home for my grandson. If only he were as well behaved as you. That naughty boy would never admit to breaking the vase. Thus, Li Xiaoya secured her first sale. This household cannot function without Li Xiaoya. Goodness, does it fall upon her to sell mushrooms to support the family? Li Xiaoya possessed a remarkably beautiful face. Were she an orphan, numerous families would vie for the opportunity to adopt her. Once the elderly lady initiated the transaction, others, moved by her pitiable demeanor, could not resist, and soon began to pull out money to buy mushrooms. Auntie, just 1 yuan will suffice. Li Xiaoya carefully selected the mushrooms. Extending her hand, marred by scars, this moment, Qin Sui finally found his purpose. He crouched down beside her and said, "That is not how you sell them. 1 yuan is insufficient. These are chicken fat mushrooms. Priced at 30 per jean, I will borrow a scale from next door." Qin Sui exhibited the composure of an adult. Li Xiaoya chose to heed his counsel. Observing this, the other buyers refrained from voicing their disdain regarding the price increase. On the contrary, they could not help but chuckle, teasing Li Xiaoya. "You ought to learn from your brother. Little one, you might incur losses with such sales tactics." With his striking visage and a luxurious attire of considerable value, Qin Sui successfully borrowed a scale from others. One person busily gathered mushrooms into bags while another weighed them and collected payments. The production team was momentarily taken aback. Was there a surprising synergy at play? However, the onlookers predominantly remained curious. Those pricey fungi proved difficult to sell. Qin Sui stubbornly refused to lower his prices. Li Xiaoya hesitated briefly before addressing a man on the periphery, who was clutching a leather bag. "Uncle, would you like to take a look at this mushroom?" Just as the man was about to decline, Li Xiaoya quickly added, "However, this mushroom is rather expensive. Perhaps you might consider this one instead. It's a bit cheaper and sautéed with a touch of oil. It tastes delightful." The man inquired, "How much is it?" Nervously adhering to Qin Sui's pricing, Li Xiaoya replied, "It's 100 yuan per jean." Under the gaze of the surrounding crowd, the man pressed his lips together and said, "Weigh some for me." Once the price was mentioned, the man surprisingly decided to buy. How intriguing. Being the first to purchase such an expensive item. The envious and astonished looks from the onlookers surely delighted him. What a clever sales strategy. This little girl seems to grasp it well. "Do you have any porcini or chanterelles?" At that moment, another rotund man clad in a leather jacket, resembling a small-time boss, squeezed into the throng. With a wave of his hand, he declared, "I'll take all the quality ones. Perfect for gifting." Li Xiaoya's eyes sparkled, and just like that, the expensive mushrooms were swept away. The small boss, having secured the mushrooms, did not leave immediately. Casting a fleeting glance at Qin Sui, in an instant, Qin Sui understood. He was likely here for him. Handing the emptied basket back to the production crew, he took Li Xiaoya and made for their vehicle. Sure enough, the small boss promptly followed, stuttering, Are you the son of Qin Haoming?" Qin Sui, surprised to be recognized in such a small place, remained silent and simply asked, "What do you want?" The small boss awkwardly rubbed his hands together. I would like to discuss a business proposition with you." Observing his attire, it was evident that this venture was of little significance. How audacious to approach him. "We have some matters to attend to. Apologies," Qin Sui coldly replied, shutting the window. Meanwhile, Li Xiaoya took a closer look at the man, who immediately brightened with realization. He knew whom to approach. The small boss took a step back, watching them depart, then quickly pulled out his phone to search for the program they were filming. Ultimately, he discovered that the child's name was Li Xiaoya. It was clear that young Master Qin personally accompanied her to sell goods, highlighting the child's significance. Next time, he would seek her out. Inside the vehicle, Li Xiaoya cheerfully exclaimed, "Let us count the money." Qin Sui inquired, "Can you count?" Li Xiaoya nodded vigorously. Qin Sui felt a twinge of regret. Otherwise, he could have had the child ask him for assistance in counting. After Li Xiaoya counted the money in one breath, they arrived at the county hospital. Upon hearing the staff announce their arrival, Li Xiaoya stuffed the bulging bag of money into her cloth sack and dashed inside. Cleverly, she asked where the production crew staff was and followed the directions until she arrived. Cautiously, she pushed open the door. "Brother, this is what Uncle and I bought for you." Li Qingqing softly said as she leaned by the bedside. Li Xiaoya was momentarily taken aback. So, he had a sister of his own. As Sheng Yuxiao's gaze shifted, he happened to catch sight of her. In that fleeting moment, he initially thought he had misjudged. Yet, his body reacted swifter than his mind. He leapt off the bed in an instant. Li Qingqing was still inquiring, "Brother, what's wrong?" Sheng Yuxiao strode over, swiftly lifting Li Xiaoya. "What brings you here?" Li Xiaoya, at a loss for words, simply retrieved an object from her pocket and offered it to Sheng Yuxiao. "For you to eat." Sheng Yuxiao lowered his gaze. He discovered it was a piece of candy. He recalled her words about exchanging candy for little red flowers and how, once traded, they could be sold for money, saving up bit by bit. Yet now, she had saved the candy for him. The sweet treat was slightly melted from being held. Its quality not particularly high, with the wrapper clinging tightly, adorned with a garish logo that appeared rather tacky. Nevertheless, Sheng Yuxiao set her down and grasped the candy in his palm. "I adore it," he declared softly. Xing Jun, seated not far away, was momentarily taken aback. And oh wonder the little girl was so endearing. She had perfectly captured his son's character. Only Li Qingqing remained rooted in place. As though struck by lightning, Li Xiaoya, how could Li Xiaoya be here? Yet, nobody paid heed to Li Qingqing's thoughts. Sheng Yuxiao, joyfully toying with the candy between his fingers, inquired with concern, "How did you come here? Did the production team bring you?" He mused that the production team at least had some decency. At that moment, a voice echoed from outside the door. Qin Sui entered, stating, "I brought her here, Sheng Yuxiao." How unfortunate. He swiftly slammed the door shut, then picked up Li Xiaoya again, his expression devoid of emotion as he remarked, "Let us not engage in games with the old shadow." Chapter 22. Standing up for Li Xiaoya, Xing Jun's expression darkened. "Sheng Yuxiao, you mustn't use foul language in front of children." Sheng Yuxiao immediately donned a different demeanor, lowering his head to Li Xiaoya. "What I said earlier was wrong. Don't imitate me, understand?" Li Xiaoya nodded. Sheng Yuxiao directly placed her beside him on the bed. "Did Qin Sui bully you?" he queried. Before Li Xiaoya could respond, Li Qingqing could no longer contain herself. She felt overlooked. How could she be so blatantly disregarded? "Xiaoya, do you remember me?" Li Qingqing suddenly interjected. Sheng Yuxiao shot her a cold glance, slightly displeased at being interrupted, while Li Xiaoya turned back in confusion. "You'd Li Qingqing, adorned in a beautiful princess dress and crowned with a tiara, bore the marks of being well cared for." Li Xiaoya shook her head. "I don't know you." "No, you do know me. I am Li Qingqing," she insisted, unable to restrain herself from stepping forward. As Li Xiaoya and Li Qingqing stood together, I suddenly felt the stark contrast. Li Xiaoya truly had a difficult life. One, that Li Qingqing appeared like a little princess, while Li Xiaoya had to support two brothers who were utterly reliant on others. Let us not be too harsh. Those brothers did contribute a little. Within the frame, Li Xiaoya continued to scrutinize Li Qingqing. She vaguely recalled a girl a year older than her from the village, named Li Qingqing. The only memory that lingered was from last year, when Li Qingqing's mother brought her back to the village. Li Qingqing, in tears, was reluctant to walk and kicked a stone off the road with her foot. At that moment, Li Xiaoya was rummaging through the ditch by the roadside. The stone flew past her eye, prompting her to straighten up and lean against the road, gazing up at Li Qingqing. Li Qingqing's father was extracting calcium milk for her, while her mother tried to console her. All right, in a moment, Grandpa will give you 500 yuan as New Year's money. Do you want it? If you do, be good, and let us go home, shall we?" A flicker of envy unconsciously appeared in Li Xiaoya's eyes, and she dryly repeated, "You hit me." Li Qingqing's father remarked, "Isn't it the daughter of Li Jiang?" Li Qingqing's mother scoffed, "Isn't she that unfortunate little girl without parents? The old man at home doesn't even keep an eye on her, letting her run around carelessly. If she gets hit by a car, the driver would be in big trouble." Li Xiaoya pressed her lips together and simply reiterated, "You hit me." Instantly, Li Qingqing screamed, shouting at her, "Dirty little brat, stay away from me." Li Qingqing's mother hastened her pace. All right, Qingqing, stop crying. Let us go." To a child without parents, especially a girl, found it exceedingly difficult in the village. Li Xiaoya had endured too many unpleasant memories, and this incident, mingled among them, gradually faded, becoming just like other memories. Nothing special, not worth remembering, until Li Qingqing reappeared before her, cheerfully asking, "Don't you remember me?" That memory suddenly surged forth, becoming vivid once again. Li Xiaoya felt a pang in the corner of her eye. She had already declared she didn't know her. Sheng Yuxiao frowned, wondering why she would want to claim any kinship. Li Qingqing's lips twitched. Claim kinship? Did she really need to associate herself with Li Xiaoya? In the past, Li Xiaoya wasn't even worthy of carrying her shoes. Fine, she merely wished to appear close to Li Xiaoya in front of the camera, in front of Xing Jun, and in front of Xing Yuxiao and Qin Sui. Why should that insufferable Li Xiaoya have won their favor in just a few days? Li Qingqing opened her mouth, about to express her grievances further, when Qin Sui finally opened the door and entered smoothly. It was then that Li Xiaoya spoke again. She articulated slowly, I remember now. Last year, when you came back to the village, you kicked a stone on the road, and it hit me. You even called me a dirty brat and told me to stay away from you. Li Qingqing's expression froze. Sheng Yuxiao, Qin Sui. Even Xing Jun slightly furrowed his brows. The comments exploded instantaneously. No way. Is this for real? So explosive. Is Li Qingqing really that temperamental? Did Li Xiaoya deliberately say this in front of so many people? Could it be a setup? Nonsense. Li Xiaoya already said she didn't know her. It was Li Qingqing who insisted on approaching, repeatedly emphasizing that she was Li Qingqing. Of course, Li Xiaoya would recall the misdeeds she had done. Sheng Yuxiao cupped Li Xiaoya's face with one hand and asked sternly, "Where did she hit you?" Li Xiaoya pointed to the corner of her eye. Sheng Yuxiao immediately erupted with fury, turning to confront Li Qingqing. "You did that on purpose, didn't you? Do you want to blind her?" Li Qingqing could not withstand such an overwhelming presence and instinctively took a step back. I don't remember anything about it. In truth, she had no recollection. Last year, that time, she had not yet been reborn into her youthful form. Now, when prompted to recall, she found herself utterly at a loss. Who would remember what they had done at the tender age of 6 or 7? Li Qingqing sensed that today might spell her doom, and her eyes quivered as tears streamed down her cheeks. Desperately, she looked toward Xing Jun. "Uncle, I truly did not do anything." Qin Sui observed her performance, thinking it fell slightly short, not quite matching his sister's prowess. Nevertheless, it was amusing that such a young girl had been chosen to participate in the program. At that moment, Xing Jun interjected, "Was it a stone that you inadvertently kicked?" Seizing the opportunity, Li Qingqing tearfully responded, "I don't remember. If anything did happen, it must have been unintentional." Li Xiaoya remained silent, as she was having her eyes examined by Sheng Yuxiao, who was gripping her chin. In a hushed tone, Li Xiaoya murmured, "My eyes are fine. There's nothing wrong." Sheng Yuxiao pressed her face down and spoke in a low voice. "There is a slight mark at the corner." Li Xiaoya attempted to touch it herself, but was swiftly rebuffed by Sheng Yuxiao. He then turned to the secretary accompanying Xing Jun and instructed, "Go procure some scar ointment." The secretary nodded awkwardly, thinking the atmosphere in the room was rather peculiar. Once the secretary had exited, Sheng Yuxiao let out a cold laugh, saying, "Whether it was intentional or not, the fact that a year has passed and there are still scars indicates just how deep the stone's cut was. Indeed, it's somewhat frightening to consider. What if it had entered her eye?" So, did Li Qingqing actually insult Li Xiaoya as a dirty child? Can you guarantee that you never uttered foul language in your childhood? It's not surprising if others call Li Xiaoya a dirty child, given that there aren't any adults to supervise her. What a blatant lie. Do you have no conscience? As seen in the program, although Li Xiaoya's family may be impoverished, she keeps her surroundings remarkably clean. How could she possibly be labeled as dirty? Before the ward erupted in chaos, the barrage of comments had already begun to escalate, arguing over who was at fault between Li Qingqing and Li Xiaoya. "Did you apologize at that time?" Qin Sui suddenly interjected. Li Qingqing was taken aback by Qin Sui's participation in the interrogation. What was happening? Were they all rushing to defend Li Xiaoya? Chapter 23. If this matter is resolved, I will give you several thousand yuan. Sheng Yuxiao shot a glance at Qin Sui, surprisingly refraining from interrupting his speech. For the first time, the two of them were jointly pressuring someone, a moment that could very well be recorded in history. At that moment, Li Qingqing dared not meet Qin Sui's gaze, hastily turning away as she wept to Li Xiaoya. "I truly do not remember. If I did do something, I am sorry. Also, I greeted you just now because my father mentioned that you and I were on the same program. He said you are quite pitiable and instructed me to take good care of you if I encountered you. Considering we are from the same village, Li Qingqing's crying is quite tragic as well. Mainly because both young Master Sheng and young Master Qin are questioning her together. She must be terrified. After all, she is just a little girl." Shang Yuxiao heard this and let out a cold laugh, preparing to advise Li Xiaoya that if she did not wish to forgive, then she need not do so. For she certainly had the right and the confidence to make that choice. However, Li Xiaoya was the first to speak, saying, "Oh, very well. Anyway, you don't need to take care of me, and I have no desire to play with you." Li Qingqing's expression stiffened. This was far more devastating than saying, "I do not forgive you." If Li Xiaoya dared to utter the words of non-forgiveness, she could simply turn around and stir public opinion, prompting everyone to chastise Li Xiaoya for being petty and unyielding. Yet, Li Xiaoya merely stated her unwillingness to play with her. This subtly implied to everyone that Li Qingqing's character was questionable. Hence, Li Xiaoya deemed her unworthy of companionship. Shang Yuxiao was rather pleased, casually pinching Li Xiaoya's cheek, remarking, "Indeed, if you won't play with others, then play with me." This elicited a curious glance from Qin Sui towards Li Xiaoya. Pondering the sensation of pinching that cheek, Sheng Jun pressed his forehead, feeling as though he were witnessing a farce, and discreetly signaled to the bodyguard nearby. The bodyguard promptly approached Li Qingqing, inquiring, "Would you like to wash your face?" Li Qingqing nodded through her sobs, walking out while turning back reluctantly to say, "Li Xiaoya, please don't be angry with me. Okay?" Receiving no response from Li Xiaoya, she appeared even more distressed, holding the bodyguard's hand as she departed. Once Li Qingqing left, Shang Yuxiao exclaimed, "Finally, it's quiet." Sheng Jun sighed in resignation. "Your tongue is quite something. After all, she is just a little girl." Sheng Yuxiao pointed at Li Xiaoya. "Isn't she a little girl too? Isn't she even more adorable, more endearing?" Sheng Jun was at a loss for words. Qin Sui timely interjected, "It's getting late. Li Xiaoya should head home." His tone exuded a parental authority. Sheng Yuxiao straightened up. "Oh, is it indeed getting late? Perfect, then she shall stay here tonight. After all, there's no school tomorrow, right?" Before Qin Sui could respond, Li Xiaoya shook her head. "Grandfather is still at home." Qin Sui replied, "Then I will return to care for your grandfather." Sheng Yuxiao made the arrangements clear. Qin Sui added, "In that case, her grandfather may not see the sun of the next day." Sheng Yuxiao turned to the staff, and everything was left unsaid. The staff hesitated to voice, "We can take care of her." Sheng Yuxiao smiled. "How considerate of everyone. Doing good deeds is commendable, so I shall entrust this matter to your production team, staff." Sheng Yuxiao's hospital room was a single occupancy, equipped with a bed for the patient and an accompanying caregiver's cot. That bed had been unoccupied for several days, but today it was put to use. Sheng Yuxiao pointed and said, "Li Xiaoya, you shall sleep here tonight." Qin Sui, "Then I shall take my leave." Qin Sui, sleeping on the floor is also an option. In the end, Qin Sui was a man of principles and did not succumb to the humiliation of sleeping on the floor as speculated in the comments. He turned to inquire, "Where has Mr. Sheng been staying these past few days?" "At the Liang Hotel." Sheng Jun replied, "There was some friction between the Sheng and Qin families, but it would be quite undignified for adults to bully children. So they maintained a polite facade. Then I shall stay there as well," Qin Sui decided. The staff widened their eyes in disbelief. "Isn't that rather inappropriate? We're in the midst of recording a show. Otherwise, I could sleep in the car. If you're not worried, I might accidentally suffocate inside." Qin Sui appeared quite agreeable. The staff member twitched his lips and said, No, it would be best if you stayed at a hotel. "We shall return to the village tomorrow, shall we?" Qin Sui nodded in agreement, signifying a consensus had been reached. Sheng Yuxiao, surprisingly, did not object. After all, as long as Qin Sui did not cling stubbornly to Li Xiaoya, he could sleep wherever he pleased. Suddenly realizing, Qin Sui was infinitely easier to deal with than Sheng Dashao. No wonder Sheng Yuxiao referred to him as an old schemer, a rather fitting description. Sheng Jun still had work to attend to and could not afford to squander an entire day here, so he rose to depart, naturally accompanied by Qin Sui, Li Qingqing, now emboldened by the absence of Li Xiaoya. Approached Qin Sui, her eyes brimming with tears as she implored, "Brother, could you speak to Li Xiaoya for me, brother?" Qin Sui turned to look at her. "Do you also refer to Sheng Yuxiao as brother?" Li Qingqing hesitated, pondering whether Qin Sui was indeed quite domineering, disallowing her from addressing others in such a manner. Before she could sort through her thoughts, Qin Sui interjected, rather ambiguously, "You seem to have quite a few brothers." Li Qingqing, regaining her composure, she plaintively replied, "I have no brothers. I merely wish to play with you all." Qin Sui responded in a tone devoid of warmth, "Play with us. Li Xiaoya doesn't he even wish to play with us?" Li Qingqing bit her lip, thinking to herself that she was not the same as Li Xiaoya. "Do not call me brother anymore. I have a biological sister who, upon seeing a television program, would want to tear your mouth apart. With that, Qin Sui opened the door to his Maybach and took his seat inside. The door closed mercilessly before Li Qingqing, her expression momentarily twisted in anguish. She was aware that Qin Sui had a biological sister who later committed suicide abroad. In this lifetime, she might even be better off than him. Meanwhile, the hospital room returned to a tranquil silence. With old Master Li being cared for, Li Xiaoya was no longer insistent on returning. She inquired of Sheng Yuxiao, "Is there someone taking care of you?" "There is." "Why, are you still young and wish to take care of me?" Sheng Yuxiao chuckled lightly. Li Xiaoya gazed at him earnestly and asked, "Does it still hurt?" Sheng Yuxiao, softened by her gaze, replied, "It hasn't hurt for quite some time." He then asked again, "Qin Sui, hasn't he bullied you?" "Has he?" "Qin Sui?" Li Xiaoya looked at him in confusion. "Yes, the one who just left. You don't know his name?" Li Xiaoya shook her head, thinking to herself, "So that is Qin Sui." She quickly replied, "I did not play with him, but what? But we sold mushrooms together today." Sheng Yuxiao was aware of this and waved his hand dismissively. "No matter. Did you sell them? It doesn't matter if they didn't sell. Next time, I'll take you to sell they all sold." Sheng Yuxiao's voice faltered for a moment, and after a brief pause, he resumed, "How much did you sell?" 331 yuan. Quite a sum. Sheng Yuxiao's competitive spirit surged. "Next time, I'll help you sell even more." Li Xiaoya nodded, saying, "He wants half of the money we made from selling mushrooms." Sheng Yuxiao, feeling a pang of jealousy, remarked, "Why should you give him anything?" Li Xiaoya produced a wad of cash from her cloth bag, pulled out a 5 yuan note, and handed it to Sheng Yuxiao. "Well, I'll share with you too." Sheng Yuxiao's moment of displeasure vanished as he clutched 5 yuan. Feeling it akin to holding 5 million with a smile, he inquired, "What is it? Are you suggesting I buy some candy?" Li Xiaoya contemplated for a moment before responding, "Let's buy something else. I can still trade my little red flowers for candy." Was she implying that in the future, she would exchange her little red flowers solely for sweets for him? Sheng Yuxiao had no particular fondness for candy. He was bewildered by Li Xiaoya's misconception of his tastes. Nevertheless, his heart soared like a helium balloon, buoyantly lifted and utterly comfortable. He murmured, "Li Xiaoya, what if one day you no longer bring me candy?" Li Xiaoya considered responding that he should give her his address when he left, so she could send him letters, but she refrained. Perhaps he would forget her soon after he departed. "I'll order takeout, and we can enjoy some delicious food," he suggested, quickly dismissing his worries as he pulled out his phone to place an order. In that desolate village, there was nothing available. Finally, he could treat Li Xiaoya to a better experience. The takeout soon arrived at the hospital, filling the small table to the brim. "Have you ever tried glutinous rice balls? This is a beef patty, and here we have taro milk tea, and fish and mutton soup pot. Would you like KFC? I believe children like it very much." As Sheng Yuxiao introduced the dishes, he watched Li Xiaoya's eyes widen in astonishment. A profound sense of satisfaction filled him. This was just the beginning. If Li Xiaoya lived in the city with him, he would take her to fine dining restaurants every day. The food in this small, impoverished county was simply inadequate. Li Xiaoya indulged in the most sumptuous meal she had ever experienced since her birth, savoring many delicacies she had never encountered before. The outside world truly was this wonderful. With a pleasantly full belly, she thought, "All right, let us brush our teeth." Sheng Yuxiao lifted her into his arms. The wash basin in the hospital bathroom was quite high, so he set her down on a small stool, supporting her as she brushed her teeth and washed her face, only lifting her back up once she was done. Under the soft glow of the lights, Li Xiaoya's long eyelashes fluttered gently. She mused, being cared for feels so delightful. Yet, her mother had warned her not to become too attached to all the warmth in this world. Such attachment could lead to weakness, making one vulnerable to bullying and trampling. Li Xiaoya wiped the corners of her eyes, fervently repeating to herself, "This is just a dream, just a dream." Li Xiaoya and Qin Sui did not return to the village, leaving the village chief to once again seek out Li Xiaoya's home. "Old uncle," the village chief called as he entered, addressing Li Yage. Recently, Li Yage had been in a foul mood and was no longer as courteous to the village chief. Snapping in irritation, "What do you want?" The village chief leaned in and whispered a few words in Li Yage's ear. Li Yage's expression shifted through various shades before he hesitantly shook his head, saying, "No, I want to do it." The village chief's demeanor changed dramatically as he scolded angrily. "You refuse even for 800? Old uncle, your heart has grown quite bold." Li Yage scoffed. "The production team offered me 1,000. That young Master Sheng even said he would give me whatever I wanted in the future, claiming his father is worth hundreds of billions. Do you know how much that is? It's an amount one can't even begin to count. The village chief muttered a few expletives under his breath, adopting a more resolute demeanor. Nonsense. Do you truly believe that young master's words? He is merely stringing you along. Look, everyone else has departed. Showing no intention of returning, Li displayed a flicker of uncertainty. Seizing the moment, the village chief pressed on. Let's put it this way, old uncle, you've had your share of hardships over the years. That little girl, Li Xiaoya, took the program as funds and handed them over to Ant-Man. You haven't seen a single cent of it. Doesn't that infuriate you? I'm incensed on your behalf. Allow me to take charge. I will give you 5,000. No, make it 10,000. You think it through carefully. If this matter is resolved, they will pay you several tens of thousands more. The sum I'm offering is trivial. You must adopt a longer-term perspective. Li's gaze wavered. After a pause, he nodded heavily and said, if you can get this done, that little girl will no longer be a thorn in your side. Chapter 24. Living in the city with Uncle, the production team was apprehensive that Qin Sui and his companions might linger in the county, so they arrived early to pound on the door. Qin Sui was quite cooperative, arriving in a Maybach to pick up Li Xiaoya from the hospital. Li Xiaoya had never slept on such a soft bed. She didn't even open her eyes until the production team burst in. Drowsily, she sat up, wrapped in a tiny blanket, resembling a delicate figurine. Why the rush? Sheng Yuxiao cast an annoyed glance at the staff. The staff could only respond, aside from taking care of Li. There are also pigs and chickens at home. Want you help with feeding them? We can't do it properly, we're not suited for the task. Sheng Yuxiao frowned. Are you all less capable than a child? The staff considered retorting but found themselves at a loss. Indeed, Li Xiaoya outperformed them all in capability. Thus, her presence was indispensable at home. Wait, Li Xiaoya hasn't washed her face or brushed her teeth yet. Ultimately, Sheng Yuxiao relented. He thought to himself that his wound would soon heal, and he would return triumphantly, ready to oust Qin Sui from his position. Everyone awaited Li Xiaoya to complete her morning routine. While Sheng Dasheziyuan insisted on styling Li Xiaoya's hair into a ponytail, albeit somewhat askew, displeased, Sheng Yuxiao withdrew his hands. Yet, time was indeed of the essence. The staff urged, we must go. Fine. Let us proceed. Sheng Yuxiao tossed aside the comb. His previous irritation dissipating as he offered Li Xiaoya a faint smile. Wait for me to return. Li Xiaoya nodded and exited the ward. Qin Sui waited in the corridor as the staff expressed their gratitude. Thank you. Thank you, Qin Xiao, for your understanding. Had Qin Sui entered and taken Li Xiaoya away, it would have undoubtedly provoked Sheng Yuxiao's rebellious spirit. By willingly waiting outside, Qin Sui made Sheng Yuxiao more amenable. The Maybach soon roared to life, gradually departing from the county hospital. Inside the vehicle, Li Xiaoya pulled out money, meticulously distributing it to Qin Sui. He had never received such crumpled bills before. Raising an eyebrow, he remarked, you should keep it for yourself. No, that's not acceptable, Li Xiaoya stubbornly insisted, pressing the money into his palm, whispering, you can use this to buy your meals in the future, Qin Sui. Hearing this, it seemed she wished to avoid dealing with him, leaving her own affairs to manage. This little girl's heart was indeed difficult to unlock. As the Maybach returned to Lijia village. Upon reaching the village entrance, someone waved their arms, calling out, Li Xiaoya, Li Xiaoya. Someone was calling for me. Li Xiaoya clung to the window. Seeing this, Qin Sui reached out and lowered the window. Li Xiaoya turned to glance at him and softly said, thank you. At that moment, the driver also slowed the vehicle, and the person blocking the road rushed up, saying, Li Xiaoya, your grandfather wants you to hurry over to your great aunt's house. For what purpose? This question was posed by Qin Sui. The roadblocker paused, cautiously glanced at Qin Sui, and then responded, her grandfather said to fetch something. It seems to be something belonging to Li Xiaoya's mother from her lifetime. A spark ignited in Li Xiaoya's eyes. Mother's things? She joyfully replied, all right, I will go. Qin Sui grasped Li Xiaoya's arm, inquiring, which house are you going to? The dialect was somewhat thick, and Qin Sui did not hear clearly. Li Xiaoya answered, great aunt. How far is it? Li Xiaoya counted on her fingers. It takes over 4 hours to walk. Qin Sui lowered his gaze to examine her slender arms and legs. Over 4 hours to walk. Yes. Li Xiaoya nodded vigorously, looking at him with eager eyes. I want to get down. Could you please open the door for me? Li Xiaoya was unable to unbuckle her seatbelt or open the car door. Qin Sui did not take action but spoke to the driver. Take her over. Just as the driver was about to comply, he was pulled back by the person in the passenger seat. For the sake of the show's effect, not everything should be handled by the production team. Noticing their hesitation, Qin Sui remarked, "Exchange for points." The staff turned around with a grin. The points have already been exhausted. Having been here for less than 2 days, it was understandable that he had insufficient points. After a moment's contemplation, he bent down and opened the door for Li Xiaoya. The staff inquired, "Aren't you going with her?" "Qin Xiao, I'll go back to earn points." While this conversation was still underway, Li Xiaoya had already jumped out of the car and walked down another path. Her figure gradually diminished into a small in the frame. Just thinking about walking for over 4 hours makes my legs ache. Li Xiaoya is truly quite pitiable, alas. And sharing money with Qin Sui, she clearly has a very nice character. Isn't the cameraman going to follow her? The audience expressed their doubts, only to recall that the main characters of the show had initially been Shen Yuxiao and Li Qingqing. Now, Qin Sui was reluctantly added to the mix, while Li Xiaoya was entirely unrelated to the program, merely being dragged into the fray by Shen Yuxiao. When Li Xiaoya returns, it would be quite amusing to see Qin Sui suffer a setback there. The direction of the show was quietly shifting. The chief director monitored the online discourse, thinking to himself that if he had known it would turn out this way, he would not have changed anyone. Nevertheless, this unforeseen turn of events also created a unique program dynamic. At this moment, the deputy director approached, whispering, "Should we let the cameraman follow her after all?" The chief director waved his hand. "Let them feel some sympathy for Li Xiaoya." "That would be good." After a moment of hesitation, the deputy director added, "About those previous rumors concerning Li Xiaoya, could they be false?" The chief director nodded. "It's possible, but that's not our concern. If Major Xingda were to come forward and vindicate Li Xiaoya, it would certainly enhance the spectacle, wouldn't it?" The deputy director suddenly realized this, and the chief director nodded with a smile. The deputy director, astonished, remarked, "It must be you," and subsequently ceased to mention Li Xiaoya. As Li Xiaoya walked a considerable distance away, she suddenly remembered that she had forgotten to ask them to help feed the chickens and pigs. However, just one meal should be manageable. She ought to return before nightfall. With renewed urgency, Li Xiaoya quickened her pace. The path to her cousin's home was entirely unpaved, and by the time she arrived, her shoes and clothes were splattered with mud. Cautiously, she pushed open a large iron gate and stepped into the courtyard. The cement floor made her hesitant to tread upon it, fearing that if her cousin's wife were to become upset, she might refuse to give her mother's belongings. "Did I ask that, you little duck?" Today, her cousin's wife was unusually warm, taking her hand and leading her inside to converse. It was only when Li Xiaoya was pulled through the door that she noticed the absence of light. Her cousin's wife turned to close the door and fumbled for the light cord on the wall. With a swift tug, the incandescent bulb flickered to life, momentarily blinding her. Instinctively, Li Xiaoya shut her eyes and, upon reopening them, finally recognized who sat in the living room. A wave of tension coursed through her, and she instinctively turned to flee, but her cousin's wife caught her in a tight embrace, lifting her off the ground. And no matter how much she struggled, she was unable to escape. Her cousin's wife chuckled. "Why are you running, dear? It's been ages since you've seen your cousin's family." Every year during the New Year celebrations, Li Xiaoya would encounter this distant cousin. He would smile broadly, ruffle her hair, and hand her a red envelope, asking if she enjoyed life with her uncle. That time, Li Xiaoya had no understanding of its implications. Later, the village children would gather around her, pointing and jesting. Oh, Li Xiaoya is going to be sold by her grandfather. Sold to be a little bride for a cripple." Fearful, Li Xiaoya confided in her teacher. The following day, her cousin returned, visibly furious, cursing as he scolded her. "Do you know what it means for your city teacher to come here for volunteer work? They will leave after 2 years. Let me tell you, no one can protect you for a lifetime." With that, he struck her across the face, a heavy slap that left her ears ringing. Blood trickled from her nose and ears. Standing there, she called for her grandfather, who was lounging on the threshold, puffing on his pipe and sighing, "Little duck, it's not easy for me to raise you alone." Eventually, the roles reversed, and little Li Xiaoya became the caretaker of her grandfather. Her cousin never appeared again, to the point that Li Xiaoya nearly forgot him, until this moment, when the memory of that slap surged back, causing her head to thrum once more. Clenching her fists, she declared, "I want to go home." Her cousin approached, taking her from her cousin's wife, his eyes crinkling with a smile. resembling a benevolent elder at first glance. Go home. You're coming with me to the city. The car is waiting outside. Li Xiaoya fought to suppress her trembling and exclaimed, I want to go home. If I don't go home, someone will come looking for me. Chapter 25. No one will come looking for you. I forgot to remind Li Xiaoya to take some blankets and clothes back with her. Sheng Yuxiao sat in the hospital room, unable to suppress a frown. Never mind, I'll just wait until I return to bring it to her. After Li Xiaoya returned to Lijia village, Sheng Yuxiao felt restless in the hospital room, fretting over the possibility that Qin Sui might win Li Xiaoya over. He scrolled through his phone screen. Utterly disinterested in the game icons displayed, with nothing else to occupy his time, the young master made a phone call. Hello, Brother Yang, could you provide me with a phone number for the investment office here? The live comments were abuzz with speculation. Is the young master about to make an investment? Wealthy and bold, treating investment as casually as eating or drinking, envy-inducing. If only he could come here to film a show. My hometown is quite impoverished. While the comments continued their lively discussion, the screen suddenly went dark. This was due to Sheng Yuxiao temporarily dismantling the camera and microphone. Shortly thereafter, the small hospital room became animated as Sheng Yuxiao received a few visitors. These individuals were quite astonished. Previously, investments were solicited over drinks, but today, it was happening in a hospital room. What a novelty, moreover. They had never seen such an eager major investor before. Please, take a seat. Don't be shy. Sheng Yuxiao reigned in his typically flamboyant demeanor, which left others pleasantly surprised. I asked this the intention of Mr. Sheng? Someone cautiously inquired. Sheng Yuxiao shook his finger. To be frank, my father looks down on this kind of project. Your efforts would be in vain. The individuals opposite him grew anxious. Then, Sheng Yuxiao interjected, I can invest in you. I will invest the money I set aside for a sports car next year, a sum of 600,000. The eyes of those across from him immediately lit up with excitement, urging their assistant. Quick, bring the proposal to this gentleman. Sheng Yuxiao interrupted. No, I won't look at that yet. After a brief pause, he added, ISNT, there is Xinyu town nearby. There is someone there whose exact workplace I'm not certain of, but I know his name is Li Song, the son of the village chief of Lijia village. Oh, I recently filmed a show in Lijia village. You're aware of that, right? Yes, this Li Song. The individuals opposite paused, delicately asking, did he offend you? Sheng Yuxiao opened his phone and played back the recorded conversation from earlier. Listen, what a skillful schemer, plotting against me, Sheng Yuxiao remarked with a cold smile. Half an hour later, this group of individuals exited the hospital room. Upon stepping outside, their first words were, this Li Song has poor character. He severely tarnishes our reputation. How will people assess us in the future? Will they think that impoverished mountains breed cunning individuals? Can we still attract investments? Such a detrimental element must not be allowed to remain. Back in the hospital room, Sheng Yuxiao reattached the camera, not in a hurry to upload the recording online. That recording still held potential value. Before long, Xing Jun came to visit him, surprised to ask, in good spirits? Sheng Yuxiao nodded. He was eagerly anticipating how Li Xiaoya would express her gratitude afterward. Would the child be so moved as to cry? Just imagining that scene brought him great comfort. Before he knew it, the clock struck 6:30 in the evening. Qin Sui, with a solemn expression, stepped out and informed the production team. Li Xiaoya hasn't returned yet. The production team also sensed that it was getting rather late. So they went inside to ask Elderly for the phone number of that distant relative. However, Elderly was utterly clueless. The production team gradually furrowed their brows. Grandpa Li claimed he did not know the number for his cousin's house. Qin Sui sensed something amiss. How was the message conveyed? How did Grandpa Li know that Li Xiaoya's cousin wanted her to come over? The production team, upon reflection, thought indeed, and immediately returned to inquire further. Qin Sui is quite astute. In my opinion, the production team should not have allowed Li Xiaoya to go alone. Such a young child, how perilous it is on the road. Li Xiaoya has lived here since birth. Does she not know better than you? She is accustomed to visiting relatives. What could possibly go wrong? After a while, the staff emerged once more, relaying. Grandpa Li said it was all through a phone call made by his cousin to the village's small shop. And the shopkeeper then conveyed the message to him. The small shop. Qin Sui commanded immediately. The small shop was equipped with an old-fashioned landline, and the proprietor, stationed beside it, nonchalantly remarked while spitting out sunflower seed shells. Who would remember a phone number? They're not even my relatives. Qin Sui shot him a dark glance. Although Qin Sui was clearly younger than the shopkeeper, his gaze was enough to intimidate the man, causing him to drop sunflower seeds all over the floor. The production team, observing Qin Sui's demeanor, understood that today's situation would not conclude amicably, and thus sprang into action. They went door to door, asking who knew where Li Xiaoya's cousin lived. Or even anyone who knew the number. Qin Sui interjected, a reward for information. Upon hearing this, the shopkeeper felt a pang of regret, suddenly loathing himself for not having memorized the number. This was the most lively day in Li family village since the village chief set off countless firecrackers when Li Qingqing left. However, the village's electricity situation was rather poor. As time passed and darkness fell, the lights gradually extinguished, leaving only a few households still aglow, while the rest remained shrouded in darkness. Should we not wait until tomorrow morning to search? The chief director suggested. It's late at night, and the roads are all dirt. Driving is impossible. Even if we were to walk with flashlights, it would be easy to fall into a ditch. Qin Sui responded with a non-committal This only served to raise the spectators' anxiety. A handful of voices opposed the notion. It's obvious this is part of the production team's script, isn't it? Perhaps they are deliberately using this opportunity to vindicate Li Xiaoya. Meanwhile, the village chief felt a twinge of guilt upon realizing the production team was searching all over. Why were these idle people so preoccupied with this? The village chief grumbled. To him, a rural child not returning home after visiting relatives for a night was a trivial matter. Why were these city folk so anxious? He reassured himself it was nothing. Nothing at all. After all, it was Grandpa Li who had taken the initiative. Can't elders decide matters for their children? How could these outsiders interfere? At that moment, Li Xiaoya was already brought to the city by her uncle. With a smile, her uncle said, "Stop worrying. No one will come looking for you." He carried Li Xiaoya into the residential complex. "Have you ever seen such a beautiful place? Your uncle lives here, and I will take care of you. That is a blessing you could never earn in 8 lifetimes, understand?" This was a high-end residential community in the county, although it could not compare to the major cities. It was indeed quite renowned locally. Li Xiaoya quietly replied, "I don't want any blessings." The uncle's face flushed with anger momentarily, but he quickly regained his composure and smiled, saying, "You simply haven't experienced a good life. Once you do, you won't want to leave." Just as he spoke, a disheveled middle-aged man, clutching a leather bag, approached from the opposite direction. The man immediately spotted Li Xiaoya, for the child was strikingly beautiful. An eye-catching sight. His eyes lit up with recognition. Wasn't she the young girl who had accompanied the gentleman in the Maybach selling mushrooms the other day? So, she resided here. He wondered if the esteemed Qin Xiao was nearby. The man was indeed the small business owner who had, in one breath, purchased all the expensive mushrooms that day. He had intended to strike up a conversation then, but found no opportunity. Now, fortune had presented itself. "Old brother," the man called out as he moved closer, intending to offer a cigarette to Li Xiaoya's uncle, not wanting to create unnecessary complications. Uncle Li pretended not to notice, and continued walking straight ahead. However, Li Xiaoya had a remarkable memory and immediately recognized the small business owner. She opened her mouth to call out, "Uncle, save me!" In a flash, Uncle Li realized she was acquainted with the man, and swiftly covered Li Xiaoya's mouth, lowering his voice to threaten her. "If you dare to speak recklessly, I will hang you up and spank you." With that, he hurriedly carried Li Xiaoya away. The man, holding the cigarette, froze mid-motion, momentarily bewildered. At that moment, Uncle Li's wife chuckled softly and remarked, "The child is very tired. Let us not disturb her sleep, or she will be hard to soothe later." She then quickly followed suit. Beside her walked a boy of about 14 or 15 years, limping and silent. The man watched the family recede into the distance, feeling an intense sense of incongruity. Realizing he was on the brink of bankruptcy, he decided to follow them, intending to ascertain where they lived and to bring some cigarettes and liquor to visit the next day. Uncle Li was quite strong, and by the time he set Li Xiaoya down, her mouth bore the clear imprint of his fingers. He shook his head at her, saying, "You have not behaved well. I must teach you a lesson." He turned to his wife and instructed, "Lock her up, deny her blankets and water." Chapter 26. All are searching for someone, and I will be obedient. Please don't lock me up. Li Xiaoya lifted her face, her eyes drooping, exuding a pitiful expression. The woman across from her displayed a flicker of compassion, but Uncle Li's cold voice cut through. Her grandfather said she would pretend to be pitiful, but in truth, she is quite stubborn. Upon hearing this, The woman instantly retracted her sympathy and pushed Li Xiaoya into the small room opposite. And Li Xiaoya stumbled from the shove, and by the time she got back up, the door had already closed. Uncle Li's voice resonated coldly once more. You only need to be obedient for a few days, and you will receive your mother's belongings, don't you want them? Li Xiaoya, on the other side of the door, remained silent. Uncle Li was quite pleased with the results of his authoritative approach and signaled to his wife before leaving. Li Xiaoya took 2 steps back and desperately reached out to feel for the light cord. However, she only encountered the thick soundproof padding of the wall. An light cord, no switch, just bare and pitch dark, reflecting a faint hint of moonlight. The small room was not spacious, and the windows were sealed tightly. Li Xiaoya extended her hand, feeling the thick glass, and grasped at the elusive moonlight. She shed just 2 tears, which she swiftly wiped away. She vowed to grow up quickly. She yearned to read countless books. She wished to escape from this place, to put as much distance between herself and it as possible. Li Xiaoya thus spent a night in the small cabin. The woman leaned against the door and listened, astonished as she remarked, "Why is there not a single sound coming from within? Is she not crying at all?" Li Biaoshu, unfazed, replied, "Her character is resilient. After being confined for an entire night, what is there to cry about? When her father abandoned her, she did not weep even when the villagers came to pound on the door for debts." The woman was somewhat taken aback. At that moment, Li Biaoshu murmured, "Genetics are indeed favorable. Money exchanged is not a loss." The woman did not catch the first half of his statement and inquired, "What?" Li Biaoshu did not respond, adjusting his tie before departing for the company. The woman refrained from pressing further, turning instead to rouse her son, signaling him, "Go deliver a bowl of hot soup to your sister. This will surely endear her to you." The boy silently accepted the bowl, took the keys, and opened the door. The next instant, he shouted, "Mom, why is she lying on the ground and not moving?" Qin Sui had not slept a wink throughout the night. As dawn broke, he rose. The production team, equally anxious, feared that a serious situation might disrupt the normal recording of the program. Upon confirming the address, they decided to head to Li Xiaoya's distant relative's home. After a brief pause, Qin Sui stated, "Call the police." The production team widened their eyes in surprise, but we have yet to confirm whether Li Xiaoya is truly missing. She is a minor, not even 10 years old. Qin Sui hesitated momentarily, his tone darkening. "Call the police. What if this were merely a misunderstanding? I will take responsibility. It is not merely a question of responsibility. Perhaps Li Xiaoya would find it quite embarrassing." "Fools always think more than they act," Qin Sui declared. The production team responded, "Such arrogance. Yet, at this moment, we need someone with a firm hand to steer the direction. I increasingly understand why young Master Sheng despises him. Oh, enough of the bickering. Let us go find her." Under Qin Sui's directive, the production team, unwilling to appear foolish, promptly contacted the local authorities to report the situation. They then set off in their vehicle towards their relative's home. Li, though lacking feet, was not deaf. Hearing the commotion from within, he could not help but stretch his neck and mutter to himself, "What is with this grand spectacle?" He felt a twinge of anxiety. Sitting in the car, Qin Sui suddenly remarked, "Li is acting suspiciously. What? Someone needs to keep an eye on him." "Huh?" Qin Sui extended his hand. "Hand me your phone." The chief director hastily complied, and Qin Sui immediately called his bodyguard. After all, as a scion of a wealthy family, it was unthinkable to venture into such a remote area without protection. "Keep watch over Li Xiaoya's grandfather," Qin Sui instructed his bodyguard. Did he believe this matter was related to Li? If something is amiss, it must be connected to him, Qin Sui asserted with certainty, furrowing his brow further, his expression darkening even more. What? The region was economically underdeveloped, with local facilities lagging behind. The roads were difficult to navigate. The vehicles were outdated, and manpower was scarce. Relying solely on the local police to locate her would be insufficient. The production team hesitated, saying, "Actually, we have not yet arrived at Li Xiaoya's relative's home." "There is no need to rush." Qin Sui spoke in a calm tone. "Do you know what the golden period is?" He dialed a number on his phone to call home, but his father happened to be out. It was his mother who answered. Upon hearing the news, she gasped, "What? That little girl is missing? My goodness." Tears welled up in her eyes, and before long, they cascaded down her cheeks. She turned to her son and asked, "What are we to do? It would be best to borrow someone from the provincial city." Qin Sui, feeling helpless, pressed his forehead. "Oh, just wait a moment. I'll find your father. He needs to handle this." she said before hanging up. Qin Sui stared at his phone, pondering that seeking help from Sheng Yuxiao might be swifter. Unaware of the unfolding situation, Sheng Yuxiao sat in the hospital room, gazing at his father. When will you be going back? Sheng Jun chuckled in exasperation. Have you decided I am of no use, and now you wish to hasten my departure? Aren't you busy with work? He replied. Very well, as you wish. Sheng Jun shook his head, good-naturedly rising to leave, with Li Qingqing trailing behind. She was more concerned about Li Xiaoya than anyone else and had known of her disappearance the moment it occurred. She deliberately chose not to mention it. Just as they stepped out of the hospital room, Sheng Yuxiao's phone rang. Qin Sui's call. Sheng Yuxiao frowned. Is he unwell? Why is he calling me? Li Qingqing felt a sense of foreboding and quickly turned back. While Sheng Yuxiao grumbled, he nonetheless answered the call. Hello, are you incapable of doing Li Xiaoya's hair? His tone held a hint of arrogance, but it shifted instantaneously. What did you say? Sheng Yuxiao leaped off the hospital bed, still clad in his patient gown and slippers, rushing out. Sheng Jun, taken aback, turned to see only his son's departing figure. Sheng Yuxiao, what are you doing? Sheng Yuxiao's brow furrowed, his expression darkening as he cursed. I've always said Qin Sui is incompetent. He can't even keep track of a single person. Drive. I will personally go to the Public Security Bureau to file a report, realizing something was amiss. Sheng Jun hurriedly sought out the production team to inquire about the matter. What? That little girl is missing? No, it's not confirmed that she's lost. She just hasn't returned home all night, a staff member awkwardly explained. Meanwhile, Qin Sui had put away his phone and stood in the courtyard of Li Xiaoya's great-aunt. Startled by such an assembly, her great-aunt rushed out, asking, Who are you all? To facilitate communication, Qin Sui had brought along a guide. The guide stepped forward, coldly inquiring, Is Li Xiaoya here? The great-aunt's heart sank. The little girl had not lied. There were indeed so many people seeking her. Chapter 27. The intense turmoil in a small county. She returned home. She had dinner yesterday afternoon and then left. The great-aunt slapped her thigh. What is going on? Is she missing? She often does this, she added. Did she go up the mountain to forage for mushrooms? Don't panic. Qin Sui, after a single glance, lightly nodded. She is lying. The words that had barely made it to the staff member's throat, suggesting they search the mountains, were abruptly cut off. Huh? Lying? How can you tell? Young Master Qin. The staff stood in stunned silence and questioned, how could an elder like her, who frequently watches television dramas, not understand Mandarin? Upon hearing this, the situation escalated, and she pointed at Qin Sui, exclaiming, You are spouting nonsense. You are slandering people here. Two imposing bodyguards stepped forward, effectively blocking her path. It was at this moment that she realized the youth before her was no ordinary individual. With a hint of trepidation, she took a half-step back and remarked, If you don't believe me, go in and see for yourselves. Am I supposed to hide Li Xiaoya? She often traverses the mountain paths alone. Who knows if she was taken by a wolf or devoured by a bear? Her words left the staff in disbelief, and the barrage of comments erupted. What the hell? This person is called an elder. Are you hoping for Li Xiaoya's demise? What are these people even? They infuriate me. At this point, almost no one remembered Li Qingqing. The audience's emotions were solely tethered to Li Xiaoya. People from impoverished regions often share a distinctive trait. No matter how grand or wealthy the tales you tell, they lack the comprehension. However, when figures such as the village head or local police officers stand before them, fear grips them. Just then, the sound of police sirens approached. Though the vehicle was far from the grandeur of a Maybach, when the doors swung open and several uniformed officers emerged, the elder's legs turned to jelly, and sheer terror washed over her. It's over. It's truly over, she thought, genuinely feeling the weight of despair. For such a trivial matter, why call the police? She stammered, unaware that this was merely the beginning. With the cooperation of the local police station, they searched the elder's home, yet found no trace of Li Xiaoya. One of the staff inquired, Could it be a misunderstanding? Is it possible Li Xiaoya went missing after she left? Qin Sui pointed at the elder and asked, Her son and daughter reside in the county, correct? Indeed, the local guide nodded. She brewed tea yesterday, using 3 glass cups, which remain unwashed in the sink. It wasn't loose tea, but the white tea from the wall. She entertained guests. To her, they were 3 esteemed visitors. Qin Sui replied swiftly. This revelation not only astonished the barrage of comments, but also caught the attention of those present, who couldn't help but glance at him with newfound respect. You should consider a career in criminal investigation. With Qin Sui's remark serving as a lead, the elder was taken away for a lawful and reasonable investigation. That I won't go, I won't. You are wronging an innocent person," she cried, clinging to the car door, tears streaming down her face, utterly devoid of the previous day's arrogance. Meanwhile, Sheng Yuxiao boarded a provincial vehicle, making his way to Lijia village. The entourage was quite formidable. The trafficking of children is an abhorrent crime that persists despite prohibition, a stern-faced man seated beside Sheng Yuxiao declared emphatically. Indeed, echoed the individual in the passenger seat, frowning deeply. In impoverished and backward areas such as ours, children are often abducted and sold into economically prosperous regions. Each time we revisit those unresolved cases, it is heart-wrenching. The more Sheng Yuxiao listened, the more discontent he felt, fearing that with each passing day and night, Li Xiaoya might be sold off to an unknown location. This impoverished area desperately needed investment. It was imperative, in order to construct better roads, install more surveillance systems, and enhance local employment rates. It is only through such measures that crime can be mitigated. A myriad of thoughts flooded Sheng Yuxiao's mind, igniting a fiery turmoil within his chest that he could not express. The convoy gradually arrived in the county town associated with Lijia village, instantly stirring considerable commotion in this small town. The locals engaged in fervent discussions about the unfolding events, craning their necks in curiosity to glimpse those seated within the vehicles. Word had it that they were apprehending human traffickers. A commendable endeavor. Lijia's cousin, walking along the road, overheard such conversations but paid them no mind. The issue of capturing human traffickers bore no relevance to him. He felt somewhat perturbed, as his wife had called to inform him that Li Xiaoya was ill, suffering from a high fever of 38 degrees, and had been vomiting severely, her complexion turning pale. She needed to be taken to the hospital. Recalling the elderly's description of Li Xiaoya, Lijia's cousin's first reaction was to suspect it was a ploy. That child was astute and exceptionally resilient. Once taken to the children's hospital, she might seize the opportunity to flee. Yet, what if he did not take her and she succumbed to the fever? How frustrating, truly vexing. With a solemn expression, Lijia's cousin quickened his pace, but not far along. He was halted by a middle-aged man. Upon closer inspection, he recognized him as the individual who had approached him the previous night offering a cigarette. Hello, my name is Do Dawe, get lost." Do Dawe was taken aback, perplexed by the man's foul temper. "Who are you to that little girl?" Do Dawe persisted, gripping Lijia's cousin's arm. A jolt of alarm surged through Lijia's cousin, prompting a change in his demeanor as he replied, "Her uncle, oh, brother. I just wanted you to introduce me to Qin Xiao." "Qin Xiao? Who is that?" Lijia's cousin inquired, his face a mask of confusion, wondering if this man had lost his senses. Do Dawe then realized that Lijia's cousin was unfamiliar with Qin Xiao, thus, he could only say, "May I meet your niece?" "Are you out of your mind? What do you want to see her for? Are you a human trafficker?" Lijia's cousin cursed a few times before hastily returning home. Indeed, Li Xiaoya was unwell. Her lips had lost their color, merely parting slightly as she murmured, Mama, has she taken the fever-reducing medicine?" "Yes, but she's vomited it all." Lijia's cousin swore under his breath, scooping her up and declaring, "We must go to the hospital." Li Xiaoya's voice soon became hoarse. She struggled to keep her eyelids open, her face flushed with fever. Yet even in her state, her delicate features remained strikingly beautiful. Illness only accentuated her vulnerability. Lijia's cousin glanced down, thinking it was worth the trouble. Unbeknownst to him, Do Dawe lurked nearby, observing as they boarded the vehicle. The young girl was indeed sick, or injured? No, that couldn't be. They couldn't possibly be human traffickers, could they? Do Dawe's expression shifted, contemplating that if this were true, capturing such a feat would surely earn him favor with Qin Xiao, potentially leading to some monetary gain. Resolutely, Do Dawe followed them. Meanwhile, the couple hastily entered the car, and in their flurry, Li Xiaoya's head bumped against the frame. The spot quickly swelled, turning a shade of purple, rendering her even more pitiable. Her lips continued to part, but this time she called out a different name, Sheng Yuxiao. However, Lijia's cousin failed to catch her words. "What did you say?" Uncle Li paid it no mind, entirely oblivious to the significance of the name uttered by Li Xiaoya. Chapter 28. Eliminate Li Xiaoya. The nurse rolled up Li Xiaoya's sleeve to administer an intravenous drip, upon noticing the slenderness of the young girl's wrist. She cast a disapproving glance at Uncle Li. How are parents raising their children? The boy was robustly nurtured, while the girl appeared delicate and frail, her hands marred with scars. Uncle Li stiffly tugged at the corner of his mouth. Previously, she was raised at her grandmother's house. The elders at home were not attentive. The nurse lowered her head in silence, but her disdain was palpable. It was evident that they favored sons over daughters. Perhaps they even resorted to physical discipline. Just look at her. She has such a high fever, her face pale as a ghost, and only now has she been brought in. The nurse steadied herself as she secured the tourniquet around the thin wrist, disinfected the area, and prepared to insert the needle. As the needle pierced her skin, Li Xiaoya's frail body shuddered, emitting a soft whimper. The nurse, feeling a pang of sympathy, inhaled deeply before stepping away. Uncle Li glared at her retreating figure, muttering, "Wretched woman, mind your own business." The nurse exited and recounted her observations about Li Xiaoya to her colleague, who sighed in response. "Enough, don't get involved. The last thing this hospital needs is sympathy, as you cannot afford to be overwhelmed by it. Otherwise, you might find yourself on the receiving end of a complaint." The young nurse nodded, turning to leave, only to inadvertently collide with the sneaky Dodawei. "Hey, what are you doing?" I am the uncle of the little girl inside," Dodawei lied. "Then why aren't you going in?" Well, to be honest, I suspect that man is problematic." The nurse scoffed. "I also believe he is not a good father." "Father? He claims to be her father? Impossible. Didn't he say that to me?" "This man is truly suspicious." Dodawei lowered his voice, suppressing his agitation. "I suspect he might be a human trafficker." The nurse's expression shifted dramatically, her sense of justice igniting fervently. Li Xiaoya drifted into a deep slumber for an extended duration, dreaming of her mother and recalling her father's tender words as he departed. Yet soon, in her dream, her father morphed into a devil with a gaping maw dripping with blood. She jolted awake, attempting to sit up, only to be roughly pressed back down by Uncle Li. "What's wrong with me?" Li Xiaoya inquired, her voice ragged and painfully strained. The woman immediately responded, "I'll fetch a bottle of water." Uncle Li thought to himself that as long as she was alive, it was sufficient, and turned to his son. "You keep an eye on your sister. I must return to the company." And sooner had Uncle Li left than the nurse arrived, stating, "I'll apply a fever-reducing patch for her." The boy promptly vacated his spot. The nurse bent down, applying the patch while quietly asking in Li Xiaoya's ear, "Little one, was that man your father?" The boy abruptly shouted, "What are you saying to my sister?" The nurse felt a cold sweat trickle down her back but maintained her composure, replying, "I'm just checking to see if the little girl is in any discomfort. Your parents are rather unreliable." Only then did the boy cease his inquiries. Meanwhile, Li Xiaoya stared at the nurse in astonishment, her eyes wide with disbelief. How did she know? Li Xiaoya tugged at the hand of the nurse, her voice pitiful and frail. "Sister, I need to use the restroom. Could you please take me there?" The nurse, understanding her plight, replied, "Come with me." The boy attempted to intervene but, realizing he could not enter the women's restroom, reluctantly conceded, watching as the nurse led Li Xiaoya away. "He's not my father," Li Xiaoya declared as soon as she emerged. The nurse, taken aback by this revelation, felt a chill run down her spine. Indeed, it was astonishing. This was the first time, the plot of a movie unfolding right before her eyes. "I must call the police," the nurse asserted. Li Xiaoya shook her head despondently. "It seems that's not possible. He is my cousin, and my grandfather might have accepted money from him." The nurse murmured, "But it is likely to be deemed a domestic affair, and ultimately, you might return to your grandfather, who could sell you again." Just within a few brief exchanges, the nurse found herself seething with rage. What should we do? My heavens, what should we do? As she pondered this, she recalled a man named Dodawei who was searching for her. He mentioned that you might have been abducted. You know him? Li Xiaoya shook her head in confusion. "Who is Dodawei?" The nurse, guiding the unsteady Li Xiaoya, turned into another corridor where Dodawei awaited anxiously. Li Xiaoya recognized him immediately. "It's you." Dodawei was elated. "You remember me? That man is a villain. Isn't. Would you like me to contact Qin Shao for you?" The nurse thought to herself, who was Qin Shao? In her small-town existence, she had never encountered anyone of such stature. Li Xiaoya nodded slightly. "He is a bad person," but soon, her brow furrowed in worry as she lamented, "But I don't know Qin Shui's number." Her sickly countenance appeared even more pitiable with that frown. Dodawei was taken aback. How could she not have his contact information? It was somewhat understandable. "Many children forget adults' numbers," Li Xiaoya whispered, "but he is recording a program in Lijia village. You could find him there." "No, let us not seek him out," Li Xiaoya quickly countered. "Let's go to the county hospital and find Xing Yuxiao. He is hospitalized there." She had made her decision, although she wasn't well acquainted with Qin Shui. Surely Xing Yuxiao would come to her rescue. Wouldn't he? Taking a gentle breath, Li Xiaoya tried to calm her racing heart. Sheng Yuxiao, Do Dawei pondered, the name sounding somewhat familiar. What are the three characters? Could you write it down? Li Xiaoya's expression fell as she whispered. I don't know, it's all right. Leave it to me. Do Dawei was resolute in his determination to get this matter resolved and quickly hailed a cab to the county hospital. Currently, they were at the second hospital, which was 8 kilometers away from the county hospital. As Do Dawei exited, he coincidentally brushed past Li Xiaoya's aunt, who failed to recognize him and thus paid him no mind. What are you doing out? The aunt approached, noticing Li Xiaoya and revealing a puzzled expression. I went to the restroom, Li Xiaoya muttered. The nurse immediately interjected. She can't drink cold water. The aunt considered arguing against the fuss, but ultimately held her tongue. If Li Xiaoya's condition worsened, it would still cost them. I shall return home to fetch a cup, so you stay here with your brother. Li Xiaoya obediently nodded. Aunt Li immediately felt relieved. Meanwhile, the village chief was somewhat restless, and just then, his son unexpectedly drove back. Song, I need to discuss something with you. The village chief approached. However, Li Song's expression was even more grim than his father's. And he spat out, whoever reported me for accepting bribes is a scoundrel. What position do I hold? How much could I possibly receive? Besides, who doesn't he take a little something? The village chief's face paled upon hearing this. How could this happen? Did your superiors believe it? Li Song's face twitched. They've suspended me. Pending investigation. What merit do I have that warrants such scrutiny? The village chief murmured. This doesn't make sense, Song. Something's off. What? Is someone deliberately targeting you? It's undoubtedly someone out to get me, but I have no idea who. Did I ask my colleagues, and not one would speak. Li Song calmed his rising anger and said, I'll call Ching Ching. She's quite clever and must have already ingratiated herself with Xing Jun. The village chief, still anxious, asked, will this affect my position as village chief? Li Song chuckled in exasperation. It shouldn't. It's not that easy to pin something on me. The village chief nodded, hesitantly voicing, Song, there's another matter. He recounted how Li Xiaoya had been taken away and Qin Sui had reported it. Upon hearing this, Li Song dropped his phone with a thud. Why didn't you consult us about such a serious matter? I thought it would be manageable. Li Hai is rather greedy for money, and that's a family issue. Doesn't he concern us? Li Song shook his head, his countenance darkening. You're thinking too simplistically. Li Xiaoya's distant uncle won't be willing to take the blame alone. He has connections in the city and is wealthier than us. Most importantly, the village's great secret must not attract police attention. The village chief, upon hearing his son's analysis, began to feel panic. Then, what do you propose we do? Li Song realized that berating his father for being foolish would be futile at this point. He replied, Li Xiaoya must die at the hands of her uncle. That way, he'll have no way to clear himself. The village chief was momentarily stunned. Kill someone? Li Song scoffed, pressing down on his father's shoulder, as if it's never been done before. At that moment, Li Xiaoya's distant aunt was already in tears, her hair and clothes disheveled. Her son and daughter-in-law were sobbing beside her, pleading, Mom, please just tell the truth. Do you want to get us killed? The aunt, in despair, pounded the table until her hands were bruised, her voice cracking as she cried out, Fine, I'll speak. It was Li Hongguang who took them away. He is Li Xiaoya's distant uncle. This has nothing to do with me. It was Li Xiaoya's grandfather who made the decision. Qin Sui turned swiftly. Go find this Li Hongguang immediately. Chapter 29. You frighten me to death. Meanwhile, Do Dawei arrived at the hospital, approaching the front desk with a tentative hope. Is there a patient here by the name of Sheng Yuxiao? The receptionist's expression changed, and she replied coldly, Patient privacy. I'm sorry, but I cannot disclose that information. Do Dawei was taken aback. This person truly exists. I urgently need to find him. Do Dawei exclaimed anxiously. Everyone keeps saying that, but I truly feel embarrassed. In an instant, Do Dawei realized that Sheng Yuxiao was no ordinary individual. Moments ago, at the second hospital, the little girl had mentioned that Qin Sui was recording a program in Lijia village. What kind of program could it be? After all, he was a businessman with a sharp mind. Do Dawei took out his phone and began to search for Lijia village program Qin Sui as keywords. The webpage quickly caught his attention. Sheng Yuxiao. It turned out to be this Sheng Yuxiao. Do Dawei was elated, nearly moved to tears on the spot. That little girl was indeed his benefactor. By her side were either Qin Sui or the illustrious Sheng Yuxiao. Do Dawei promptly raised his phone, locating a photo of Li Xiaoya from the program to show at the service desk. Please search online. This little girl is missing. She is currently at the second hospital. And I have come to inform Sheng Yuxiao. The service desk staff exchanged uncertain glances before ultimately opting to make a phone call. In less than half an hour, a long convoy of vehicles came to a halt outside the county hospital. Attracting the attention of numerous onlookers, Sheng Yuxiao stepped out of the car with great strides, scanning the area. Where is she? Dodawei had never felt so popular before. He pushed his way forward. Thinking that this young Master Sheng's appearance was truly one of a kind, easily noticeable at first glance. Young Master Sheng, I'm here, Dodawei shouted loudly. The bodyguards, initially poised to block his advance, hesitated at this moment. Sheng Yuxiao cleared a path through the crowd, swiftly approaching Dodawei. Have you seen Li Xiaoya? Yes. She is at the second hospital. Did I ask she injured? Sheng Yuxiao's brow furrowed with sudden anger. Dodawei couldn't help but shudder and replied, No, it's not an injury. She is ill, suffering from a high fever and receiving an drip. There are people watching over her. Dodawei glanced around, feeling the need to withhold the truth. What if everyone thought they were relatives and simply turned a blind eye? He said. She looks very pitiful. Her face is flushed, and she cried during the injection. Before Dodawei could finish his sentence, he felt a rush of wind beside him. Sheng Yuxiao was striding out. To the second hospital. Young master, wait for me. Please wait for me. Dodawei hurriedly chased after him. Fearing he would be left behind, Sheng Yuxiao, realizing that this individual might still be of use, turned back, grabbing and half-dragging Dodawei as he quickened his pace. Although Sheng Yuxiao was younger, he was significantly taller than Dodawei. At that moment, Dodawei thought little of his dignity as a middle-aged man. Being led by the illustrious young Master Sheng was indeed an honor. At the entrance of Kong Yuan Foreign Trade Company, several vehicles arrived and came to a halt. Qin Sui was the first to step out. Who are you people? No appointment, no entry, the front desk staff asserted weakly. Why had so many imposing individuals arrived? The commotion caught the attention of Uncle Li, also known as Li Hongguang, who was upstairs. He wondered who had gotten into trouble, and thus opened his office door to step outside. Plain clothes, the individuals below announced. Li Hongguang is your boss, right? The people downstairs displayed their identification and surged past the front desk towards the upper floors. They collided head-on with Li Hongguang, who exclaimed, It's him. He is Li Hongguang. Then, in front of his subordinates, amidst the watchful gaze of the crowd, Li Hongguang was abruptly pressed down. Furious, he bellowed, What are you doing? Are you mad, Li Hongguang? You are suspected of abducting a girl under the age of 7. Please accompany us for a while. The voice carried a tone of official business. Let him lead the way, came another youthful voice. Struggling to lift his head, Li Hongguang could only catch a glimpse of a pant leg adorned with intricately stitched custom patterns. Exuding an air of opulence, Li Xiaoya's aunt returned home with a cup, filled it with hot water, and was just stepping towards the door when a multitude of police cars screeched to a halt. Some even arriving from the provincial capital. Who are they arresting? Such a commotion, the aunt exclaimed, stepping inside first. Just then, someone collided with her, causing the cup in her hand to fly out. Enraged, she scolded the person for their lack of awareness. The individual, clad in tattered clothing and hunched over, hurriedly picked up the cup from the ground and handed it back to her. Disgusted by the person's filth, the aunt quickly averted her gaze, thinking to herself how fortunate it was that the water was meant for Li Xiaoya. Xiaoya, I'm back, the aunt called as she entered, finding her son still standing awkwardly by. Meanwhile, Li Xiaoya remained silent, receiving an drip, as if the illness had rendered her submissive. I brought you hot water. Drink up, the aunt offered. See, we all care for you from now on. Just stay with us. A flurry of swift footsteps approached. What is happening? Other patients receiving IVs craned their necks in curiosity. Things haven't been peaceful in the county these past few days. Why are so many people coming here? The aunt suddenly felt an ominous premonition. Yet her heart insisted it was impossible. Who was Li Xiaoya? With a deceased mother and an absent father and a grandfather who was only interested in money, she was shunned by everyone in the village. Who would care for her? The aunt steadied herself and unscrewed the cup lid, urging, Quick, have a sip of water. Just listen to how hoarse your voice has become. Li Xiaoya was indeed parched, having gone 2 full days without food or water. Her throat felt as if it had been torn apart by hands. As she lowered her head to drink, she suddenly heard someone calling her name. Li Xiaoya, as she looked up to see Sheng Yuxiao bursting in, shoving the aunt aside and lifting Li Xiaoya into his arms. You scared the hell out of me. The aunt stumbled and fell, the cup slipping from her grip and spilling hot water all over her pant leg. she screeched, but before she could utter another word, the police officers who followed promptly restrained her. Her son, momentarily stunned, attempted to flee but was pinned against the wall. Seeing this, the aunt went into a frenzy, shouting, "Let go of my son, release him." Yet, her cries fell on deaf ears. All she could do was gasp in fury and turn to look at Li Xiaoya. At that moment, she noticed the young man holding Li Xiaoya. He was strikingly youthful, tall and slender, dressed in expensive attire that emanated an air of authority, his handsome features shadowed by a fierce intensity. He seemed completely out of place in such a small county town. The aunt and the cousin shared a similar thought, recalling the words of Li Xiaoya, "Someone will come to find me." The aunt gazed around and beheld the greatest number of police officers she had ever encountered in her life. Fear and anger surged within her, and she exclaimed, "Li Xiaoya, your grandfather will meet a most untimely end. Has he even gone so far as to sell you off to the wealthy?" Chapter 30. Who is Sheng Yuxiao? The answer was now clear. Sheng Yuxiao's brow furrowed, rendering him even more terrifying. Sell? He spat the word from his tongue, fixing an intense gaze upon the aunt, resembling a vengeful spirit. "What nonsense are you sprouting? No one has the right to sell Li Xiaoya." At that moment, the previously quiet hospital corridor erupted once more with the sound of hurried footsteps. Qin Sui had arrived with a cohort. The local police station had also brought along Li Hongguang, and upon noticing the provincial officials, their hearts raced. "This year's results were secure. It seemed I have arrived a tad late," Qin Sui remarked. Upon seeing Li Hongguang firmly restrained, the aunt went into a frenzy, her voice reaching a shrill pitch as she screamed, "Let go of my husband. What is wrong with you? We are Li Xiaoya's uncles and aunts. Why are you arresting us?" An elderly officer, his expression stern, waved his hand dismissively. "Take them all away. One must understand how many tragedies are born from the ties of family and friendship." The aunt attempted to protest, but Li Hongguang, trembling, interjected, "Be quiet." He recognized the insignia on the officer's shoulder. Provincial officials, with significant authority. They had come to address him. Li Xiaoya, oblivious to the chaos around her, leaned against Sheng Yuxiao's shoulder, her voice barely above a whisper as she called his name. "Sheng Yuxiao, I feel a bit nauseous." As she finished speaking, she could no longer contain herself, and with a cry, began to retch violently, tears streaming down her face as she muttered, I'm so sorry." With those words, her complexion grew increasingly pale, and she fainted. Sheng Yuxiao's fury escalated, his icy gaze fixed upon Li Hongguang, silent, yet more terrifying than words could convey. "Doctor, quickly, fetch a doctor," Qin Sui urged, pushing one of the bystanders. Li Xiaoya was taken away, while the Li Hongguang family found themselves temporarily confined on a bench in the corridor. Li Hongguang wiped his face heavily, gradually regaining his composure. "We are Li Xiaoya's uncle and aunt. I do not comprehend what error you believe we have made that has led you to consider us suspects. This matter could be discussed later." Li Hongguang received only a cold, unyielding response. "I wish to know who reported this incident. Li Xiaoya was entrusted to us by her grandfather. Is there a fault in the trust shared among relatives?" At this moment, Li Hongguang speculated that it was merely his grandfather's insatiable greed, attempting to secure multiple gains, and in a twist, lodging a report to extort further funds. "You ask who made the report?" The other party finally bestowed upon him a fragment of attention, indicating the two young individuals from earlier. There were not just them, but countless spectators as well. Li Hongguang was taken aback. "What do you mean?" An unsettling premonition arose within him as he strained to voice. "What do you mean by countless spectators?" The young officer's expression hardened, cloaked in a profound sense of justice. He said, "You made Li Xiaoya disappear in front of all the audience during the recording of a show. Everyone is now concerned about her whereabouts. Do you understand now?" Li Hongguang was taken aback. His wife and son instantly turned pale. At that moment, Dodawei approached eagerly, asking, "How is that young girl?" The doctor was examining her condition. "Oh," Dodawei said, shifting his gaze as he swaggered over to Li Hongguang. "It's you again." "Yes, it is I," Dodawei replied with a smile. You know who those two young individuals were that just walked by?" Li Hongguang maintained a stoic expression, looking at him with disdain. Dodawei, unfazed by his demeanor, continued, "One is named Sheng Yuxiao, and the other, Qin Sui." Sheng Yuxiao, Li Hongguang and his wife exchanged glances. One was the heir of the Sheng group, while the other was the scion of SKP. Dodawei paused and expressed two words, "Thank you." Thank you. Li's aunt was momentarily taken aback, pondering his meaning. Li Hongguang quickly grasped the implication, his anger surging. He was thanking us for providing him an opportunity to associate with wealthy heirs. How could Li Hongguang comprehend such a notion? Suddenly, a wave of fury coursed through him, driving him to the brink of madness. At that moment, they finally understood who Li Xiaoya had referred to as Sheng Yuxiao. But it was too late. Damn it, why had no one informed them? Why hadn't Li Age mentioned a word? No, it was impossible. He must have deliberately lied to provoke us. Li's aunt murmured. Lied. Could such a grand affair be orchestrated through a mere deception? The more Li Hongguang spoke, the more a chill crept up his spine. In another room, the doctor straightened his back, his expression grave. The symptoms resemble poisoning. Fortunately, the dosage is not severe. We must arrange for gastric lavage immediately. Poisoning, Sheng Yuxiao and Qin Sui stood up simultaneously. The elderly man beside them spoke solemnly. The nature of the case has become far more serious. Shortly thereafter, a police officer approached Li Hongguang and the others, coldly stating, "We will take you directly to the station. There is no need to wait. You are suspected of murder." Li Hongguang's expression shifted dramatically. "What? You must be joking. How could we possibly?" Before he could utter another word of defense, he was taken away, leaving only the echoes of Li's aunt cursing Li Age in the corridor. Meanwhile, a police car sped towards Li's village, stirring the entire community into a frenzy. Had Li Xiaoya been found? Or perhaps she had perished outside. The vehicle was headed that way. They were going to find Li Age. Soon, Li Age heard the wailing of sirens. He rolled off his bed and grasped his cane, his expression shifting between hope and dread. Could it be that wretched girl had been located? Had she even reported him? After a moment's hesitation, he hurriedly made his way to the back door leading to the pig pen. However, as he reached the door, two bodyguards, diligently attending to the pigs for Li Xiaoya, lifted their heads. Li Age, where are you off to? The bodyguards, tall and imposing with square faces, were quite intimidating for a rural elder like Li Age. On one side, a wall stood firm, while on the other, the police stormed through the door, calling out, "Old Masterly, is Old Masterly here? We kindly request that you accompany us." Old Masterly tossed his cane aside and reclined on the ground, lamenting, oh dear, my body aches. I refuse to go." The young officers exchanged glances and promptly lifted him up. It was then that Old Master Li realized the futility of his tricks in the face of genuine strength. All those who were meant to be apprehended had been taken into custody. Meanwhile, on the other side, Li Xiaoya had just undergone gastric lavage, having just recovered from a high fever and having eaten nothing. The procedure left her in an even more dire state. A nurse stood by, administering fluids, expressing her concern. Her skin turns red with the slightest pressure. She is far too weak. These people have truly committed a grave sin. Sheng Yuxiao wished to capture the scene, to show those online who continued to berate a mere child. Taking a moment to compose himself, Sheng Yuxiao approached and tucked Li Xiaoya's blanket tighter around her. At that moment, she regained a semblance of consciousness, her eyes fluttering open in a dazed manner. "Am I dreaming?" Her voice sounded even more fragile. "This is no dream, Li Xiaoya. I have come to rescue you." Sheng Yuxiao whispered softly. Qin Sui felt that such a statement was somewhat misleading. "Li Xiaoya," he interjected, managing to squeeze his way closer. "I have been searching for you as well." However, the young girl did not acknowledge him. Her gaze was unfocused, yet she struggled to concentrate on the faint glimmer of light in her eyes as she whispered, "Sheng Yuxiao, I cannot write your name." A few tears slipped down her cheeks as she murmured, "I cannot find you." A flush of red crept into Sheng Yuxiao's sharp features as he replied hoarsely, "I will teach you to write it tomorrow." Li Xiaoya nodded with great difficulty before slipping back into unconsciousness. Qin Sui, with a blank expression, remarked, with such a foul temper, "It's surprising someone is so attached to you." I asked the girl as vision impaired. "Qin Sui, how dare you?" Sheng Yuxiao muttered a curse, careful to keep his voice low so as not to disturb Li Xiaoya. Chapter 31. You won't be expecting to be kept as a wife, will you? Exchange Lives had finally resumed its live broadcast. The chief director sat before the camera, with a large screen displaying the audience's comments in real time. The comments were a flurry. What is happening? Have they found the person? The director sighed, stating, "The individual has been located. For specific details, please await the police briefing." What? Await the police briefing? How terrifying. Has Li Xiaoya died? No, she is not dead. She's been poisoned and is currently recuperating in the hospital. Would you like to see? We can switch the camera over, the director hurriedly clarified, anxious to shield Sheng Yuxiao from seeing. Poisoned, my goodness. What on earth happened? How tragic. Poor Li Xiaoya. This is the first time I've watched a variety show, and it has turned into a legal program. At that moment, the camera appropriately shifted to the hospital room. Sheng Yuxiao sat beside the bed, frowning as he noticed staff bringing in a camera. "Do not disturb her sleep," he admonished. The staff lowered their voices, but everyone is very concerned. Seeing the continued tension in Sheng Yuxiao's brow ease, he relented. "All right, just set it up quickly, and then leave it be." The staff nodded, efficiently positioning the camera. Sheng Yuxiao lowered his gaze, choosing not to speak further. It is indeed a fortunate circumstance that those spectators care for Li Xiaoya. He desires to no longer hear them berate her. The camera is positioned correctly, and the audience finally gains a clear view of the frail young girl nestled beneath a pristine white blanket, accentuating her slight form. Goodness, a mother cannot bear to witness this. I shall withdraw out of respect. Wait, what do I see? Qin Sui has actually brought in a large iron basin. Qin Sui carries a basin filled with warm water, a towel draped over its edge. Sheng Yuxiao glances at him and states, "I will take care of this." He reaches out to seize the towel, dampens it, and begins to wipe Li Xiaoya's face. Observing the scene, Qin Sui furrows his brow tightly. "Have you ever cared for someone?" Sheng Yuxiao pauses his actions. "Do you have any advice, Qin Xiao? At the very least, I would not let water drip down her neck." Qin Sui replies as he sets down the iron basin and snatches the towel away. Sheng Yuxiao appears somewhat displeased. "Have you been the only one to care for someone?" Indeed, both are affluent young masters. Neither can claim superiority over the other, especially considering that Li Xiaoya previously took care of them. Things have suddenly become entertaining. Watching these two bicker over who should care for Li Xiaoya could amuse me for a year. The audience is thoroughly entertained by the unfolding drama. Meanwhile, Qin Sui uses a tissue to absorb the water from Li Xiaoya's neck, not bothering to look back as he states, "At least I have cared for the dog my mother raised." Are you comparing Li Xiaoya to a dog? You have not even cared for a dog. Sheng Yuxiao reflects for a moment. Realizing that his mother had raised a turtle, he concedes, unable to compete with Qin Sui, and reluctantly steps back. Li Xiaoya, restless in her sleep, begins to tremble uncontrollably just as Qin Sui finishes wiping her face. Tears escape the corners of her eyes, and her lips part and close, emitting a hoarse whisper. "Mama, mama." Sheng Yuxiao's heart feels as though it has been struck heavily, causing him discomfort. He turns to Qin Sui. "Hurry, comfort her." Qin Sui, puzzled, glances back. Knowing Sheng Yuxiao's nature, he is certain that such an opportunity would not be relinquished to him. With a hint of skepticism, Qin Sui lifts Li Xiaoya slightly, allowing her to lean against him. Sheng Yuxiao continues, "Just tell her, Mama is here." Qin Sui. Qin Sui's expression is utterly hilarious. "We need a male mother. We need a male mother." At that moment, a low voice calls from outside the door. Sheng Yuxiao. Upon seeing uniformed individual at the door, Sheng Yuxiao immediately rises and heads outside, piquing the audience's curiosity about who is calling him. Outside, a middle-aged police officer with a serious demeanor states, "We have detected toxic substances at the mouth of Li Xiaozhen's thermos." Li Xiaozhen, who is that? She is Li Xiaoya's step-aunt. Sheng Yuxiao's expression darkens. Do they still intend to commit murder? The middle-aged officer shakes his head. This does not align with the motive for the crime. Li Xiaozhen vehemently denies any involvement in poisoning. However, for Li Hongguang and his wife, merely being suspected of murder is torment enough. Furthermore, Li Xiaoya's grandfather has provided a statement claiming that the village chief of Li family village suggested he do this, promising him a reward of 5,000 yuan. 5,000 yuan. Is 5,000 yuan enough to sell Li Xiaoya? Has he lost his mind? Sheng Yuxiao's voice rises uncontrollably, echoing within the frame. Whom am I conversing with? 5,000 yuan for Li Xiaoya? Goodness, human trafficking. Who is responsible for this? Goodness, Li Xiaoya is truly unfortunate. It is reasonable to suspect her grandfather. Outside the door, the police quietly reassured. We have also dispatched personnel to summon the village chief. I believe that the person who poisoned her must be entangled in this web of relations, and with careful investigation, we shall uncover the truth. Sheng Yuxiao's expression softened slightly. Thank you for your hard work. It is my duty. The police paused momentarily and added, I must remind you, even if it is ultimately determined that trafficking occurred, since Li Xiaoya's only guardian is her grandfather, the law may consider a lenient disposition. Sheng Yuxiao's fist clenched tightly as he coldly replied, I will find a way to address this matter. Sheng Yuxiao turned and returned to the hospital room. The simmering anger within him had not dissipated with the discovery of Li Xiaoya. Rather, it grew ever more intense. Blood relations. To those blessed with familial happiness. These two words are the most beautiful of expressions. Yet for someone like Li Xiaoya, they are a lethal poison, a lifelong shackle. Qin Sui noticed his entrance and suddenly spoke. Actually, adoption is an option. Her grandfather is a direct relative. With a direct relative present, adoption is not feasible, Sheng Yuxiao said with a stern face. Qin Sui pondered for a moment and suggested, what if it were a relative from her mother's side? A young, vigorous, wealthy individual of high social standing and impeccable reputation, a relative, perhaps? Sheng Yuxiao's gaze flickered. The two young masters exchanged glances, each harboring a hint of cunning, and relatives, that is of no consequence. We can fabricate one. Their conversation elicited a strong reaction from the onlookers. So this incident was caused by Li's grandfather? But he is his own granddaughter. How could he do such a thing? Meanwhile, Li Qingqing was on the phone with Sheng Jun, and it was only then that she learned her grandfather had also been taken by the police. Fool, these imbeciles only serve to hinder progress. Li Qingqing cursed inwardly 1,000 times. Yet, she still had to soothe her father. Please do not worry, I will return with Uncle Sheng Jun shortly. I will persuade him to find a solution. A hesitant voice came from the other end. Do not seek solutions. Do not rescue your grandfather. Li Qingqing was taken aback but replied, how could that be? He is my grandfather. The old man has never left the mountain village in his life. His perspective is narrow, and he is prone to making mistakes. Do not let him drag you down. Qingqing, you will become your parents' pride, will you not? Li Qingqing's breath hitched, utterly astonished that her own father possessed the same ruthless decisiveness. She gently sobbed and replied, all right. At that moment, Sheng Jun approached and noticed her demeanor. Inquiring, what is wrong? Li Qingqing feigned ignorance of the situation, tearfully saying, Grandpa has been taken by the police. They claim he has done something wrong. Sheng Jun's expression shifted slightly, quickly connecting this to the disappearance of Li Xiaoya. He fixed his gaze on Li Qingqing and deliberately asked, do you wish for your uncle's assistance? Li Qingqing shook her head, stifling her sobs. If Grandpa truly is a villain, then I cannot ask my uncle for help. If he is innocent, the police will surely release him to come home. All right, let us go. Have you left? Shall we not pay a visit to elder brother? No need, for he is undoubtedly by that Li Xiaoya's side right now. Li Qingqing is consumed with jealousy. Suddenly, a thought sprang to her mind. Could it be that Sheng Yuxiao is treating her as a child bride? The mere notion intensified Li Qingqing's envy. Chapter 32. I am leaving. Will you miss me? I want to see a lawyer. Li Hongguang incessantly cried out after his detention. Indeed, he was granted an audience with his lawyer, but upon arrival, the latter regretfully informed him, this matter has garnered significant attention and is a case jointly handled with the provincial department, necessitating a province-wide anti-trafficking operation. Li Hongguang's countenance turned pale, but I am a relative of Li Xiaoya. Yes, hence you may attempt to obtain a letter of understanding from her immediate family. Unfortunately, her grandfather is also being detained by the police to assist in the investigation. Li Hongguang could only resort to his last option. I can offer compensation. I can give Li Xiaoya 50,000. No, 100,000. Even 200,000 would suffice. It would ensure her a stable education until she graduates from university. At this point, Li Hongguang paused abruptly and inquired of his lawyer. Do you think it is possible that Li Xiaoya's grandfather and she have conspired to extort money from me? That's a scam, Li Hongguang bellowed. Yet, his lawyer's expression was one of sympathy. Do you truly believe that someone like Sheng Yuxiao or Qin Sui would lack funds? They do not require your money for a settlement. They only desire to see you in prison. Li Hongguang finally reached his breaking point, pounding the table in frustration, causing the legs of his glasses to snap against its surface. Why do they have to target me? Why? The lawyer, rising helplessly, remarked. Perhaps it is simply because your distant niece is exceedingly charming. Li Hongguang. His agitation had drawn the attention of the guards, and soon, someone rushed in to restrain him. Have you finished your discussion with your lawyer? The officer asked coldly. The lawyer shrugged. We are done. I shall take my leave. Thank you. Elderly was in a similarly dire situation. No matter how he raged and flailed, it proved ineffective here. The police questioned him. Are you aware that the village chief instructed someone to poison Li Xiaoya? What? I had no idea. I did not know, the scoundrel, he actually sought to kill my Xiaoya. Elder Li was horrified, weeping uncontrollably. Through the glass, Sheng Yuxiao observed Elder Li's disgraceful display, wrinkling his brow in disgust. What a pity. It does seem he is not involved. Otherwise, the direct kin's attempted murder would facilitate the transfer of Li Xiaoya's custody. Sheng Yuxiao exited and encountered Li Xiaoya waiting in the corridor. She had regained the ability to walk normally, adorned in the little dress that Xing Jun had previously helped procure. Her hair had been styled by a nurse, and she appeared completely rejuvenated. Sheng Yuxiao took her hand and led her to another interrogation room. Inside was the village chief, his hair disheveled, and in the span of mere days, the lines on his face had deepened significantly. I plead not guilty. I plead not guilty. He shook his head, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead, his wrinkled clothes clinging to him like pickled vegetables freshly brined, rendering him utterly disheveled. I want to see my son. No, I demand to see my granddaughter. Do you know who my granddaughter is? She is recording a show with wealthy individuals. Wealthy individuals. The village chief, in a frenzy, shook his chair, spittle flying. Sheng Yuxiao spoke coldly. My father is simply too enamored with the genteel sophistication of high society. If it were up to me, I would have long since kicked Li Qingqing off the show. Qingqing, how could you abandon your grandfather? The village chief erupted into tears, fearing that Li Xiaoya might soften. Sheng Yuxiao lowered his gaze to observe her expression, only to find her staring intently at the village chief, her demeanor earnest. He deserves it, Sheng Yuxiao murmured. Li Xiaoya gently nodded. Mother says he is a bad man. The worst of men, Sheng Yuxiao smiled. Now that the villain has been apprehended, are you pleased? Li Xiaoya revealed a hint of a smile, replying, Mother will be happy. Unable to resist, Sheng Yuxiao affectionately ruffled her hair. The village chief and his cohorts were formidable bullies in a small locale, but once they entered the police station, what were they? The interrogation concluded swiftly. Meanwhile, the police issued a statement, accompanied by a notice seeking assistance in locating the individual hired by the village chief to administer poison. The announcement sparked an uproar among the viewers of Life Swap. Li Qingqing's grandfather bribed Li Xiaoya's grandfather with 5,000 yuan. Li Xiaoya's grandfather, in turn, sold Li Xiaoya to a distant cousin. When the truth emerged, Li Qingqing's grandfather even contemplated silencing witnesses and hired someone to poison Li Xiaoya. My goodness, how vicious. I wonder who will still defend Li Qingqing. Her entire family is wicked, and she is merely a little miscreant. Upon reflection, is it any wonder Li Qingqing appeared so poised on the show? After all, she is the village chief's granddaughter, and her family built a small mansion. Flaunting their wealth, I heard Li Qingqing's father has also been suspended, suspected of embezzlement and bribery. Goodness, this family is something else. Sitting in the grand villa of the Sheng family, Li Qingqing watched the sudden shift in online sentiment. Her teeth clenching in frustration. Why was it worse than in her previous life? Why had Sheng Yuxiao and Li Xiaoya grown closer? Even Qin Sui was involved. Why? Li Qingqing put away her phone. Too fearful to face the expressions of the servants within the villa, Sir has returned. The butler announced. Li Qingqing immediately squeezed out tears from her eyes. Did you see the news online? Sheng Jun approached, sighing. Your family truly. Li Qingqing was aware that the camera was still recording. She threw herself at Sheng Jun's leg, sobbing uncontrollably. Grandfather committed wrongdoings. We have wronged Li Xiaoya. How can Qingqing atone for grandfather's sins? Sheng Jun pushed her away. Li Qingqing collapsed onto the floor, weeping even more desperately until she eventually fainted. Sheng Jun, in exasperation, instructed the servants to carry her upstairs, in stark contrast to the gloom of the scene. Sheng Yuxiao held Li Xiaoya's hand, guiding her downstairs. Come, let us bid farewell to Qin Sui. The audience could hardly contain their laughter. Is Qin Sui leaving? Young Master Sheng, you are utterly unpretentious. The vehicle sent to fetch Qin Sui had already come to a halt by the roadside. Qin Sui stood by the car door, engaged in a phone call with his family. Initially, it was you who insisted that I participate in this program. Now that I have no desire to leave, you demand my return. And on the other end, Mr. Qin expressed his confusion. But you have improved remarkably. It is indeed time for you to come back. Qin Sui. He truly did not wish to depart. He had only just arrived a few days prior, and he was on the verge of persuading Li Xiaoya to shift her allegiance from Sheng Yuxiao to him, at this critical juncture. However, Li Xiaoya had been whisked away. She had been taken while he was recording the program. It was an utter humiliation. Now, With this great disgrace still unavenged, he found himself compelled to step aside simply because Sheng Yuxiao was now fit and able to participate in the recording. And now, witnessing Sheng Yuxiao cheerfully escorting Li Xiaoya to bid him farewell only deepened his reluctance to leave. "Qin Sui, come back. Your mother misses you dearly." Mr. Qin continued to chatter on the other end. Qin Sui callously ended the call with his father and turned to Li Xiaoya, inquiring, "If I leave, will you miss me?" Li Xiaoya hesitated for a moment, parting her lips. Qin Sui quickly interjected, "Never mind. Perhaps it is better if you do not tell me. Do you not wish to avoid embarrassment, young Master Qin? This is hilarious. Perhaps the show should be restructured. Seeing the three of you record together would be splendid." Qin Sui was oblivious to the audience's thoughts. He simply pulled out a business card and handed it to Li Xiaoya. "Take this." Sheng Yuxiao swiftly snatched it away. "She doesn't have a phone." Qin Sui gazed at him. "You want he set one up for her? How else will you contact her?" "No setup." Qin Sui, rendered speechless, gently patted Li Xiaoya's head before finally standing up to leave. That very day, he boarded a flight back home. Mr. and Mrs. Qin awaited his arrival. Upon seeing him step through the door, Mrs. Qin was the most exhilarated, rushing forward to embrace him. "You have truly brought honor to your mother." "Honor?" Qin Sui looked at her in bewilderment. "Indeed, I have been telling everyone about my son's heroic rescue of a kidnapped girl. Oh, I no longer need to worry about you straying down a path of crime. You clearly possess a tender and kind heart." Mr. Qin chuckled nearby. "The production team ought to compensate your mother for her praises." "What do you mean?" Mrs. Ning, after hearing your mother's exuberant boasting, believes her son should also undergo some transformation. Ning Heng, he cannot go. Sheng Yuxiao is currently as protective as a mother hen, guarding Li Xiaoya and preventing anyone from getting close. As Qin Sui spoke these words, he felt a sense of balance restored within him. Though he had returned, others remained unable to do so. Mr. Qin looked at him as if he were a fool and remarked, "That lad Ning Heng has been close friends with Sheng Yuxiao since childhood. Do you think everyone is like you?" The sudden imbalance in Qin Sui's mentality. Is it still possible to turn back now? Chapter 33. Young Master Sheng, I implore you to a reality show, typically not regarded as highbrow entertainment, had gained stature simply because Sheng Yuxiao participated, and now even Qin Sui had taken part. Such unrefined matters were unexpectedly presented before the esteemed ladies of high society, and under the guidance of Madame Qin. They began to watch from the very first episode. This establishment is simply too shabby. How could Su Qiulai bear to send her son here? It is quite filthy, yet the little girl truly elicits sympathy. I have never seen young Master Sheng display such tenderness. It is rare to witness Qin Sui's patience as well. As the wealthy matrons watched, they emitted soft gasps of astonishment. With the program gradually unfolding, their initial disdain transformed into a growing compassion for Li Xiaoya. Regardless of whether their pity was genuine, they were accustomed to charitable deeds, and in this moment, what malice could they harbor towards a small girl from a mountain village? Thus, the name Li Xiaoya became increasingly familiar among them. Madame Qin mentioned Ning Heng, who had also heard about the program from her mother. Unlike Qin Sui, she did not initially express such resistance or disdain. "ISN Tisheng go participating? Well then, I shall go." As she spoke, she posted a Weibo update. "I am Ning Heng. Sheng YX, my mother says she wants to send me to you for an overhaul." With Qin Sui in the lead and Ning Heng following, the attention of the gossiping netizens was swiftly captured. "What is it with you wealthy folks? Are you treating Li Xiaoya as a mere side quest?" No wonder Li Qingqing's grandfather wished to eliminate Li Xiaoya. Seeing this news would only deepen his envy. They must be jesting. Disperse, disperse. How could so many young lords from affluent families endure hardship in a mountain village? The program's rules do not permit such antics. The online discourse was fervent. Meanwhile, Li Xiaoya could not suppress a sneeze. Sheng Yuxiao promptly placed a mask over her face. "You are not fully recovered. Wear this mask properly." However, as soon as it was on, the mask slipped down, for Li Xiaoya's face was indeed too small. Sheng Yuxiao had no choice but to tie a knot and gently adjust it anew. Dou Dawei had been observing from a distance, but as he saw them preparing to depart for Li family village, he could no longer contain his impatience and rushed over. "Little girl, do you remember me?" Dou Dawei's voice trembled with nervousness. Sheng Yuxiao glanced at him. "Ah, it is you. Your timely warning was commendable. I have yet to express my gratitude." Dou Dawei's anxious heart relaxed. How wonderful, with young Master Sheng's acknowledgement. It seemed secured. Li Xiaoya chirped a thank you. "Thank you, uncle, for helping me," and to the nurse sister from that day, Sheng Yuxiao inquired. Which nurse? We must also extend our thanks to her. We cannot overlook anyone. Sheng Yuxiao had unwittingly adopted a parental demeanor. Dou Dawei hurriedly replied, I saw her name tag that day. It read Lin Xiaoru. Sheng Yuxiao nodded, indicating he had taken note. Dou Dawei rubbed his hands together. Young Master Sheng. Sheng Yuxiao appeared quite generous. Is it a reward you seek? I shall ensure it is delivered to you. He paused and asked, How about 200,000? Do you have any other requests? Li Xiaoya's eyes widened in astonishment, and she quickly tugged at Sheng Yuxiao's sleeve. Her small hand was enveloped within his, preventing her from moving it any further. You are truly too generous, but I do not want the money. Dou Dawei composed himself, calming his excitement. He was aware that these wealthy second-generation individuals were generous, but he never anticipated such lavishness. Offering 200,000 in cash without batting an eye was akin to giving away $2. If not for money, then what do you desire? I wish to invite young Master Sheng to invest in my factory. Sheng Yuxiao furrowed his brow and scrutinized Dou Dawei once more. Despite the fact that Sheng Yuxiao was still quite young in his presence, Dou Dawei felt an overwhelming discomfort under his penetrating gaze. Stammering as he defended himself. That day, I saw Li Xiaoya and young Master Qin selling mushrooms together, and I recognized young Master Qin immediately. I intended to seek his assistance. I never expected that trouble would arise the very next day. It was also quite a coincidence. I was on the brink of bankruptcy, dealing with the sale of my property. After tidying up my belongings, I stepped outside and collided with Li Hongguang, who was holding Xiaoya. I genuinely sought to leverage my connections to secure an investment. My intentions were not pure. Under immense pressure, Dou Dawei, a grown man, spoke with a quivering voice, almost choking on his words. Li Xiaoya rummaged through her pocket and handed him a piece of paper. Whispering, Let actions speak, not intentions. Dou Dawei paused momentarily, then nodded with exuberance. Yes, actions over intentions. Thank you, little girl. You are quite knowledgeable, such philosophical words. You can articulate them. Li Xiaoya's voice grew even softer. My mother taught me. However, she quickly shifted her tone. But you saved me. How can you ask young Master Sheng for anything in return? Sheng Yuxiao patted her on the head. How impudent. When will you learn to call me brother? Li Xiaoya shook her head and replied, Uncle, I am very grateful to you. I can repay you, but no buts. You still wish to distinguish yourself from me. Sheng Yuxiao scoffed lightly, directing his gaze towards Dou Dawei. Very well, tell me about your factory. Be clear, write a report detailing your factory's operational status, and draft an investment proposal. Clearly outline the required amount and specify its intended use, along with an estimated timeline for recouping the investment. Dou Dawei was instantly astounded. Truly, he was a young master from a distinguished family, entirely different from other wealthy heirs. Though still in high school, he was already adept at these matters, showing no signs of impulsively agreeing without thought. This young master was remarkably rational, yet therein lay the problem. Dou Dawei grimaced, pondering how he could persuade this young master to invest in a business that might very well incur losses for several years. Observing his troubled expression, Sheng Yuxiao quickly grasped the situation. It seems you are acutely aware that your factory is not profitable, Dou Dawei anxiously interjected. Have you heard of Qianjin Fang? I have only heard of the Qianjin Yaofang authored by Sun Simiaode. It conveys the same meaning. The ancients believed that a life was worth more than gold, hence they named life-saving prescriptions Qianjin Fang. We originally operated as a pharmaceutical company, specializing in traditional Chinese medicine, and once introduced remedies such as CNI, Wen Pai Jin, and Bai Tu Wengd. We referred to these synthesized formulas as Qianjin Fang. And decades ago, we were quite renowned. Back then, my father was at the helm. As the business flourished, partners urged him to expand to larger cities, but he refused, insisting that only the herbs cultivated in this impoverished region were truly authentic. The quality of a medicinal herb is not solely determined by its processing methods. It is equally essential to consider its growing environment. For instance, saffron cultivated in Iran is deemed the most authentic, while the finest tianma is sourced from Shenangjia. Dou Dawei wiped his face. However, individuals from small towns tend to have a short-sighted perspective. My father's intention was to create job opportunities for our hometown. As our business flourished, the local populace would also benefit. Who could have foreseen that some within the company would steal the secret formula and sell it externally? Subsequently, my father fell ill, and the pharmaceutical enterprise faced a complete downfall. The legacy was passed down to me, and the company transformed into a mere factory focused on processing medicinal materials. Now, the factory is on the brink of collapse. There are foreign enterprises willing to acquire it for $1 million, but I know they seek not the factory itself, but the last secret formula my father left behind. Dou Dawei gazed at Sheng Yuxiao with desperation. I do not wish to sell. I truly do not want to sell to foreign enterprises. Yet, the shareholders can no longer sustain themselves and are eager to sell. This cannot be. I want it to survive. Li Xiaoya, unable to fully comprehend, only perceived Dou Dawei's despair and anguish. She rummaged through her pocket and handed him a piece of paper. Dou Dawei expressed his gratitude, using the paper to wipe his face. Young Master Sheng, I implore you. I am not attempting to morally coerce you. I simply refuse to concede. Even if there is but a sliver of hope, I must try. Dou Dawei seemed on the verge of kneeling before Sheng Yuxiao. Sheng Yuxiao raised an eyebrow and cast a downward glance at Li Xiaoya. What do you think? Li Xiaoya looked up in confusion. Me? Well, I will heed your counsel, Sheng Yuxiao remarked indifferently, as if the investment he was about to make were merely a trivial sum to him. Chapter 34. Li Xiaoya, I will follow your lead. Dou Dawei looked at Li Xiaoya with hopeful anticipation. Meanwhile, Li Xiaoya was engulfed in anxiety, glaring at Sheng Yuxiao. How can you rely on my judgment? Sheng Yuxiao smiled and countered. Why not? Li Xiaoya clenched her fingers tightly, lowering her head in silence. Her memories from an earlier time were somewhat hazy, yet she vaguely recalled a year when her mother asked her, Little duck, could you help me make a choice? She had forgotten what choice it was or what she had selected, but she distinctly remembered the heart-wrenching tears that followed. She must have made a grave mistake. It was indeed a profoundly wrong choice, Li Xiaoya said in a low voice. Do not listen to me. I will choose incorrectly. Sheng Yuxiao keenly noticed the suppressed sob in her voice. A pang of concern struck him. Was she frightened? No, that was not quite right. It felt more like she had once experienced a similar shadow. Sheng Yuxiao pressed his lips together, resolutely deciding that he wanted Li Xiaoya to make the choice to end truth. Many are unaware of a particular reality. In the face of absolute capital, business is relatively easy to conduct. With robust capital at one's disposal, wealth can effortlessly generate more wealth. All connections will readily pave the way for IT. IT is challenging to incur losses. Conversely, when ordinary individuals are faced with decisions, any choice they make carries the potential for error. This is due to their inherently fragile foundation, rendering every endeavor a struggle. You will not make the wrong choice. Trust me, just give it a try. If you refrain from choosing, I will have no choice but to let him go. Sheng Yuxiao softly coaxed Li Xiaoya, leaning closer to her ear. Dou Dawei was at a loss, tears brimming in his eyes. Is there truly a way to placate a child like this? As Li Xiaoya pondered the weight of an entire factory's fate resting upon her shoulders, she felt an overwhelming burden. A factory. Previously, Aunt Man had informed her that upon growing up, she would enter the factory, where hundreds worked simultaneously. Thus, she bore the destinies of those hundreds. Li Xiaoya furrowed her brows in agony and confusion. All right, fine, what is hand purchase? Dou Dawei patiently elucidated. It refers to acquisition, meaning that someone else is buying my factory. Oh, and what is a foreign enterprise? She inquired. IT is a company from abroad. Do foreigners understand? But $1 million isn't that much. Why wouldn't you accept it? Dou Dawei grimaced. Such a deal isn't so simple. It's like bargaining at the ankle. So they are the villains, correct? Yes, indeed. Li Xiaoya turned to Sheng Yuxiao. Then it is settled. Sheng Yuxiao smiled. What does it is settled mean? It means we won't sell to foreigners. Sheng Yuxiao nodded, responding with a decisive, all right, I trust your judgment. Upon hearing those seemingly weightless words, Dou Dawei stood there, momentarily stunned, as if struck by lightning. After a pause, he exclaimed, My heavens, have I truly succeeded? Sheng Yuxiao retorted, It is not your success. It is Li Xiaoya who has assisted you in achieving it. Yes, little girl. No. Dear lady, you are the reincarnation of my ancestors. I must honor you. Sheng Yuxiao was left speechless. What are you saying? Only the deceased deserve such reverence. Dou Dawei swiftly slapped his own face twice. I apologize. That was a slip of the tongue. Though an agreement had been reached, a report still needed to be written, and all requisite materials must be submitted without fail. Sheng Yuxiao's tone grew slightly frosty. Yes, I understand. Without the materials, the investment process cannot be completed. Only then did Sheng Yuxiao usher Li Xiaoya into the car, avoiding further pleasantries with Dou Dawei. Someone will be in touch with you. Yes. Do Dawei watched them depart. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaoru felt elated at having done a good deed. It was her first time witnessing such grandeur up close. Had it not been for the program Life Swap recording here, she would never have encountered such wealthy individuals in her lifetime. Xiaoru, a colleague, called her. She turned to see her colleague asking, "I heard you met your partner's parents last week. How did it go?" Lin Xiaoru's expression fell instantly. What else could happen? They disapproved of my job, claiming it isn't suitable for raising a family. So it's over then. Consider Director Zheng. After all, marrying a nurse and a doctor is the ultimate fate. They spoke of Director Zheng, who was over 40, having been married and divorced once, with a considerably good income in this small county. Yet, the image of his beer belly, receding hairline, and flirtatious nature, where even young nurses were not safe from his advances, prompted Lin Xiaoru to shake her head repeatedly. "I cannot aspire to that, I cannot." Her colleagues couldn't help but chuckle at her, Director Zheng treats you well. During the surgery last week, he even mentioned buying you some SK2. How exorbitant. A bottle must cost over 1,000. Lin Xiaoru bit her teeth and insisted, "I am more suited to a frugal life. I cannot indulge in such extravagance." Just as she uttered these words, a tall and robust man strode directly towards Lin Xiaoru. "Are you Miss Lin Xiaoru?" he inquired, glancing at her name tag. "Yes, that's me," Lin Xiaoru replied, feeling a tinge of anxiety at the prospect of encountering a medical dispute, prompting her colleagues to cautiously retreat. "Thank you for your care and assistance towards young Li Xiaoya these past 2 days. This is a token of appreciation," the man declared, presenting her with a small box. It was no larger than a palm. And Lin Xiaoru, bewildered, accepted it. Upon opening, she discovered a card nestled within. "The password is your birthday. You may change it at the bank," the man continued. Goodness. Her colleagues erupted in astonishment. "Isn't this related to that news story from the past few days?" "Lin Xiaoru, you're quite impressive, so your contribution is acknowledged." Lin Xiaoru felt somewhat flustered, inclined to return the card. However, the man interjected, "You should not decline. Only when those who perform good deeds receive rewards will more individuals be inspired to do good in this world." With those words, Lin Xiaoru found herself devoid of any reason to refuse and, blushing, accepted the gift. No sooner had the man departed than another individual, resembling a bodyguard, approached, reiterating the same message. "Are you Miss Lin Xiaoru? This is a gift for you. In gratitude for your help with young Li Xiaoya." He, too, handed her a card. Inscribed on it in cursive was the character for Qin, while the reverse bore a note stating that she could enjoy complimentary transactions at all establishments under the Qin group. Goodness. Her colleagues were once again left in shock. With this card, you could purchase SK2 anywhere. You needn't depend on others for gifts. It's simply too generous. Is this what it feels like to be wealthy? Meanwhile, Lin Xiaoru stood frozen, feeling as though she were even luckier than the fortunate individual who won a grand prize during a shopping festival. This must be from Qin Sui. The earlier one was undoubtedly from Sheng Yuxiao. They are far too generous for young Li Xiaoya. Her colleagues couldn't help but shed tears of envy. Little did they know that for these two young masters, who were still in their rebellious youth, losing Li Xiaoya right under their noses felt like a profound insult. Meanwhile, Li Xiaoya returned to Li family village. As their vehicle entered the village, the villagers could not help but gather to witness the spectacle. The commotion was so significant that they later expressed their astonishment. Li Xiaoya has attached herself to a wealthy patron. They whispered among themselves, little duck, you have finally returned. Everyone was quite worried about you. Your grandfather is truly insufferable, just like your father." The first to approach was Aunt Luo, who lived at the edge of the village, carrying a basket. She raised the basket high, attempting to thrust it into Li Xiaoya's arms through the car window, saying, "You've endured quite a bit. I gathered a few goose eggs from the nest for you." Li Xiaoya looked at her in surprise and shook her head, saying, "I don't eat those." "Oh, don't be so polite with Auntie," Auntie exclaimed. "Her grandson broke the goose eggs, claiming I was responsible. Auntie came knocking on my door, demanding 80 yuan as compensation for a single egg. Such an exorbitant price for an egg. I simply cannot afford it." Li Xiaoya shook her head once more. The audience couldn't help but exclaim, "Haha, Li Xiaoya can be quite sharp-tongued at times." Meanwhile, Auntie Luo's expression froze. Just look at you. Dear child, alas, in the end, you still handed over those 80 yuan, did you not?" Li Xiaoya nodded. "Indeed, I pleaded on my knees, insisting that I was not the one who broke it. I simply do not have that kind of money." Auntie then took my chick away. Auntie Luo, Li Xiaoya spoke softly yet articulately, and he even went on to say that I am a liar, unwilling to admit to my mistakes. Auntie Luo's face flared with anger. Yet she managed to suppress it, ultimately forcing a smile. It is only today that I've come to realize I misunderstood you. I shall return home and deal with that rascal of mine. As she spoke, she finally stepped aside, retreating to the roadside, lacking even the courage to glance at the formidable Sheng Yuxiao sitting in the car. Chapter 35. Calling brother with Auntie Luo's retreat. The others standing at the village entrance no longer sought to humiliate themselves. Once the vehicle arrived at Li Xiaoya's home, the few villagers waiting outside finally stood up, rubbing their hands together, and said, Xiaoya, your grandfather has been taken away by the police, and this house is hardly fit for habitation as winter sets in. Why not come stay with your uncles? Li Xiaoya looked at them curiously. This house hasn't been livable this year. It has been uninhabitable for quite some time. Even before my grandfather was taken away, he could not even stand up to work. Back then, none of you uncles came to look for me. The men were momentarily taken aback. The barrage of comments exploded instantly. Haha, Li Xiaoya certainly knows how to speak. Just one word. Refreshing. What kind of people are in this village? Previously, when Li Xiaoya urged Qin Sui to be self-reliant and even haggled over hot water for drying clothes, it was clear this girl is no pushover. Indeed, if Master Sheng had not treated her particularly well from the start, she would likely not have bothered with him. She may appear young, but she is quite astute. Viewers found themselves increasingly charmed and entertained by Li Xiaoya, and for a moment, few remembered Li Qingqing. Xiaoya, it is not that your uncles and aunts did not care for you in the past. It is that your grandfather has a foul temper and forbade us from approaching you, accusing us of having ulterior motives. The man paused, gesturing towards the house. Just look at this dilapidated place. If the snow were to fall any heavier, it might just collapse. How can anyone live here? I told you to sleep by the stove to keep warm, yet you still worry about the firewood. It's all right. Even if the house is in disrepair, I will climb up and fix it myself. Li Xiaoya replied calmly. What? This child can even repair the roof herself. The barrage was filled with astonishment. And the men fell silent as well. All right, whenever you decide to come stay with your uncles, just let us know. Did I in front of the cameras and before Sheng Yuxiao? They dared not insist, reluctantly withdrawing. They had hoped that with the village head's arrest, the opportunity to curry favor with the wealthy would fall into their laps, but now they realized just how formidable Master Sheng truly was. The village head was unscrupulous, monopolizing all the good fortune for himself. In light of this, they ought to express their gratitude to Li Xiaoya for causing the village chief to stumble significantly. It is rumored that the chief is facing imprisonment. Is it truly that serious? What did you expect? A few men, engaged in discussion, wandered away, their hearts heavy with concern, silently elevating Li Xiaoya's status in their minds. Once they departed, Li Xiaoya recalled to inquire of Sheng Yuxiao. Are you planning to stay with them? Sheng Yuxiao chuckled in disbelief. Why would I stay with them? Who do they think they are? Li Xiaoya gestured towards the dilapidated house before them and whispered, but this place is in such poor condition. Aren't you capable of repairs? Sheng Yuxiao teased her with a sidelong glance. And it's cold. Not to worry, I have a down jacket. Do you possess one? No, you don't, do you? Then perhaps you could utter a few sweet words, and brother will lend you one. What qualifies as sweet words? Li Xiaoya earnestly tilted her head to ask. Her cheeks retained a hint of pallor, accentuating her eyes, which shimmered like black jewels. One cannot help but feel an impulse to affectionately ruffle the hair of something so endearing. Thus, Sheng Yuxiao reached out, tousling her hair, and said, just call me brother. That would suffice. Li Xiaoya appeared hesitant. She feared the establishment of relationships, knowing that when the other party eventually departed from this small mountain village, she would undoubtedly feel profound sorrow. Observing her indecision, Sheng Yuxiao raised an eyebrow, his handsome features revealing a trace of fierceness. I have endured the pain of my injured leg, tirelessly searching for you for so long. And I have heeded your words, investing as you suggested. Is it too much to ask for a simple brother in return? Upon hearing the first half of his statement, Li Xiaoya panicked. Does your leg still hurt? After a brief pause, she whispered, brother. Sheng Yuxiao's expression instantly softened, and he bent down to scoop Li Xiaoya up, striding into the house. Having heard your sweet words, the pain has subsided. I can even carry you while walking. Li Xiaoya remained silent for a moment, leaning close to his ear and murmuring softly, I am merely small, not foolish, Sheng Yuxiao. This remark from Li Xiaoya was perfectly captured by the microphone, causing the comments to erupt in laughter. Ha ha ha, as if anyone couldn't tell you were deliberately teasing her. Indeed, she's in 3rd grade. Having read a little, she is certainly not a naive child. Some viewers, catching a key phrase, quickly inquired in the comments, "What investment? What do you mean by saying if Li Xiaoya suggests an investment, you should invest?" Li Xiaoya can't be deceiving Sheng Yuxiao out of money, can she? Others, more rational, countered, "Don't fret. If Li Xiaoya has any issues, the Sheng family will intervene. Just enjoy your reality show." The comments nearly erupted into another argument, in contrast to the lively banter in the comments. Sheng Yuxiao ushered Li Xiaoya through the door, declaring, "Today, I shall cook." Li Xiaoya regarded him with skepticism. Sheng Yuxiao reassured her, "Trust me, during my recovery in the hospital, I did nothing but study recipes." Li Xiaoya quietly reminded him, "But there are no ingredients at home." Sheng Yuxiao approached the vegetable bin and lifted the lid. Inside, the potatoes and cabbage were frozen and rotting. Li Xiaoya counted on her fingers. There is no oil, no scallions, and no what do you call it? Monosodium glutamate. None of that is here. Previously, Li Xiaoya primarily cooked with lard rendered from their own pigs. The family's meals depended on what was available from the fields and mountains. Sheng Yuxiao turned to the staff outside and, with an expressionless countenance, inquired, "Is this dreadful program truly necessary to record?" The staff, intimidated, met his gaze and cautiously nodded. "It is." Taking a deep breath, Sheng Yuxiao addressed Li Xiaoya. "Hand me the basket. I shall go to the fields and gather some." Li Xiaoya replied, "Let us go together." "You're just in time." Sheng Yuxiao frowned in disagreement. Li Xiaoya looked at him earnestly and asked, "Can you distinguish our vegetable patch, Sheng Yuxiao?" He bent down to embrace Li Xiaoya again, stating, "Let us go. We haven't even rested yet, and we are already forced to labor." Li Xiaoya protested. "Stop holding me. Why can't I hold you?" Li Xiaoya sincerely insisted. "Save some strength." It turned out that picking vegetables and cutting pig grass was indeed quite exhausting. Sheng Yuxiao, who excelled in basketball, skiing, and hiking, always brimming with energy and boasting abs at a young age, found this endeavor to be entirely different from farm work. "Is that enough?" Sheng Yuxiao asked Li Xiaoya with a stiff expression. Li Xiaoya nodded, feeling a bit unwell. "We've missed the wheat planting this year." Sheng Yuxiao thought to himself how fortunate it was that they had missed it. He took a long stride onto the ridge and, glancing back, lifted Li Xiaoya into his arms. "Li Xiaoya." Despite his fatigue, Sheng Yuxiao resolutely carried her home, declaring, "How about that? Am I strong enough?" Laughing to death, Sheng Yuxiao's reputation must remain untarnished. On the stubbornness of adolescents in their youth. Ultimately, it was Li Xiaoya who sat on a small stool to prepare the meal. She feared that the hard-earned food would be ruined by Sheng Yuxiao. Sheng Yuxiao, with a look of regret, paced around the stove and suddenly asked, "You didn't cook for Qin Sui, did you?" Before Li Xiaoya could respond, the chief director leaned in, saying, "Your phone is ringing." Sheng Yuxiao guessed it was likely his mother calling. Otherwise, the chief director wouldn't be so obsequious. He extended his hand and took the phone from the director. By then, the phone had ceased ringing. Sheng Yuxiao dialed back, only to find that the line was busy. Resigned, he thought to wait, but just then, the phone rang again, displaying a different number, Ning Heng. Sheng Yuxiao answered casually. "Hello?" Ning Heng's voice boomed on the other end. "Sheng Ge. My mom said she wants to send me to you. Can I come?" Sheng Yuxiao turned to glance at Li Xiaoya and uttered a single word. "Yes." Instantly, he mentally arranged tasks for Ning Heng. He would go gather vegetables, feed the pigs, and cook. As for accompanying Li Xiaoya to school, that would be his responsibility. Chapter 36. I can trade places with Li Xiaoya on one end. Sheng Yuxiao verbally agreed to Ning Heng, while on the other, the chief director was soon bombarded with a new wave of sweet-talking inquiries. "How much investment did Qin Sui add when he last appeared on your show?" Ning Heng asked. "Please don't do this." "Ning Xiao," the chief director pleaded with a pained expression. "Our program cannot accommodate more participants. Yet, how many rich second-generation heirs possess anything more than a brain on top of their heads?" Ning Heng was utterly unconcerned by his remarks and promptly inquired, "Then why don't you take a leaf out of the neighboring station's variety show? They even feature flying guests. You could do that too. The station next door changes guests weekly. Their program rules differ." After all, suddenly, an excellent idea struck Ning Heng. "Isn't your show titled Exchanging Lives? Sheng Ge and that girl Li Qingqing have done an exchange, right? I could swap with Li Xiaoya, let her come to my home while I experience rural life with Sheng Ge." This was indeed a brilliant notion from Ning Heng. The chief director responded, I suggest you present such a splendid idea to young Master Sheng first. The director, speaking with utmost sincerity, left Ning Heng without suspicion. After hanging up, she promptly dialed Sheng Yuxiao. Upon hearing her proposal, he uttered a single word, scram. Ning Heng, taken aback, turned and called the chief director again. Why is Sheng Go angry with me? The director, feeling guilty, replied, I have no idea. Perhaps you should ask him yourself. If Sheng Go wants to answer my call, do I really need to ask you? She retorted, forget it. Let us cut to the chase. If I invest 2 million, can I get in? This group of affluent second-generation heirs truly had no regard for money. The chief director's pupils widened in surprise, but in a bid to maintain his principles, he bit his teeth together. Falling silent, did Qin Sui give you 10 million? He can't be that generous, Ning Heng pondered. The chief director, during the phone call, had not concealed anything from Sheng Yuxiao. It could be said that the entire conversation among the three had been faithfully documented by the cameras. At that moment, Sheng Yuxiao was squatting at the doorway washing vegetables, not lifting his head as he said, Fine, let the head pig come over quickly, just take a few million in investment from him. And that should suffice. If you continue to refuse, he might run to his cousin and cry to have you removed from the production team. The chief director choked. Well, in that case, this would be considered calling for external support. To call for external support requires points. Is young Master Sheng willing to exchange more points for this? Sheng Yuxiao stood up after pouring water. With my adept vegetable washing skills, it won't take long before I master household chores and farming tasks. Earning points won be a challenge. The chief director finally nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, the audience had already begun to discuss. Who is Ning Heng's cousin? The renowned CEO of Dongfeng Film and Television Group. And the production team belongs to Qingning Television, you know? Ning Heng's cousin is a major shareholder there. Got it. They truly are a bunch of privileged second-generation heirs, gathering in such a small mountain village. I bet this village never anticipated such a day. Due to the delays over the past few days, Li Xiaoya had fallen behind in her studies. The next morning, she eagerly donned the new backpack that Sheng Yuxiao had purchased for her and set off for school. Upon entering the familiar school gates and stepping into her classroom, a profound silence enveloped the room. The surrounding students gazed at Li Xiaoya with a mix of curiosity and trepidation. None dared to greet her or utter a single profanity. Following the arrest of the village chief and Li's grandfather, parents from neighboring villages had sternly warned their children, don't you dare fight with Li Xiaoya. Understand? No arguing either. Otherwise, when you come home, I'll knock your head off. The raised hands of parents left a lasting impression on these young hearts. Until noon, Li Xiaoya ventured out to fetch a meal, and Sheng Yuxiao approached to greet her. It was then that a child could no longer contain himself and exclaimed, Li Xiaoya, has your brother changed back again? Sheng Yuxiao cast a glance at the child, retorting, what do you mean by changed back? There has only ever been me. The child was so startled that he burst into tears. Sheng Yuxiao remained silent. Li Xiaoya gently reassured the child, please don't cry. The child, somewhat plump and appearing rather dim-witted, sniffled and said, if you let me lick a piece of candy from your pocket, I won't cry anymore. Upon hearing this, Sheng Yuxiao raised his eyebrows. That candy belongs to me. What are you thinking? Little chubby, there's no share for you with that. He lifted Li Xiaoya with a firm embrace and carried her away. The chubby boy immediately cried even louder. The comments flooded in with laughter. How old are you? Sheng Dasha, to be quarreling with a child? Even stealing candy. This is hilarious. Unaware of the comments being made about him, Sheng Yuxiao earnestly asked Li Xiaoya, all your candy is for me, right? Li Xiaoya nodded. That can't be given to that chubby boy. After saying this, Sheng Yuxiao felt a little petty, so he altered his tone, reasoning that the boy was already quite overweight and would only suffer from cavities if he indulged further. Once this matter was settled, Sheng Yuxiao accompanied Li Xiaoya to get their meals. Li Xiaoya's lunchbox was new, with Snow White printed on the left side and Ultraman on the right, the moment she pulled it out in the dilapidated village school. A chorus of awe erupted from the cafeteria. It can be said that she had perfectly captured the admiration of all the children, who expressed their envy. Sheng Yuxiao bent down with delight. Leaning close to Li Xiaoya's ear, I picked this for you. How is it? Not bad, right? Li Xiaoya nodded. Sheng Yuxiao, dissatisfied, asked, is that all? Li Xiaoya hesitated and said, thank you, brother. Sheng Yuxiao straightened up. All right, I will buy you something next time. The surrounding children were left salivating at the prospect. The two then shared their meal together. Suddenly, Sheng Yuxiao inquired, what do those female teachers at your school think of me? Li Xiaoya tilted her head, pondering for a moment before replying. Maybe they are thinking about Qin Sui. What could they possibly want from him? Li Xiaoya shook her head in confusion. She only knew that Qin Sui had been at the school for just a day and was already quite popular. Why he was popular, she had no idea. It wasn't difficult for Sheng Yuxiao to seek clarity on this matter. He promptly made his way to the principal's office. The principal, compelled to enlighten him, explained, perhaps it's because Qin Sui is quite likable to the female teachers. We wouldn't dare speak of it openly, considering how young Qin Sui is. Oh, and he has also taught a few classes to the younger grades. And the children seem to like him quite well. Sheng Yuxiao couldn't resist asking, did he teach Li Xiaoya and her class? The principal replied, he taught one class. How did it go? The elementary school students enjoyed it. And the teachers praised him as well. The principal answered truthfully, albeit reluctantly, I could also teach them a lesson. Sheng Yuxiao mused, thinking this might earn him some points. The principal nodded and immediately sent someone to fetch the teaching materials. In the eyes of the principal, teaching a few elementary school students was nothing short of a condescending act, especially for someone of the elite pedigree like Sheng Yuxiao and Qin Sui. Having never held the role of a teacher before, Sheng Yuxiao contemplated beginning with another class to avoid leaving a negative impression on Li Xiaoya and possibly embarrassing her in front of her classmates. With a firm decision made, Sheng Yuxiao set off to assume his new position. The lesson concluded swiftly. With a frown etched upon his face, he returned to the principal's office, startled. The principal rose and inquired, so, how did it go? Sheng Yuxiao managed to squeeze out a response from his throat. May I hit the children? No, please, don't act impulsively. It was better to leave Li Xiaoya alone, with a flick of his teaching cane. Sheng Yuxiao departed without a backward glance. That evening, upon returning to his dilapidated home, Li Xiaoya lit an oil lamp and quietly took out her books, letting out a soft sigh. Sheng Yuxiao, catching the sound, immediately asked, what's wrong? Has someone bullied you? Li Xiaoya shook her head and replied, I missed a little class. Sheng Yuxiao's ambition to become a teacher reignited, though he wished to tutor Li Xiaoya alone. He glanced at her textbook and noted that the third-grade questions were indeed quite simple, but how to teach her? Turning his back, he retrieved his phone from the director and called Xingjun's secretary Yang. Find me a tutor, the best one available. The secretary was taken aback, thinking to himself that it was indeed a strange day for the young master to suddenly take an interest in studying. Hurry, I need someone in the next couple of days. I'll have my dad raise your salary tomorrow. After finishing the call, Sheng Yuxiao planned to learn from the finest tutor. Once he mastered the teaching techniques, he would be ready to instruct Li Xiaoya. Perfect. Before the tutor arrived, early in the morning, the sound of car tires scraping against the ground drew closer. As Sheng Yuxiao stepped outside, he was greeted by a long-haired figure leaping from a vehicle. Mouth agape, Shingo, where are you? I've come to seek refuge with you. Turning around, he met Sheng Ji's icy gaze and heard him say, quiet down, Li Xiaoya is still asleep. If you wake her, I'll break your legs and toss you into the pig pen to become pig feed. Chapter 37. Into the pit. Ning Heng instantly fell silent. Yet, Li Xiaoya was still stirred awake by the commotion. Rubbing her eyes, she staggered out, calling, Sheng Yuxiao. Ning Heng's eyes widened in disbelief. Who dared to call Shenge by his full name? He leaned down to look closer and saw a tiny figure, barely reaching his waist, with messy hair but a delicately adorable face. She appeared almost doll-like due to her thinness, her eye sockets slightly sunken. Li Xiaoya was also observing him. The person before her was slender and upright, clad in clothing resembling a burlap sack, with long hair that exuded an artistic flair. Li Xiaoya couldn't discern the nuances of artistry. She merely blinked in confusion and uttered 2 words. Sister? Before Ning Heng could utter a single word, Sheng Yuxiao covered his mouth and dragged him aside. Disapprovingly, Sheng Yuxiao glared at his long hair. Get it cut quickly. You're shattering the child's perception of gender. This is a crucial stage in a child's worldview development. Do you understand? Ning Heng was momentarily perplexed. The last time, your uncle's 6-year-old son was throwing a tantrum in your villa, and you asked me to dress up as a ghost to frighten him, suggesting it would be amusing to scare that little brat to death. Shenge, how is it that you are now advocating for children's mental health? Sheng Yuxiao, after a brief silence, replied, that was 3 years ago. People inevitably mature over time. You should also consider maturing. Ning Heng reluctantly accepted this reasoning, turning to retrieve his luggage from the trunk. Despite his slender physique, he demonstrated considerable strength. Sheng Yuxiao promptly patted his shoulder and said, timing is everything. The heavy responsibility of feeding the pigs falls to you now. Little duck, come. Brother will wash your face. Ningheng. In the circle of young affluent heirs in Jing City, a subtle division had emerged into two factions. One faction was led by Qin Sui, while the other held great faith in Sheng Yuxiao. Thus, although Ningheng was filled with confusion, he obediently followed instructions and truly went to feed the pigs. Li Xiaoya, hearing the commotion, couldn't help but respond. That sister. Sheng Yuxiao seized her and pressed her down onto a small stool. Wait a moment, your hair isn't even done yet. That's not a sister. His name is Ningheng, just call him by his name. Oh, but has he ever fed pigs? No, but won't he learn once he tries? I'm afraid he might fall into the manure pit. Surely, he can't be that foolish? Just as Sheng Yuxiao finished speaking, a loud splash echoed from behind. Shenge Ningheng's anguished cry rang out. Shenge, help me! I've fallen into the pit. Ugh. Sheng Yuxiao. Li Xiaoyan hurried towards the pig pen, with Sheng Yuxiao following closely behind, trailed by a flurry of panicked staff members. After a brief moment of silence, the comments began to flood in with laughter. Haha, Sheng Yuxiao, your luck has truly turned. Poor Ningheng, merely a tool for others. A few minutes later, Ningheng was rescued, looking utterly disheveled, on the verge of tears, addressing Sheng Yuxiao. Shenge, you have truly suffered. This is the life you lead here. Sheng Yuxiao's expression was subtle, and he remained silent. Haha, your Shenge has never had to endure such a life. It's all thanks to Li Xiaoyan feeding him. 1. Li Xiaoyan treats your Shenge exceptionally well, even saving him eggs in the cafeteria. Did you not watch the show before coming? I suggest you catch up on it. While Ningheng continued to confide in Sheng Yuxiao, Li Xiaoyan had already returned to boil some hot water. We must wash up and change clothes, or you'll catch a cold. Li Xiaoyan handed Ningheng a towel. The towel was worn and faded but clean. Li Xiaoyan said, wipe your face first. Accustomed to the various odors of livestock, she remained unfazed in Ningheng's presence, while the other staff members quietly stepped back. Ningheng wiped his face. He felt nauseated. Shenge, you have endured too much. Far too much. How could Aunt Sue bear this? Shall we pack our bags and head back today? Sheng Yuxiao replied. It's not too bad. Ningheng paused, then took a large step forward, looking at Sheng Yuxiao with utmost reverence. Shenge, you can tolerate all of this? Sheng Yuxiao covered his nose and took a half step back. Some things are beyond our endurance. Ningheng, feeling a touch of sorrow, turned to Li Xiaoya and said, the little girl doesn't find me off-putting at all. Sheng Yuxiao clenched his teeth, a hint of jealousy evident in his voice as he remarked. Indeed, she even lent you her face towel. Ningheng, touched by this gesture, hastily wiped her face and went to fetch water from behind the house to rinse off. After 2 hours of this ordeal, she finally managed to restore herself to a state of cleanliness. Upon discovering that the hot water for her bath had also been prepared by Li Xiaoya, Ningheng's gratitude became indescribable as she exclaimed, if only I had a sister like you. Sheng Yuxiao thought to himself, I can't even have her. So why should you? Meanwhile, Li Xiaoya maintained an expression of calm indifference throughout Ningheng's praises. As if she had long grown accustomed to such criticisms. Here, she said, filling a bowl with hot water for Ningheng, drink a little. It will prevent you from catching a cold. Ningheng immediately responded with more compliments. So thoughtful, so considerate. I wish I could bring you home to record a show, and then Shenge and I could stay in the countryside, away from the city's clamor, becoming poets of pastoral life. Shenge was not keen on this idea. Well, if you want to go, I can arrange for someone to take you now, with your delightful personality. My mother would surely adore you. Sheng Yuxiao's expression darkened. But Ningheng remained oblivious. That moment, Li Xiaoya poked at the fire in front of her with a stick and softly said, I won't go. Sheng Yuxiao's expression shifted once more, raising an eyebrow at Ningheng and stating, did you hear that? Li Xiaoya will not leave me. She isn't going anywhere. It was then that Ningheng had an epiphany, realizing that Shenge was unwilling to let Li Xiaoya go. After just one encounter, Ningheng found himself quite fond of Li Xiaoya. He couldn't help but quietly grip Sheng Yuxiao's shoulder and whisper in his ear, Shenge, if you treat Li Xiaoya well, you should let her come to my house. Perhaps her future will be different. Sheng Yuxiao replied coldly, you don't understand anything. Just then, the voice of the chief director cut through the air. Young Master Sheng, your mother is on the line and insists you take the call immediately. Is she going to inquire about Li Xiaoya? Wasn't there a discussion about some investment the other day? Ms. Su is likely worried her son might be deceived by a rustic girl, hence her urgent call for clarification. The audience was instantly filled with curiosity regarding this phone call outside the television. Do Doi felt a knot tighten in his throat. His greatest fear was that young Master Sheng had agreed, but ultimately, his parents would disapprove, believing their son had been duped. Li Xiaoya asked softly, "Should we step away?" Sheng Yuxiao held her frail shoulder firmly, saying, "Sit still. There's no need to leave. Let's listen together." Noticing the young girl's unease and fear, he felt a stir of compassion and pressed the speakerphone button. Thus, Ms. Su Qiulai's voice was captured by the microphone. "Did I hear you are considering investing in some project? 3 million. Goodness, so it really is about that. Li Xiaoya is in danger." In the shot, Sheng Yuxiao kept one hand resting on Li Xiaoya's shoulder, calmly stating, "Yes, 3 million may not even suffice. Can I access a birthday fund? Goodness, what sort of investment is it that 3 million isn't enough for?" Ms. Su must be livid hearing this. At that moment, Ning Heng leaned in, asking, "What investment?" "In truth, I could also invest. How much does Sheng Ge lack?" Chapter 38. Ning Heng's eyes brimmed with tears. "Did I ask Ning Heng also present?" Su Qiulai inquired. "Yes, and Su, I am here as well. Sheng Ge is enduring great hardship here. Please grant him any requests he may have." Su Qiulai did not respond to Ning Heng's words, nor did she exhibit any excitement or dissatisfaction regarding the insufficient funds mentioned by Sheng Yuxiao. Instead, continuing in a calm tone to ask Sheng Yuxiao, "What work is required for the investment? Do you remember?" Sheng Yuxiao replied, "I remembered." Su Qiulai further asked, "Why did you allow Li Xiaoya to make the choices?" The audience's hearts suddenly raced. Didn't they say they would hold someone accountable? Here it is. Sheng Yuxiao moved his lips, unsure how to articulate his feelings at that moment, before he could speak. Su Qiulai continued, "You should not have acted in this manner, Sheng Yuxiao. You have shifted the decisions that were rightfully yours, the responsibilities that belong to you, onto a young girl. Have you considered whether her shoulders can bear this weight? If the investment fails, she will be even more anxious than you. Do you wish for her to lose sleep every night?" "What? No way. Is this the reason Ms. Su believes Li Xiaoya should not make the decisions?" Sheng Yuxiao asserted with conviction. "I will not fail, and then Li Xiaoya will understand that every choice she made was correct." Su Qiulai was momentarily at a loss for words. However, she was accustomed to her son's temperament. At that moment, Sheng Yuxiao retorted, "Are you concerned about the money?" Su Qiulai asked. "What do you think?" Sheng Yuxiao smiled. "I believe you are not worried about it. Rather, you care more about whether I can shoulder responsibility like an adult. This amount of money, if it were another family's child, wouldn't even be sufficient for a practice round." Su Qiulai merely stated, "Don't let me witness your folly." She then hung up. Yet, in just a few brief exchanges, Su Qiulai's attitude had become distinctly evident to all. Sheng Yuxiao returned the phone to the chief director, saying to Li Xiaoya, "Look, my mother is concerned about you." A look of confusion crossed Li Xiaoya's face. Why wouldn't Sheng Yuxiao's mother scold her? "I am astounded. Sheng Yuxiao's mother is remarkably open-minded." Laughing and crying, this level of open-mindedness is something only the wealthy can afford. Outside the television, Do Doi plopped back onto the sofa, laughing and crying. Good, it went smoothly finally. It went smoothly." At that moment, Ning Heng sighed. "Well, it seems there will be no opportunity for me to intervene." He leaned closer to Li Xiaoya, whispering, "Rest assured, Sheng Ge will definitely not fail in his investment. He will surely make a profit. Let me tell you, he went to Wall Street with his uncle when he was young. During elementary school, when the class conducted a simulated business operation, he managed to take away everyone's funds." Before Ning Heng could finish her sentence, Sheng Yuxiao pushed her aside. "What are you saying to Li Xiaoya?" "Nothing, just recounting your glorious deeds." Sheng Yuxiao pondered for a moment. "You may proceed." "Sheng Daxiao, please don't be too outrageous, haha." At this point, I truly find myself a bit envious of Li Xiaoya. Can you also endure the hardships of walking several hours through mountainous terrain to school after working in the fields and caring for your grandfather in a small village? Fine, I cannot. So this is what she rightfully deserves. That day, the segment featuring Ning Heng feeding pigs and falling into a dung pit quickly trended on social media, instantly attracting numerous curious onlookers. After all, it is indeed a rarity for a wealthy second-generation heir to fall into such a predicament. It remains unclear whether this was orchestrated by the production team or hinted at by Su Qiulai. But the dialogue regarding investments, although circulated online, had much of its heat subdued, diminishing its impact. The chief director, observing the trending data from behind the scenes, remarked, "Sheng Daxiao's viewership is still soaring. The live broadcast is on the verge of breaking too." The replay numbers are also approaching 600 million, a staff member inquired. And what about Li Qingqing? The chief director paused momentarily before responding. 0.3, but overall, live viewership is not high. 0.3 is considered a normal level. The cumulative replay has reached 300 million. Audiences still enjoy watching rural children navigate their way into wealthy families. Most viewers do not harbor such stark feelings of love and hate. They simply care whether the show contains elements they wish to see. Li Qingqing's entrance into the affluent world resonates with many, allowing them to indulge in dreams of ascending to wealth. Conversely, Sheng Yuxiao's segment has proven to be more entertaining, with performance metrics far exceeding the chief director's expectations. Securing the next season's sponsorship, the chief director could not help but grin widely. Meanwhile, Dou Dawei turned off the television, grabbed several folders, and set off. Two artists made their way along the dilapidated mountain road. Slowly entering the small village. For the villagers of Li family village, they may not recognize the insignias of Rolls-Royce or Porsche, but they can identify BMW, Mercedes, and Audi. Thus, as the Audi rolled into the village, they knew wealthy individuals had arrived. How fortunate is our village lately? Another rich person has come. They couldn't help but stretch their necks, holding bowls as they stood outside. Intrigued as they watched, they noticed the car was heading towards Li Xiaoya's home. Upon hearing this, a heavy silence fell over the crowd. After a while, someone gritted their teeth and managed to utter, "Li Xiaoya is truly fortunate." They completely forgot that they had previously referred to her as a harbinger of misfortune. The Audi approached and came to a stop. Inside, several middle-aged men could not help but curse. In such a rundown place, Dou Dawei, you haven't deceived us, have you? You wouldn't be harboring ill intentions, would you? Dou Dawei quickly raised his hands, saying, I mean no harm. Just look outside. Aren't there many people carrying cameras? I told you. They're indeed recording a show here. Don't you all watch variety shows? This program is trending today. Casting a glance, they saw something about a wealthy heir falling into a dung pit. Dou Dawei hastily advised, just don't say that in front of them, or the rich heir might get angry. And our investment could go up in smoke. I mean, you could have just sold it to foreign merchants directly. Take the cash and return to your homes. Dou Dawei did not respond but exited the car and walked straight ahead. Who are you? What do you want? A staff member turned and called out. Here to meet Xiao Xingda. I am the person in charge of the project Xiao Xingda intends to invest in. Dou Dawei revealed a smile. The staff member was taken aback. Is he really investing? The staff promptly led Dou Dawei and his party away, causing the program to pause momentarily. At that moment, Ning Heng, having never experienced rural life, had brought out a stool to gaze at the stars, while Sheng Yuxiao lazily followed behind, holding a bowl of chestnuts for Li Xiaoya. The chestnuts, gathered from the mountains and tossed into the fire, burst open with a delightful aroma. They unexpectedly collided with each other. Xiao Xingda, Dou Dawei uttered those 3 words with such emotion that tears nearly spilled from his eyes. Sheng Yuxiao took a step back. No need to act as if you finally found your long-lost father. Dou Dawei was momentarily taken aback, but at least he refrained from indulging in any melodrama. At this point, Li Xiaoya also appeared. Dou Dawei quickly extended the items he was holding forward, forcing a sentimental smile, and attempted to lift Li Xiaoya. Here you go. Xiaoya, Uncle specially bought this for you. Uncle is so grateful to have you. Sheng Yuxiao frowned, extending a finger to push Dou Dawei aside. Why so overly affectionate? Dou Dawei paused. Affectionate? What else would you call it? Ning Heng inquired from the side. Brother Sheng, what are these country bumpkins up to? The several middle-aged men brought by Dou Dawei twitched at the corners of their mouths. Country bumpkins? They could at least be considered local entrepreneurs. Although their factories were struggling now, each was dressed in fine attire, clearly indicating their wealth. They're here to seek investment, Sheng Yuxiao succinctly stated. Meanwhile, Li Xiaoya had already seated herself on a small stool, prompting Sheng Yuxiao to sit beside her, shoving the chestnuts into Ning Heng's arms. Peel some. Let Xiaoya have a taste first. Dou Dawei could not help but speak up. Sit down. Why are you all just standing there? Sheng Yuxiao replied without looking up, blocking Li Xiaoya's view. Dou Dawei turned around. There were no extra stools, and he ended up borrowing a folding chair from the production team. They formed a circle and sat down. The others quietly assessed Sheng Yuxiao and Ning Heng. Still unsure of their identities, Dou Dawei had already handed over the documents. Please take a look. Wait a moment. Sheng Yuxiao took a peeled chestnut from Ning Heng and handed it to Li Xiaoya. Eat. Li Xiaoya had yet to respond. Suddenly, Sheng Yuxiao remembered something, snatching the chestnut back and returning it to Ning Heng. Have you washed your hands? Ning Heng pouted. I've washed them thoroughly. There's truly no smell. Brother Sheng, You can smell for yourself. At this, the middle-aged men realized who she was, the one who had fallen into the cesspit. Meanwhile, Li Xiaoya leaned forward, lightly sniffing Ning Heng's hand with her nose. Then she lifted her face, seriously stating, I can smell it. There's no odor. It's very clean. Ning Heng was so moved that tears nearly fell. Li Xiaoya, will you be my sister? Come home with me. Chapter 39. Not everyone can like her. Now continue peeling the chestnuts, Sheng Yuxiao said while flipping through the materials Dou Dawei had provided. Ning Heng understood this was a serious matter and refrained from interrupting further. Your factory's financial flow and year-end reports are unclear, Sheng Yuxiao remarked after scanning through the documents hastily. A few middle-aged men exchanged glances, abruptly realizing that although this young master was still a minor, he was not easily trifled with. Dou Dawei nodded repeatedly, stating, indeed, some positions in the factory were previously held by the relatives of shareholders. Sheng Yuxiao let out a light scoff, suddenly finding Li Xiaoya's presence rather dull. Consequently, he lowered the documents in his hand slightly and pointed to the numbers above. Asking Li Xiaoya, do you know what this is? Li Xiaoya gazed at him in confusion. This is an exchange report, and this particular one is an asset report, which includes details of short-term investments, fixed assets, and so forth. You see, here we can observe the net asset value ratio, which is alarmingly low, indicating that their production capacity has significantly declined. The faces of the middle-aged men flushed slightly. They had not anticipated that a minor would so directly point this out. What was most humiliating was the implication that this did not need to be explained to a child, for she would not comprehend it anyway. One of the middle-aged men could not help but interject. Sheng Yuxiao glanced at him and asked, is finance your relative? The man promptly replied, how could that be? Then why the urgency? The middle-aged man bit his lip and fell silent. This is the liabilities report. We can observe their capitalization rate, which generally indicates that if it exceeds 20, the risk is excessively high. Sheng Yuxiao continued to flip through the pages. Li Xiaoya cautiously remarked, their risk is quite high, isn't it? Sheng Yuxiao paused momentarily. Have you calculated that? Li Xiaoya shook her head. I can't calculate, but just a glance gives me a vague understanding in my mind. Ning Heng could not help but exclaim, are you really that sensitive to numbers, a little genius? Sheng Yuxiao became even more enthusiastic, insisting on meticulously elucidating the entire report for Li Xiaoya, although Sheng Yuxiao lacked experience in teaching. As an heir to a prominent family, he had been exposed to various financial statements since he first learned to read. His uncle had advised, if you cannot even comprehend this, you might as well not inherit any company, for you would only be deceived. Why now? Sheng Yuxiao could instantly spot issues in ordinary reports. He was now imparting this knowledge to Li Xiaoya, entirely unperturbed by the notion of teaching a child who had grown up in a small village and was merely in the 3rd grade. Sheng Yuxiao exuded an air of authority, creating an unintentional sense of pressure. While he taught, the others could only patiently await their turn. Those individuals shifted uncomfortably, yet Dou Dawei did not feel the same. He eagerly listened, his face betraying his eagerness. His father was a capable individual, but lacked the finesse needed for running a business. Dou Dawei himself was not much better. In contrast, Sheng Yuxiao had been nurtured in an environment steeped in the influence and education of successful individuals from a young age. While ordinary families had to spend hundreds of thousands to attend MBA courses, he had been receiving this as a free compulsory education since childhood. Reflecting on this, Dou Dawei could not help but glance at Li Xiaoya, pondering whether she understood just how remarkable the knowledge she was currently acquiring truly was. All right, Sheng Yuxiao cleared his throat. That will be all for now. Their reports are rather simplistic and lack anything noteworthy. Next time, I will take you to see others. Young Master Sheng Wei. Dou Dawei hesitated to voice his concerns. Your first concern now is that the location is too remote and the transportation methods are outdated. Furthermore, proper categorization and positioning of the pharmaceuticals are essential before they can be distributed in the market. Sheng Yuxiao slowly articulated, IT sounds simple, but how do we go about distribution? It requires substantial financial investment in marketing. And we must also provide discounts to pharmacies and hospitals. Marketing? Sheng Yuxiao scoffed, gesturing towards Li Xiaoya and then to himself. Isn't this the best form of marketing? Dou Dawei exclaimed excitedly. Exactly. The parties quickly finalized the time for signing the investment contract. Only then did Dou Dawei take his fellow shareholders and leave. Once they got into the car, someone immediately remarked, didn't Sheng Yuxiao provide a suggestion? Why don't we try implementing it ourselves to see if it can revive the situation? To put it bluntly, they simply did not want Sheng Yuxiao to hold any shares. Now that the skies have cleared, they believe they can proceed. Dou Dawei laughed in anger. Do you know what Sheng Xiao said about our outdated transportation? There was something he didn't mention afterward. What was that? The best means of transportation currently is by rail, but do you know how to secure that transport line? It relies on Sheng Xiao. Only the Sheng family possesses such influence. Money is secondary. The connections we lack would take us lifetimes to establish. Dou Dawei sighed, his tone filled with sentiment. Fortunately, I encountered Li Xiaoya first, and later got to know Sheng Xiao through her. Dou Dawei paused, then countered. I only recently learned that the provincial government has been eagerly anticipating Sheng Xiao and his team to record a program. Do you know why? Because numerous small and medium enterprises are waiting for investments. They are all counting on the Sheng family's influence to revitalize this impoverished region. If we are outpaced by others, what will become of us? We won't even stand a chance. His words left the other shareholders dumbfounded. Dou Dawei murmured, Ning Xiao made a good point today. I almost want to adopt Li Xiaoya as my sister. No, as my goddaughter. Unfortunately, we aren't that fortunate. Just look at the way Sheng Xiao carries himself. Isn't it as if with Li Xiaoya in hand, he possesses the world, as he expressed his sentiments. The gift Dou Dawei had sent still lay at Li Xiaoya's feet. Sheng Yuxiao remarked, Let me help you unwrap it. It was a Barbie doll, adorned with a crystal crown. Sheng Yuxiao immediately commented, What a useless gift. Not nearly as good as what I gave you, right? Li Xiaoya nodded. Sheng Yuxiao smiled slightly, then reached out to remove the crown from the Barbie's head and placed it on Li Xiaoya's head, saying, I think you resemble Barbie more than it does. Ning Heng watched from the side, her eyelids twitching. It had only been 2 days, yet she still found it difficult to adjust to Sheng displaying such expressions. Meanwhile, Li Qingqing had been ill for 2 days. She had deliberately cried herself into unconsciousness and later took cold showers to induce a high fever, ultimately earning a brief moment of pity from the Sheng family. Now, she lay in bed, waiting for the nurse to leave, before quietly taking out her phone to check the news online. To her surprise, she discovered that Ning Heng had also gone to that small mountain village. How could this be? She murmured to herself, recalling that in her previous life, Ning Heng had nothing to do with her. That was indeed Ning Heng. To comprehend the extent to which numerous female celebrities would eagerly leap into his bed, all in pursuit of a brighter future. One must consider that in her previous life, Li Qingqing would never have dared to even dream of encountering such a person. With gritted teeth, Li Qingqing refreshed the page and, to her relief, discovered the entry regarding Ning Heng's unfortunate fall into the cesspool. She exhaled a sigh of relief. Splendid, simply splendid. Haha, surely. Ning Heng could not withstand such a profound humiliation. The rural environment was ultimately too harsh. He would undoubtedly be unable to endure it. After all, Li Xiaoya is not a currency. It is unreasonable to assume that everyone would adore her. At that moment, Li Qingqing heard a servant call out, Miss Su. What brings you here, Miss Su? Oh, she suddenly recalled, Sheng Yuxiao's cousin but a person of notoriously foul temper. An idea instantly formed in Li Qingqing's mind. She intended to have a thorough discussion about Li Xiaoya with this Miss Su. Chapter 40. If I win the award, I'll share it with you. The reason Li Qingqing had such a vivid impression of Sheng Yuxiao as cousin, Su Ruiying, was indeed due to Li Xiaoya. Su Ruiying shares the same birthday as Li Xiaoya. When the Sheng family celebrated Li Xiaoya's birthday, it inadvertently overshadowed Su Ruiying, a matter that had even trended on entertainment news, given that these two were destined to be at odds. Why not stoke the flames in advance? Li Qingqing threw off the covers and stepped out of bed, approaching the door. She timidly opened it and peered out at the slender figure not far away. Hello. Sister. Su Ruiying's gaze fell upon her. Taken aback, she inquired, Who is this? The servant promptly provided an explanation, stating, Miss Su has just returned to the country and is not yet aware. Upon learning the full story, Su Ruiying exclaimed in astonishment, What? Sheng Yuxiao has been sent to the small village. What is my aunt thinking? No, I must go see my aunt. With a flurry of energy, Su Ruiying departed without hesitation. Li Qingqing stood dumbfounded, unable to comprehend how things had escalated without her even having the chance to speak. As a new day dawned, Li Xiaoya emerged from Sheng Yuxiao's oversized down jacket. Ning Heng, hearing the commotion, struggled to open her eyes. Are you awake? You all rise so early. If I were at home, I would just be returning from a night out dancing. Ning Heng complained softly, but eventually got up as well. Li Xiaoya squatted beside her and began. Sheng Yuxiao is missing. Oh, he went into the city today to handle some contracts. Ning Heng smiled. He has temporarily entrusted you to meet Li Xiaoya made no comment on the statement and merely asked again, "What is dancing?" Ning Heng's expression shifted dramatically as she realized she had spoken indiscreetly. Thankfully, Shengo was not present. "It's nothing, dear child. Don't inquire about it." Ning Heng brushed it aside, stood, and began to put on her shoes, suggesting they wash their faces. Li Xiaoya's face towel had previously been used by Ning Heng, prompting Xing Yuxiao to cut his own in half for her use. Ning Heng found the half cloth, soaked it in cool water, and jolted at the cold. "Don't we boil hot water?" Ning Heng asked. "The firewood has run out. We need to gather new supplies." "Very well." Ning Heng wrung out the cloth, turned, and began to wipe Li Xiaoya's face. "I can do it myself," Li Xiaoya murmured. "That won't do. Shengo entrusted you to me, and if I fail to comply, it would be inappropriate to report back to him." "Oh, Li Xiaoya acquiesced, obediently closing her eyes to allow her to wipe her face. Ning Heng pressed the cloth against her skin, inquiring, "Is it cold?" "It is not cold." Ning Heng's hands were slightly pale from the chill. Yet Li Xiaoya did not shiver even once. With her eyes closed, the skin of her cheek that had been wiped revealed a porcelain-like whiteness. "You don't resemble a Barbie doll," Ning Heng suddenly remarked. Li Xiaoya's eyelashes fluttered twice before she opened her eyes, displaying a look of confusion. Ning Heng earnestly continued, "You resemble a porcelain doll, akin to a work of art." Li Xiaoya tilted her head, observing him. "It is that kind of beauty, pristine and delicate like fine china," Ning Heng elaborated, feeling his creative inspiration surge within him. As an art student, he had delved into sketching, Chinese painting, sculpting, and pottery. If not for his family's constraints, he would have ventured across the seas to live as a wandering artist in search of inspiration. At that moment, Li Xiaoya slowly shook her head and said, "Then I do not wish to be a porcelain doll." "What do you wish to become? Is there a doll made of iron?" "I want to be an iron figure, unbreakable and resilient." Ning Heng's breath caught, staring at her in astonishment. After a moment, that astonishment transformed into delight, coursing through his veins and igniting an uncontrollable excitement. "You truly are remarkable." Ning Heng was genuinely inspired, feeling an urge to rush back to his studio. "If I win an award, I will share half with you." In a sudden burst of enthusiasm, Ning Heng tossed aside the cloth and picked up Li Xiaoya, planting a kiss on her cheek. Li Xiaoya was left even more bewildered. "What do you mean by winning an award?" The barrage of comments erupted with exclamation marks. "Ning Heng, you're finished. Shengo might just give you a beating when he returns." You threw Li Xiaoya's face towel on the ground and still dared to kiss her. Realizing his faux pas, Ning Heng quickly retrieved the cloth and rinsed it in water. "I'll pour you some water. You can brush your teeth." Feeling somewhat guilty, he turned to find the kettle. This kettle was one that Ning Heng had brought himself, containing a little drinking water, which he now offered to Li Xiaoya for her dental hygiene. Li Xiaoya squatted there, spitting out water. Ning Heng stood behind her, tending to her hair. "This hair finally looks nothing like that of a refugee. In comparison, what on earth did Xing Yuxiao do before?" Once they finished tidying up, Ning Heng accompanied Li Xiaoya to school. Unlike Xing Yuxiao and Qin Sui, Ning Heng was quite talkative, engaging in conversation as they walked. "Winter is nearly upon us. Why are there still mosquitoes?" "They've left me covered in bites," Li Xiaoya replied. "Wait for me." She rolled up her pant legs, traversed through the grass and along the ridge, returning with a handful of herbs, with her battle-scarred fingertips. She crushed them and applied the juice to the mosquito bites on Ning Heng's hands. "Did I ess it better?" Li Xiaoya inquired. Ning Heng gazed at her intently, sighed after a moment, and murmured, "There's a reason Shingo likes you." He took the herbs from Li Xiaoya, crushed them himself, and continued applying them to his skin as they walked. Before they knew it, they had arrived at school. Upon entering, Li Xiaoya exclaimed, "Wow, this is remarkable." Instantly capturing countless gazes, classmates stared at Ning Heng in astonishment. With his long hair tied back, his sharp facial features were revealed. He stood tall and exuded a carefree charm, his peach blossom eyes giving a gentle illusion whenever he glanced sideways at others. "Li Xiaoya," someone stammered, "how come you have a new brother again?" "Li Xiaoya is truly impressive," someone whispered enviously. "Will this new brother also buy her an Ultraman lunchbox?" Their admiration grew with each word. Ning Heng is not as arrogant as Xing Yuxiao, nor as gloomy and indifferent as Qin Sui, who disregards the foolish world. Upon overhearing the children's hushed discussions, Ning Heng raised an eyebrow and remarked, "You don't know, do you? Li Xiaoya can perform magic." "What kind of magic?" The childish faces turned upwards, displaying expressions of astonishment. Whoever bullies her, she merely closes her eyes and makes a wish, and poof. Just like me, she can conjure several things in an instant. Those who dare to torment her will surely regret it. A mischievous smile curled at the corners of Ning Heng's lips. The children were instantly struck pale with fear. Particularly Wang Xiaoji, who had previously been lifted by Xing Yuxiao. He let out a shrill scream. I didn't bully Li Xiaoya, don't come after me. Please, Ning Heng scoffed, such a coward. He then slung a backpack over Li Xiaoya's shoulders and said, off to class you go. With that, he turned and found himself face to face with several teachers, their expressions frozen in shock. Hello, Ning Heng greeted as he approached them, shaking hands one by one. I am now Li Xiaoya's temporary guardian. Should any issues arise, please direct them to me. The teachers, momentarily dazed by the evident luxury of the youth's designer attire, were taken aback. What was the name of that program again? Oh, yes, Life Swap. Right? Wasn't it about exchanging the village chief's granddaughter from Li family village to the city? How did it end up like this? A stream of wealthy heirs appearing one after another. Is being a rich second generation so inexpensive, as if sold by weight? Chapter 41. In search of Li Xiaoya's maternal relatives meanwhile, Sheng Yuxiao had already finalized the contractual aspects. Being a minor, although he could be a shareholder, he still needed to appoint a legal representative to exercise his shareholder rights. After a moment's hesitation, Sheng Yuxiao borrowed someone from his uncle. At his young age, he could already analyze company reports and discern the quality of accounts, even making money from his peers, which was quite remarkable. However, his uncle Su Ji was renowned as a prodigious talent, surrounded by capable individuals. When he called to borrow someone, Sheng Yuxiao hesitated and said, I have a bit of a dilemma. What dilemma? Su Ji's voice was gentle. When I was filming, I encountered a little girl named Li Xiaoya, and her background is rather unfortunate. Sheng Yuxiao briefly recounted the situation, then paused to add, her grandfather is currently detained at the police station, but he will return one day. Yes, given his age and direct kinship. And since he is not the mastermind, the judge will likely be lenient. Su Ji's voice softened momentarily before he gently inquired, so, do you wish for him to die in prison? Though accustomed to hearing his uncle express cruel things in a gentle tone since childhood, Sheng Yuxiao found himself momentarily taken aback. That would not be ideal, he replied, pausing. It could easily reflect poorly on me. Indeed, it appears you have a plan in mind. I wish to locate the relatives of Li Xiaoya's mother in order to transfer her guardianship under their name. Su Ji displayed an agreeable demeanor. Leave it to me. Thank you, uncle, Sheng Yuxiao replied politely, albeit with a hint of awkwardness, as Su Ji was not much older than him, were family, no need for formality. Once the call ended, Sheng Yuxiao hurried back to Li's village. Without his oversight, Ning Heng might prove somewhat unreliable, and he hoped not to spoil Li Xiaoya, knowing that she was likely still at school. Sheng Yuxiao went directly there to fetch her. Upon arriving outside the classroom, he peeked in to find Ning Heng teaching the children how to paint. Gasps of amazement echoed from the audience. Having spent hundreds of thousands on art education, as his mother would say, he seemed to be lost in a dream of becoming an artist. Yet this modest endeavor in a rural classroom left the children utterly captivated. Their admiration palpable, Ning Heng's confidence soared, basking in immense satisfaction. However, Sheng Yuxiao furrowed his brow. I still recall how young Master Sheng attempted to teach, only to nearly explode with frustration when the elementary students grew restless. Sheng Yuxiao. Damn, why is everyone better at teaching than I am? The school welcomed individuals like Qin Sui and Ning Heng to impart knowledge. Their broader worldly experiences planted seeds of inspiration in the hearts of the village children, subtly encouraging them to aspire to leave the mountains behind. The audience gradually recognized this significance, some unable to contain their admiration. This program indeed carries positive and meaningful implications. Though they initially aimed to teach Li Xiaoya, they have genuinely contributed to this place. Just as the audience expressed their sentiments, the school bell rang. Ning Heng emerged briskly, exclaiming, it was truly worthwhile to come here. Xingge, I believe I am suited to be a teacher. Sheng Yuxiao coldly smirked. Did you not claim last time that you were fit to be a performance artist? It seems I have quite a few aptitudes, Ning Heng replied, bending down to gaze at Li Xiaoya. Am I not impressive? Li Xiaoya nodded. Although she said nothing, it was a significant encouragement for Ning Heng. He reached out to touzle her hair, only to have Sheng Yuxiao swat his hand away. Don't always touch her. Too much of it stunts growth, he said sternly. Oh, okay. Ning Heng withdrew his hand. The audience erupted in laughter. What a double standard from young Master Sheng. He, who touches the most, criticizes others. When we get home, I shall give you a mini class on painting Van Gogh. Ning Heng waved the colored pens he had borrowed from the volunteer teachers. You know, Shengge, the teachers here adore me. Young Master Sheng shows no interest in hearing that. Look, young Master Sheng, being too arrogant has its drawbacks. Others can quickly connect with the crowd you've lost, haven't you? Sheng Yuxiao took Li Xiaoya's hand and said, what do you need to learn painting for? It's a waste of time. You should focus on studying English instead. Oh, is Master Sheng truly determined to begin teaching English from the 3rd grade? Alas, once more, I must express my envy for Li Xiaoya. Li Xiaoya displayed no resistance towards learning English. She obediently nodded and then inquired, has the contract been signed? Yes, it has been finalized. Is this truly an investment? Goodness. I am curious about the amount that has been invested. As the three of them conversed, they strolled towards the school gate, and Sheng Yuxiao had already grown accustomed to taking Li Xiaoya's hand. Has no one informed Master Sheng that Qin Sui used to carry Li Xiaoya home? Perhaps it is best not to mention it, otherwise, in a bid to compete, Master Sheng might just place Li Xiaoya atop his head. Striving to assert himself. In the scene, Ning Heng mimicked the action, also reaching for Li Xiaoya's hand. Li Xiaoya felt somewhat uncomfortable, subtly retracting her fingers, but was firmly grasped by Ning Heng. You have many injuries on your hand. Ning Heng remarked as he touched it, only to be met with a cold glare from Sheng Yuxiao. I meant no harm. Ning Heng quickly clarified, I should have brought some medicine from the Wei family for you. A simple application would suffice. Wei family? Li Xiaoya questioned, puzzled. Oh, they are our family friends. They run a hospital. Li Xiaoya nodded in a daze, lacking a concrete understanding of the significance of a hospital. Gradually, they walked further away from the camera. Capturing this moment, they traversed the long mountain path. Even before arriving home, the earlier scene had already gone viral online. Enthusiastic netizens dubbed it an odd family of 3. The chief director, keeping a close watch on online trends, couldn't help but click his tongue upon seeing the entry created. Surely this will trend again. Once the trio returned home, Ning Heng eagerly attended to the pigs. Sheng Yuxiao placed a notebook on his lap, holding Li Xiaoya's pen, preparing to write a few English words to teach her. Suddenly, Li Xiaoya leaned on his knee, gazing up at him, and quietly asked, are you unhappy today? Sheng Yuxiao chuckled. Why would I be unhappy? Li Xiaoya regarded him in silence. Sheng Yuxiao touched his own face, pondering how perceptive Li Xiaoya was regarding others' emotions. Had she always been so attuned to people's expressions? At that moment, Li Xiaoya leaned in closer, her voice dropping even lower as she said, Ning Heng was bitten by mosquitoes numerous times today. I applied medicine for him, and even shared half a boiled egg. As Sheng Yuxiao listened, his brows furrowed slightly, feeling a twinge of jealousy. Yet Li Xiaoya quickly added, he is your good friend, right? I want to help take care of him. Sheng Yuxiao paused, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. He had entrusted Ning Heng with caring for Li Xiaoya. Yet here she was, willingly looking after Ning Heng. All for his sake. If not for him, Ning Heng wouldn't even have half a boiled egg to eat. At this thought, Sheng Yuxiao's spirits soared. He gently ruffled Li Xiaoya's hair, saying, yes, you are doing wonderfully. Li Xiaoya shrank back slightly but then leaned forward again, awkwardly stating, but touching your head won't help me grow taller. Sheng Yuxiao choked momentarily, realizing he had been shooting himself in the foot. Just as he was about to correct himself, saying he was merely joking, Li Xiaoya softly sighed, but I suppose I can touch it just a little. Sheng Yuxiao fell silent for a moment. Li Xiaoya is truly skilled at comforting others. I too wish for Li Xiaoya, sobbing. She possesses such emotional stability. Despite her own myriad of pains, she can heal others at such a tender age. Ning Heng, you ought to sincerely express your gratitude to your brother Sheng. Were it not for his influence, you would be facing the same fate as Qin Sui. Meanwhile, Su Ruiying was unable to meet her aunt Su Qiulai. Su Qiulai was exceedingly busy. Having just returned to the country, she was already off again to attend an art exhibition. Consequently, Su Ruiying decided to book a flight directly to Li Jia village to see for herself. She had already learned that her cousin Sheng Yuxiao was attempting to invest in such a destitute and backward place. Wasn't this a surefire way to incur losses? I must discover what has bewitched Sheng Yuxiao. Su Ruiying pouted. Just as she boarded the plane, a piece of news was quietly gaining traction online. Foreign capital seeks to acquire our traditional Chinese medicine enterprises at an exceedingly low price. Does this indicate ulterior motives? Soon, Dou Dawei and his associates came across this news, but since the pharmaceutical company mentioned bore a different name, they didn't pay it much mind. They thought to themselves that many foreign merchants had recently come to acquire traditional Chinese medicine enterprises. Su Ji also saw the news. This youthful prodigy merely glanced at it and remarked, "My dear nephew is quite capable, isn't he?" Chapter 42. Who is Li Xiaoya? Why should we heed her? The anticipation for the trending topic that the chief director hoped for failed to materialize after several rounds of fermentation. It was the social news that ascended to the top of the trending list. The acquiring party mentioned in the news was a trading company from Neon Country, while the target of acquisition was a company named Weiguang Pharmaceutical. This enterprise had made numerous donations to areas afflicted by natural disasters, yet had remained relatively obscure until now, entering the public eye. Most critically, Weiguang Pharmaceutical had already completed the acquisition process. Is there anyone unaware of this? Traditional Chinese medicine sells remarkably well abroad, yet all the agents are foreign trading companies that procure medicinal materials from us at rock-bottom prices. Traditional Chinese medicine is on the verge of being renamed. How infuriating. Why does it always have to be like this? This is undeniably our own cultural heritage, yet it is perpetually appropriated and exploited by others, who then boast about it. Isn't this pharmaceutical company rather spineless? They sold out so easily? Bro, this is business. Do you understand that the marketplace is akin to a battlefield? What are the repercussions of refusing to sell? Will the company survive without your goodwill? The online discourse erupted into a cacophony of opinions, each voice distinct, yet collectively expressing a sense of frustration among the vast network of users. At this juncture, a netizen initiated a thread, 120 million for a low-price acquisition. Surprised, are you? There's an even lower offer. This is pure exploitation. This thread quickly captured public attention, rising to prominence as the incident unfolded. This is outrageous, a mere 1 million. They're acquiring it for just 1 million. Can such a deal truly go through? What do these foreign investors take us for? Do they think we are as easily deceived as we were over 20 years ago? In truth, we have always been rather easily bullied. You simply haven't been paying attention. Many brands have been suppressed to the point of extinction, ultimately forced to be acquired at low prices by foreign entities. What the hell? Is it true? To be honest, how does this acquisition contract differ from the Treaty of Shimonoseki back in the day? As public outrage grew, Dou Dawei received a call from Sheng Yuxiao. Now go online, register an account, and make an announcement, Sheng Yuxiao succinctly instructed. Dou Dawei, flustered, complied without hesitation. Amidst the chaos, a newly registered account named Qianjin Pharmaceutical Official published a Weibo post. Everyone, don't worry, we have not been acquired. In no time, a swarm of curious netizens appeared. Qianjin Pharmaceutical? Never heard of it. Isn't it the company that was offered 1 million? It's a local pharmaceutical firm, and after all these years, they still can't make it. Looking at the IP address above, it seems your local economy isn't very developed. Oh, Qianjin Pharmaceutical. I recently saw their job postings online. Last year, locals said their factory was going to collapse. Yet they've managed to hold on until now and are hiring on a large scale. Did they secure some investment? But who would invest in a factory that clearly seems to be failing? Their pharmaceutical company has several remarkable formulas. Everyone around here knows that, but unfortunately, it's been downhill since the old chairman passed away. Dou Dawei gripped his phone tightly, fixated on the fervent discussions of the netizens as the account's follower count skyrocketed. Landing on trending topics, this was the highest level of attention their small pharmaceutical company from an economically underdeveloped region had ever received in their lifetime. He patiently waited for the moment when netizens demanded proof of identity, at which point he shared the business license and a photo of himself. As more and more users inquired whether, following the news, some wealthy industrialist had seen the situation and felt compelled to invest to prevent a traditional enterprise from facing such a dismal fate. Dou Dawei recorded a video. Yes, we indeed secured a significant investment. Before the news broke, when I was at my wit's end, it might be hard to believe, much like a plot from a film, but it was an unexpected twist. A coincidence, I was supported by a wealthy second-generation miner. Upon the release of this video, combined with the IP address, the company's location, and keywords from Dou Dawei's account of the unexpected support from a miner heir, someone finally uncovered the truth. No way. Could it be that Sheng Yuxiao invested? Many netizens, unfamiliar with the drama exchange life and unaware of the wealthy elite in the country, began asking about Sheng Yuxiao. Enthusiastic users provided explanations below. The heir of the Sheng family, he went to Nan province to film a program. This pharmaceutical company is also located in Nan province. I suggest you rewatch the highlights from episode 3. The show mentioned that Sheng Yuxiao followed Li Xiaoya's choice and invested in an unknown project. Oh, and by the way, Li Xiaoya is a child from a rural village in Nan province. Sheng Yuxiao listens to her. Everything is falling into place. The investment by young Master Sheng was actually in this pharmaceutical company. I watched the entire live broadcast of that day's program. It was indeed before the news broke. This means that at that time, young Master Sheng had no idea the event would attract such high attention. He simply invested out of genuine interest. The investment was decided by Li Xiaoya. At that time, it seemed utterly absurd for a child to make such decisions. However, in hindsight, it appears to be a marvelous coincidence, a beautiful fate. Li Xiaoya, a native of the southern province, uttered a single phrase that salvaged local enterprises. Moreover, it preserved our spirit. Oh, this is splendid. This news has perfectly salvaged the netizen spirits. I shall go watch that program immediately. Dodawei's pharmaceutical company has soared to the trending topics, and the warmth of that trend has also benefited the production team of Life Swap. Suddenly, everyone is inquiring about the origins of Sheng Yuxiao and the identity of Li Xiaoya, questioning why Sheng Yuxiao heeds her counsel. Many, filled with immense curiosity, have revisited the program's replay. The chief director, entirely oblivious to the unfolding events, awoke to find his show inexplicably more popular, approaching Li Xiaoya and Sheng Yuxiao. He couldn't help but exclaim, Look at what people are saying online. This program is truly fascinating, bringing more opportunities to impoverished and underdeveloped regions, although the camera merely focuses on the participants. The actual significance resonates with the entire local populace. They even praise you as a great benefactor. The chief director, unable to suppress his excitement, grinned broadly. No one has ever praised me like this before. And now, fame has arrived. Accompanied by a substantial increase in revenue due to soaring viewership ratings, I have a premonition that our ratings will reach unprecedented heights. It is inconceivable that every netizen is ill and needs to visit the hospital for medicine. Their pent-up emotions can only be unleashed through the program. The chief director grew increasingly animated as he spoke. Meanwhile, Sheng Yuxiao merely responded with a simple, "Oh." He then turned to Li Xiaoya and remarked, "You see, your choice was indeed correct. Perfectly so. You have saved a company, rescued a man on the brink of bankruptcy who might have considered jumping off a building, and you have provided numerous local citizens with additional job opportunities. Countless netizens have found joy because of you." Chapter 43. A grand gift. Li Xiaoya paused, momentarily breathless. The situation today was unprecedented for the chief director, and for her, it was no different. Never before had anyone spoken to her in such a resolute tone. Sheng Yuxiao grasped her hand. Now, make another choice. Suddenly, Li Xiaoya felt less apprehensive about making decisions. She nodded. Sheng Yuxiao squinted and asked, "Will you choose to learn English with me, or painting with Ningheng?" The cameraman discreetly recorded this moment and subsequently uploaded it as a behind-the-scenes clip online. The program was already garnering significant attention, and the release of the behind-the-scenes footage perfectly whetted the netizens' appetites. The chief director is quite adorable. He seems so happy after a compliment. Sheng Yuxiao is quite eloquent. He is indeed my spokesperson. Without a doubt, Li Xiaoya made the right choice, a splendid choice. You are an extraordinary Li Xiaoya. Wait, I have not seen much of the world. I must ask, is this grand display merely to teach a little girl to make steadfast choices? Is this how the wealthy indulge their loved ones? I envy this so much. Not quite. Li Qingqing in the wealthy family does not enjoy such treatment. It's hilarious. Let us not disparage others. The comment section was on the verge of erupting into a heated debate. At this juncture, Li Xiaoya opted to study English, leaving Ningheng sulking nearby as she declared, "I will go on strike. I refuse to continue. I will no longer feed the pigs or the chickens. Nor will I gather firewood." Without turning around, Sheng Yuxiao replied, "Then you may return and kindly ask Wei Zixing to come here." Wei Zixing was the affluent second-generation heir to a family that owned a hospital. As mentioned by Ningheng earlier, with a sigh, Ningheng conceded, "Forget it. Wei Zixing may not feed the pigs as well as I do. Shirdu Primary School did not teach English at all." Although Sheng Yuxiao did not possess any English textbooks, he excelled in memory and began drawing a word for Li Xiaoya. "Come, learn this with me." Abandoned among the staff, a relatively young recent graduate could not help but raise her head in contemplation. expressing her doubts. Isn't this a vocabulary word for level 4? Shouldn't we start with ABC? Jumping straight to level 4 vocabulary seems rather abrupt. It became evident to them that Master Sheng was indeed not adept at teaching. This was a significant disservice to the children, yet no one dared to step forward to uphold justice. Meanwhile, Teacher Sheng commenced the lesson. Simultaneously, the online discourse was ablaze. The state imposed exceedingly strict regulations on advertisements for pharmaceutical companies, rendering conventional branding strategies largely ineffective in this sector. Once a pharmaceutical company began to decline, reversing its fortunes became nearly impossible. Even if one possessed miraculous medications, one needed to ensure their distribution and recognition. A feat characterized by astronomical investments and profits that were beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. However, Tianjin Pharmaceuticals had garnered an abundance of organic support. After all, it was currently the standout in the market. Local residents began to voice their approval, asserting that Tianjin's medications were indeed effective, affordable, and devoid of side effects. They even shared tales of stolen formulas, eliciting sympathy from netizens who felt that this company had suffered greatly. Upon hearing this, netizens from outside the region would casually inquire at pharmacies about the availability of Tianjin's products. Thus, a market was organically cultivated. As inquiries about the products increased, pharmacies inevitably sought to stock them. This exemplified how market demand compelled supply. The halted production lines swiftly resumed operations following repairs. Any expired medications that could not be sold were to be destroyed without regret over minor financial losses. In just a few days, Dou Dawei was perpetually beaming with optimism. The shareholders who had accompanied him to Li's village were suddenly filled with trepidation. Thank goodness, we didn't sell 1 million. That microglow managed to sell 100 million, and we would have succumbed for just 1 million. Once it hits the news, we would be ridiculed. CEO Dou, you have saved us. Dou Dawei smirked, thinking to himself. And now you call me CEO? Just a moment ago, you referred to me as Dawei. It is not I who saved you. Did not Master Sheng say it? It was Li Xiaoya who rescued us. Indeed. Do you not comprehend? We must consider what to gift Li Xiaoya. Reflecting on his previous gift of a Barbie doll due to a lack of funds, he now regarded it as rather paltry. What idea does CEO Dou have? How about gifting her one of the shares? Are you out of your mind? She is just a child, emerging from a remote mountain village, an orphan soul. Dou Dawei rolled his eyes, interrupting his partner's foolish remarks. I am not insane. Rather, you are simply dim-witted. How can I be dim-witted? What sort of person is Sheng Yuxiao? Do we share any significant rapport with him? He has invested in us, Dou Dawei retorted. Today he may support you, but tomorrow he could just as easily extend his hand to another. That is the essence of capital's might. Are you aware of the vast assets and enterprises under the Sheng family's name? The avenues for his investment are boundless. We are not the sole focus of his attention. Yet, in order for Li Xiaoya's mere one stake to realize its potential, can Sheng Deshao truly afford to neglect us? Dou Zong, your extensive experience is indeed admirable, the partner acknowledged, suddenly enlightened, his demeanor shifting entirely. Dou Dawei's lips twitched at the compliment, as he genuinely wished to express gratitude to Li Xiaoya, while secretly hoping that Sheng Deshao would take a greater interest in them. For someone of Sheng Yuxiao's caliber, even a mere trickle of his resources would suffice for their prosperity. After persuading the shareholders, Dou Dawei promptly set about drafting the contract and engaging a notary. Before hastily making their way to Li's village, meanwhile, Su Ruiying had just arrived at Li's village. 20 years of age, she was pursuing dual master's degrees in business and media studies abroad. The journey had been bumpy, and with poor mobile reception, she had refrained from checking her phone, oblivious to the fervor of online news. She had previously contacted the production team, who assured her that someone would come to fetch her. However, it seemed rather premature now. Glancing at her watch, she noted she had arrived over an hour early. Standing at the village entrance, she took out her phone to call the production team, her Chanel attire attracting the curious gazes of several villagers, which made her feel quite uncomfortable. There is truth in the saying that destitute mountains and treacherous waters breed cunning folk. I wonder if Li Xiaoya is equally insufferable. Hello, I have reached the village entrance. How far is it to Li Xiaoya's residence? Could you send someone to fetch me? Su Ruiying inquired into the phone. Just then, Dou Dawei's car pulled up, and upon hearing her voice, he leaned out with enthusiasm. We are headed to Li Xiaoya's house as well. We can lead the way, and you can follow in your own vehicle. Su Ruiying glanced at Dou Dawei and did not refuse, for she was merely driving her own car, not taking theirs. Thus, They proceeded to Li Xiaoya's home. At that moment, Li Xiaoya sat at the doorstep, diligently learning vocabulary with Sheng Yuxiao. Amusement. He prompted her to memorize. Su Ruing's mouth twitched in disbelief. Sheng Yuxiao. That is a level 6 English vocabulary word. Why are you teaching it to a child? Absurdly. Is it possible that you have already covered the preceding words? Su Ruing found it hard to believe. Hearing her voice, Sheng Yuxiao looked up and replied, "Wait a moment." Su Ruing's eyes widened in shock. He dared to ask her to wait. Irritated, she retorted, "I have already heard about your reckless investments. Have you merely taken her word for it? How old is she? Why do you heed her every word? Sheng Yuxiao, look at me. I am, after all, your sister." Sheng Yuxiao diverted a fraction of his attention. Replying, "Cousin," Su Ruing's face flushed with embarrassment. "Does the watch not matter to you anymore?" Suddenly, Dou Dawei agilely stepped forward, interrupting the quarrel. He said, "I have something to deliver to Li Xiaoya." Sheng Yuxiao cast a languid glance at him. "Another Barbie doll?" "No." Dou Dawei handed over the folder in his hand, softly stating, "It is a share transfer contract, given to Li Xiaoya, already stamped with the official seal, possessing legal validity." Su Ruing was momentarily stunned. She couldn't help but take a step back, gazing up at the sky. Indeed, the sun hung in the eastern sky. How had this world become so surreal? Why were people so eager to bestow shares upon this child? Her own parents disdained her for not completing her studies and refused to grant her any shares. Why was everyone so enchanted by this little girl? Chapter 44. Such double standards, what does it mean to gift shares? Li Xiaoya spoke softly. Su Ruing's face turned pale. Look at that. This child didn't even understand what a share transfer entailed, yet was so eager to receive it. However, in the next moment, Su Ruing watched her insufferably arrogant cousin bend down to explain to the little girl, a share is a form of property, distributed according to the investment ratio. For instance, if I invest 10 million, I obtain 34 of the shares. Once they earn a profit, I am entitled to 34 of the earnings. That is what a share is. The gifting of shares, also known as a share donation, is an act of gratuitous transfer permitted by law. Once notarized, it cannot be revoked. Dou Dawei intends to gift you one of the shares, meaning that during the normal operation of the business, one of every profit they earn must be allocated to you. Do you understand what one means? Li Xiaoya pondered. Is it like taking one piece from 100? Exactly. If it is 1,000, you receive 10. If it is 100,000, you get 1,000. If this year their profit reaches 100 million, can you calculate it? Li Xiaoya began to count on her fingers. I don't know how much 100 million is. It is 10 times 10 million. Li Xiaoya paused, asking, so I would receive 1 million, correct? Su Ruing was once again taken aback. Even Sheng Yuxiao was momentarily speechless. Dou Dawei and the others were further astonished. And then suddenly realized, exclaiming in disbelief, "Goodness, how old is she? Yet her mental arithmetic is so impressive. Just a moment ago, she didn't even know how much 100 million was." Sheng Yuxiao smirked. "What I teach is cleverness." "But Brother Sheng, you haven't taught her mathematics," Ningheng interjected. Sheng Yuxiao shot him a cool glance. Ningheng returned with a puzzled expression. "Did I say something wrong?" "Indeed, Brother Sheng has just begun teaching her English." "But why would I receive this money?" Li Xiaoya's confused voice followed. "Because you have helped us. We truly don't know how to express our gratitude, so we unanimously decided to give you one of the shares." Dou Dawei quickly replied, emphasizing the words unanimously decided with conviction. The middle-aged men behind him also turned to Li Xiaoya, displaying warm and friendly smiles. Their sycophancy made Su Ruing almost unable to bear witnessing it. Thus, she endured and endured, until she could no longer restrain herself and interjected, "It was she who secured the investment from Sheng Yuxiao for you, wasn't it? But what does obtaining that investment truly signify?" This enterprise was already at its wit's end. Can it genuinely expect to recoup its losses in the future? The fact that this young lady holds a mere one stake, whether that is a boon or a bane, remains uncertain. Dou Dawei exchanged glances with the shareholders behind him, considering that this individual was, after all, the cousin of the young master of the Sheng family, and her attire suggested she was a scion of a wealthy lineage. Therefore, Dou Dawei merely inquired politely, "Are you unaware?" "Unaware of what?" She retorted, "I only need to comprehend that your actions amount to a collusion to swindle the heir of the Sheng family out of his fortune." Su Ruing's expression was one of fierce protectiveness. No. Why not check the trending topics online? She urged, "I believe, with the assistance of young Master Sheng and Li Xiaoya, we should no longer incur losses." Dou Dawei replied with subtlety, Su Ruing wanted to retort, "Are you jesting with me?" However, as she surveyed the room, she noticed that the production crew betrayed no signs of mockery at Do Dawe's remarks. On the contrary, everyone appeared composed, seemingly already aware of the trending topic. Hastily, Su Ruing pulled out her phone. "The signal is poor. Allow me to create a hotspot for you," Do Dawe offered. Su Ruing cast an awkward glance at her own phone. Worth over 10,000. Then at Do Dawe's device, which was merely a few thousand, feeling vexed as she awaited the connection. How had this encounter, intended for confrontation, devolved into such a situation? "All right," Do Dawe stated. Finally, the page that Su Ruing had struggled to load appeared. The more she read, the more her expression shifted. This maneuver was executed flawlessly, utterly exquisite. Without spending a single cent on marketing, they had inadvertently propelled themselves into the spotlight, capturing the attention of the entire nation. How could this man possibly be incurring losses? Even a pig, if placed in the right winds, would take flight. Unable to restrain herself, Su Ruing inquired, "How did you know about this news in advance? How did you ascertain that the Weiguang pharmaceutical company had already been sold to the Neon Nation? How did you time it so perfectly? Did you not learn about the foreign capital entering the domestic market, employing brand effects, celebrity endorsements, extensive distribution, and aggressive acquisitions to squeeze traditional domestic products?" Sheng Yuxiao countered. Su Ruing hesitated. "I did learn, but that is distinct from this. Such cases had never been in short supply. Even at this very moment, there may be acquisition deals transpiring, albeit those foreign investors would likely conduct themselves more discreetly in the future." Sheng Yuxiao paused, implying that he need not concern himself with current events. For at any moment, he could find a case to serve his purpose. IT might not be the Weiguang pharmaceutical company, but perhaps another like Hongguang Enterprises. Sheng Yuxiao gestured toward Do Dawe, stating, "And they are?" Amidst countless acquisition cases, the singular entity that remains impoverished and underdeveloped yet has steadfastly refused to sell. All cases could be employed to highlight their narrative. Su Ruing was left speechless. Do Dawe and his associates shared her astonishment. The production crew, too, felt they were witnessing a side of this young master, a fearsome aspect hidden behind his seemingly reckless demeanor for the very first time. Sheng Yuxiao continued nonchalantly, "Moreover, this is a calculated strategy. No one will question our intentions," he spoke, and suddenly lowered his head to ask Li Xiaoya, "Have you learned it?" Su Ruing's lips twitched uncontrollably. Even Do Dawe and others felt that this was somewhat absurd. How could this be taught to Li Xiaoya? Could she even comprehend it? Yet, Li Xiaoya surprisingly nodded her head and replied, "Yes." Sheng Yuxiao, who had miraculously revived Qianjin Pharmaceutical, seemed to have done so effortlessly. Without any particular feeling of accomplishment, however, upon seeing Li Xiaoya nodding in affirmation, the young man felt an overwhelming sense of achievement. He ruffled Li Xiaoya's hair and said, "I will teach you again next time." This was something Qin Sui could not impart, nor had he ever done so. As Sheng Yuxiao contemplated this, a wave of joy and comfort surged through his very bones. "All right, let's continue with your contract," he declared, putting away his notebook and pen, instructing Do Dawe to present the equity transfer document. Su Ruing felt a twinge of irritation and interjected, "Learning from your uncle is indeed different, but why teach it to outsiders after learning from him?" The uncle Su Ruing referred to was none other than Su Ji, Sheng Yuxiao's maternal uncle. Sheng Yuxiao cast her an impatient glance and retorted, "With so many people hearing me teach, do you think any of them could master it? Can they achieve a revival? It makes no difference between insiders and outsiders. IT only matters who can learn and who cannot." Others felt a flush of embarrassment upon hearing this. Was he implying they were foolish? Well, indeed they were. Their ears understood, but their minds insisted they could not. Su Ruing. She felt as though she, too, had been branded as foolish. Indignantly, she pointed at Li Xiaoya. "How old is she? Can she really learn it?" Li Xiaoya was so intelligent that she could surely grasp anything. Sheng Yuxiao outwardly expressed such sentiments, yet inwardly thought, "Even if she couldn't learn, I can teach her every day. How could there be anything she cannot comprehend?" Indeed, such double standards. After he finished speaking, Sheng Yuxiao turned to Do Dawe. "You are quite a clever person." Do Dawe was instantly taken aback. Chapter 45. She is the key to turning the tide. He even recognized the importance of gifting equity to Li Xiaoya. As Sheng Yuxiao spoke, a hint of a smile appeared at the corners of his lips. Do Dawe was startled, realizing that Sheng Yuxiao was indeed perceptive. Their little schemes were all too transparent to him. "Xiaoya, it's your turn to sign." Dou Dawei urged, suppressing his chaotic emotions. Li Xiaoya felt as though she had done nothing at all, yet in Sheng Yuxiao's words, it seemed she had accomplished a great deal. She glanced around at the people before her and, keenly deducing from Sheng Yuxiao's previous statement, sensed that refusing now would not bode well. Thus, she asked Sheng Yuxiao, "Can I sign?" Sheng Yuxiao was instantly delighted. She even thought to ask him. Excellent. He immediately assumed a serious demeanor, took the transfer document, flipped through it, and remarked, "I've studied a bit of contract law. Let me have a look." In truth, Sheng Yuxiao understood that since Dou Dawei and the others were determined to please Li Xiaoya, they would undoubtedly ensure there were no loopholes in the contract. However, he relished the way Li Xiaoya depended on him and heeded his words. "No problem, go ahead and sign," Sheng Yuxiao said, setting down the transfer document. Signing, stamping, and notarization followed. The tax matters had also been resolved in advance by Dou Dawei and his team. "You are now also a minor shareholder." Sheng Yuxiao paused momentarily and said, "The word for shareholder is shareholder." The others responded, "No, even at this point, you still haven't forgotten to teach English." Dou Dawei and the others had already completed their tasks for the day and were preparing to leave. "Little duck, when the program is finished, your uncle will take you into the city, and uncles will treat you to a meal," he said reluctantly. Li Xiaoya nodded, surprised to discover that she had made friends, and such significant friends at that. They wanted to treat her to dinner, much like how her father's friends once invited him to dine, yet the equity gift document laid before her elicited little emotional response. Perhaps it was because the money felt distant, shrouded in an overwhelming sense of unreality. Once Dou Dawei and the others had left, Ningheng approached to greet her. "Sister Ruing." Su Ruiying glanced at him. "What are you doing here?" Ningheng, a playful individual, found his presence in this shabby place even more peculiar than Sheng Yuxiao's. "It's nice here. I like it immensely," he replied. Su Ruiying responded, "You look like someone who's been brainwashed by a pyramid scheme." Sheng Yuxiao interjected, "Aren't you returning to the city with them?" Su Ruiying glanced at the departing figures of Dou Dawei and the others, then suddenly declared with conviction, "I'm not leaving." Sheng Yuxiao looked at her, his expression conveying a hint of disbelief. Su Ruiying, feeling the weight of his gaze, resolutely stated, "I want to stay and accompany you for a few days." Ningheng remarked, "We don't need company. That won't do. As the elder sister, I must show concern for my younger brother's well-being." After saying this, Su Ruiying realized they were not particularly welcoming. Her eyes darted towards Li Xiaoya, and she forced a smile. "Little friend, would you welcome your sister to stay?" Sheng Yuxiao furrowed his brow in discontent. "Don't resort to moral coercion." He hadn't even finished a sentence when Li Xiaoya awkwardly replied, "My home is too small." Upon seeing the dilapidated house behind her, Su Ruiying agreed, "It does seem rather cramped." She swiftly turned to the staff. "Where are you staying?" Originally, they had borrowed accommodations from the village chief, but after his arrest, they had shifted to stay with other villagers. "Then I shall stay in the village," Su Ruiying decisively concluded. "I want to hear what else you plan to teach her," she said, looking at Sheng Yuxiao. He lifted his eyelid. "We are recording a program. Why are you trying to stir things up?" "I'll just be careful not to enter the frame," Su Ruiying replied. Her fiery personality was evident. After learning about the investment, she had immediately booked a flight. Now, she was accompanied by bodyguards and a driver, swiftly seeking accommodations. Although the village chief had been arrested, his son, Li Song, still resided in the house. Li Song had been going through a tough time, as the investigation into his alleged bribery had yet to yield results. The feeling of a guillotine hanging over him, yet remaining suspended, was indeed distressing. Su Ruiying knocked on the door and was greeted by a scruffy-looking Li Song. His keen eyes recognized her lavish attire immediately, and he asked, "Who are you?" "Does Sheng Yuxiao know? I am her cousin. And my surname is Su. May I stay here for a few days?" The tone of Su Ruiying sounds somewhat domineering, yet for Li Song, it is delightful news. He fears not the arrival of guests, but rather the absence of them. Surely, Sheng Yuxiao's cousin must also belong to some affluent background. "Yes, she can stay." Li Song hastily welcomed her inside, and that very evening, he placed a call to Li Qingqing. Upon hearing the news, Li Qingqing was somewhat taken aback. She had not anticipated that Su Ruiying would reside at her home. It is a fortunate turn of events to keep her here, as she does not get along with Li Xiaoya. Although one of Su Ruiying's parents is merely a university professor and the other an animal scientist, Li Qingqing, of course, dismisses such unprofitable professions with a tone of disdain. However, she quickly shifted her perspective, stating, Yet, her uncle is quite accomplished, perhaps even more formidable than Sheng Yuxiao's father. In her previous life, Li Qingqing had often speculated how someone like Su Qiulai, with such a cold demeanor and unwillingness to have a second child, could be tolerated by Xingjun. Perhaps it was due to the desire to avoid offending the genius of the Su family. After listening to his daughter's words, Li Song could not help but ask once more, "Qingqing, how do you possess such extensive knowledge? Did I not already inform you that I have precognitive abilities? Everything I have foreseen has come to pass, has it not?" Li Song awkwardly replied, "Yet you did not foresee your grandfather being arrested." Li Qingqing retorted coldly, "Hence, I maintain that Li Xiaoya is my stumbling block. She was born to thwart me. Without her, my precognitive powers could reach their full potential of 100. After hearing this, Li Song resolutely stated, "Do not worry, father will pave the way for you." However, you mentioned that Miss Su's uncle is impressive. How remarkable is he, truly? Li Qingqing's tone turned complex. Su Ji is a person who looks down upon so-called Wall Street elites. He is a smiling tiger capable of manipulating domestic politics. What? Li Song was taken aback. Having attended university and worked in the town, his perspective is undoubtedly far broader than that of his village chief father. Yet, his understanding of the world remains woefully inadequate. He still qualifies as a frog at the bottom of a well. Li Qingqing continued, "Those foreign powers and their elections, he can control them all. If individuals like Xingjun are featured on the covers of financial magazines and ranked on Forbes lists, then someone like Su Ji is destined to be inscribed in history, recorded in books." In her past life, with her circle of friends and limited perspective, she could hardly grasp the true nature of Su Ji. It was only later, while casually browsing a niche forum, that she stumbled upon a thread gossiping about Su Ji, where the more they dug, the more astonished they became, with countless commenters exclaiming, "The true elite class seems to exist in an entirely different world from ours." At that time, Li Qingqing did not even dare to dream of knowing Su Ji. But now, she suddenly conceived a new thought. Since the path with the Sheng family is unfeasible, Li Qingqing urgently advised Li Song, "You must treat Su Ruiying with utmost care. She will be the key to our resurgence." In the previous life, the most talked about topic on social media was the discord between Su Ruiying and Li Xiaoya. People remarked that Su Qiulai and Sheng Yuxiao treated the wild girl Li Xiaoya with such kindness, while neglecting those who were truly related by blood. As a result, Li Qingqing was left with a deep impression of this, momentarily forgetting. Many gossip articles mentioned that Su Ruiying's parents had tragically perished together in an accident, after which she was raised by her uncle. After hanging up the phone, Li Qingqing immediately began searching for news, but found none. Did this imply that Su Ruiying's parents were still alive at that time? If I could predict and avert the death of Su Ruiying's parents, how would the Su family react to me? At this thought, Li Qingqing's heart raced, shaking off her previous despondency. Before she knew it, another day had passed. A new live broadcast was about to commence. Su Ruiying awoke and hurried to Li Xiaoya's home, looking around in bewilderment. "Where is everyone?" the staff informed her. "They left at 6 o'clock. "So early, where could they be going?" "Li Xiaoya has school," the staff replied, unable to suppress a laugh. Following Sheng Yuxiao, Qin Sui, and Ning Heng, this young lady also felt a profound shock. What? Does elementary school require such an early start? And they must traverse mountainous paths for several hours. Can one drive there? Su Ruiying inquired. The previous road was still blocked due to a landslide, leaving only narrow paths accessible on foot. What kind of life is this? Ning Heng even claimed to enjoy it. Has he lost his mind? Su Ruiying muttered under her breath, then resolved to walk over and see for herself. Shertu Primary School, as the lunch bell rang. Li Xiaoya, carrying her lunchbox, headed to the cafeteria, flanked by Sheng Yuxiao on her left and Ning Heng on her right. Li Xiaoya was simply stunning. It felt as though she had two formidable guardians. Classmates whispered in admiration. Just then, a stylish young woman, one hand clutching a Chanel bag and limping slightly, entered through the school gate. It was none other than Su Ruiying. She appeared before Li Xiaoya, her visage smeared with dirt, her clothes caked in mud, and her hair in disarray, with two blades of grass precariously perched atop her head. She was not meant to be captured on camera. However, the staff had no time to intervene, nor dared to, given her visibly aggrieved demeanor. Ning Heng exclaimed, "Ruiying, did you fall into a field?" Su Ruiying gritted her teeth. "Indeed, every 10 steps, I stumble into a pit." "Who is that?" the classmates whispered behind her back. "Is she Li Xiaoya's sister." "How does Li Xiaoya have so many relatives?" Su Ruing wanted to clarify that she was not her sister. But she saw Li Xiaoya hand her lunchbox to Ning Heng and then turned to fetch a basin of water. Here, wash up. Where did you get this? Sheng Yuxiao inquired. I borrowed it from the teacher. Li Xiaoya replied, then turned to Su Ruing and asked, Did you fall into a water field? I did. Su Ruing grimaced. Li Xiaoya then asked, Could you crouch down a bit? You're too tall. I can't reach. I need to see if there are any leeches on you, leeches. Su Ruing felt a shiver run down her spine before she could even think to deny being her sister. She hurriedly crouched down and anxiously asked, Can you see it? Is it there? At that moment, the barrage of comments flooded in. Who is this again? Familiar with Ning Heng? Another rich second generation? No. What's up with your wealthy families? Are you really treating Li Xiaoya as a mere side quest? Chapter 46. This household is to be managed by Li Xiaoya. Su Ruing felt a handful of her long hair being grasped. What are you doing? She asked, her voice tinged with apprehension. We need to tie your hair up first. Oh, Su Ruing replied, her embarrassment silencing her. The little girl's grip was gentle, devoid of any tugging sensation. As she deftly removed a hair tie from her own head and secured Su Ruing's hair. Then, she clung to Su Ruing's neck and declared, It's not there. Su Ruing instantly breathed a sigh of relief. But before she could fully relax, Li Xiaoya crouched down in front of her and reached to pull out the pant leg that was tucked into her LV ankle boots. As she lifted the pant leg. Su Ruing, in a fright, screamed, A leech. Oh my gosh, this gives me chills. I absolutely detest such creatures. The front half of the leech was already entirely embedded in Su Ruing's calf, its body swollen from feeding. Wriggling slightly, Who can help me pull it out? Su Ruing was on the verge of tears. Sheng Yuxiao frowned, about to speak, but Li Xiaoya had already pulled a paper packet from her pocket, opened it, and sprinkled a fine layer of salt onto the leech on Su Ruing's leg. The leech, which had been moving slightly, soon began to thrash violently. It wriggled free from Su Ruing's leg and fell with a plop onto the ground, swiftly completing the process of writhing, bleeding, drying up, and ultimately dying. Su Ruing, still in shock, had tears glistening on her pale face. Why is it that even though my pant leg was tucked into my boots, it could still crawl up my leg? That's just how leeches are. When we go to the fields, we have to wear long rubber boots, layered with thermal leggings and then outer pants. The cuffs must be securely tied. Otherwise, they will always find a way in, Li Xiaoya explained calmly. Su Ruing felt a chill run down her spine, finding the creature utterly terrifying. Will there be more on me? She stammered, feeling faint. Li Xiaoya hesitantly nodded. Perhaps there are still some. Su Ruing raised her hand to check her back, while simultaneously asking, What should I do? Sheng Yuxiao decisively stated, Take her to the hospital. The bodyguards and driver nodded vigorously, fearing for Miss Su's safety. Even if it was just a leech, Li Xiaoya pondered for a moment and then said, Let me take a look. Okay, how do we do that? Li Xiaoya borrowed a dormitory from the teacher, then led Su Ruing inside. Once the door was closed, she turned and said, Take it off. Su Ruing stood there, stunned. Huh. How can I check if you don't take it off? Li Xiaoya innocently retorted. Su Ruing considered this and realized it made sense, albeit feeling quite strange. And no wonder she was brought to a room alone. Thankfully, the one standing before her was merely a little girl, suppressing her embarrassment. Su Ruing imagined she was in a public bathhouse and quickly removed her expensive clothing. How is it? Is there more? She inquired. Point two more. Point two? All right, Li Xiaoya replied. Yes, that's sufficient. Su Ruing had barely begun to feel disheartened when she turned around only to find 2 more leeches had indeed fallen at her feet. A shiver ran through her, and she quickly leapt aside. Su Ruing, feeling a chill, crossed her arms and turned her face to see that Li Xiaoya had picked up the clothes she had shed. What are you doing? Su Ruing asked hastily. I will fetch some herbs for you to fumigate your clothes. That will help keep the bugs and ants at bay, Li Xiaoya explained, shaking her garments, causing 2 more dark insects to drop down. Can this clothing still be worn? Su Ruing asked with a grimace. Of course, Li Xiaoya assured her, handing it back. The other insects are just a bit frightening. They won't bite you much. Su Ruing couldn't very well run out in the nude. Despite her fears, she had to put her clothes back on. Don't forget to help me fumigate my clothes, Su Ruing reminded her. Li Xiaoya nodded. This exchange made Su Ruing feel a tad embarrassed. I will pay you a reward. And oh need, Li Xiaoya replied as she opened the door and stepped ahead. Su Ruing paused for a moment, then caught up to ask, Why not? Why not accept it? You helped me, so I should give you money. I am someone who recognizes kindness and grievances clearly. The barrage of comments had already begun. Because of Sheng Yuxiao. Exactly. As long as you are a good friend or a relative of Sheng Yuxiao, you can enjoy Li Xiaoya's friendly return. At that moment, Sheng Yuxiao turned his head upon hearing the commotion. Is it done? Su Ruiying felt her bravado wane and replied weakly, It's done, I will never come here again. I am leaving now. Li Xiaoya tugged at her sleeve. Let us walk home together after school. Su Ruiying pondered if this child was trying to curry favor with her, only to hear Li Xiaoya add, If you walk back alone, you might fall into the field again. Su Ruiying shivered and instantly reversed her stance. All right. Fine. I will wait for you. Li Xiaoya nodded. Yes, let us eat first. Upon mentioning food, Su Ruiying's stomach began to grumble. She wished to maintain her composure, but her belly would not allow it. Li Xiaoya turned to find her lunchbox, saying, We must hurry to the cafeteria, or else the food will be gone. Su Ruiying assumed it would be akin to a university cafeteria abroad, at least with a decent dining hall, if not a buffet. She hastily followed, only to be taken aback by the few large aluminum basins set upon the long table. I asked this lunch. Su Ruiying's voice quivered. Who are these people? Why are they so selective? Su Ruiying was unaware that she was being criticized by the barrage of comments. It soon dawned on her. I cannot eat the food here. The cafeteria staff did not even spare her a glance, and the large aluminum basin she found unworthy was not meant for her. Li Xiaoya nodded. This food is funded by the nation and kind-hearted individuals. Only students are allowed to eat. Then Li Xiaoya had already filled her lunchbox and turned to say, I will share with you. Su Ruiying looked down at the lunchbox. Am I sharing it with you? Sheng Yuxiao interjected. What are you thinking? It's for the four of us to share. Su Ruiying, unable to contain her emotions, shed tears and exclaimed, What kind of day is this? Li Xiaoya, carrying her lunchbox, stepped outside and inquired of the bodyguard and driver. What about them? Sheng Yuxiao replied, No need to worry. They will find their own food. Su Ruiying, you need not concern yourself either, Li Xiaoya murmured, but she looks so pitiful. Sheng Yuxiao, cold and unfeeling, retorted, They are only here to eat and do nothing. What is there to feel sorry for? Su Ruiying leaned forward and asked, Sheng Yuxiao, are you secretly cursing me? Li Xiaoya turned away and said, No, he only mentioned splitting a half egg with you. He probably isn't that generous. Su Ruiying could hardly believe it. Li Xiaoya found a large stone by the playground and settled down. Clearing her throat, she announced, Well, I shall be the one to distribute. Su Ruiying could not fathom how she had come to this point. Waiting alongside Sheng Yuxiao and Ningheng for a child to serve them their meal, Ningheng received firewood, fed the chickens, and enjoyed meatballs. Sheng Yuxiao had, well, beef and half an egg. XU, Li Xiaoya had forgotten her name. You have half an egg. This is hilarious. So, it seems Li Xiaoya is the one in charge here? Chapter 47. Annual Redemptive Literature. It is truly miserable for the four of them to share a meal. The production team must have really looked on in disbelief. Ningheng is still smiling foolishly. Listen closely, Shengge doesn't even need to do anything, and he still gets a share. There was also milk, a quarter for each person. Li Xiaoya, like a magician, produced a plastic bottle cut in half. She informed them, It's very clean. I received it as a prize during the sports event. I sold the water inside to others. Can you really sell that? What a business genius. Li Xiaoya poured a little milk into the two half bottles, giving the flat part to Ningheng and the capped part to Su Ruiying. The more I observe Li Xiaoya, the more I find her intriguing. She may not voice it, but she clearly distinguishes between closeness and distance in her heart, giving the flat part to Ningheng, who arrived early and is more familiar. Finally, Li Xiaoya shared the remaining milk with Sheng Yuxiao using a small bowl from her lunchbox. Su Ruiying suddenly remarked, I have never found milk to be so delicious. Wait, she realized suddenly, I am not here to record your program. I have money. Why don't I just go buy some food? Your school has a snack bar, right? Su Ruiying set down the half egg she had just received and hurried off to make a purchase. Sheng Yuxiao didn't even blink, taking the half egg and consuming it. Ha ha, how domineering of Sheng Deshao. However, Sheng Yuxiao insisted on giving the half that originally belonged to him to Li Xiaoya. It truly appears to be a mix of bittersweetness, humor, and warmth. In my childhood, when our family was poor, my siblings and I also shared meals this way. It brings back memories. Ningheng also relished this act of sharing food, exclaiming, This is what it means to share hardship, right? Who would have thought that Sheng Yuxiao would counter him? Is it really hardship? Where's the hardship? Indeed, in your grand eyes, life in Li family village is nothing short of blissful. Is it not? What difficulties could there possibly be? Shortly thereafter, Su Ruiying's bodyguard returned, carrying a bag. This is what the young lady purchased. Please enjoy. The production team had no choice but to rise and intervene. ISNT this against the rules? Sheng Yuxiao casually retrieved a bottle of iced red tea from the bag, squinting as he read the label. Kong Shui Fu, what on earth is this? He pulled out another. Yuli Yu? And yet another. Wang Zi. What are these abominations? Before long, Su Ruiying returned, puzzled. Why are all the snack packages here printed incorrectly? I wanted to buy some shikima, but there is none. The bread is even expired yet still being sold. It's not a printing error, it's a counterfeit, Sheng Yuxiao remarked, returning the snacks to her. Take your time eating, Su Ruiying responded. What on earth are these? What a spectacle. Su Ruiying initially intended to flaunt her wealth. But now her face turned pale. Though they were indeed subpar, they managed to gather together and complete their lunch. Sheng Yuxiao pondered. Perhaps next time we could share the principal's meal? Ning Heng found this notion agreeable. Su Ruiying countered. ISNT that akin to robbery, Ning Heng retorted. How can it be considered robbery if everyone consents? Eating is so arduous, it's hard to imagine what kind of life Li Xiaoya had before the production team arrived. A life where she didn't have to share meals with 4 others, nor look after 4 fools. How absurdly amusing, the laughter from upstairs echoed. 4. Let us not forget Qin Sui. Thank you, Qin Sui, for the countless ancestors. Su Ruiying managed to endure until school dismissal. Then, the family of 3 swiftly expanded into a family of 4. The production team found this arrangement quite inappropriate. Yet no one could dissuade Su Ruiying, she countered. I haven't taken your appearance fee. I'm recording a reality show for you for free. ISNT this you taking advantage of me? The production team was left speechless. They exited the school, walked onto the main road, and then turned onto a rural path. Li Xiaoya led the way, followed closely by Sheng Yuxiao, then Ning Heng, with Su Ruiying trailing last. Su Ruiying immediately felt a sense of exclusion. Li Xiaoya truly lived up to her name, resembling a mother duck leading her ducklings into the water, followed by a string of companions. Once again, let it be reiterated, this family cannot do without Li Xiaoya. After a few steps, Li Xiaoya suddenly turned around and said, Follow our footprints. That way, you won't stumble. Su Ruiying could not help but inquire. Why? Don't you ever fall? Li Xiaoya nodded, her double ponytails bobbing in agreement, and replied, I've stumbled many times before, so now I don't. Su Ruiying fell silent, obediently treading in the footprints ahead. Each step Li Xiaoya took was carefully retraced. Suddenly, viewers in the comments felt a surge of emotion. In the past, Li Xiaoya had to traverse long mountain paths alone, regardless of the seasons, enduring the harshness of winter and summer. And even when the dawn had yet to break, she would walk by the light of the moon. As she traversed that solitary path, no one could accompany her, leaving behind only a single line of footprints. However, now the number of those walking alongside her has increased. With every step she takes, there are others who follow. She is no longer the lonely Li Xiaoya from the small mountain village. Originally a mere spectator's heartfelt expression, this passage was captured and shared across various social media platforms. Even before the live stream concluded, the screenshot had already gone viral. This segment was rather poignant, evoking tears. Could it be considered a piece of redemptive literature for the year? The fervor on social media once again fed back into the program, attracting even more netizens curious to discover what Li Xiaoya is truly like. At the village chief's home, Li Song had long since lost track of how long he had been waiting. Su Ruiying's delayed return left him worried that he had failed to fulfill his daughter's wishes. Just as he was pondering this, Su Ruiying entered. Were you waiting for me? She asked, astonished. Li Song nodded vigorously, saying, I had prepared lunch for you, but you didn't come back, and no matter, I'll take a shower first and then eat. All right, I'll prepare dinner anew for you. This moment, Su Ruiying resumed her demeanor as a young lady, though only she knew how urgently and chaotically she rushed into the bathroom. Once she finished her shower, dried her hair, and changed into fresh attire, Su Ruiying finally exhaled in relief. As she descended the stairs, she caught a whiff of an enticing aroma wafting through the air. She gazed at the 5 dishes laid out on the table. Braised beef, mushroom meatballs, dompa pork, stir-fried bamboo shoots, and a medley of mushrooms. Look, are there any dishes you like? Li Song inquired cautiously. Su Ruiying was taken aback by the abundance of food. She hadn't expected such extravagance, especially in comparison to the lunch Li Xiaoya and her companions had. She had but one thought. These dishes were made for me, right? Yes, came the reply with a grand gesture. Su Ruiying instructed her bodyguard. Bring it all over to Li Xiaoya's house. She delightedly mused to herself. With all these exquisite dishes, won't they worship me? Sheng Yuxiao was difficult to please, and Ningheng posed a slight challenge as well. But at the very least, that little girl would surely admire me, Li Song, standing behind, nearly succumbed to his fury. Where are you taking it? To Li Xiaoya's house. The last part of his statement, laden with intense jealousy and shock, altered his tone. Qingqing was right. Li Xiaoya was indeed her stumbling block. Chapter 48. Xing Jun's surprise when Su Ruiying arrived. The Li household was already permeated with a delightful aroma. What is that smell? She inquired, peering in. Are you all enjoying sumptuous food without me? Sheng Yuxiao lazily lifted his eyelids and replied, Why would we hide it from you? Su Ruiying found herself grinding her teeth in irritation at her cousin's tone. After a moment of steeling herself, she approached to take a closer look. Li Xiaoya was perched on a small stool, frying rice, with just a bit of rice, lard, eggs, and minced wood ear mushrooms. The dish emanated an extraordinary fragrance, even surpassing the aroma of the meat Su Ruiying had brought. Su Ruiying felt a pang of inadequacy. Glancing around, she spotted Xing Yuxiao and Ningheng standing on either side, resembling two guardians. Yet, they seemed to serve only the function of guardians. Su Ruiying scoffed. What a sight! Two grown men allowing a little girl to stand on a stool and cook rice for you. Meanwhile, the live stream continued to unfold. The barrage of comments expressed astonishment. Shockingly, the first to stand up and speak out was Su Ruiying. Previously, when I saw her on screen, I thought she despised Li Xiaoya. So, who exactly is Su Ruiying? Am I the only one unaware? She is Sheng Yuxiao's cousin, and her family background seems to be quite ordinary. Ordinary yet adorned in Chanel and LV. The discussion among the viewers revolved around whether Su Ruiying's family background was indeed commendable or if she belonged to the second generation of affluent individuals. Sheng Yuxiao addressed Su Ruiying's question. Do you think we don't wish for it? Ningheng sighed nearby. Li Xiaoya disdains our misuse of ingredients. Su Ruiying retorted. Did I not tell you all to learn some basic life skills beforehand? She turned to Sheng Yuxiao. Weren't you out climbing mountains and camping before? Don't you need to cook for yourself while camping? Sheng Yuxiao expressed his exasperation. When did that group ever allow me to do anything myself? Su Ruiying. It appears the overabundance of sycophants has led to this tragic outcome. Ningheng promptly inquired, Sister Ruiying, can you cook? Su Ruiying awkwardly smiled. I die and our family, it's always my father who cooks. Girls are not expected to die. Is that so? Uncle can cook? Sheng Yuxiao immediately had an idea. I'll learn from him when I return. Dish is ready. Li Xiaoya interjected. Let me, at last. Ningheng proved to be of use. His strength allowed him to lift the heavy iron pot effortlessly. The fried rice was soon transferred to a basin. Yes, a basin. Then, Sheng Yuxiao skillfully produced 2 stools of roughly equal height and placed them in the yard, finally laying a long wooden plank atop them. Thus, a makeshift dining table was created. They gathered around it, but the stools were insufficient, necessitating that Sheng Yuxiao and Ningheng sit on stones. They added the dishes brought by Su Ruiying, and the meal turned out to be quite lavish. Su Ruiying was fortunate. These past couple of days, Li Xiaoya had been generous, even serving fried eggs. Is Qin Sui at home now? Glaring at the television screen, seething with jealousy. Why is it that I get to eat sweet potatoes? Whether Qin Sui was at home gritting his teeth remained unknown. At this moment, Li Song truly was at home. Fuming, that young lady took all the food away. What was left for him? Just plain rice. Li Song was unaware, but at this moment, Su Ruiying was fixated on the modest yet irresistibly enticing fried rice. Unable to resist exclaiming, had I known, I would have brought that entire pot of rice with me. What rice? Ningheng inquired. At the village chief's house, there's a fellow named Li Song. He prepared a lot of food to curry my favor, including a pot of rice. I got these dishes from him. Everyone's actions came to a halt. Su Ruiying, puzzled, asked, why has everyone stopped using their chopsticks? Sheng Yuxiao scoffed, afraid he poisoned it. Huh? Su Ruiying displayed a bewildered expression. Sheng Yuxiao, considering her recent return to the country, restrained his impulse to mock his not-so-bright cousin and kicked Ningheng. You explain it to her. Ningheng took on the role of the explainer. After hearing his explanation, Su Ruiying suddenly stood up. Is it true? The barrage of comments echoed the sentiment. Only now have we truly heard the entire saga of how Li Xiaoya was abducted and poisoned. The village chief's family is utterly beyond redemption. How infuriating. They still seek to curry favor with Su Ruiying, revealing their true, petty nature. Whether the information is genuine or not, one can simply look up the police report online. Shang Yuxiao pressed his hand against the table, warning, "Do not overturn it, or else you shall not leave until you compensate for an elaborate feast." Su Ruiying managed to regain her composure and sat down. Questioning, "What does Li Song hope to gain from me? Is he unaware that I am your cousin?" Shang Yuxiao picked up a piece of dongpa pork and offered it to Su Ruiying, stating, "You should sample it first." Shang Yuxiao, Su Ruiying shot her cousin a reproachful glance, yet she did take a bite, subsequently remarking coolly, "Li Song would have to be insane to poison my food." Shang Yuxiao nodded in agreement before serving some vegetables to Li Xiaoya. Su Ruiying was at a loss for words. However, recalling that she had also consumed Li Xiaoya's egg fried rice, which she had even desired more of, she felt compelled to withhold any criticism of Li Xiaoya. "So, only the village chief has been apprehended?" Su Ruiying inquired. "Yes," came the reply. "The village chief's granddaughter is still at my home." Shang Yuxiao casually dropped another bombshell. "What? The little girl I encountered last time is the village chief's granddaughter?" Su Ruiying nearly stood up again but managed to restrain herself. "Oh, you've met her," Shang Yuxiao remarked, his gaze growing slightly colder. "Surely she did not suggest you come here to find me and Li Xiaoya. She spoke to me, but I was in a hurry to see my aunt, so I didn't converse with her much." Su Ruiying's brow furrowed. "How does the production team select such individuals?" The production team, feeling a bit awkward, interjected, "The adults may be flawed, but the children possess innocent hearts. That is irrelevant," Su Ruiying countered. "Even a poor bamboo can yield fine shoots." She hastily finished her meal, declaring, "I must return. I want to see what Li Song intends to achieve with me. This young lady seemed to have developed a certain interest." What, is Su Ruiying seeking to uphold justice? Perhaps she merely seeks amusement. Who can attach a camera to Su Ruiying? I am so curious. By the way, how is Li Qingqing doing? Li Qingqing's health had finally improved somewhat. She had completely given up on trying to please Su Qiulai and no longer harbored hopes for any positive outcome from Su Ruiying. Just moments ago, she had seen news online regarding Tianjin Pharmaceuticals. Shang Yuxiao's frivolous investment had surprisingly succeeded, suppressing her jealousy. Li Qingqing poked her head out from under the covers and asked, "Grandfather Butler, I wish to see my uncle. I have something very important to discuss with him." The butler frowned inwardly, but responded politely, "Very well. I shall inform him upon his return." Li Qingqing understood that they now regarded her with disdain, harboring resentment within while maintaining an outward smile. She pitifully expressed, "I am grateful to my uncle for his tolerance and to Grandfather Butler for his care over these days. Just wait. Soon they would regret their choices and come to seek her favor." At 11 o'clock that evening, Sheng Jun finally returned to the villa. He removed his coat and handed it to a servant, inquiring, "Has Madame not returned yet?" The servant replied, "Not yet," and mentioned that Li Qingqing was still waiting for him. Wishing to speak with him, upon hearing this, Sheng Jun frowned slightly. He harbored the desire for a daughter. Yet Li Qingqing no longer met his expectations for such a role. Nevertheless, he was an adult, while Li Qingqing was merely a little girl, and there was no need for him to overtly display arrogance and disdain. As Sheng Jun ascended the stairs, Li Qingqing deliberately emerged wearing only a thin nightgown, then shrugged her shoulders, rubbed her eyes, and feigned a look of exhaustion as if she had been waiting for an eternity. "Uncle, you work so hard," she remarked. "Who doesn't work hard?" Sheng Jun dismissed lightly, then inquired, "Do you have something to say to me?" Li Qingqing revealed a charming expression. "It's a secret." Sheng Jun found it amusing, yet he stepped inside. "Well, go on. Uncle is listening." Li Qingqing's demeanor shifted slightly serious as she declared, "Uncle, I will only tell you, I possess the ability of foresight that in 3 days, you will sign a substantial contract with Xiongguan's semiconductor company." Sheng Jun's expression transitioned from amusement and incredulity to one of gravity and astonishment. Chapter 49. Corrupting Li Xiaoya. The reason Li Qingqing was privy to this information was due to her past life, where she had learned of Li Xiaoya's adoption and could not help but search for related news. As she delved deeper, she often found herself fantasizing about marrying a wealthy heir like Sheng Yuxiao. Gradually, her interest in Sheng Yuxiao and the entire Sheng family intensified, leading her to remember particularly significant news concerning them, including the contract with Xiongguan Company. Unfortunately, the contract was remarkably smooth and highly advantageous for the Sheng family, devoid of any risks that needed to be avoided. Otherwise, if she were to reveal it, Sheng Jun would undoubtedly elevate her to the heights of praise. The reason she chose to mention this to substantiate her prophetic abilities, instead of directly stating that Su Ruiying's parents would perish, was twofold. First, she was uncertain about when they would die. Second, stating it outright could easily be perceived as a deliberate curse. Li Qingqing observed Xing Jun's reaction with great satisfaction, thinking to herself, I am quite clever. I was destined to be a victor, the protagonist of this world. It is merely my origins that hinder me. That sounds rather intriguing, Xing Jun suddenly remarked. Intriguing hardly encapsulates it. Li Qingqing mused. Anyone endowed with such abilities would surely be ecstatic, wouldn't they? As her thoughts shifted, she chose to continue feigning innocence before Xing Jun. Thus, she looked up and, with a bright and innocent tone, asked, Is it interesting? Her eyes sparkled, and a hint of timidity flickered at the corners. I have always been afraid to tell others, fearing they would regard me as a monster. I only dare to confide in Uncle Sheng. Oh, why is that? Li Qingqing appeared to muster great courage as she replied, Because I only trust Uncle Sheng. Xing Jun regarded her, yet did not immediately display a look of emotion. Li Qingqing felt a weight in her heart. Was her declaration not appropriate? She exhibited absolute trust and attachment. Surely Xing Jun should be pleasantly surprised. After a pause, Xing Jun smiled, finally speaking again. Then how many things can you foresee? Can you foresee your own future? Li Qingqing felt an overwhelming pressure in an instant, beads of sweat gradually soaking her undergarment. Fortunately, in that moment of urgency, she cleverly remarked, It is precisely because I foresee my own future that I place my trust in Uncle Sheng. Oh, and what does that envisioned future look like? Uncle Sheng inquired. He treats me very well, Xing Jun replied with a smile, adding, It is getting late. You should retire for the night. Disappointed, Li Qingqing could only watch as he abruptly ended the conversation and departed. Did Xing Jun truly believe her? Initially, she thought he would be the easiest person to navigate within this household, yet it now appeared that the situation was far more complex. Once again, Li Qingqing found herself pondering how her past life as Li Xiaoya managed to accomplish such feats. Meanwhile, Su Ruiying returned to the village chief's residence. Upon seeing her again, Li Song was at a loss, unsure whether to feel joy or sorrow, and could only muster, Miss Su has returned. I was beginning to think you would remain with the young Master Sheng. Su Ruiying, maintaining a calm facade, waved her hand dismissively, stating, Why would I stay there, as his cousin? It was merely a visit. That dreadful place, I could hardly tolerate a second longer. Hearing this, Li Song was elated. He thought to himself, Finally, a sensible person. She recognizes the shortcomings of Li Xiaoya's family. By the way, tomorrow morning I want some shengjian, soy milk, and perhaps some crispy shrimp dumplings. No, merely these wouldn't suffice for my health. I shall also have a bowl of beef and vegetable porridge. Li Song was taken aback. What? You are ordering food now? His face contorted as he managed to utter, We don't have crispy shrimp dumplings here. I don't even know what that is. Su Ruiying expressed her astonishment. You can't even procure that. Li Song gritted his teeth silently, loathing the wealthy second-generation heirs. Then how about some crab roe noodles? Surely you have that. No. Li Song could barely suppress his laughter anymore. Fine, just prepare an old duck soup noodle. I want the broth made from scratch, not from a seasoning packet. That will be all. I am rather fatigued. Su Ruiying hurriedly completed her order, giving Li Song no chance to refuse or reconsider. As she ascended to the second floor, she suddenly poked her head back out and declared, Oh, and I will be rising at 5 in the morning. I expect to see these items at that hour. After finishing her sentence, she shrugged, adding, Of course, I will pay you. It was this very statement that barely kept Li Song engaged. You will pay. Excellent. Li Song forced a smile that looked even worse. I will do my utmost to prepare everything for you, Miss Su. Su Ruiying replied, I admire individuals like you. Before Li Song could revel in this compliment, she had already turned and entered her room. Then, she quickly buried her head under the covers, exhilarated, pounding the bed in excitement. Tomorrow, she would recount this scene to that child. What was that child's name again? Li Xiaoya? Yes, Li Xiaoya. Sheng Yuxiao might teach her the ways of the business world, but it was uncertain whether Li Xiaoya would grasp them. Even if she did, where would she apply such knowledge? Not like her. Such torturous tasks were best suited for her. She would ensure that Li Xiaoya would find them useful. Let that scoundrel Sheng Yuxiao dare to underestimate her as his cousin. She was far from foolish. For the sake of that pot of old duck soup, Li Song spent the entire night awake on the following day, when Su Ruiying heard the alarm clock ringing. She was, in fact, quite reluctant to rise from her slumber. Yet, With a determined grit, she steeled herself and got out of bed. My mother would surely suspect that I've been possessed by a ghost. Su Ruiying murmured to herself, unaware that Sheng Yuxiao had already been the subject of similar suspicions. After freshening up, she descended the stairs and inquired, "Is everything ready?" "Yes," Li Song replied, his visage marred by prominent dark circles under his eyes. Su Ruiying complimented him with a playful jibe. "Mr. Li, you truly are quite capable. You claimed yesterday that you were lacking in various areas, yet here you are, proving otherwise." Just as Li Song was about to smile, Su Ruiying raised her hand to summon her bodyguard, saying, "Let us go. Take my things." Li Song, startled, felt his smile fade instantly. "Miss Su, are you going to see young Master Sheng again?" Su Ruiying retorted, "Is there a problem with me being concerned for my brother?" No problem at all." As Su Ruiying walked away with her entourage, she added, "Don't forget to bring my clothes." Li Xiaoya said she would use herbs to fumigate them. Li Song stood there, a cold wind blowing in from the wide-open door, causing him to shiver uncontrollably, engulfed by an overwhelming sense of anger and jealousy. He muttered under his breath, "What do they think this place is?" At that moment, Su Ruiying stood at the entrance of Li Xiaoya's home, handing over some food, saying, "This is for you." After all, she was still a child. Facing such a lavish breakfast felt akin to arriving in paradise. Li Xiaoya's stomach audibly protested, yet she restrained herself and first asked, "Is this from the village chief's house again?" "It's freshly delivered," Su Ruiying replied innocently. "Do you know what a refresh point is?" Li Xiaoya shook her head. "Just like the monsters in a game, when one player defeats it, it respawns for the next player to defeat. This is akin to a perpetual motion machine. As long as I am here, there will be new food every day. That's because of my prowess. It has nothing to do with the village chief's household." Li Xiaoya's eyes widened in understanding. "Oh, then enjoy your meal. You still need to fumigate my clothes afterward." "Miss Su, you are violating the program's rules," a staff member interjected. "I'm not part of your program, so how can it be considered a violation?" Su Ruiying retorted, placing her hands on her hips and turning to Li Xiaoya with a triumphant smile. "Do you know what this is called?" Li Xiaoya eagerly asked. "What?" Su Ruiying proclaimed, "This is called a dimensional strike. When you possess a certain level of power, you can disregard the rules of others. Have you learned?" Li Xiaoya nodded quietly, while the staff member looked utterly bewildered. "What on earth are you rich second-generation kids teaching each other nowadays?" Chapter 50. Goodness, a prodigy. The scent of sulfur wafted through the air. Li Xiaoya, wielding a wooden stick thicker than her wrist, began to beat the clothes. "Is this sufficient?" Su Ruiying asked in astonishment. Li Xiaoya nodded, retrieving the clothes from the line and returning them to Su Ruiying. She then turned and brought out a small bamboo basket filled with numerous little sandbags, all sewn from tattered cloth, releasing a peculiar and complex fragrance as she approached. "What is this?" "Fragrant sachet." Su Ruiying had never encountered such an ugly and crude sachet before. However, Li Xiaoya picked them up and handed them to her one by one. "This one is patchouli. This one is rosemary. This one is lemongrass. This one is mint. They all possess insect-repelling properties, yet their aromas differ. Choose the one you prefer," Li Xiaoya said. Su Ruiying was left dumbfounded. "When did you do this?" Li Xiaoya replied, "Last night." Su Ruiying stammered, "Are you trying to please me?" Li Xiaoya looked at her in confusion. "Pleasing?" She shook her head and added, "It's because you seemed terribly frightened." Su Ruiying felt a bit embarrassed. But upon reflection, seeing how small Li Xiaoya was, venturing into the mountains at night to gather various plants and herbs to create differently scented sachets for her to choose from, Su Ruiying found herself enveloped in the sincere and fervent emotions of a child. Leaving her at a loss to alleviate the awkwardness, Su Ruiying inquired, "How can you distinguish so many plants?" "I just learned it," came the reply. Su Ruiying's lips twitched as she remarked, "You truly should be my parents' daughter." Li Xiaoya looked at her with curiosity. "Why, my father enjoys studying plants, while my mother is fascinated by animals. They have a deep love for nature and science. As for me, I only wish to study finance and media. I am," in their eyes, "a person steeped in materialism." Su Ruiying spoke with a hint of melancholy, adding, "Moreover, I possess no talent in these areas. I don't even understand why wintersweet and plum blossoms are not the same thing." Ning Hung emerged, her academic performance lacking, and exclaimed in shock, "What? Wintersweet and plum blossoms are not the same?" Li Xiaoya nodded. "Indeed, they are not." Now it was Su Ruiying's turn to be astonished. "How do you know this?" Li Xiaoya replied, "It's written in a book." "What book?" The books from the donation corner, she explained, IT states that Wintersweet belongs to the Wintersweet family, while Plum Blossoms belong to the Rose family. Su Ruiying and Ning Heng exchanged glances, suddenly feeling inferior to a mere child. "Do you often read?" Su Ruiying asked. "Yes, if I help the teacher organize the books, I can earn little red flowers." "And those little red flowers can be exchanged for candy for Shungo, right?" Ning Heng suddenly felt a pang of desire. "When can I exchange one for myself?" Sheng Yuxiao arrived late, uttering a few words. "Dream on." "What other books are there?" Su Ruiying grew more curious. "Many." Li Xiaoya counted on her fingers. "There are Hans Christian Andersen's fairy tales, landscape architecture design, the red and the black, horror stories, National Geographic, and stories from Jean. The variety is quite rich," Su Ruiying exclaimed in surprise. "Books donated to the mountainous regions shouldn't be overly particular. As long as they are books, it suffices." Sheng Yuxiao pondered aloud. "Oh, how many have you read?" Su Ruiying asked again. "I've read them all," Li Xiaoya answered earnestly. Su Ruiying, without a second thought, exclaimed, "Impossible! How could you possibly have read them all?" Li Xiaoya, perplexed, responded, "But I really have read them all. Though some I couldn't comprehend." Su Ruiying thought to herself, "I knew it. How could a child possibly read and understand every book?" Li Xiaoya remarked. "Some characters are strange, twisted, and look like tadpoles." Su Ruiying displayed a look of confusion. "What is this character?" "Small seal script." Sheng Yuxiao pondered for a moment before responding. "Could it be Arabic?" Li Xiaoya suddenly enlightened. "So it's called Arabic. I can only remember it, but I do not comprehend what is written." Su Ruiying was taken aback once more. "Huh, you can remember it. I don't believe it." Su Ruiying promptly retrieved her business card and a pen to hand to her. "Write a few characters in the blank space for me to see." Li Xiaoya did not refuse. She obediently took the pen and began to write in the empty space of the card, though it resembled more of an artistic rendering of characters. Yet, the characters she produced left both Su Ruiying and Ning Heng astounded. Sheng Yuxiao, still somewhat composed, slowly uttered, "They resemble printed characters." Indeed, it was undeniably Arabic. Su Ruiying exclaimed, "Wow." Ning Heng remarked, "Prodigy." Even the staff member nearby, witnessing the scene, felt a shiver run down their spine. Li Xiaoya's precocity and resilience seemed to be innate qualities, not merely honed by her environment. With such talent, combined with the frivolities taught by these affluent offspring daily, what formidable figure might she become in the future? The staff member dared not even contemplate it. "Sister," Li Xiaoya suddenly spoke softly, saying, "I just want to be my mother's daughter, not anyone else's." She turned to Su Ruiying and added, "You two, your parents will only want you to be their daughter. No one else will do." Su Ruiying stared at her in a daze. "That so?" Li Xiaoya. At that moment, someone called her name and hurried over. It had been some time since anyone had intruded upon them. Surprised by the sudden approach, Li Xiaoya turned to look, but the person stumbled and fell right before her. In their haste, they neglected to rise, hurriedly exclaiming, Someone is looking for you," they said. "It's a relative." Sheng Yuxiao immediately thought of that insufferable Li Hongguang and scoffed coldly. "Which fool is it this time?" The messenger swallowed their saliva and replied, "No, not a distant relative. It's from your mother's side of the family. They're here to find you." Li Xiaoya, who had previously maintained her composure like a little adult, suddenly shed 2 tears. She took a step forward, only to retreat timidly. The cold demeanor on Sheng Yuxiao's face began to soften. So soon? Had the people arranged by her uncle arrived? Chapter 51. Relatives never before met. Why is everyone silent? Su Ruiying interjected, perplexed. "Isn't it a good thing that your mother's relatives are here to find you?" The messenger nodded vigorously in agreement. Yes, it's a good thing. The errand runners even get paid." Su Ruiying, unaware of the underlying complexities, smiled and remarked, "Li Xiaoya, is your maternal family quite wealthy?" Li Xiaoya had already dried her tears and softly responded, "I don't know, I've never met them." Su Ruiying gasped in surprise, just about to suggest, "Your mother wouldn't have eloped, would she?" Yet, Su Ruiying, hailing from a family steeped in literary tradition, was acutely aware that such conjectures were better left unsaid. And thus she swallowed her words. After years of absence, the sudden visit might well portend misfortune. Su Ruiying speculated. The messenger, growing anxious, retorted, "How could that be? It must surely be good news," dressed in a suit and leather shoes. "He even offered us cigarettes and money. Can you truly label him as a villain?" Su Ruiying fell silent. Sheng Yuxiao, suspecting that Su Ji might be behind this, interjected, "Let us go and see for ourselves." At that moment, it was Li Xiaoya who spoke up, her tone resolute. I must first attend school. I will meet him after classes. The messenger, exasperated, slapped his thigh. What do you mean school? Just look at your relatives. They are quite wealthy. I dare say they are far richer than Li Hongguang that I heard his company has collapsed. Why have my mother's relatives only come looking for us now? Li Xiaoya questioned softly. The messenger, lacking in education, was momentarily speechless. Why didn't they come directly here? Li Xiaoya pressed on. The messenger, at a loss for words, quickly countered. They are from the city. After all, quite aloof, surely. It is for us to go and meet them. How could they come all the way here to see you? A mere child. A fleeting look of disappointment crossed Li Xiaoya's face as she asserted with newfound determination, then they are not my mother's kin. The messenger was taken aback. What do you mean? That cannot be. If not, why would they journey so far to seek family? By this time, Li Xiaoya had grasped Sheng Yuxiao's hand, stating, let us go. We have school to attend. Sheng Yuxiao nodded, his heart ignited with indignation. Was this person sent by her uncle? How foolish. What pretense? After inwardly chastising the messenger, Sheng Yuxiao couldn't help but ruffle Li Xiaoya's hair, saying, you are quite clever. Indeed. Yet it was Su Ruiying who first seized the moment. She increasingly found herself surprised by this child. It is often said that one's environment dictates their limitations. Yet Li Xiaoya, she might not comprehend the allure of LV or the grandeur of a five-star hotel. But she seemed to have an innate understanding of human nature. Those 2 tears she shed earlier spoke volumes of her excitement, yet she quickly regained her composure. Su Ruiying mused. Perhaps her parents would genuinely take a liking to her. Those engaged in research, such as them, are least fond of emotional individuals. A person capable of maintaining calm and rational thought, regardless of circumstances, is invaluable across all professions. Li Xiaoya indeed went to school. Fearing to hurt her feelings, Sheng Yuxiao leaned closer as they walked, whispering in her ear, this person was sent by me. I intend to wrest your guardianship from your grandfather. Li Xiaoya did not appear disheartened. She pondered for a moment before exclaiming, that does not make sense. What doesn't? Why does he not dare to come? Sheng Yuxiao, having focused solely on Li Xiaoya until now, suddenly grasped the insight she had provided. This person either lacked the courage to appear or to confront me, or perhaps both. Sheng Yuxiao paused momentarily, letting out a cold sneer. It seems you were indeed correct. This might truly be a misfortune. Su Ruiying, taken aback by their conclusion, promptly interjected, goodness, what could this person possibly want? I'm going to confront him, so wait here, don't fret. Simultaneously, Sheng Yuxiao softly reassured Li Xiaoya, pondering how much more daunting it would be for her to face countless demons and monsters alone without their support. The relatives mentioned by the informant awaited at the village committee, and upon Su Ruiying's arrival, she was astonished to find Do Dawei present as well. Do Dawei, carrying 2 bags, greeted Su Ruiying with haste. Miss Su, I intended to bring some ham for Xiaoya. However, upon hearing that her relatives had come looking for her, I decided to check in. Su Ruiying was quite surprised. It seemed there were quite a few people concerned for Li Xiaoya. Do Dawei stepped closer, lowering his voice. But this person seems utterly disinterested in engaging with me. Su Ruiying glanced in that direction. The individual donned a black suit, a menacing scar etched across his face, suggesting a lineage tainted with mixed English and French blood, exuding an aura of malice. After a moment, he glanced at his watch and coldly addressed the villagers. You took my money, yet failed to fulfill your end of the bargain. Hey, who are you to Li Xiaoya? Su Ruiying inquired. Her assassin. Came the reply. Su Ruiying nearly burst into laughter. What an archaic term to use in this day and age, an assassin. The man in the black suit glared at her ominously, offering no defense. Well, you must fancy yourself a character from an ancient drama, then. So, you are Li Xiaoya's subordinate, and she is your master. What sense does it make for a master to meet with her subordinate? Su Ruiying thought, incredulous at his absurdity. The man remained unmoved, stating, she has yet to earn my approval. Su Ruiying retorted, you truly see yourself as a performer from a historical drama, with no further interest in the conversation. She turned to leave. Later that evening, upon returning home, Li Xiaoya was immediately approached by Su Ruiying, who remarked that so-called relative might just be a lunatic. She then recounted the assassin's comments. Li Xiaoya listened in stunned silence, exclaiming, it sounds like something out of a martial arts novel. You read martial arts novels? Su Ruiying asked. Do you even know what a martial arts novel is? Li Xiaoya tilted her head, her expression clearly conveying that she was no fool. Su Ruiying cleared her throat, saying, let me quiz you. And oh need for that. Sheng Yuxiao interrupted. With a wealth of experience, he said, this demeanor resembles that of the Gui family. The Wei family? No. Gui, but pronounced as Wei when referencing the surname. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Ruing exclaimed, Li Xiaoya, if this truly is a relative of yours, make sure you do not acknowledge them. That surname is quite unseemly. Sheng Yuxiao shot her a disapproving glance. Just wait, I'll make a call. Fortunately, during this period, Sheng Yuxiao had accumulated a significant amount of points, and as it happened, it was not a live broadcast period, allowing him to casually dial his uncle's number. Uncle, may I put you on speaker? Sheng Yuxiao politely inquired. The staff were currently outside, otherwise they would be taken aback by his demeanor. Who do you want to share this with? Just our circle. Su Ruiying. Ning Heng, Li Xiaoya. Su Ji did not address the issue of Li Xiaoya being considered an outsider. He simply stated, speak. What is it? Thus, Su Ruiying reiterated her point. Su Ji's voice was gentle, and even through the telephone line, one could sense that he might be comfortably reclining on a sofa, lazily propping his chin with one hand. Here marked, the Sicilian winds, they have a penchant for eliminating those they deem adversaries. The Sicilian mafia, perhaps? It seems they have long fallen from grace. Ning Heng interjected with curiosity. Yet, there remains a power that controls them, specifically the overseas Chinese ghost families, though they are more commonly referred to as the Wei family. Su Ji appeared to ponder for a moment before continuing. It seems they have recently returned to their homeland, as their patriarch is nearing death and is eager to return to his roots. Would you care to hear an amusing anecdote? Despite Su Ji being relatively young, he adopted the tone of an elder entertaining a younger relative. Please do, Su Ruiying encouraged. The head of the Wei family, Wei Xianming, has 6 children in total. His eldest son and daughter both died young. His second daughter suffers from mental illness. His second son is paralyzed. His youngest daughter is missing, and his youngest son is mute. It is said that Wei Xianming ascended too high, incurring divine retribution, thus dooming him to a life devoid of progeny. Surprisingly, he came to believe this and subsequently converted to Islam. However, it appears to have been in vain. As his life is drawing to a close, Sheng Yuxiao abruptly hung up the phone. Su Ji on the other end asked, "Did you just hang up on me?" After a brief pause, he continued, "If the Wei family claims to be Li Xiaoya's relatives, then you must be wary of her life. Are you aware of the immense fortune Wei Xianming possesses? Regardless of whether they are direct or distant relations, many will covet such vast wealth. Furthermore, should one become the heir to Wei Xianming, it is not inconceivable to establish oneself as an underground emperor abroad." Upon finishing his statement, Su Ji hung up first this time. Sheng Yuxiao furrowed his brow, but then he heard Li Xiaoya softly inquire, "So, are they seeking me for the inheritance? Will someone want to kill me?" "Yes, but do not fear, we will protect you," Sheng Yuxiao asserted firmly. Yet, Li Xiaoya's brow furrowed in sadness as she asked, "What about them?" "Who?" She referred to the second daughter with mental illness, the second son who is paralyzed, and the mute youngest son. They are also legal heirs. Right? Would someone wish to harm them as well? Sheng Yuxiao was left speechless. She was genuinely concerned for her yet-to-be-met relatives. Chapter 52. Indeed, this is a reality show. Sheng Yuxiao had initially thought that if such kinship existed, it might be better not to acknowledge it at all, as one never knows what strange entities one might encounter. However, upon meeting the pure gaze of the young girl, he found himself at a loss for words. Thus, becoming an adult is perhaps the most lamentable aspect of existence. The first thoughts that arise in challenging situations are often driven by self-interest. At this juncture, Su Ruiying spoke up, regardless of the circumstances. "They are adults, unlike you, moreover. It appears that the authoritative elder has yet to depart." As she spoke, Su Ruiying could not help but mutter, "Surely, it cannot be so dire. It hasn't he been long since he was unwell?" "Has it?" Upon uttering this, she realized her indiscretion and discreetly cast a glance at Li Xiaoya's expression, hastily spitting twice in response. Li Xiaoya softly acknowledged with a, She lowered her head, refraining from further conversation, leaving everyone unaware of the thoughts swirling within her small mind. After a while, she gently inquired of Sheng Yuxiao, "It is unlikely that person is a fraud, correct? Su Ruiying's account does not seem to suggest that. We must consider whether she embellished her description of him." Sheng Yuxiao replied. Su Ruiying, feeling indignant, interjected, "Sheng Yuxiao, if one is to speak ill of another, one ought to do so discreetly, at the very least." Li Xiaoya followed up, "Then let us wait for him to seek me out again." Once this was said, the peculiar assassin did not appear. Instead, Do Dawei arrived first. Come, Xiaoya. Hear us some Jinhua ham. It's a culinary masterpiece for soup. Take it and enjoyed. He also brought along some fresh meat, suitable for cooking together. Do Dawei eagerly presented his offerings. The production team immediately expressed their objections. This is unacceptable. Why do you keep bringing food here? Is this what you call rural life? Isn't this a violation of the show's rules? Do Dawei, unperturbed, rolled his eyes in response. What are your program rules? Isn't this a reality show? What does a reality show entail? Please enlighten me. It's simply documenting what transpires here as it unfolds. Isn't this enough reality for you? Must we adhere strictly to your script? What then? Shall we rename it as scripted performance? Do Dawei concluded without reservation. The chief director responded with a complex expression. Those nearby urged him. You must say something. The chief director, with a conflicted demeanor, admitted. He does have a point. Huh. The chief director was at a loss for words, wondering how a mere individual could persuade him so effortlessly. Upon reflection, he realized that this was their first attempt. And a lack of experience was entirely understandable. Continual adjustments and improvements were necessary for viewership. Why concern oneself with appearances? Very well, you may proceed. After hearing their exchange, Li Xiaoya suddenly leaned forward and asked the chief director, Uncle, do many people watch our program? This question left the chief director momentarily stunned, and after a brief pause, he could no longer contain his laughter, replying, You don't know? Li Xiaoya shook her head in confusion. The chief director continued, The live viewership has now surpassed 4 million. Do you understand what that implies? Sheng Yuxiao interjected coldly, Stop rambling. Just say something she can comprehend. The chief director, with a hint of exasperation, elaborated, If approximately 1 billion viewers are watching the live broadcast simultaneously, and among them, 40 million are tuned into our program. After stating this, he cast a doubtful glance at Sheng Yuxiao. Does she even grasp what 40 million means? Sheng Yuxiao shot him a sidelong glance. Li Xiaoya is more astute than you think. The chief director contemplated retorting. Li Xiaoya then asked, So, many people will see me on television? The chief director chuckled and remarked, Not only on television, but also on mobile devices and across various social media platforms. You will be visible everywhere. Upon hearing this, Sheng Yuxiao instantly grasped Li Xiaoya's implication. A smirk played at the corners of his lips. Indeed, this is a reality show. Ning Heng could no longer contain himself. Brother Sheng, what does that mean? What does it have to do with a reality show? Sheng Yuxiao, without even glancing at him, addressed the chief director. Once the equipment is set up, I can easily broadcast live 24 hours a day after viewing. The chief director was taken aback. Is that really advisable? Sheng Yuxiao replied. As long as I consent, what issue could arise? Let the audience join in on this quest for family, an unprecedented endeavor in the annals of reality television. His tone was calm, yet assertive. Ning Heng clapped his hands together in astonishment. Wow, Brother Sheng, you are truly a genius, Su Ruiying murmured. In that case, whatever malevolent entities lurk in the shadows will be exposed under the lens. With the entire nation watching, what can they possibly do? Wait, what quest for family? The chief director was perplexed. Earlier, when he had called Su Ji, he had deliberately avoided the production team. The chief director was still completely unaware of the unfolding events. Did you not hear this morning? Relatives from Li Xiaoya's mother's side came looking for her. Sheng Yuxiao remarked casually. The chief director nodded. I heard that. There's something special about her mother's family? Ning Heng chuckled as he patted the chief director's shoulder. You'll find out soon enough. Despite their relatively young ages, Ning Heng towered over the chief director by a head. The chief director, feeling somewhat disgruntled by the pat, had the camera crew set up. I fear no one will watch a 24-hour live stream, he muttered. Sheng Yuxiao crouched down to Li Xiaoya and said, Are you familiar with a particularly common tactic in business? What is it? Li Xiaoya asked, her large eyes wide with curiosity as she listened intently. Sheng Yuxiao raised a finger. This represents a hot-selling item A. He then raised his left hand. And this signifies a poorly selling item B. If a sluggish product is discounted excessively, it may tarnish its brand value. Thus, the brand will often introduce promotions such as blind boxes or social media engagement to unlock privileges. For instance, one must purchase a sufficient quantity of item A to qualify for the purchase of item B. Consequently, item B will soon become highly sought after. Li Xiaoya nodded. I think I understand. Sheng Yuxiao turned to the chief director. She comprehends it, do you not? The chief director's lips twitched. Yes. I see. If we frame the 24-hour live stream as a benefit, Unlocking it once viewership numbers are met, people will indeed become interested. Sheng Yuxiao nodded slightly. The chief director was left speechless. These affluent second-generation heirs truly possess an innate understanding of how to generate profit. That very day, the program's official Weibo account announced this new initiative, expressing awareness of the public's keen interest in Li Xiaoya and young Master Xing's lives in the mountain village, and acknowledging that the limited footage each day would undoubtedly leave viewers wanting more. Thus, as a gesture of gratitude, they made this decision. We have decided to initiate a 24-hour live streaming link, which can only be unlocked when the fan level on the streaming platform reaches LV6. Additionally, participants will receive exclusive avatar pendants and badge titles. This stratification of viewers has indeed invigorated their enthusiasm for watching. In the blink of an eye, several days have passed. The man in the black suit has been coming to the village committee daily. Yet he has failed to catch a glimpse of Li Xiaoya. Meanwhile, Su Ruiying cannot help but exclaim in wonder, how can a child like Li Xiaoya remain so composed? She stated that she would wait for the man to seek her out. And she has indeed resolutely adhered to this slow waiting game. It seems akin to a tug-of-war. Ironically, this is a contest between an adult and a child. Ultimately, it is the man in the black suit who cannot endure the wait any longer. Useless. Not a single villager who accepted money to report back has succeeded, and they are even reluctant to return the small amount they were paid for running errands. He clenched his fists and coldly uttered, "Poverty breeds cunning." He then twisted the arm of the villager before him. This villager, who had been quite pleased with his errands these past few days, had thought that Li Xiaoya's absence was fortuitous, allowing him to continue receiving payment. Yet now, with his arm suddenly broken, he found no solace. Rolling on the ground, he exclaimed in pain, "Let me tell you, don't think you're impressive just because you came from the city." The villager lamented amidst his groans. The man in the black suit coldly replied, "I am aware that the folk in these villages are fierce, and that resisting law enforcement is common. Wielding a hoe or a sickle, you dare to act with impunity. Previously, Sheng Yuxiao had instilled fear in you." He leaned down and threw 2 bills at the villager's face. "I am far more ruthless than Sheng Yuxiao." After declaring this, the man in the black suit stepped over the villager's broken arm and strode away. He could wait no longer. He must personally seek out that little girl. Chapter 53. Terrifying tactics. The man in the black suit arrived at Li Xiaoya's home first, only to find it empty. She had already left for school that morning. He was left with no choice but to head towards Shirtu Primary School, stumbling over the ridges of farmland a couple of times along the way. However, the man in the black suit clearly had weathered many storms. He didn't even flinch, merely pulling out a handkerchief to wipe his face before waiting outside the school gate. A peculiar figure appeared outside the school, resembling a monstrous creature from a painting. Surely, that must be someone's father. As the school bell rang, amidst the terrified whispers of her classmates, Li Xiaoya approached the school gate, her small backpack slung over her shoulder. Both classmates and parents picking up students instinctively avoided the man in the black suit, creating a stark contrast. Thus, Li Xiaoya spotted him immediately. Today, she was without Sheng Yuxiao and the others, as she had few friends at school, leaving her feeling quite isolated. The man in the black suit also noticed her at once. Their eyes met for a fleeting moment. Then, Li Xiaoya walked directly up to him. "It seems you know who I am." The man in the black suit remarked. Li Xiaoya looked up at him. "I don't know. What is your name?" The man in the black suit moved his lips slightly. "Wei Zhen." No sooner had he spoken than he noticed the flash of camera lights. Several staff members with cameras were approaching. His expression shifted slightly, and he took a step back, yet he halted in his tracks. Realizing that it was too late to hide, he coldly inquired, "Why are these members of the production team still following you around when Sheng Yuxiao is not by your side? Shouldn't the protagonists of this program be Sheng Yuxiao and that individual named Li Qingqing?" "Because I have also signed a contract," replied Li Xiaoya, unhurriedly. The man named Wei Zhen averted his gaze, his tone growing even more frigid. "You ought to inform them that our forthcoming conversation must not be recorded." Li Xiaoya countered. "Why, is it because we cannot speak under the sun, Wei Zhen?" Meanwhile, spectators had already begun to murmur. "Who is this person? Wow, so fierce. He doesn't seem like a good person. His dialogue with Li Xiaoya is rather peculiar." At this moment, students stepping out of the school gate were also discreetly glancing back, while even their parents could not help but whisper, "Could that be Li Xiaoya's runaway father?" "Nonsense, I've seen her father before. He's slender. Where is this robust figure from? He looks like a butcher. He even resembles a foreigner a bit. What foreigner could come from this impoverished place?" perhaps an ethnic minority. The discussions among the parents were somewhat credible. However, the children's remarks had become exaggerated. Li Xiaoya not only has many older brothers and sisters now, but she also has an extra father. How come she is everything? But my dad says that's not her father. That's her second dad. From now on, no one will dare to provoke her. Her second dad looks like he can punch me to death. Wang Xiaoji, he'd stick you to the wall and you wouldn't be able to peel yourself off. Haha, Wang Xiaoji, are you scared? Hearing this, Wang Xiaoji shamefully covered his ears and ran away, thinking bitterly that he would never attend Shi primary school again. Hadn't he merely insulted Li Xiaoya once? Wei Zhen, overhearing the chatter, felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. He lowered his head to gaze at Li Xiaoya again. Do you know why I came to find you? They said you were my mother's relative. Not quite. I am merely an associate of your grandfather, not a relative of yours or your mother's. Wei Zhen paused briefly before deciding to be straightforward. Your mother is Mr. Wei's youngest daughter, who went missing 10 years ago. Mr. Wei has been searching for her whereabouts, and recently, we located this place and discovered your existence. Allow me to introduce Mr. Wei, the largest shareholder of the Rockefeller Consortium. I must now take you back to meet Mr. Wei. The barrage of comments erupted like a tidal wave, filled with exclamations. Huh?
What?
What is he saying? I recognize every word, but why can't I understand the combination? So, Li Xiaoya's mother is not from Lijia village. I open the window to take a look, and there is still only one sun in the sky. How can this be so dramatic? Is this really not part of the script? In truth, the director was also taken aback. When he heard Sheng Yuxiao mention family recognition, he thought it couldn't be anything remarkable, but upon seeing this, it truly was extraordinary. The script wouldn't dare to write such a thing. Uncle, why should I believe you? Li Xiaoya asked. Do not call me uncle. Wei Zhen's voice was cold and unyielding. I have brought a photograph of your mother. Wei Zhen retrieved an album and opened it, saying, These are your mother's photographs from childhood to adulthood. He swiftly flipped through the pages. Li Xiaoya fixed her gaze intently, witnessing the journey of a newborn. Emerging from swaddling, standing, running, growing taller, styling her hair into a young girl, one hand grasping a graduation cap, and finally freezing in time. Her eyes widened, and not a sound escaped her lips. She desperately absorbed those fragments, imprinting them in her memory. Yes, it was her mother. The early years of her mother's life flashed rapidly before her eyes. Tears streamed down Li Xiaoya's face silently, as if severed from a tether. Do you believe it? Wei Zhen inquired. The barrage of comments suddenly became somewhat indignant. What tone is that? This person speaks with such coldness, devoid of the excitement and joy one would expect upon finding a lost heir. Li Xiaoya sniffed and nodded gently. Then let's go, Wei Zhen said, reaching out to pull her along. Li Xiaoya took a step back and asked, Why didn't my grandfather come here? Mr. Wei is unwell. What about the others? Doesn't my mother have siblings? She does. They are all ill. Su Ruoying, hiding not far away, couldn't help but quietly ask Sheng Yuxiao. Hasn't Li Xiaoya heard these answers from her uncle long ago? Why is she still asking? Sheng Yuxiao replied impatiently, because this is for the audience. Don't you understand? Su Ruoying responded. Oh, Li Xiaoya asked once more. You're too harsh. Could you perhaps let a gentler uncle take my place? Wei Zhen replied. I am assigned to you. There will be no one else. Do not weep. Do not display weakness, and do not expect others to bend to your will. This is not a place where familial bonds guarantee a smooth journey. Only when you demonstrate your worth and capability can you make any demands. Just like me, when I learned that I was to become a death soldier for a mere child, I found myself unable to refuse. For I was not in a position to do so. Wei Zhen stated coldly. Li Xiaoya did not show an ounce of sorrow in response to his words. Though still young, she had already grasped that only when the other party's emotions fluctuated, whether positively or negatively, could she express her innermost thoughts and glean the information she sought. Conversely, Sheng Yuxiao began to lose his patience. He removed his listening device and strode forward. At the same time, in another location, Li Qingqing had temporarily recovered from her illness, and Xing Jun, in a leisurely mood, took her to Disneyland. Dressed in a beautiful limited edition princess gown, Li Qingqing wore a bright smile. Xing Jun pointed at the roller coaster and asked, Shall we ride? Li Qingqing blinked and whispered, I'm scared. Can you accompany me, uncle? Xing Jun smiled and asked her, Then predict for me, will this roller coaster fall from midair? Li Qingqing recalled the news of amusement park accidents and resolutely declared, No, it won't. Xing Jun nodded and instructed an assistant nearby, Take her up to try it out. Li Qingqing stared at him in astonishment, her expression nearly cracking. Glancing at Sheng Jun's refined demeanor, she felt a chill run down her spine. He was testing her prophetic abilities, yet it did not unfold as she had envisioned. He was employing a far more terrifying method to test her. It could cost her life. Chapter 54. You have wasted so many years. Sheng Jun's bodyguard had approached Li Qingqing. Previously, Li Qingqing had believed that possessing a youthful guise would afford her an advantage in approaching individuals like Sheng Jun. However, her perspective had shifted radically. For as the bodyguard bent down, he lifted her effortlessly, leaving no room for her to refuse. Terrified, Li Qingqing's tears welled up. Uncle Sheng, I am truly frightened. Frightened? What is there to fear? Did you not foresee that it would not plummet? Sheng Jun inquired. I fear that you might tamper with the roller coaster to coerce me into revealing the truth. Li Qingqing cried out more pitifully. Uncle Sheng, I have never ridden anything like this before. It terrifies me to encounter the unknown. Sheng Jun replied. Tomorrow, I shall take you to watch an American blockbuster in those films. Individuals endowed with superpowers cannot succumb to fear. They must pay a hefty price, sometimes resulting in the demise of their entire family. Li Qingqing felt utterly overwhelmed by despair. Sheng Jun waved his hand. Go on. Muster your courage, just as you did when you confided in me about your superpower. The bodyguard placed her onto the roller coaster. At last, Li Qingqing recalled a vital rule for survival. Uncle Sheng, my weight is insufficient. I won't be able to hold on. I might fly off. Sheng Jun raised his chin. Assist her. Distant crew members noticed Li Qingqing's distress and could not help but whisper among themselves. What is happening? I don't know. Just now Mr. Xing asked us to pause and step back. At that moment, the bodyguard leaned in reassuringly. Miss Li Qingqing, I shall secure you to the roller coaster. It will be quite safe. Li Qingqing could no longer endure it and screamed. I lied. I lied. What lie did you tell? Sheng Jun approached her with a questioning gaze. I do not possess foresight. I do not. Li Qingqing sobbed, struggling for breath. I was merely afraid you would not believe me. I wish for you to take me seriously. I only know a little about matters related to the Shang and Su families. Oh, you are not lying this time. No, not at all. Then how do you explain your knowledge? I do not know. It was as if these thoughts surged into my mind after meeting brother Sheng Yuxiao. Of course, Li Qingqing was still fabricating her story, for she dared not disclose her rebirth. Should Sheng Jun discover that a mature soul resided within this youthful shell, it would spell disaster. So, it was Yuxiao who activated some switch in your mind. Perhaps, I cannot articulate it clearly, Li Qingqing timidly confessed. Initially, I intended to inform you that brother Yuxiao's cousin would lose her parents, but I feared you might think I was cursing them. Sheng Jun chuckled. Oh, you child. Why not say it sooner? It appears that the little girl before me is too naive to comprehend why she finds herself bound to a roller coaster. Had she possessed even a modicum of wit, she would have realized that it would have been wiser to first voice this rather than mention matters related to the Sheng Corporation. That would merely be deemed by him as a certain threat to the company. Wipe away your tears and go ride the carousel, he gently suggested as he lifted Li Qingqing into his arms. Yet, at this moment, all imaginative thoughts had vanished from Li Qingqing's mind. It was too daunting. Within the confines of high society, one finds it nearly impossible to navigate. Sheng Jun gestured towards the distance, prompting the staff to gather once more and continue the live broadcast. Upon witnessing this, Li Qingqing shivered slightly. Previously, she had perceived this as the allure of the affluent, a source of admiration. Now, watching those individuals effortlessly commanded by Sheng Jun, she felt akin to an insignificant ant ensnared in a wealthy family, small and easily extinguished. At that very moment, Wei Zhen regarded Li Xiaoya in much the same light. Even if she were to return to her family, her vulnerability would be palpable. Wei Zhen's heart remained cold as he scrutinized Li Xiaoya, yet the youth clad in a white windbreaker had already stepped forward, exuding an imposing presence. Do you recognize me? Sheng Deshao, your name has been all over the trending searches lately. Of course, I recognize you. Wei Zhen replied. A hint of annoyance flickered within Wei Zhen, though fear eluded him from the very beginning. He was aware that it would require considerable effort to extricate Li Xiaoya with these entitled scions guarding her. Acknowledgement is sufficient. Frankly, I couldn't care less who you are, nor do I concern myself with the Wei family or your Mr. Wei's eagerness to claim a granddaughter. That is of no consequence to me. Sheng Deshao, Wei Zhen retorted angrily. Even if your father were present, he might not dare utter such impolite words. Indeed, my father is a man of propriety. However, I am impetuous, and thus I dare to speak as I do. Is there a problem with that? Wei Zhen was left speechless. If he were to express his thoughts, he would assert that these domestic young elites had been utterly spoiled, each one relying on their parents' wealth, uneducated yet arrogantly soaring. At this rate, the decline of a family could transpire within just 2 or 3 generations. You may be at a loss for words, but I have something to convey to you. Spare us the pretentiousness. Address Li Xiaoya with a modicum of respect. I hope you come to grasp a fundamental truth. It is you who are pleading for her return, not she who seeks your assistance in leaving. The gates of the Sheng family and the Su family, which of them would not welcome her? Ning Heng interjected. In fact, the Ning family's door could also be open. Regardless, we cannot afford to lose ground at this moment. Whether or not his parents approve is irrelevant. This is how it must be stated. Wei Zhen's eye twitched, the scar on his face nearly shifting due to his grim expression. He managed to compose himself and inquired, "What basis do you have for making such assertions?" Sheng Deshao, you are all scions of various powerful families. What does it mean to be a scion? Shouldn't you understand that better than I? It simply refers to an heir yet to ascend the throne, lacking real power. Can you truly command your parents? Wei Zhen shook his head. Don't even speak of commanding your parents. What leverage do you possess to intimidate me, young master? How infuriating. Why is this person so insufferably glib? The troubling part is that I find myself at a loss for a rebuttal. Ning Heng was also somewhat exasperated. You don't presume we came unaccompanied, do you? Wei Zhen confidently declared. They cannot match my strength. At that moment, Shen Yuxiao raised a hand and placed it atop Li Xiaoya's head in a gesture of reassurance. Then slowly interjected. Do you really think it necessary to invoke parental power to deal with you? Not even bodyguards are required. Wei Zhen maintained his composure. Oh, is that so? Shen Yuxiao said. Isn't it enough to call the police? For instance, right now you are threatening me, and I suspect you might be a member of the mafia. Wei Zhen responded with silence. Shen Yuxiao let out a cold laugh. Have you been abroad for too long? Have you forgotten where this is? Under the red flag, we live in a society governed by law. The police are watching you. Wow, Sheng Deshao's mind is remarkably nimble. You are right. Having you around is indeed a hassle, Wei Zhen remarked, his gaze shifting back to Li Xiaoya. Don't you have any opinions of your own? What do you think? Tell me, did I believe he has a point? Li Xiaoya replied. Wei Zhen's lips twitched. It seems you truly lack your own views. Don't you also think your husband is right? Why can't I think the same? I'm still just a child. You are no longer a child, Li Xiaoya said, shaking her head at Wei Zhen. Wei Zhen had lost count of how many times he had been rendered speechless that day. Fine. Take your time to ponder. I will return later. He understood that prolonging the discussion would yield no fruitful outcome, so he merely tucked the album away. He knew that for this matter, the young girl would eventually relent. After putting it away, Wei Zhen turned and walked towards a completely opposite direction. After an indeterminate distance, he made a satellite call. Sir, he called out to the person on the other end. A fragmented yet robust voice responded. Have you located the person? It was evident that the voice did not belong to the elderly Wei Xianming. It was another gentleman. If we haven't located them, that is my incompetence. Wei Zhen recounted the situation briefly. The voice on the other end frowned. A young girl, so composed. Could it be that the Sheng family has trained her? Wei Zhen speculated. Yes, that is a possibility, the gentleman replied, suddenly pausing. Wait, our second young master has accidentally knocked over a bowl. I need to clean up. Thank you for your hard work, sir. It's the least I can do. I, Wei Lin, have been by Wei Shu's side for many years. As Wei Lin concluded the satellite call, he slowly approached the bedside. Someone had fallen from the bed, a figure gaunt and pale, with severely atrophied leg muscles. He inquired, Whom did you send Wei Zhen to pick up? What girl? Wei Lin squatted down, collecting the shattered porcelain shards while saying, Second young master, it seems we have found your sister's orphan. She is living in dire straits. The second young master instantly became agitated, tightly grasping Wei Lin's sleeve. What? What did you say? His grip was so forceful that veins bulged on his forearms. However, having succumbed to self-destruction for far too long, he quickly weakened and collapsed back onto the ground. Wei Lin made no move to assist him, discarding the porcelain pieces into the trash bin, and said to the second young master, It's truly tragic. She is suffering immensely. Underfed, poorly clothed, and bearing marks of abuse. Her grandfather even intends to sell her as a child bride. Yet, your legs have been useless for many years. Even if you wished to rush over, you wouldn't be able to do so. Chapter 55. Then go plead with her? Coax her, Wei Lin, Wei Lin. The second young master glared at him furiously. Tell me, does father know about this? Is he aware? He hoarsely inquired while tightly clutching the bed linens beside him. Attempting to rise, the old gentleman's health was frail. He had already forbidden the servants from disturbing him with mundane affairs. Wei Lin replied with utmost respect, Mundane affairs? That pertains to my sister's matters. How can you call it mundane, who is currently by my father's side? Is it that archbishop again, that despicable fraud? Is it not? Second young master, you mustn't speak this way. The old gentleman will be angered if he hears. Then let him hear. Let him come. Wei Lin shook his head helplessly. You are too agitated. This is detrimental to your recovery. I must go to the old gentleman now. With that, he turned to leave, incensed. The second young master cursed from behind. Recover. What kind of recovery? After all these years, if it could be healed, it would have been by now. Is this illness ever going to improve? A few maidservants hurriedly rushed in, assisting the second young master back to the bed and preparing to cover him with a blanket. He violently shoved them away, repeatedly striking his own legs. Useless things. You are nothing but useless. Second young master, please don't act this way. The head maid, with her dark complexion, spoke in Huagua dialect. Yet, the moment she uttered a word, the second young master felt even more repulsed. Shouting, Get out! It was not until a bodyguard with a Huagua visage hurried in, inquiring with concern, What troubles you? Why such fury? Wei Lin relayed, I have found my sister's orphan. He states her life is wretched. Do you still believe Wei Lin's words? Years ago, he claimed to have found someone, and what was the outcome? He merely wears down your last vestiges of resolve. This time is different. He called Wei Zhen before my very eyes. I cannot trust them. Go find the younger brother. Urge him to visit. He must go. He is the only one among us who behaves like a normal person. The second young master fervently grasped the bodyguard's hand. This man was his confidant, and without hesitation, he nodded repeatedly. Very well, I shall go at once. Once the bodyguard departed, the second young master finally collapsed back onto the bed with a heavy sigh. Meanwhile, Wei Lin traversed the lengthy corridor, ultimately pushing open the heavy door. The harmonious voices of the nuns singing hymns wafted into his ears. He looked up to see sunlight streaming in, casting a golden glow upon the elderly gentleman seated in a wheelchair. Dressed in traditional Tang attire and draped in a cashmere coat, his white hair was meticulously groomed. After reciting so many scriptures, Why does my daughter still not return? The old gentleman asked, his tone calm. As if he had posed this question countless times before, the archbishop beside him responded, Sir, this is not scripture recitation. It is hymn singing. Is there a difference? Perhaps I should invite 60 more lamas to join you in song. Sir, your sins are as vast as the ocean, yet you remain so insincere. When will they ever be absolved? Insincere? The old gentleman closed his eyes and began to chant alongside the nuns. Wei Lin, unperturbed by the scene, approached the elder, kneeling to say, The second young master remains unchanged. The elderly man ceased his chanting, nodded, and inquired, I have heard you dispatched Wei Zhen. What was his purpose? Did you not express a desire to perform some good deeds? I have sent Wei Zhen to investigate which impoverished areas still exist within the country. The elder, however, was no longer concerned and resumed reciting the scriptures. Throughout the entire ordeal, Wei Lin refrained from mentioning Li Xiaoya to the elder, for that remained his trump card. Lowering his head, Wei Lin smiled faintly. Once again, Li Xiaoya has made headlines. On the very day Wei Zhen located her, a fervent debate erupted regarding whether this was scripted for a show or a genuine occurrence. The online community, ever resourceful, enthusiastically penned an analysis titled Examining the Early Demise of Li Xiaoya's Mother. It is known that Li Xiaoya's proficiency in Mandarin was imparted by her mother, who also shared with her some profound aphorisms. Her mother was likely a striking beauty. Moreover, it has been revealed that the scar-faced man in a suit claimed that Li Xiaoya's maternal grandfather was a powerful figure within the XX conglomerate, and that her mother had vanished a decade ago. Was it abduction, or did she elope with a boyfriend? The notion of elopement seems improbable. Given Li Xiaoya's description of her father, such a man would never have crossed paths with a wealthy heiress through conventional means. Thus, is it abduction once more? What began as a tale of transformation has now evolved into a quest for family, and it appears poised to morph into a legal drama. The online community remains engrossed in the process of unraveling the truth. As they seek further information, some have even attempted to track down Li Xiaoya's elusive father. Typically, Locals who leave the province find work along the coast. If a photograph could be obtained, locating him might prove feasible. Yet, perhaps it is best not to pursue this further, for returning would likely mean contesting Li Xiaoya's custody, and they might even seek to extort money from the affluent heir. However, if it is indeed abduction, then he could face criminal charges. As the eager netizens debated, they also expressed curiosity regarding the origins of Li Xiaoya's mother. They conducted a search for the Rockefeller conglomerate mentioned by the man in the black suit. Information from foreign sources was scant and shrouded in mystery. However, someone stumbled upon a news article from approximately 10 days prior, detailing the return of an elderly overseas Chinese seeking to invest in local enterprises. The accompanying image featured a welcoming scene at the airport. Does this individual not bear a striking resemblance to the scar-faced man? Could it be that Li Xiaoya's grandfather is indeed an elderly overseas Chinese? If this holds true, then both Li Xiaoya and her mother are indeed in a dire predicament. Shouldn't this warrant a thorough investigation? In an instant, the entire internet was abuzz with discussion. The number of viewers for the live broadcast surged. Yet for Wei Zhen, circumstances remained unchanged. Li Xiaoya still refused to accompany him. Reluctantly, he found himself dialing Wei Lin once more. The matter still unresolved. Wei Lin inquired incredulously, with Sheng Yuxiao and the others present. The young girl remained remarkably composed. Could you not discreetly engage with her? There was no opportunity. Wei Zhen replied, visibly vexed. They were practically inseparable, spending nearly every hour together. Wei Lin remarked, this situation has led me to question whether the Sheng family has ulterior motives concerning Mr. Wei's inheritance. He then scoffed. Given their current bargaining position, surely they must have conditions. Otherwise, why would a mere girl, on the cusp of reuniting with her family, refuse to cooperate? There are indeed conditions, Wei Zhen admitted. Pray tell, Wei Lin urged. They require us to plead with her to return. Wei Lin finally comprehended the situation. The young scion of the Sheng family was indeed putting on airs before her. Then go plead with her, coax her. Wei Zhen fell silent. What? Is it beneath your dignity to beg a mere child? Wei Lin retorted coldly. Even if it means letting her trample on your pride. Bring her back to me. The following day after school, Li Xiaoya approached the entrance of Shitu Primary School, only to encounter the man in the black suit once more. This time, he knelt on one knee, one hand holding an exquisitely wrapped gift, while the other arm extended towards Li Xiaoya, offering it with a courteous gesture, saying, Please, please. Li Xiaoya stared at him in confusion. I shall carry you back, Wei Zhen stated. Li Xiaoya gazed at him for 2 seconds, and without hesitation, she stepped onto his arm and climbed onto his back. She could not afford to show fear. The more he resisted, the more she had to assert her position over him. Otherwise, they would belittle her, and in turn, her mother. As Wei Zhen carried her along the path, he inquired, Is this sufficient? Li Xiaoya's voice was youthful and innocent. It will be enough when you start listening to me. Wei Zhen stifled his frustration and replied, All right, I shall heed your words. Is there anything you wish for me to do? Li Xiaoya nodded. The first thing is, do not ask me if this is sufficient again. Wei Zhen responded, Is this something Sheng Yuxiao taught you? Li Xiaoya interrupted, That question is also forbidden. Wei Zhen restrained his annoyance and fell silent, upon returning home with Li Xiaoya on his back. Su Ruing approached them from a distance. With a cheerful smile, Su Ruing remarked, I saw the live broadcast. This ghostly family truly has standards. Even their assassins can serve as human palanquins. How does it feel to be carried like that? I've never had anyone bear me in such a manner. Li Xiaoya thoughtfully compared. Riding a cow is much more comfortable. Wei Zhen could only stare in disbelief. Li Xiaoya further added, Cows are more obedient than him. And they speak less. Well, they are slightly better than pigs. Wei Zhen was left speechless. Chapter 56. A mute person. Wei Zhen presumed that a child would be easy to placate, but he could not have been more mistaken. He placed the gift he was holding at the doorstep and turned to leave when Li Xiaoya called out, Wait. Wei Zhen sighed in relief. Have you come to your senses? Do you know how to feed chickens and pigs? Li Xiaoya inquired. Wei Zhen felt a sense of foreboding and replied, No. Li Xiaoya asserted, If you do not know, then you must learn. Go do it now. Me? Learn to feed chickens and pigs. Wei Zhen had never received such an absurd command in his life. Just then, Ning Heng leisurely emerged from the house. Hurry up, I'll teach you. As Ning Heng walked past Li Xiaoya, he cheerfully remarked, Good sister, I know how to care for you. Let me lighten your brother's burden. Wei Zhen was quite irritated and turned to Li Xiaoya, sternly warning, If you drive me away, it will not bode well for you. Then go ahead, Li Xiaoya replied nonchalantly. Wei Zhen was left with no choice but to persuade her differently. Do you realize what kind of wealth you will miss out on? Well, my father often says that to those who look down upon him, in the end, my father ran off with their money. Wei Zhen inwardly cursed the despicable father of Li Xiaoya 1,000 times. How could a mere child, so young, already possess such an acute sense of vigilance? Are you going to feed them? Li Xiaoya inquired of Wei Zhen. The corners of Wei Zhen's mouth twitched. Yes, what other choice did he have? This burly man, in pursuit of his mission, was compelled to don a suit and wear a fierce expression while learning to feed chickens and pigs. This endeavor lasted 2 arduous days. Li Xiaoya squatted outside the pig pen, frowning. The pigs wanted to eat. Wei Zhen, covered in grime, felt as though he carried the stench of manure upon him. He had never endured such humiliation in his life. Even during his battles abroad with mercenaries, he never imagined he would find himself feeding pigs here, while simultaneously having to explain to Li Xiaoya, I am feeding them properly. Ningheng glanced at him disdainfully. Is it possible that his countenance is so menacing that even the pigs cannot bear to look at him, rendering them unable to eat? Wei Zhen, he truly could not bear it any longer, laughing hysterically, how boastful he was in his previous conversations. Li Xiaoya, with her own efforts, had enhanced the quality of life for Xiao Xingda, outsourcing all household chores. I fail to comprehend, if she is here to find her family, why doesn't Li Xiaoya simply accompany him? One cannot believe every word they hear. You are no wiser than Li Xiaoya. At the very least, her mother's family should come personally to fetch her. As it stands, this is merely a subordinate, suggesting their family is not genuinely intent on bringing her home. Perhaps it is best not to leave. Let Xiaoya finish recording the program before departing. Indeed, let us wait until after the recording, the audience silently urged in the bullet comments. At that moment, Sheng Yuxiao had already borrowed a vehicle from the production team, intending to escort Li Xiaoya into the city to consult a veterinarian. Li Xiaoya reminded Sheng Yuxiao, there is a veterinarian in the village, and it's more affordable. Without further discussion, Sheng Yuxiao ushered her into the car. I checked the weather forecast. It's going to snow, so we should buy a couple of coats along the way. Ningheng quickly squeezed into the car as well. I want to go too. Even Su Ruiying, feeling somewhat weary, thought it prudent to detour to the county town and return home afterwards. Coincidentally, Li Xiaoya leaned against the window, addressing Wei Zhen. You stay home and guard the house. Was he to be treated as a mere watchdog? How impudent! Wei Zhen felt speechless internally, but maintained a respectful demeanor. On the very day they entered the city, heavy snow began to fall. Li Xiaoya held little hope for acquiring new clothing. Instead, she felt a pang of worry. Once it snows, the cesspool will freeze. Ningheng's expression faltered. It can freeze, Li Xiaoya nodded. Yes, Ningheng posed a rather foolish question. What happens if it freezes? There will be no way to dispose of waste, nor to use the restroom. Then what shall we do? Ningheng inquired again. We must clear the accumulated snow daily, using hot water to thaw it out, and then remove some. Clear it away, Ningheng's voice trembled. Yes, it can be transported to the fields, which will enrich the soil for the coming year. Every household does this after winter sets in. Can that man in the black suit manage it alone? Ningheng pondered, thinking that his arrival was indeed fortuitous. Otherwise, it would fall upon her. Li Xiaoya considered for a moment. It's hard to say. As those 3 words escaped his lips, Ningheng immediately turned to Sheng Yuxiao and remarked, Brother Sheng, it's not that we brothers are unwilling to act, but rather that we have been scarred by the filth of the past. Can I return home now? Sheng Yuxiao did not even spare him a glance. Responding, what's the rush? Ningheng lamented, I truly cannot, brother, just look at me. It's so easy for me to fall back into that pit. Sheng Yuxiao draped his arm around Ningheng's shoulder, and the two leaned in together, whispering a few indistinct words. When the vehicle halted in the county town, Ningheng was the first to alight, walking away while not looking back, declaring, Brother Sheng, I will not let you down on this matter. Li Xiaoya, observing Ningheng's retreating figure into the snow and wind, inquired, why did he leave? He went back to the city to assist me with some matters. Sheng Yuxiao replied nonchalantly as he picked up Li Xiaoya and stepped out of the vehicle. Is it cold? Not at all. I've grown accustomed to it. Su Ruiying had also departed, leaving only the 2 of them behind. Sheng Yuxiao first sought out the veterinarian, requesting the program crew's assistance to take him back, before he and Li Xiaoya strolled through the county town. We must leave one to pay. Sheng Yuxiao frowned. Li Xiaoya patted her pocket. I have the money from the last mushroom sale. Sheng Yuxiao shook his head. That amount 1T suffice. However, after wandering through a street, Sheng Yuxiao found no suitable coat. Everything was exceptionally unattractive. Let us go check the mall. We can't afford anything there. Li Xiaoya was quite aware of her own finances. What are you afraid of? We can always run a tab. Huh, is that even possible? Of course it is. Sheng Yuxiao mused that his face was likely well known in the county town by now. Just so, I suspect that Wei Zhen's benefactor is becoming restless. When he personally comes to pick you up from Li family village, you shall don new attire. Li Xiaoya nodded gently. Sheng Yuxiao couldn't help but chuckle. Why do you trust my words so much? Well, I just do. Sheng Yuxiao paused for a moment. Look, there's a KFC. Let's go in, and I'll buy you a sundae. Inside KFC, the atmosphere was noisy, filled with children and adults alike. A parent cheerfully asked their child, "What do you want to eat?" The child exclaimed loudly, "A family bucket." The parent advised, "You can't eat that much." No, I want it." The child began to throw a tantrum. This dynamic between parents was novel to Li Xiaoya, who couldn't help but steal a few glances, seemingly absorbing the essence of happiness from their brief exchanges. The checkout counter is quite crowded. Just wait for me here. Though Sheng Yuxiao's funds were limited, it was enough for Sunday. He lifted Li Xiaoya and placed her on a bar stool by the window, then maneuvered through the crowd towards the register. The staff struggled to manage a camera amidst the throng. Seated atop the bar stool, Li Xiaoya felt as though she were on an isolated island, distanced from the bustling crowd. Outside, the snowfall intensified, drawing more people into KFC to escape the elements. The streets gradually became sparse. One individual, however, did not seek shelter from the snow. Standing out conspicuously on the street, Li Xiaoya gazed through the glass window, her attention fixated on him. Before them stood a figure clad in a soiled white coat. Clutching an object dampened by the falling snowflakes, he persistently grasped at passers-by, inquiring about something. Yet, his manner of questioning was peculiar. He waved his arms with great vigor, his exaggerated gestures raising suspicion. Could he be deaf-mute? Thought Li Xiaoya, momentarily lost in contemplation. Perhaps it was due to the mention by Sheng Yuxiao as uncle that one of her mother's brothers was mute, which heightened Li Xiaoya's curiosity about this individual. Those he grabbed at hastily sought to evade the biting wind and snow, their attempts to retract their arms becoming increasingly forceful. Suddenly, he lost his balance and tumbled to the ground, but swiftly rose again. At that moment, he seemed to keenly sense that someone was observing him. He turned his head and locked eyes with Li Xiaoya for a fleeting instant. Then, unexpectedly, he dashed towards her. The snow-slicked ground caused him to stumble twice more before he finally reached the glass window. Peering in at Li Xiaoya, she felt a compelling urge to offer him a piece of paper to wipe the snow and grime from his face. However, separated by the glass, Li Xiaoya exhaled softly, momentarily averting her gaze, feeling a pang of discomfort. Yet, he suddenly sprinted to the entrance of KFC, flung the door open, and burst inside, pushing through the crowd. Disregarding the myriad of complaints, he made a beeline for Li Xiaoya. Seizing her chin with a firm grip, lifting her face to meet his gaze, he appeared nearly frozen, his fingers icy and rigid, yet he exerted considerable pressure. He opened his mouth as if to speak, but no sound emerged. Instinctively, Li Xiaoya shivered and attempted to break free. At that moment, Sheng Yuxiao returned, forcefully shoving the man aside while exclaiming fiercely, "What are you doing?" The man was propelled backward by the force, collapsing onto the ground. The surrounding crowd gasped in shock, instinctively retreating. The staff, flustered, rushed over, only to be met with Sheng Yuxiao's scathing rebuke. "Are you blind? Can't you see there's a lunatic right in front of Li Xiaoya?" Li Xiaoya quickly grasped Sheng Yuxiao's hand, reassuringly exclaiming, "I'm fine." Sheng Yuxiao, "I'm fine," as she spoke. Her gaze shifted back to the man on the ground. He lifted his head, stubbornly fixating on her, tears streaming down his face. Chapter 57. Haven't you already found it? Li Xiaoya tightened her grip on Sheng Yuxiao's sleeve, managing to draw the furious youth back to her side. "Does he know me?" she inquired. "What?" Sheng Yuxiao hesitated, his demeanor cooling slightly. Following her gaze, he frowned as he looked down at the man, uncertainly articulating, "I think he might have some sort of mental illness." At this moment, the staff approached, hesitant to assist him without understanding the situation. Opting instead to crouch down and ask, "Hello, may we inquire who you are? Do you know our show's guest?" "Hello." The man ignored their inquiries entirely. The staff exchanged bewildered glances, subsequently voicing their confusion. "Can he not hear us? Surely, he can't be truly mentally ill." His attire doesn't suggested. "Should we contact the authorities?" Perhaps we should search him for any contact information. He does not suffer from any mental illness. The voice of Li Xiaoya once again rang out with a crispness, suggesting that he might be a deaf-mute. I had just seen him communicating in sign language with someone else. However, it seemed that no one here understood sign language. It turns out he truly cannot hear us speak. What should we do? Why does he appear to still be crying? He looks quite pitiable. The staff members seemed somewhat at a loss, ultimately turning to the underage Sheng Yuxiao for assistance. Yet, Sheng Yuxiao did not look at the deaf-mute again. Instead, he cursed under his breath. The ice cream cone has fallen to the ground. Li Xiaoya retrieved a handkerchief from his pocket and wiped the sticky milk residue left on his hands from the fallen ice cream cone. It is indeed a pity, a treat that must have been quite expensive, Li Xiaoya remarked. Upon hearing this, Sheng Yuxiao chuckled. What does it matter if it's expensive? It's just a shame that you waited here for so long, only to end up feeding the floor instead of enjoying it. After saying this, Sheng Yuxiao's demeanor became serious as he inquired, Did you really see this person using sign language earlier? Yes, Li Xiaoya nodded, pointing outside the glass window. He was outside just now, seemingly asking someone something, but no one paid him any heed. Then he saw me and came inside. Sheng Yuxiao furrowed his brow. Why did he single you out? Does he think children are easy to bully? Hasn't he done anything yet and you've already arrived? Sheng Yuxiao smirked slightly, though he did not appear overly embarrassed. He turned to face the deaf-mute and asked, Why did you pinch my sister's face? The individual who had been motionless in front of the staff's inquiries now lifted his gaze slightly to give Sheng Yuxiao a measure of attention. Can he hear? Sheng Yuxiao paused for a moment, quickly deducing that he is not congenitally deaf but rather has become mute later in life. The man, however, showed no further reaction, his expression unchanged. Only the half-dried tears on his face rendered him a picture of distress. Li Xiaoya leaned forward, resting a hand on the table, and pointed to the item in the man's arms, asking, What is that? The man loosened his down jacket, causing something nestled within to tumble out. Sheng Yuxiao bent down to pick it up, glancing at it. A map? The staff members, curious, craned their necks. Isn't this a map of Nan province? What is he searching for? Sheng Yuxiao squeezed the map in his hand, commenting, It's wet. The man remained motionless. At this moment, Li Xiaoya could not help but ask, Are you lost? The man's eyes suddenly shifted. Sheng Yuxiao interjected, He is an intellectually normal adult. Merely mute. He is not foolish. How could he possibly be lost? After stating this, Sheng Yuxiao requested paper and a pen from the staff, then leaned in to ask, Can you write if you need assistance? Please write it down and the program staff will help you. The man accepted the paper and pen but still hesitated to make a move. The staff, unsure, suggested, Should we help him up first? Then we can report to the police. And oh, sooner had the words left their lips than the man scrambled to his feet, leaning against the nearby table, and wrote 3 words, Don't call the police. His handwriting was both elegant and powerful, clearly the result of deliberate practice. This implies that he must possess a certain level of cultural knowledge. Not calling the police. Your actions raise significant doubts about your true identity. You cannot possibly be a fugitive, can you? Sheng Yuxiao regarded him with suspicion. The staff, upon hearing this, instinctively retreated several paces in fright. Yet, the man remained unfazed, continuing to write, I am merely here to find someone. You need not concern yourselves with me. The staff breathed a sigh of relief. Searching for someone, is it? Wouldn't it be quicker to call the police for assistance? The man shook his head and wrote, I am leaving. The staff exchanged glances and cleared a path for him. Why was his clothing so filthy? Perhaps he had fallen on the way. It was inconsequential. After all, he was an adult. They whispered among themselves. Watching the man depart, however, after taking a few steps, he suddenly turned back, fixing his gaze on Li Xiaoya, gesturing at her, and then uttering a series of incoherent syllables. Yes, he appeared quite pitiable. Yet, Sheng Yuxiao remained cold and resolute, positioning himself in front of Li Xiaoya, preventing this enigmatic individual from gazing at her any longer. The man had no choice but to hastily scribble something down before leaving. Li Xiaoya clutched the hem of Sheng Yuxiao's garment from behind, extending her hand and saying, Let me see. Sheng Yuxiao inspected the note, confirming it contained no vulgarities. Before handing it to her, I frightened you, my apologies. It simply stated, Li Xiaoya couldn't help but remark. We haven't even asked him his name. Sheng Yuxiao replied, After all, he is merely a stranger, but hasn't he explained why he pinched my face? Why did he look at me with tears in his eyes? Does he know me? Who is he searching for here? Li Xiaoya gazed at Sheng Yuxiao with anticipation. Sheng Yuxiao's eyes flickered. Indeed. Why, it was strange. Although he suspected that Li Xiaoya's relatives could not possibly appear here in such an odd manner alone. Yet, he recalled a lesson from his uncle. To be smarter and stronger than others, one must pay attention to more details and ensure that these details do not slip away unnoticed. Sheng Yuxiao told Li Xiaoya 2 words. Wait. Then, he took a long stride forward, catching up to and grasping the man's shoulder. Sheng Yuxiao whispered a name in his ear. Wei Xianming. The man remained still. Sheng Yuxiao inquired. Are you his youngest son? Who are you searching for? Your sister, who has been missing for 10 years. The man still did not move. Confused, Sheng Yuxiao furrowed his brow and withdrew his hand. Had he guessed incorrectly? Were they entirely unrelated? Sheng Yuxiao stepped back, but the man abruptly turned, regarding him with cold caution, devoid of the anticipated excitement. Yet, Sheng Yuxiao's heart steadied. It seemed his guess had been correct. Why were you alone here? The man retreated 2 steps, one hand pressing against his side, as if concealing some weapon. In that instant, Sheng Yuxiao realized the man seemed to have misunderstood something. Did he perceive him as an adversary? Sheng Yuxiao immediately shouted, Haven T, you already found the person you were looking for. Chapter 58. No longer making the same mistakes, the man's body shuddered slightly, and instinctively, he cast a glance in the direction of Li Xiaoya. Yet, he resolutely shook his head. Sheng Yuxiao furrowed his brow. Do you not believe? Did you not see her at first glance? Why do you still doubt your own eyes? Sheng Yuxiao took a step forward. Is it simply because you think it should not be so easy to find her? The man raised his hand in a vague gesture. Sheng Yuxiao immediately extended his hand towards the staff. Paper and pen, bring them back. The staff, though perplexed, complied and handed the paper and pen back to them. The man took them, casting a shadowy glance at Sheng Yuxiao before hastily scribbling another line. You are deceiving me. She was deliberately brought to you. Sheng Yuxiao chuckled in exasperation. Deliberately brought? Where could one possibly find such a young girl to fool you? The encounter today was merely a fortuitous accident, was it not? The man hesitated and wrote again on the paper. I trust no one. Sheng Yuxiao replied, Suit herself. He then turned and returned to Li Xiaoya's side. Li Xiaoya eagerly inquired. Did he write his name? Sheng Yuxiao shook his head. He claims he trusts no one. Li Xiaoya propped her chin on her hand. Is it because many have deceived him? Sheng Yuxiao paused, contemplating. Perhaps. Why would so many people deceive him? Li Xiaoya asked in confusion. In truth, Sheng Yuxiao was indifferent to the affairs of the Wei family. It was only when Li Xiaoya brought it up that he began to ponder seriously, stating, time and again, leading one to disappointment, to erode a person's will and desires. Li Xiaoya summarized. That is quite terrifying. Indeed, it is somewhat frightening that in such a case, they would be utterly devoid of hope in finding their loved ones. Even if the day of discovery were to come, they would not dare to believe in its authenticity. Sheng Yuxiao murmured, furrowing his brow. Those behind this were truly malicious. Li Xiaoya could no longer suppress her most pressing question. Then, is he a relative of my mother? He should be, is it because of the wicked individuals that he did not recognize me immediately? Li Xiaoya's tone grew even more cautious this time. I believe so. Sheng Yuxiao asserted firmly. Li Xiaoya glanced again at the man, who had now returned from the doorway, awkwardly squeezing through the crowd. Standing 3 paces away from her, gazing at her with a mixture of greed and restraint, upon realizing that Li Xiaoya was also looking at him, he hastily averted his gaze, as though such eye contact could shatter a beautiful dream. Did he appear here alone to evade the villains? Li Xiaoya lowered her voice further. Sheng Yuxiao hesitated for a moment before replying. It is possible Li Xiaoya's immediate family had traveled all this way only to dare approach alone. Upon encountering Li Xiaoya, his first reaction was to suspect that others had orchestrated this deception. What on earth was the situation with the Wei family now? How had it come to this? This man was Wei Xuanming's youngest son. Even if he were mute, he was still the legitimate young master of the Wei family, yet he lived in such a manner, it was nothing short of absurd. At that moment, Li Xiaoya leaped down from the high stool and inquired of a nearby staff member, Sister, do you have any tissues? Yes, the staff member promptly replied, handing her a tissue with it in hand. She boldly approached the man before her and said, You should wipe your face. There are many snowflakes resting on your eyebrows. The man struggled to maintain his composure, yet ultimately succumbed to the urge. Trembling as he extended his hand to take the tissue and vigorously wipe his face, his already reddened eye circles now appeared even more pronounced. Would you like to drink some warm water? Li Xiaoya asked him. The man, however, shook his head with great vigilance. Sheng Yuxiao observed from a distance and instructed a nearby staff member, "Please find someone who knows sign language." "Huh?" the staff member asked in surprise. "Will this person continue to follow us?" Sheng Yuxiao nodded and urged, "Hurry." Once the arrangements were complete, he returned to Li Xiaoya's side. She whispered to him, "He neither eats nor drinks." Sheng Yuxiao appeared considerably colder as he replied, "Then let it be. After all, you must understand he is an adult and can take care of himself." Oh, that evening, they spent the night at a hotel in the county town. The man paid for a room himself. Not far from theirs, early the next morning, Sheng Yuxiao took Li Xiaoya back to the village, deliberately avoiding any greeting with the man. True to form, the man quietly followed behind. The staff's efficiency was commendable. They had already found a university student proficient in sign language the previous night. The student, having returned home early for the holidays and seeking something to do, was excited to join them and had now boarded the vehicle. The staff thought that since they had arranged for a sign language interpreter, they might as well let him ride along. However, the man shook his head in refusal. The staff member had no choice but to communicate via the intercom. "Sheng Deshao, what should we do?" "He refuses to get in the vehicle." Sheng Yuxiao sighed and remarked, "He is quite stubborn." Li Xiaoya suddenly interjected, "He should be able to ride in a tricycle." Sheng Yuxiao considered this and promptly instructed the staff to discreetly arrange for a tricycle. Before long, a tricycle passed by, its cargo area filled with large winter melons and pumpkins, leaving little room to spare. Nevertheless, the tricycle driver cheerfully asked, "Young man, would you like a ride for a bit?" The man nodded in agreement, placing his hands together in a gesture of gratitude before climbing aboard. The production team could not help but wonder, "Our vehicle is quite comfortable. Why wouldn't he choose to ride with us? That tricycle is so bumpy, it hardly has room enough to sit." Sheng Yuxiao scoffed lightly. The fact that he chose to ride a tricycle to transport vegetables suggests it was not a deliberate choice. "The driver is a local, thus more trustworthy than we are." Li Xiaoya understood this reasoning well. The production team stammered in response, eventually exclaiming, "Li Xiaoya is already quite clever." Sheng Yuxiao did not engage with their remarks, simply shaking his head in disbelief, and said to Li Xiaoya, "Your mother's relatives seem rather naive, easily deceive." Li Xiaoya pressed her lips together firmly and replied, "It's all right. I am clever. If they are my relatives, then I shall protect them. There is no rule stating that children cannot protect adults." Sheng Yuxiao gently touched Li Xiaoya's cheek and remarked, "Indeed, it is fortunate that our little duck is clever." The man sat in the tricycle, accompanying them all the way to Li's village. He took out a damp map and pointed to a symbol on it for the driver. The driver retorted, "I can't read." Yet the man fixed his gaze on the stone tablet at the village entrance. Knowing he had arrived, he had successfully located Li's village on the map. Indeed, the youth had not deceived him. The man leaped off the tricycle, hastily handed the driver several hundred yuan, and then sprinted to catch up with Li Xiaoya and the others. Thus, he pursued them all the way home. Wei Zhen was not present. Li Xiaoya entered the house, igniting the fire, boiling water, and tossing sweet potatoes into the stove. Only then did she turn around, only to find the man blocking the doorway, no longer concealing his desires and restraint. His eyes brimming with avarice and surging tears, Li Xiaoya beckoned him, "Come in." The man shuffled his feet, stumbling inside. Li Xiaoya observed him. His lips were chapped and peeling, his cheeks reddened from frostbite, yet his neck and forehead bore a pallid hue. She poured a bit of water from Sheng Yuxiao's cup and offered it to the man. This time, he did not refuse, taking it and drinking it down in one gulp. The staff were quite astonished. Why did he accept and drink this time? What could this possibly mean? The man set down the cup, gesturing with both arms. This time, a translation was provided. The sign language interpreter conveyed, "I once consumed a meal that was laced with poison. I slept for a long time, and when I awoke, I had lost your mother. Until I find you, I cannot take another sip of water or a bite of food." Chapter 59. He was afraid. The staff slowly came to their senses from the shock. Had he not stated earlier that he was here to find someone? The one he sought was indeed Li Xiaoya. Correct. Then what of that suited gentleman ahead? Was he not also here to find Li Xiaoya? The staff were bewildered. Who, then, was truly a relative of Li Xiaoya? Sheng Yuxiao rose to usher the man outside, saying, "Go watch some Peppa Pig." The staff turned to the chief director. "Is Master Sheng mocking my intelligence?" The chief director replied, "Remove the question mark from the end of that." The staff. Sheng Yuxiao retrieved the sweet potatoes from the stove and skillfully served 2 meat buns from the pot. Carrying them straight to the man, They were specially brought back by Li Xiaoya from the county. Sheng Yuxiao pointed at the buns and inquired, "You don't have any dietary restrictions, do you? Even if you do? It's too late now. If you don't eat, I shall." The man shook his head repeatedly. Even in such dire circumstances, he pulled out a tissue from his pocket and used it as a napkin to pick up the bun. Eating while sipping water, not devouring them ravenously. "Do you know Asian?" Li Xiaoya propped her chin on her hand and asked him. The man set down his food and began to gesture. The interpreter immediately followed suit. "I know of him, but have never met him. Weilin sent him to find you. You have already seen him, haven't you? That's wonderful. You did not go off with him directly." Li Xiaoya asked in astonishment. "Who is Weilin?" The sign language interpreter resumed his role, articulating each word. "The father of your teacher. Many matters are now entrusted to him. Is he a villain?" Li Xiaoya inquired further. The man cast a glance at the sign language interpreter, whose eyes radiated the innocence and naivety of a university student. He timidly raised his hand and remarked, according to the plot of the film. "Shouldn't I say at this moment that I won't utter a word?" The man regarded him for a moment before signing. "It's all right, continue speaking. It's or HM, do you trust me so much?" The interpreter felt a wave of emotion. Sheng Yuxiao mused that perhaps it was indeed rare to find someone even more innocent and foolish than himself. The man continued to sign. "We suspect Wei Lin is an ambitious individual, and even the disappearance of your mother years ago might be linked to him. Doesn't my grandfather doubt him at all?" "I do not know." The man offered a wry smile and continued to sign. "The grandfather you mentioned is my father. Though they appear to be blood relatives, in reality I know little about him. I cannot fathom his thoughts or predict his actions." Li Xiaoya comforted him, saying, "It's all right. I do not understand my father either." The man's expression grew somber as he gestured. "According to them, my father has abandoned us. Why? Why would he say that?" Li Xiaoya furrowed her small brow, struggling to comprehend. "Because we are defective, products of inferior genes. We are the shame of the family." The sign language interpreter conveyed this segment. His voice trembled. Such cruel words, the interpreter thought. Yet, as the man signed these words, his face bore little expression, lacking the fervor he had shown when bursting into KFC earlier. Li Xiaoya couldn't help but let out a gentle sigh. After a moment's contemplation, she approached the man, and mimicking how Sheng Yuxiao had comforted her, she gently patted the man's head and said, "It's all right. My father has abandoned me too." The man's demeanor darkened. He will face retribution," the sign language interpreter dutifully translated. Li Xiaoya inquired, "Have you eaten enough? Would you like more food?" The man nodded, weariness evident on his face, and signed, "May I take a nap?" Li Xiaoya immediately turned to look at Sheng Yuxiao. Without blinking, Sheng Yuxiao replied, "As it happens, Ning Heng's sleeping area has yet to be tidied up. Let him rest in Ning Heng's bed." Li Xiaoya nodded and took the man's hand, her small hand barely enveloping the back of his. Nevertheless, the man allowed her to guide him to the humble bed. "You may sleep now," Li Xiaoya said, releasing his hand. The man grasped her hand in return and signed, "Wait, HM." He retrieved the paper and pen he had previously borrowed and carefully inscribed 3 characters, "Gui Wenqing." Then he pointed to himself. "Your name?" Li Xiaoya accepted the paper. The man nodded, finally revealing a hint of a smile. He earnestly put away the paper and pen, crouched down, and gently stroked the ground beneath his feet. As if through this gesture, he could imagine how Li Xiaoya's mother had lived here all those years ago. Then he slowly lay back, closed his eyes, and his breathing gradually steadied. He had finally found the peace to sleep soundly. "Let me see." Sheng Yuxiao reached out and snatched the note, reading it with an impassive expression before uttering a singular remark. Su Ruiying was indeed correct. That surname is rather unattractive. Li Xiaoya discarded the note into the warming hearth. Watching the flames consume it, Sheng Yuxiao, astonished by her actions, remarked, "I thought you would keep it as a memento." Li Xiaoya squatted before the hearth, gazing at the flickering flames as they devoured the paper. Softly stating, "He has never met Wei Zhen," Sheng Yuxiao quickly responded, "Are you planning to maintain the charade?" Li Xiaoya inquired. "Is that not permissible?" Sheng Yuxiao chuckled softly. "Of course, it is. This is far more engaging than recording that absurd program. While we remain ignorant of how formidable that individual may be, let us feign ignorance, shall we?" "Indeed, precisely." Sheng Yuxiao began to exit, but first felt compelled to give a special warning to the imbeciles in the production team. Half an hour later, Wei Zhen returned, finding Li Xiaoya seated at the entrance. Without hesitation, she queried, "Did you take a break?" Wei Zhen's facial muscles twitched, and he replied in a subdued tone, "Certainly not." "Oh, it's snowing," Wei Zhen remarked. "Indeed, it must be quite difficult to endure winter here. You should return with me. There's a warm hearth, food and hot water available round the clock, and I will leave when Sheng Yuxiao departs." "Very well." Wei Zhen clenched his jaw. "I did not expect him to be more significant than your imminent relatives." Just then, Sheng Yuxiao returned and interjected, "That is music to my ears." Wei Zhen retorted, "In truth, we have never met. Aside from the blood relation, you are no different than strangers to her. If you seek to usurp my position, you will need to exert more effort. However, it seems you are on the verge of breaking down. If it is too much for you, then return. Inform your master that you are so inept that you cannot even retrieve a little girl." Sheng Yuxiao spoke with leisurely finality. "There is no need for you to provoke me." "Xiao Sheng, I will not leave," Wei Zhen replied with a cold smirk. Sheng Yuxiao fell silent. Just as Wei Zhen was about to exit, he noticed an unfamiliar figure in the room. Who is he? An arrangement from the production team. An arrangement from the production team? Yes, they likely deemed the recent content too mundane, hence they arranged for us to pick up a mute along the way. A mute? Wei Zhen's eyelids flickered, instinctively associating it with the young master at home. "Is there a problem?" Sheng Yuxiao inquired, observing his expression. "An problem. Oh." Wei Zhen turned to leave and immediately contacted Wei Lin. "Do you think it could be the young master who has arrived?" Wei Lin expressed surprise. "I thought they had completely exiled themselves. If he were to mobilize the family's resources, I would certainly be informed. However, there has been no activity on my end." "How did he arrive?" Wei Zhen hesitated, uncertain. It might simply be a coincidence. It cannot be that a mute just happens to be the young master. I would not wish for him to speak ill of our young lady. That would certainly complicate matters for me. They have become mere shadows of their former selves, rendered inconsequential. However, our little miss is distinct. She is now the only healthy descendant of Mr. Wei's bloodline, making her of utmost importance. I require her to inherit the legacy and to maintain an intimate proximity to us. Sir, I comprehend. I will keep a vigilant watch over him to ascertain his identity. Plans are often outpaced by the swift currents of change. Wei Lin sighed on the other end of the line, expressing that initially, he had hoped to intimidate an inexperienced little girl to the extent that she would heed his every word. Wei Zhen forced a bitter smile. "Now, however, I must lower myself and seek her favor. I shall send you a photograph of Wei Wenqing. Do remember to verify it." "Very well, sir." Yet, after Wei Zhen received the photograph, he found no opportunity to confirm it, for he still had to escort Li Xiaoya to school. The heavy snowfall would soon block the mountain passes, and after a brief examination organized by the school, winter vacation was announced. As Wei Zhen carried Li Xiaoya homeward, he suddenly inquired, "Whatever happened to Miss Su and young Master Ning? They have returned to the city." "Oh." Wei Zhen's gaze flickered, and in that fleeting moment, a thought crossed his mind to simply carry Li Xiaoya away. That moment, he heard a rustling sound emanating from Li Xiaoya. Unable to restrain his curiosity, he asked, "What are you doing?" Li Xiaoya replied, "Adjusting the microphone." "The microphone? Yes. Are you live streaming now?" "Yes." Li Xiaoya's tone was innocently inquisitive, prompting Wei Zhen to immediately dismiss his earlier thoughts. He mused on how suddenly Sheng Yuxiao had entrusted him alone with Li Xiaoya. It turned out countless eyes were watching over him. "Why do you seem suddenly unwell?" Li Xiaoya quietly asked. "No, nothing." Wei Zhen had not anticipated that even more troubling matters lay ahead. He finally returned home with Li Xiaoya on his back. Meanwhile, the mute man, Wei Wenqing, was seated beside Sheng Yuxiao by the hearth. Sheng Yuxiao informed him that Li Xiaoya had gone to school and would return shortly, which allowed Wei Wenqing to relax somewhat. As Wei Zhen stepped through the door, he immediately matched Wei Wenqing's features with the photograph. Indeed, it was the young master. He had truly found Li Xiaoya. Wei Zhen suddenly felt the weight of his responsibilities intensify. He not only had to find a way to appease Li Xiaoya but also had to guard against Wei Wenqing. When Wei Zhen caught sight of Wei Wenqing, the latter noticed him as well. Wei Wenqing gestured a question. "Who is he?" Sheng Yuxiao spoke up. "He asks who you are. Will you not introduce yourself?" "I am Wei Zhen." Wei Zhen's voice emerged from his throat, icy and detached. As he coldly regarded Wei Wenqing, upon hearing that name, Wei Wenqing's muscles tensed instantaneously, his body trembling almost uncontrollably. "It is Wei Zhen. He is one of Wei Lin's people. They intend to harm my sister's child." Wei Wenqing was filled with a mix of anger and fear, his teeth grinding audibly. Yet, Wei Jin seemed oblivious to his distress, deliberately and slowly setting Li Xiaoya down from his back. Then, he forced a smile and, in a familiar tone, said to Li Xiaoya, "I bought some snacks at the school store. Shall I open them now for you to enjoy?" Li Xiaoya replied, "Sure." Wei Jin immediately opened his pocket. Retrieving the treats within, Li Xiaoya extended her hand to receive it. Meanwhile, Wei Wenqing's eyes brimmed with fury, yet he found himself rendered speechless, resorting only to furiously tugging at Sheng Yuxiao's hand, endeavoring to persuade her to intervene. "Don't eat. Do not consume his offerings. It may be poisoned." Just as Wei Wenqing was about to rise in agitation to obstruct the act himself, he heard Li Xiaoya address Wei Jin, saying, "All right, you may continue feeding the pigs." Wei Jin's expression momentarily faltered, as the atmosphere he had so carefully cultivated was effortlessly shattered by the mention of feeding pigs. He attempted to salvage the situation, stating, "I believe it is better for me to remain by your side to care for you." Li Xiaoya retorted, "Do you not heed my words?" "Of course, I do listen to you. Then be quick about it. There is much work awaiting you. After feeding the pigs, you must venture to the mountains to gather firewood, and do bring back some mushrooms and chestnuts. Are you familiar with mushrooms? If not, do inquire with others. We have a guest and shall entertain him with mushroom soup." Li Xiaoya delivered her instructions in one breath. Wei Jin, taken aback, questioned, "Who are we serving mushroom soup to?" To Wei Wenqing. At present, it seemed he had yet to properly introduce himself to Li Xiaoya. Perhaps this was a fortunate turn of events. "Hurry along," Li Xiaoya urged him. Reluctantly, Wei Jin trudged toward the exit. "Wait," Li Xiaoya called after him. He halted immediately, harboring a glimmer of hope. Li Xiaoya spoke earnestly. "To be frank, I am quite dissatisfied with you, for your appearance is truly frightful, even capable of scaring the pigs. You must not frighten my guests any longer, therefore, you ought to smile." Wei Jin's expression stiffened. "Smile? Just smile?" Li Xiaoya nodded affirmatively. With great difficulty, he forced a smile. "All right, you may go now." She waved her hand, but it remains rather unappealing. With a heavy heart, Wei Jin departed. Only then did Li Xiaoya turn her attention back to Wei Wenqing. He was no longer as agitated as before, sitting there in a daze, observing Li Xiaoya facing Wei Jin like a miniature adult, devoid of any fear. Not only was she unafraid, but she also commanded him with an ease that belied the trepidation they both held towards the schemes Wei Jin represented. In the eyes of this child, such plots did not seem so daunting. Li Xiaoya met Wei Wenqing's gaze and reassured him, "Do not be afraid. I will protect you." After a pause, she inquired, "How should I address you?" "Uncle, did I ask that correct?" Wei Wenqing's breath caught in his throat. Tears welled up instantaneously. He forced a smile that was far from pleasant, nodding vigorously. Again and again, Li Xiaoya had already removed the microphone and squatted before him, whispering, "As long as we continue to pretend not to know each other, he will always seek to please me, fearing me. You see, there is nothing to worry about. Sheng Yuxiao mentioned that Wei Lin should come to plead with me to return home. And I believe he is right." She continued, "Uncle, do not cry." Wei Wenqing's lips moved silently, tears streaming even more profusely. He rushed forward, desperate to protect her. It ought to have been him safeguarding her. He raised his hand in a gesture, indicating, "Before I came, I was very afraid. I feared something would happen to you. I was also afraid you would not like me, who would favor a mute." He was terrified that she would find him distasteful. Chapter 60. Inheriting the family business. Upon hearing his words, Sheng Yuxiao thought to herself that he underestimated Li Xiaoya far too much. However, it was Li Xiaoya who spoke first, crouching before Wei Wenqing and softly saying, "You are Mama's kin. Mama loves you, and I will love you too." Wei Wenqing let out a heavy sigh from the depths of his throat, then enveloped Li Xiaoya in a tight embrace. The people he had encountered, regardless of their age, always prioritized their own interests. Strangely, the younger the child, the more ruthless they seemed to become in such an environment. The first word they learned in life was dignity. Fortunately, this undignified man had found acceptance. Wei Wenqing affectionately brushed Li Xiaoya's hair and then released her, gesturing with his hands, "Uncle will also love you." Li Xiaoya nodded, "So it's a happy thing." Yes, it is a happy thing." Wei Wenqing managed to muster a smile. Thus, he temporarily settled in. He shaved his beard and donned Sheng Yuxiao's clothing, which, despite his youth, fit him reasonably well due to his stature. Li Xiaoya assisted him in tending to his scrapes and bruises. Once he was cleaned up, the man transformed entirely. His brow and eyes softened. His demeanor became pristine. As he sat beneath the eaves, the wind and snow seemed to slow their pace as they brushed across his face. At that moment, the audience in the live stream became aware that the production team had picked up a wandering mute. Some even jested, has the production team become addicted to doing good deeds? The camera froze and viewers couldn't help but exclaim, can a mute be this good-looking? What a catch. Laughing out loud, it seems the young master, Sheng, doesn't think so. Wei Wenqing had finally located the orphan child of his sister, and it was a moment brimming with familial affection. Li Xiaoya rose in the morning to comb her hair. He eagerly attempted to take over. When Li Xiaoya drank water, he rushed to blow on it to cool it down. As she approached the threshold, before she could step outside, he scooped her up and placed her gently beyond the door. Sheng Yuxiao confirmed eye contact. This is the person competing for my attention. The production team must be despised now. But why is he being so attentive to Li Xiaoya? Could it be that he once had a daughter of a similar age who fell ill and died? And after his wife left him, he wept through the night until he became a vagabond. This story is quite plausible. In this strikingly conspicuous manner, Wei Wenqing entered the viewer's line of sight, prompting them to concoct grand speculations about his identity and background. The program suddenly had another hot topic for discussion. Moreover, the audience's wild imaginings temporarily lulled Wei Zhen's vigilance, with Christmas approaching, followed closely by New Year's Day. And then the New Year itself. Even if Sheng Yuxiao's mother was heartless enough to abandon her son in this impoverished valley for reformation, surely she could not bear to let the sole heir of the Sheng family spend the festive season outside? At that point, once Sheng Yuxiao departed, Li Xiaoya would be able to follow suit. Little did Wei Zhen know that the audience was also critiquing him. What is this person scheming about? He gives off a dubious vibe. He claims to be a relative of Li Xiaoya's mother, yet her family has yet to show themselves after all this time. I told you it was a script. You refuse to believe it. Finding a mute child. It is evidently part of a script. I am utterly astounded. It is far less captivating than what is happening with Li Qingqing. This moment, the aforementioned Li Qingqing has just been led through the door of the Su family by Xingjun. In the living room, Su Ruiying is engaged in conversation with her parents. What do you think? Isn't this little child quite intriguing? Su Ruiying inquires. Her father, Su Huishan, the eldest of the Su family, nods repeatedly. Indeed, there is some intrigue. As Xingjun steps inside, he jovially asks, what are you discussing, brother? Su Huishan warmly rises to welcome his brother-in-law, saying, Ruiying is telling us about a child she encountered in Li family village. She speaks with remarkable insight. Li Xiaoya? Yes, you are familiar with her. Su Huishan expresses his surprise. Xingjun chuckles as he takes a seat. How could I not know? Yu Xiao is quite fond of her. Previously, when Yu Xiao was injured while recording a program, I went to visit and happened to meet this Li Xiaoya. This child truly that exceptional. Su Huishan pauses before adding, Ruiying mentioned that if we were to meet her, we would surely like her. Upon hearing this, Li Qingqing is profoundly shaken. What? Su Ruiying has bestowed such high praise. Li Xiaoya has effortlessly captivated Su Ruiying as well. It is difficult to say. After all, children perceive matters from a perspective distinct from ours. Xingjun smiles faintly. Suddenly, Su Ruiying speaks up. Uncle, why have you brought her here? Her gaze is firmly fixed on Li Qingqing. Xingjun replies, she greatly admires your parents. It is rare for a child to possess such ambition for learning. I thought it would be beneficial for her to spend some time with your parents, studying biology and zoology. The program continues to be recorded. And as Xingjun articulates this, the barrage of comments erupts in astonishment. So kind to Li Qingqing? Having wealthy patrons is indeed advantageous. Such a young child can learn from esteemed professors of top-tier institutions. The comments brim with envy. Yet, Li Qingqing cannot muster a smile. She understands why Xingjun has brought her here. It is because she could not specify the precise timing of Su Ruiying's parents' incident. Xingjun does not reproach her. He merely states, in that case, you should stay by their side until they evade the misfortune. This implies that, should they fail to escape, she would be forced to accompany them to the grave. Li Qingqing is overwhelmed with unutterable sorrow. Previously, she had feigned admiration for Su Qiulai, and now she must continue to pretend to hold Su Ruiying's parents in the highest esteem. Admiring us, Su Huishan is further astonished. I assumed no child would be fond of such things. Ruiying, for instance, does not enjoy them. Upon hearing this, Su Ruiying is undoubtedly infuriated. However, recalling Li Xiaoya's words, she suppresses her anger, pouting, I simply do not like it. Li Xiaoya is quite fond of these Perhaps in the future, she could be your student and assist you with your research. Su Huishan looks at her oddly. Remarkably, there is no quarrel today. Su Ruiying glares back. What are you staring at? I, too, will grow up. Although you always claim I do not resemble your daughter, I have learned not to get angry with you anymore. Sheng Jun chuckles. That is just as it should be. We are all family, so why create unnecessary discord? Su Ruiying nodded slightly and remarked, however, I foresee that you all might want Li Xiaoya to be your student, which may not come to fruition. Su Huishan, puzzled, inquired, why is that? Because Sheng Yuxiao would not permit it. You are unaware of how he behaves, resembling a fierce dragon guarding treasures, making it nearly impossible for anyone to play with Li Xiaoya. He prefers to teach her himself, imparting knowledge in English and finance. He has nearly divulged all of his uncle's teachings to her. Su Ruiying explained. Su Ruiying's mother, Qiulan, could not help but interject. He truly does not hold back. Li Qingqing, upon hearing this, felt her nails dig into her flesh. Oblivious to her thoughts, Su Ruiying continued, moreover, even if Sheng Yuxiao were to relinquish control, Li Xiaoya will likely return to inherit some family assets in the future. Li Qingqing nearly burst into sarcastic laughter. Inherit family assets. Where would Li Xiaoya acquire such inheritance? Chapter 61. They cannot control her. Sheng Jun posed this very question. Inherit family assets. Su Ruiying, who had been perched on the armrest of the sofa, slid down to sit on the couch. Noticing everyone's gaze fixed upon her, awaiting her further remarks, she found it rather intriguing. Clearing her throat, she continued, Uncle, you seem utterly unconcerned about Yuxiao's program. Recently, Li Xiaoya's mother's family has made contact. They should be quite affluent. Is her mother not a local? Sheng Jun asked, astonished. No, her mother speaks Mandarin, possesses some education, and has given birth to such a beautiful and clever Li Xiaoya, so she is certainly not a local. Her entire family are overseas Chinese. Su Ruiying mused that it resembled a plot from a film, and she was fortunate enough to be part of IT. IT depends on what era the overseas Chinese belong to. Recent overseas Chinese are not particularly wealthy, Sheng Jun remarked. Su Ruiying chuckled. I inquired with my uncle, and according to him, her family's assets may not be inferior to the Sheng family's. Sheng Jun paused for a moment, chuckled, and said, since your uncle said so, it must be true. Li Qingqing was left dumbfounded. What? They are that wealthy? Li Xiaoya's mother's family is so affluent. This was entirely absent in my past life. Where were the relatives that had come searching? Li Qingqing agonized. Could it be that my butterfly wings have altered the course of the narrative? Did I unwittingly present these revelations to Li Xiaoya? The barrage of comments exploded. Is this an official confirmation? This is not a script. It is real. Moreover, Li Xiaoya's mother's family is quite rich. Not inferior to the Sheng family. My goodness, how wealthy must they be? Qiulan curiously interjected, Ruiying, according to your account, if Li Xiaoya's family has found her in the mountain village, does that mean she has already been taken away? Su Ruiying shook her head. Not yet. She refrained from divulging her speculations regarding the intrigues within the Wei family, and merely stated, after all, Sheng Yuxiao has yet to finish recording the program, and Li Xiaoya stubbornly insists on accompanying him until it concludes. Upon hearing this, Li Qingqing felt a surge of indignation. What pretentiousness! No wonder Li Xiaoya is so favored by them. She is exceptionally good at feigning emotions. Even in such circumstances, she can still pretend to be reluctant, insisting on staying to accompany Sheng Yuxiao for the program. Wouldn't a rational person prioritize reuniting with their family first? Li Xiaoya is simply overdoing it. At this moment, Sheng Jun chuckled softly and remarked, Little one, you certainly possess a sense of loyalty. Qiulan also chimed in, saying, listening to you, it truly seems like an intriguing child. You cannot fathom just how remarkable Li Xiaoya is. Her skill in making fried rice is simply exquisite. By the way, there is something else I must mention that will surely astonish you. Someone even gifted Li Xiaoya one of their company shares. Li Qingqing was once again taken aback. Sheng Jun furrowed his brow slightly. It was given by Sheng Yuxiao. Su Ruiying waved her hand dismissively. No, it was from a local enterprise which, in gratitude for Li Xiaoya's contributions to their business, voluntarily bestowed one of their shares upon her. Do not underestimate her youth. Despite having grown up in a mountain village, she is now a shareholder. Su Ruiying sighed. She is even more impressive than I am. Wow, is it possible that the pharmaceutical company gifted her those shares? Li Xiaoya has truly made it big. She has had it easy since she started recording the show with Sheng Yuxiao. Indeed, Even during the segments with Li Qingqing, the focus of discussion remains on Li Xiaoya. There's no need to compare oneself with others. Qiulan stated. Su Ruiying burst into laughter. Indeed, Li Xiaoya was absolutely right. What did she say? She mentioned that regardless of how exceptional others may be, neither you nor your father would allow anyone else to take your place as your parents' daughter. I am irreplaceable. Qiulan smiled. Yes, she is correct. This child truly insightful. The atmosphere among Su Ruiying's family became notably harmonious. Xingjun stood up to leave, casually leaving Li Qingqing behind. Su Huishan and Qiulan did not object. Thinking it would be beneficial for the child to learn a thing or two, there's an assessment project. If you're interested, you can join us, Qiulan suggested. Li Qingqing nodded stiffly, thinking to herself that surely it wouldn't be so soon before her demise. Her rigidity was painfully evident, so much so that even the audience began to notice. Why does it seem like Li Qingqing isn't happy at all? After all, the adults around her have changed to strangers, and her grandfather is still in prison. How can she possibly be happy? Li Qingqing could not find joy. Yet, on the other side, the atmosphere underwent a transformation. Several luxury cars slowly arrived at Li Jia village. The chief director noticed the commotion and raised his head to inquire, is Ningheng back, or is it Su Ruiying? The assistant director pondered for a moment. Even if they have returned, they can barely fit 2 people, let alone occupy so many cars. Everyone agreed that the assistant director made a valid point. Could it be that Li Xiaoya's relatives were arriving with a convoy to pick her up? Uncertain, as they continued to speculate, the cars drew closer, eventually lining up in front of Li Xiaoya's home. As the doors opened, individuals leapt out, shouting, "Brother Sheng, we've come to share in your trials and tribulations." Leading the group, several more followed suit, clad in down jackets from Burberry, Brunello Cucinelli, or Moncler, with even the least expensive being Prada. Without a doubt, they were the epitome of second-generation affluent youth. This group of wealthy heirs surged inside, barely sparing a glance at the production crew. What did they bring? Sheng Yuxiao inquired. They have all arrived. Indeed, Ning Heng has meticulously compiled a list for us. They responded with enthusiasm. Well then, let us begin moving things inside. After Sheng Yuxiao uttered these words, he firmly settled back beside Li Xiaoya. Li Xiaoya blinked in confusion. They are here to celebrate Christmas with us. This group of affluent second-generation heirs exudes an air of natural superiority wherever they go, as if any place could seamlessly transform into their domain. They effortlessly began transporting items indoors. Christmas trees, ovens, grills, half a cow, half a sheep, beverages, candies. Wei Jin observed the scene with growing concern. Is young Master Sheng not planning to return to the city for the new year? Return to what city? Isn't celebrating the new year just about having fun? How dull. We have decided to spend the new year with Brother Sheng right here, without parental supervision. It feels incredibly liberating. Yes, and we are spared from the obligation of visiting relatives for New Year greetings. Before Xing Yuxiao could speak, the wealthy heirs chimed in excitedly. I even brought my snowboard. Once the snow piles up, we can ride. If the road weren't so narrow, we could have driven our RV right in. Why would we need to have Brother Sheng stay in such a shabby house? Sheng Yuxiao cast a sidelong glance. What are you talking about? Do you know how to speak? They cautiously glanced at the young girl sitting next to Sheng Yuxiao. Prior to their arrival, they had indeed heard some rumors regarding Li Xiaoya. One of them, suddenly alert, changed his tone. The house may be humble, but the person living inside is quite wonderful. Wei Wenqing sat on the other side of Li Xiaoya, silently observing these individuals with a mix of astonishment and trepidation. He gestured to inquire of Li Xiaoya. Are they all his friends? Li Xiaoya was not entirely certain. I suppose so. He is the son of the Sheng family? Yes. Even though Wei Wenqing had been abroad, he had certainly heard whispers of the Sheng family's reputation. Sheng Yuxiao's friends, they must all be second-generation wealthy, right? Yes, it seems so. They must be akin to Ning Heng, Li Xiaoya thought. Wei Wenqing struggled to contain his excitement and joy. Gently ruffling Li Xiaoya's hair, Weilin simply cannot control her. Even someone as discerning as her father would likely take a liking to her, right? She merely needs to sit here, and others will naturally gravitate toward her. Each person here will eventually become part of her network. Even though her mother has been missing for years, she can still effortlessly navigate high society. Chapter 62. The scale of flattery for Li Xiaoya is astounding. Li Xiaoya's home has never been this lively. So many wealthy individuals. All are affluent. The villagers observed from a distance, their eyes brimming with envy. Would Li Qingqing, who went to the city to record a program, encounter such a multitude of wealthy people? Their curiosity was piqued. The village head is a burden to her. I fear those wealthy individuals would not wish to associate with her. Their tone carried a hint of schadenfreude. After all, considering that even the village head's granddaughter does not enjoy such privileges, there is little for them to envy or resent. Li Song stood amidst the crowd, absorbing their conversation in its entirety, his teeth clenched in secret frustration. What do you know? Qingqing has already entered high society, which surpasses everything. Have you all not watched the program? Li Song interjected. The villagers turned their heads at the sound, immediately feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over them, although the village had been caught. His lingering authority still loomed large. Now, to be overheard speaking ill of someone behind their back had resulted in a very awkward predicament. They couldn't help but shiver, forcing out smiles as they said, "Oh, it's you, Songge. Our apologies. We didn't notice. Chi-Chi must still be quite charming, after all. Otherwise, those wealthy individuals would have sent her back long ago, wouldn't they?" Indeed. Yet, there were those who, witnessing the village head's downfall, could no longer tolerate Li Song's arrogance, and thus sarcastically remarked, "We are so poor that we can't even afford a television, so of course, we haven't seen the program. I wonder what it has turned into now. Has Chi-Chi been taken in as a goddaughter by some rich benefactor?" Li Song inwardly cursed the superficiality of such remarks. Even if they wished to fawn over Li Xiaoya now, she might not even entertain their advances. Striving to maintain an air of nonchalance, Li Song replied, "Oh, it's nothing significant. Didn't a young lady come to our village recently? Her father is a professor at the prestigious Qingbei University, and her mother is a distinguished expert at the Chinese Academy of Sciences. Qingbei University, the Chinese Academy of Sciences. For these villagers, the most shocking revelations were wealth and the attainment of a place at Qingbei. As for money, they hardly recognized many luxury brands, but Qingbei University was truly a name that resonated with everyone. For these impoverished hills, gaining admission was akin to a family's fortune being restored. Deserving of great celebration, Li Song observed their astonished expressions before casually continuing, "And how old is Chi-Chi? Yet she has the fortune to learn from these academic giants. When they go out for research, they might even take Chi-Chi along with them. My heavens, is that true, Songge? You and your wife truly know how to nurture a child. I've always said that Chi-Chi is destined for greatness." They exclaimed, "This is indeed a testament to the good fortune of your ancestors. Songge, was the location for your grandfather's burial calculated by Wu Xiazi from Shilianpo?" The villagers immediately became fervently eager. After all, whether they could curry favor with Li Xiaoya was one matter. Even if they did, she might not share any benefits with them. However, in the case of Li Chi-Chi, the stakes were different. If their children could bask in the glow of the literary star, it would be a monumental achievement for their lineage. Flattered by their praise, Li Song felt a sense of comfort. He scoffed inwardly at their superstitions regarding ancestral graves. These people were uneducated, fixated on fortune-telling. They were of a certain ilk, and their children would likely turn out the same. Yet, Li Song maintained a facade of indifference, smoothly changing the topic, with so many wealthy children arriving from the city. Can Li Xiaoya's family accommodate them? Others quickly caught on, their envy towards Li Song intensifying. Surely, they will be staying at Song Ji's house. Indeed, only Song Ge's newly built villa offers comfort. Such great fortune should rightly belong to you. They recalled how the previous young lady had also resided at Song Ji's home and mused about the valuable items she must have left behind upon her departure. The mere mention of Su Ruiying elicited a near-splitting expression from Li Song. A fine treasure? Nonsense. He departed without so much as a penny. What did he gain from this? Clearly, Sheng Yuxia was quite generous. So why was Su Ruiying so miserly? Such thoughts, of course, could not be voiced by Li Song. He could only digest them silently, feigning indifference with a nonchalant demeanor as he turned to say, "The wind is a bit chilly. I shall retreat to warm myself by the fire. Brother Song, could you regale us further with tales of Qingqing studying under the professors at Qingbei University? Will Qingqing remain in the city henceforth? Is it possible for her to attend Qingbei as well?" The villagers hurriedly pursued him. Meanwhile, on the other side, a wealthy second-generation heir could not help but murmur, "Those villagers have finally left. They were staring at us, as if we were some rare curiosities. Shengge, how do you endure such scrutiny?" Sheng Yuxiao appeared perplexed. "They dare not gaze upon me." Shengge is indeed remarkable. When shall I acquire the aura that can deter countless individuals without uttering a single word? Enough of this nonsense. Hurry and prepare the meal. Sheng Yuxiao kicked the man. The individual, confused, replied, Ning Heng returned to inform us that that child, Li Xiaoya, is exceptionally skilled in the kitchen. Sheng Yuxiao regarded him with a piercing gaze. And who will consume the dishes that Li Xiaoya prepares? The man instinctively retorted, We shall. But upon noticing the deathly glare of Sheng Yuxiao, he shivered. You mean you eat? We are unworthy of such a privilege, he pondered. Sheng Yuxiao said, I can scarcely bring myself to partake. Oh, then we shall study how to cook. Several wealthy heirs exchanged glances before plunging into the kitchen. Yet, they encountered numerous challenges. Brother, how does one operate the stove? Why can't I lift this pot? Good heavens, how heavy it is. Where are the power outlets? Where do I plug in my rice cooker? Hearing this, Li Xiaoya rose to assist them, but was yanked back by Sheng Yuxiao, who grasped her collar firmly. What concern is it of ours? 10 inept craftsmen can surely equal 1 zhuge liang. If we cannot manage even a single meal today, our parents might as well start planning for a second child. Sheng Yuxiao positioned Li Xiaoya by the stove and stepped out to adorn the Christmas tree. When he returned shortly thereafter, he found her missing. With a scowl, he surveyed the surroundings, discovering that Li Xiaoya had again been taken away. Someone was explaining something to her. Look, you pull this wire over here, connect it like this, and then twist it with tape for insulation. Sheng Yuxiao ground his teeth in fury. Lingyu, what are you teaching her? I am instructing her on how to siphon electricity. No, how to pull wires, replied the affluent heir named Lingyu, halting mid-sentence as he abruptly turned around, sheepishly uttering, Brother Sheng, this is not my fault. There are no outlets in this place, so I had to devise a way to run wires, Lingyu hastily clarified. Then what prompted you to teach her such things? Do you comprehend the peril involved? Sheng Yuxiao's tone was ominous. I merely wished to impress the child, he stammered. Lingyu's voice diminished. Get lost beside him. Another wealthy heir silently stowed away his snowboard. Such a skill held no value amidst a group of affluent youths. He had intended to show off in front of the younger crowd, but now he dared not. The more people gathered, the more troublesome matters became. The once serene home of Li Xiaoya was now akin to the chaotic flower and fruit mountain, with everyone leaping about. Fortunately, thanks to the rich camping and cooking experiences of these heirs, they managed to prepare a meal. As twilight descended, they set up a door plank as a table on the left. They lit candles. On the right, they arranged several bottles of Romani Conti, and the cutlery was the royal-approved Christoffel from Europe. The production crew was left in awe. The audience was equally astonished. What a shabby place. Yet it exudes such opulence. Indeed, a door plank as a table, yet still managing to create an air of aristocracy. The contrast is simply overwhelming. As the dishes gradually arrived, these young elites continued to smack their lips in admiration, remarking, It seems no different from the summer camp in Australia. Did I ask this not called a winter camp? Ah yes, a winter camp. Come, Shenge, please take a seat. Sheng Yuxiao stepped forward, effortlessly scooping up Li Xiaoya and placing her in the seat of honor. Surprisingly, this was entirely expected. Haha, these wealthy heirs are utterly dumbfounded. They indeed appeared astonished, pointing at Li Xiaoya, stammering, This. Sheng Yuxiao raised an eyebrow and asked, Is there a problem? No problem. Li Xiaoya had never celebrated Christmas. Who among you will explain it to her? Sheng Yuxiao lifted his chin. Wow, how considerate. Li Xiaoya has nothing to fear about feeling shys. Oh, what if she has never encountered such a world? She knows nothing about Christmas. Regardless, there will be wealthy heirs eager to explain. It's like the New Year abroad. The heirs stuttered in their explanation, having never imagined they would one day need to clarify this. Sheng Yuxiao frowned. Have you read too few fairy tales? Why is there no childlike wonder in your storytelling? Clearing his throat, he began narrating. Legend has it that on Christmas Day, Santa Claus rides his reindeer, stuffing gifts for the new year into stockings and secretly placing them by the bedsides of well-behaved children. Young Master Sheng possesses quite the sense of ceremony. A sudden premonition arises. What kind of premonition? Li Xiaoya soon finished an incredibly lively meal. Sheng Yuxiao patted her and urged, Go wash your face, brush your teeth, and sleep. Children should not stay up late. Li Xiaoya inquired. And you? Sheng Yuxiao replied, I will chat with them for a while. Li Xiaoya nodded, thinking Sheng Yuxiao must also have not seen his friends in quite some time, and thus obediently went to wash her face, brush her teeth, and retire to her room, leaving ample space for them. Wei Wenqing and the young ones had nothing to say either, so he accompanied Li Xiaoya to sleep. As the door closed, the wealthy heirs asked, Shenge, speak. Aren't you going to chat with us? Chat about what? What about the things I asked you to bring? We brought them, they're in the car. Fine, let's go. Sheng Yuxiao clambered into the vehicle and busied himself for a good 10 minutes. After which a jolly Santa Claus emerged. My goodness. My intuition has proven true. I knew he went to such lengths, painstakingly narrating tales to Li Xiaoya, solely for this moment. Oh, how envious I am. Even my own parents could not achieve such a feat. He not only fosters a sense of wonder in Li Xiaoya but also takes it upon himself to safeguard her innocence. I am consumed with jealousy. Sheng Yuxiao had transformed himself into Santa Claus, dragging a large sack alongside him. He surveyed the surroundings and remarked, We're missing a reindeer. The affluent youngsters instantly grew anxious. Brother Sheng? You can't possibly make me be the reindeer, can you? Sheng Yuxiao chuckled. How could it just be? We need at least 2 reindeer to make it worthwhile. Having one person as a reindeer would indeed be somewhat embarrassing for a young master. But with 2, the situation takes on a different nature. Embracing the spirit of shared hardship, they quickly donned their reindeer costumes. Li Xiaoya lay in bed, turning over. The oversized hat belonging to Sheng Yuxiao slipped down and obscured her eyes as she rolled. Just as she reached up to adjust the brim, the door creaked open, and that moment, the 2 reindeer pondered whether they might frighten the girl. However, upon entering, they found her sitting upright, her eyes wide with astonishment. Her gaze was strikingly beautiful, radiating innocence and charm when she widened her eyes. Sheng Yuxiao, accompanied by the 2 reindeer, strode confidently over to Li Xiaoya, illuminated by the moonlight. He gently patted her head and uttered a phrase in English, essentially conveying, My dear child, you shall receive gifts for the new year. He then unceremoniously dumped an entire sack of presents at her feet. The entire process flowed seamlessly. After tossing the gifts, Sheng Yuxiao made his exit. Though the reindeer's backsides comically collided with the doorframe, nearly dislodging it. Once outside, they dared to exhale. Wait a moment, Brother Sheng. Isn't Santa supposed to originate from the Santa Claus village in Finland? You should have spoken Finnish, Sheng Yuxiao frowned. If Li Xiaoya didn't mind, why should you? Inside, Li Xiaoya stared blankly at the sack, fixated for quite some time before cautiously reaching out to unveil its contents. Instantly, a multitude of colorful gift wraps appeared. Wei Wenqing, startled by the commotion, sat up and, upon gazing at the sack, quickly grasped the situation. A wave of shame washed over Wei Wenqing. He felt overshadowed. Having never interacted with children, he had never contemplated how to entertain them, and now, it seemed that Sheng Yuxiao played the role of the doting uncle far better than he could. Wei Wenqing struggled to sleep that night, and upon waking the next day, he eagerly communicated with Li Xiaoya through a sign language interpreter. The interpreter relayed word by word, I'm sorry, your uncle completely forgot to prepare gifts for you. But how about I send you directly to the Christmas Holiday Center when we return? They've built a ski resort, there are hot springs, and you can witness the northern lights. As the interpreter continued. Their mind began to swirl. What kind of person is this? How can a holiday center just be given away like that? Li Xiaoya was equally taken aback. Previously, I had the impression from my uncle's tone that he was enduring a rather miserable existence at home, seemingly lacking the approval of my grandfather. Wei Wenqing continued to gesture, asking, What else do you like? Tell your uncle everything. He will fulfill all your wishes. Li Xiaoya couldn't help but tilt her head. Her uncle's plight appeared to be somewhat different from what she had initially imagined. After a prolonged silence from Li Xiaoya, Wei Wenqing, feeling disheartened, lowered his head. Indeed, he was not particularly adept at comforting children. Perhaps he should seek guidance from Sheng Yuxiao. At that moment, Li Xiaoya embraced him, took a piece of paper and a pen, and wrote, Uncle, may you be happy every day. She then handed the note to Wei Wenqing, saying, Let me give this gift to Uncle first. The items she possessed were few. The ones Sheng Yuxiao gave her were not to be shared with others. She did have some candy, but she knew it would surely displease Sheng Yuxiao if he were to see it. A twinge of guilt washed over Li Xiaoya as she thought, Uncle, I promise to treat you better in the future, but I won't share my candy. Meanwhile, Wei Wenqing grasped the note, momentarily lost in thought, before he joyfully and carefully tucked it into his pocket, gesturing, This is the best gift I have ever received. He mused that perhaps the vacation center was insufficient. Could he transfer a diamond mine into her name? Li Xiaoya remained oblivious to his thoughts, yet both uncle and niece exchanged glances filled with happiness. Only Wei Zhen felt a sense of despair. He once again dialed Wei Lin, stating right away, Li Xiaoya cannot be comforted. What do you mean by that? A plethora of wealthy second-generation individuals had come to celebrate Christmas with her. She had already witnessed such grandiosity. What could possibly move her upon returning home? Sheng Yuxiao treated her as if she were his own sister. Wei Jin couldn't help but feel a sense of hopelessness, his facial scar twitching slightly. He spoke hoarsely. Those who have encountered genuine affection will hardly be swayed by false pretenses. Wei Lin finally realized the situation had spiraled out of control. In a solemn tone, he stated, I will personally bring someone to escort her back to the Wei family. After a moment of contemplation, Wei Lin added, I will make a grander display. That group of wealthy second-generation individuals is already quite impressive. Wei Jin reminded him. Wei Lin pondered further, saying, I can do something even more significant. More significant? How about toppling the entire Li family village? Chapter 63. Ning Heng's little duck. While the Li family village was celebrating Christmas, Ning Heng had flown to France. As Su Qiulai settled down, a waiter approached, stating, Someone is looking for you, claiming to be your son's friend. With the surname Ning, Su Qiulai speculated that it might be Ning Heng, yet he believed she was still in Li family village recording a program. I'll go meet her, Su Qiulai said, making his way to the reception room. Upon entering, he was taken aback. The youth seated in the reception room was clad in a dirty leather jacket, speckled with mud of various colors. The jacket appeared to bulge, suggesting it concealed some unknown items. He looked as if he had just been assaulted after a 0 yuan purchase before making his escape. How did you end up here? Su Qiulai frowned and inquired, Were you robbed? Ning Heng lifted her head, revealing a pair of sparkling eyes, and exclaimed, Auntie, I brought my artwork for an exhibition. Ning Heng wore a pained expression. My parents simply refused to believe in me, insisting that I must have drawn yet another naked man, urging me to keep my art at a distance from them. It's quite disheartening. So, your purpose in meeting me is to, Auntie, you are a revered figure in the art world. I implore you to take me along to the exhibition. After all, being a friend of your son, the relationship between the Ning and Sheng families is quite amicable. Su Qiulai tactfully remarked, Isn't it easy for you to participate in an exhibition? I know what you mean, exhibitions where one can simply pay to attend, or perhaps those that welcome me gladly due to my parents' or my cousin's influence. Those exhibitions are informal. Anyone can join, and I refuse to partake, Ning Heng declared resolutely. Su Qiulai responded, Yet you desire to participate in a formal one, and the formal ones do not wish to have you. Ning Heng continued to speak to herself. Auntie, I know that the Louvre recently organized a grand exhibition, and as a special guest, you have the privilege to recommend works. Please, take a look at mine. As he spoke, he suddenly flung open his leather jacket, resembling an exhibitionist on the street. Su Qiulai's lips twitched. She was about to turn away when her gaze abruptly froze. This piece. Did you create this? Indeed, Auntie, sleepless and skillless. It is all raw emotion. The technique is commendable as well. Which teacher did your father hire for you? Dai Yufan and Chen Zhao. They are both top-tier masters. Su Qiulai rose to her feet. Come with me. She paused. By the way, what is the title of your work? Little Duck. What? Su Qiulai was momentarily taken aback. It's simply called Little Duck. The name and the artwork seemed rather disconnected. However, naming is the artist's prerogative, is it not? Indeed. Su Qiulai nodded gently. Why don't you go take a shower first? Ning Heng, feeling touched, exclaimed, Auntie, you are just like my own mother. He joyfully followed Su Qiulai to the suite. The attendant behind them couldn't help but murmur, He truly is Ning Xiao. Almost sent someone off as a lunatic. The next day, the international art exhibition titled Lively was inaugurated at the Louvre. Among the exhibited works were paintings by Vermeer and Monet, representing the classic revival. Leading the emerging artists was Su Qiulai. Numerous renowned artists and their masterpieces drew the attention of many art enthusiasts, even attracting a swarm of media. Ning Heng, a complete newcomer in this realm, encountered his teacher upon entering the exhibition hall. The moment his teacher spotted him, they instinctively pretended not to recognize him and walked away. Su Qiulai inquired with confusion, Aren't they your teachers? Ning Heng, showing no embarrassment, replied, Oh, they told me to never mention that I am their student when I go out. They cannot afford to lose face. Su Qiulai was taken aback. Just how poor were your previous works? Well, they were acceptable. Su Qiulai genuinely regarded Ning Heng well. She even offered him the prime position at her exhibition booth. This unusual gesture quickly garnered significant attention. First, the media approached, eager to uncover the reason behind this strange occurrence, followed by Ning Heng's teachers who had come over. Ning Heng's teachers could be described as world-class artists, and their approach was initially motivated by a desire to protect Ning Heng's reputation. However, as they moved closer, the media followed suit. What brought those two teachers there? What was so remarkable about that place? The crowd continued to swell. Ning Heng achieved meteoric fame at the art exhibition. By the third day of the event, his works had skyrocketed to a valuation of $10 million. For a young artist from Huagua to garner such attention at the Louvre was undoubtedly a matter of great pride. News of this reached the homeland and immediately trended online. In such circumstances, Ning Heng was expected to remain in France for media interviews, yet he abruptly boarded a flight back home. Good news shouldn't be kept to oneself. It's time to inform your parents. No, I won't tell them. I'm heading to Li Jia village. Su Qiulai pondered for a moment, realizing how deep the bond between her son and Ning Heng had grown. This was unexpected. Su Qiulai recalled. Little duck, is it Li Xiaoya? Ning Heng turned in surprise. You know her? Indeed. Your inspiration stems from her. Ning Heng asserted emphatically. Su Qiulai tilted her head, suddenly intrigued to meet Li Xiaoya. I will accompany you to Li Jia village. What? Now it was Ning Heng's turn to be astonished. At that moment, Wei Lin had just finished attending to his affairs. Wei Xianming was quite traditional. After falling ill, he returned to Huagua, wishing to return to his roots. However, their ancestors had emigrated long ago, and now, to locate their ancestral grave, one must trace back to the source. Wei Lin referred to his endeavor as seeking their roots and temporarily departed. The elongated Lincoln and Rolls-Royce glided into the small county town. Before entering Li Jia village, Wei Lin made a point to meet with the local police. Meanwhile, Su Qiulai and the Ning family were also en route. Sir, why are there other luxury cars on the road? Wei Lin's assistant inquired, puzzled. Wei Lin furrowed his brow and remarked, in such a desolate place, it has indeed become quite the hot commodity. Our young lady has quite the influence. The assistant, upon hearing this, dared not respond. Li Jia village was once again abuzz with excitement. The villagers watched in astonishment as several luxury vehicles made their way toward Li Xiaoya's home. Why are there more people arriving? Why are there so many wealthy individuals? Sangha, do you know what's going on? Look, isn't that the county's vehicle behind? A police car. Could it be here to arrest someone? Arrest someone? Li Song's eyes brightened, piquing his interest, and he promptly strode ahead. The crowd surged toward that direction, exclaiming, "Oh dear, the road is so congested. Who would have thought our village would one day be unable to accommodate all these luxury cars?" Meanwhile, what was Li Xiaoya doing? She sat by the hearth, warming herself. The wealthy second-generation youths wore grim expressions as they helped shovel manure to prevent the pit from freezing after completing a round of work. Someone suddenly remembered. Oh no, didn't we bring money? Why not simply hire the local villagers to assist Li Xiaoya with the field? It is feasible, but Shunge mentioned that the villagers here are not of good character. They had previously bullied Li Xiaoya, and even with money, it wouldn't be wise to give it to them. Employing local villagers is not feasible. However, we can certainly hire individuals from the neighboring village. My goodness, your reasoning is truly impeccable. Why didn't I think of that sooner? Has my mind been frozen solid? How did Li Xiaoya manage in this place in previous years? The moment the temperature drops below zero, it feels as though my brain ceases to function. The wealthy young men, overwhelmed, lowered their heads to catch a whiff of their own scent. These young masters, who require royal dining utensils even for meals, are surprisingly earnest in assisting with the manure collection. This is hilarious. They should promptly rename this show Joyful Comedians. Thank you. Today I can momentarily refrain from envying the wealthy. As the discourse continued, the sound of approaching vehicles grew louder. A police officer swiftly disembarked and hurried to Li Xiaoya, whispering, "Are you Li Xiaoya? Your relatives have come to find you." The officer paused briefly before solemnly stating, "According to your relatives, it is highly likely that your mother has been trafficked to Li family village. We will rigorously supervise this case." What the hell? The police have confirmed it. It's trafficking for sure. Villagers drew nearer, coincidentally overhearing this exchange. Li Song's expression instantly morphed into one of profound strangeness. Chapter 64. They have all come to Li family village. Li Xiaoya clutched a sweet potato in her hand. Unconsciously applying pressure, the roasted sweet potato was crushed in an instant. Wei Wenqing appeared even more agitated, his face pale as he stood up abruptly. Xing Yuxiao was not in a much better state. He strode out from the inner room, still holding a cup of water containing the milk he had just prepared for Li Xiaoya. With a composed expression, he remarked, Oh, relatives have arrived. Who is it? It's me, Wei Lin shouted as he descended from the vehicle. The villagers immediately craned their necks, their curiosity piqued as they scrutinized this man. Wei Lin was quite different from Wei Zhen. Dressed in a suit with an overcoat, he presented himself impeccably. With a resolute, square face that exuded an air of reliability, he embodied the archetype of a wealthy individual one might see in a television drama. The villagers were instantaneously awed by his commanding presence. Wei Lin approached with measured steps, politely greeting young Master Xing. Then, he crouched down, adopting a warm tone as he addressed Li Xiaoya. Little duck, I am your grandfather's adopted son. You may call me uncle. Wei Wenqing's complexion darkened further, a burning desire to hurl the nearby stove at Wei Lin's face surging within him. Uncle, he was the true uncle of Little Duck. Wei Lin was nothing but an opportunistic interloper. With reddened eyes, Wei Lin failed to notice Wei Wenqing's ire, his gaze wholly fixated on Li Xiaoya. She was indeed strikingly beautiful, even in this small valley. She shone like a pearl. That formidable gene was utterly enviable. Your grandfather's health is poor, and he cannot come here to fetch you. Your uncle has come to take you home for a reunion. Wei Lin continued, a painful sob escaping his nostrils. Little duck, your mother, has she already? Wei Lin's voice trembled as he struggled to continue. Wei Wenqing's blood boiled with rage, a fiery indignation igniting within him. Since he arrived at Li Xiaoya's home, finding it desolate save for her presence, he had nearly surmised his sister's fate. Thus, he refrained from inquiring further. He did not wish to evoke her sorrow, nor did he desire to wallow in his own anguish. Yet, upon Wei Lin's arrival, he immediately broached the subject. He showed no concern for the feelings of a child who had lost her mother. He was utterly indifferent to the salt he poured upon their collective wounds. Yes, mother has passed away. It happened a long time ago. Li Xiaoya finally found her voice. The barrage of comments was on the verge of tears. However, unexpectedly, why is Li Xiaoya so composed? Not only was Li Xiaoya remarkably composed, but she also gently inquired of Wei Lin, "Are you feeling very sorrowful? Of course, then you should bow to your mother." Li Xiaoya turned slightly, granting him passage. Wei Lin's expression nearly froze. Bow to her? He had only ever bowed to his father in his life. Li Xiaoya's tone was light and airy. Go on. Your mother has been waiting for you for a very long time. You should go and have a word with her. Li Xiaoya's demeanor is rather peculiar. Isn't this person her uncle? It seems odd for an uncle to bow to her mother. Wei Lin wiped the corner of his eye and slowly rose, saying, All right, I will go and speak with your mother. Wei Wenqian nearly laughed out loud in delight. Yes, he should indeed bow to his sister. As Wei Lin moved further inside, he finally noticed Wei Wenqian. He hesitated momentarily, yet continued to mask his grief. Delaying any greeting, once he reached the innermost part, Wei Lin sorrowfully remarked, Is this how you and your mother live? Yes, your mother has suffered greatly, endured so much hardship. Wei Lin covered his face and began to weep. Li Xiaoya struggled to pull out a large box. At that moment, Cheng Yuxiao noticed and immediately stepped forward to assist her. Once the box was retrieved, Li Xiaoya cautiously embraced an object from within. The camera panned, leaving everyone in astonishment. Wow, she is indeed an extraordinary beauty. Is this Li Xiaoya's mother? She is stunningly beautiful. She is destined to meet a tragic fate. The object that Li Xiaoya held was the only photograph left behind by her mother during her lifetime. It had once been a family portrait, a wedding photo of her mother and father. After her mother passed away and her father abandoned them, Li Xiaoya had cut the photo apart. She buried her father's half in her grandmother's grave, while her mother's image remained concealed within the box, hidden away. You may bow, Li Xiaoya said. Wei Lin's pupils constricted. The photograph was of poor quality, and the dim light within the room rendered the figures within it eerily ethereal. He steadied himself and, astonishingly, knelt before the photograph, bowing his head and crying out, I've come too late. It is truly too late for me. Wei Wenqian observed the scene, feeling a mix of exhilaration and an unsettling chill. Wei Lin was so willing to debase himself. It was precisely because of this that he had maintained such a fade, and one could expose his hypocritical mask. He longed to tear apart his face before the camera. Wei Wenqian's chest heaved as he struggled to suppress the tumultuous emotions surging within him. In contrast, Li Xiaoya appeared to maintain a far more stable demeanor. Once Wei Lin had completed his bow, Li Xiaoya inquired once more, Have you always thought of your mother? Of course, dear child. After your mother went missing, your grandfather immediately fell ill, and your aunt lost her sanity. Oh my, how could it be so tragic? Li Xiaoya, please return quickly. Let us reunite. What about you? Li Xiaoya continued to inquire. Of course, I too. Now that you mention it, this uncle seems rather overly spirited, certainly not resembling someone who has lost a sister. It was only at this moment that Li Xiaoya finally allowed her tears to flow gently, saying, "You all remember Mother, don't you? After Mother passed away, I was engulfed in fear. The villagers forbade any mention of her. Grandfather burned everything that belonged to her. Only I still remember Mother." Wei Lin's breath hitched momentarily, and he then embraced Li Xiaoya tightly. "They are truly wicked. They shall receive the punishment they deserve." Li Xiaoya closed her eyes, tears cascading like pearls onto Wei Lin's shoulder, eye and her heart. She pondered, "You are also quite wicked. Will you receive the punishment you deserve as well?" The villagers, witnessing this poignant reunion, exchanged furtive glances before gradually dispersing. Once they had distanced themselves, one could be heard muttering, "What is all this about abduction? Indeed, if your daughter marries into my family, I shall present you with 1,000 yuan as a bride price. How then could it be deemed abduction? The townsfolk simply meddle too much. Is Li Xiaoya's grandfather about to face dire consequences?" Su Qiulai sat in the car, gazing at the departing figures of the villagers, his brow furrowing deeper. After a moment, he turned his gaze back to Ningheng, who had reddened eyes. Ningheng clutched her chest and sighed. "Alas, Li Xiaoya and her mother have suffered greatly. I feel a surge of creative inspiration bubbling forth." Su Qiulai. Meanwhile, Wei Lin was still saying, "Come, let's go with your uncle. You will soon see the place where your mother once lived. It is filled with memories of her." Li Xiaoya shook her head. "I am afraid." Wei Lin was momentarily taken aback, asking, "What are you afraid of? It is Mother's home, yet it feels unfamiliar." "That is why I am afraid. Do not be afraid, dear niece. There are many who will treat you well. Is that true?" Li Xiaoya looked at him with tearful eyes. Wei Lin knew he could not hesitate. Thus, he nodded emphatically. Truly, Chapter 65. Ningheng could no longer contain herself at that moment. A police officer handed over several sheets of paper. Although his demeanor remained serious, a hint of sympathy shone through his eyes. "We will promptly summon the relevant personnel. Some details may require your recollection, little one. Can you manage that?" The officer crouched down to ask. Li Xiaoya nodded and simply uttered 4 words. "I remember everything." The officer was taken aback. "What do you remember? Did your mother ever tell you that she was not from here?" Li Xiaoya nodded again. "Oh my, so she knows everything. Why not report it?" The comments quickly realized they had posed a foolish question. The officer also inquired, "Have you tried seeking help from those around you?" Despite her tear-stained face, Li Xiaoya spoke with a calmness that belied her youth. She softly replied, "Mother said not to seek help." The police officer inhaled deeply and said, "I understand. This is not an isolated crime, but a collective offense. You cannot ascertain whether those you seek help from are accomplices." Li Xiaoya merely remarked, "I was taught by my mother that one cannot trust anyone when she was very young." She did not quite grasp the meaning of those words. As she grew older and encountered various individuals in the village, the significance became clearer to her. Now, her understanding has deepened further. It turns out her mother's words not only referred to the villagers, but also to individuals like Wei Lin. The police officer sighed. Momentarily at a loss for words, the atmosphere within and outside the room was profoundly silent. "I don't know what to say. Though she is young, she comprehends many things, yet she cannot speak, cannot utter a word, for she does not know if she is facing a wolf in human guise." Who still remembers when the show first aired, when everyone claimed that Li Xiaoya was a liar and a thief? Do we not find such notions chilling upon closer contemplation? Goodness, once such a perception is ingrained in the public's consciousness, nothing Li Xiaoya says will ever be believed again. If it weren't for her relatives, her mother would never attain justice. How terrifying, utterly terrifying. Will they not be free to say whatever they wish? I have long asserted that there are significant issues in this village. Indeed, the problems are grave. The so-called consensus that Li Xiaoya is a bad child is merely a preemptive measure to obscure their own culpability. I can only say, thankfully, there is Sheng Yuxiao. Sheng Yuxiao furrowed his brow, contemplating this very issue, grateful that he had come here. What if, on that fateful day, he had not encountered Li Xiaoya, if he had not struggled to adapt to the village's environment? resulting in a sleepless night that led him to inadvertently overhear the conversation between the village chief and his son. What would become of Li Xiaoya? Would she be completely submerged by their wanton defamation? Your mother truly is an exceptional woman. After a pause, the police officer managed to voice his thoughts. He found it hard to bear looking at the expression on Li Xiaoya's face and hurriedly said, "Do not be afraid. You now have family. Those wrongdoers will soon face justice." With that, the officer stepped outside and summoned his team. "Let's go. Are we going to arrest someone?" Li Grandpa has already been apprehended, and the village chief remains in custody. Who else is left? It was evident that they were all scoundrels, none worthy of trust. Sheng Yuxiao's expression turned icy. "The money that the production team had given you should not be returned to them. Your father has fled. Why should you bear this debt?" Li Xiaoya replied, "It is not like that. Ant-Man and the others are not so bad. If they were truly villains, they would not have been conned out of their money. They are the ones who deceive others." "Indeed, that makes a lot of sense. Ant-Man has not had an easy life either. She once urged my mother to accept her current situation, and my mother did not hold it against her. My mother said that Ant-Man had merely not encountered other possibilities in life. The only path she could envision was this one. Ant-Man's inability to assist me does not make her a bad person. There are others in the village like Ant-Man. If they lose 800 yuan, they might resort to drinking pesticide. Money is significant, crucial for them. If it can be returned to them, it should be." Sheng Yuxiao let out a sigh and fell silent. Li Xiaoya's mother truly imparted her teachings with great care. Despite enduring humiliation and suffering herself, she remains capable of empathizing with the anguish of others. It suddenly dawned on her that the last time she heard about a collapsed pigsty at school, it was indeed Ant-Man, wasn't it? How fortunate it is to have someone like Ant-Man around. The mere thought of Li Xiaoya's growth journey, encountering nothing but malice from every individual, is utterly terrifying and distressing. Outside the door, the wealthy youth stood in stunned silence, grappling with the incomprehensible notion that, for some, losing 800 yuan could drive one to ingest poison. They were overwhelmed. From Li Xiaoya's background to every word she uttered, it was all profoundly shocking. "Xiaoya, come with your uncle now. Do not linger in this dreadful place any longer." Just the thought of the hardships they had endured made Uncle Wei feel unbearable anguish. Wei Lin, who had kept his head bowed, finally raised it again. Sheng Yuxiao instinctively felt a surge of dissatisfaction, wanting to question the urgency of the matter. Yet, upon reflection, he acknowledged that this was indeed a wretched locale. He and Li Xiaoya shared no legitimate ties, making it impossible for him to take her away legally. However, Wei Lin could seamlessly lead her out of Li's village. Thus, Sheng Yuxiao furrowed his brows and remained silent. Wei Wenqing clenched his fingers tightly, refraining from voicing any objections. Xiaoya certainly ought to return. Wei Lin's desire to go back was also commendable. "Xiaoya, trust your uncle. Once you return home, all will be well. You can rest assured in your family's love, no longer burdened by such hardships." Wei Lin spoke with heartfelt emotion. Li Xiaoya gently placed her hand in his palm. She was about to part ways with Sheng Yuxiao. Yet she had a more pressing matter at hand. She needed to inform her mother that she had emerged from the mountains, allowing her mother to find peace. She would grow stronger little by little. Healing her mother's scars and protecting her loved ones, Li Xiaoya nodded firmly and declared, "Take my mother back with us." Wei Lin responded, "Of course, we shall bring her along." He turned to instruct his assistant to arrange the relocation of the grave. "Let us go." Wei Lin took the initiative to grasp Li Xiaoya's hand. She furrowed her brow slightly but did not pull away. Sheng Yuxiao could not contain himself any longer, saying, "If you don't mind, I would like to accompany Xiaoya to your home." Wei Lin's demeanor turned notably polite yet distant in response. "Apologies, young Master Sheng, but our elder is unwell and would prefer not to be disturbed by extraneous visitors. We simply wish for a quiet family reunion." Sheng Yuxiao cursed inwardly. What nonsense is this about a family reunion? At that moment, Su Qiulai finally alighted from the car. "What the heck? Why is Aunt here?" The wealthy youths were startled, quickly amending their words. "I didn't just say that. I didn't mean it like that, Aunt." Su Qiulai exuded a cool demeanor, offering merely a slight nod to the group of affluent youths before turning her gaze to her own son. However, her aloofness inadvertently eased the tension among the wealthy youths. It was best when the elders chose not to engage with them. "Mother?" Sheng Yuxiao was equally taken aback. "What brings you here?" Ning Heng hurriedly stepped forward. I came with Aunt. Andy wishes to meet the little duckling." Su Qiulai turned to look at Li Xiaoyan and extended her hand behind her. Su Qiulai's driver promptly stepped forward and presented an item. "This is a gift for our meeting," Su Qiulai stated. Li Xiaoya lifted her gaze to meet hers, and her mind felt as though it were struck by a buzzing sensation. Undoubtedly, Su Qiulai was a stunning beauty. In the eyes of children, there exists an innate fondness for older women who bear a resemblance to themselves. Li Xiaoyan's eyes brimmed with tears, and her breath quickened for a moment. She then cautiously accepted the gift from Su Qiulai's hand. The delicate fingers of the 7-year-old gently brushed against Su Qiulai's palm, as if imbued with a sense of nostalgia and yearning. Su Qiulai was momentarily taken aback. "Thank you," Li Xiaoya murmured softly. Her lips barely moving, Su Qiulai regained her composure and replied, "No need for thanks. Rather, I should express my gratitude to you for taking care of Sheng Xiao these past days. Haha, it seems MS. Su has been paying close attention to the show. Oh dear. Today left me feeling both tearful and amused. Miss Su is truly kind, even bringing a gift for the little duckling. Shall we take a look?" Su Qiulai did not adopt an arrogant tone simply because the other was a child. She said, "I hope you will like it." Li Xiaoya gently sniffed, lowering her head to unwrap the gift. Sheng Xiao glanced at her reddened fingers and remarked, "Let me do it." The mountain air was indeed frigid. Stepping away from the hearth for even a moment would leave one chilled to the bone. In just a few swift motions, Sheng Xiao unwrapped the box. "Wow, a Van Cleef Arpels 4-leaf clover." Su Qiulai leaned in and said, "Wishing you good fortune." Li Xiaoya nodded, intently imprinting Su Qiulai's serious expression in her memory. "Madam Sheng," Wei Lin interjected, saying, "Thank you for the gift, Madam Sheng." Su Qiulai shook her head, choosing not to respond to Wei Lin's comment. "We shall be on our way now," Wei Lin said with a polite nod. Li Xiaoya turned back. "My things, when we return, there will be new clothes. Everything will be new," Sheng Xiao reassured her. "Wait a moment. At the very least, we should take the gifts I prepared for Li Xiaoya." Wei Lin hesitated for a moment before smiling and agreeing. "All right. Young Master Sheng has indeed gone to great lengths." This remark was rather irksome. "What does it mean to go to great lengths?" Sheng Xiao replied coldly, "My time in Li family village may not be extensive, but the bond between us and Li Xiaoyan cannot be measured in monetary terms." This was a clear message to Wei Lin. Do not underestimate Li Xiaoyan simply because she lacks powerful backing. Wei Lin's expression remained unchanged, as if oblivious to the deeper implications, smilingly stating, "How wonderful. Fortunately, young Master Sheng and your group are here to protect her. In the future, I will ensure to prepare a gift and personally express my gratitude." This statement further emphasized that Li Xiaoyan was close to them and had no connection to Sheng Xiao and the others. Sheng Xiao curled her lips in a slight smile, finding the conversation rather tedious, and chose not to speak further. However, Ningheng could not restrain herself. "Wait," Ningheng shouted, "I have something to say, Li Xiaoyan. Please don't leave just yet." Li Xiaoyan looked at her in confusion. At last, Ningheng could no longer contain her sense of triumph and declared, "Li Xiaoyan, my work exhibited at the Louvre has won an award." The comments were left in a stupor. What is this all about? Chapter 66. Farewell. Hold on, let me catch some keywords. Louvre, exhibition, award haven. Seen the trending topics. That rising Chinese artist who has garnered immense fame at the lively exhibition. Is it Ningheng? Indeed, check Twitter now. Foreign netizens are all talking about it, claiming the media couldn't interview him as he suddenly returned to his homeland. Yes, isn't that Ningheng. How did he suddenly become such a remarkable emerging artist? Isn't the most crucial question why he hurried back to meet Li Xiaoya after winning his award? Exactly, why? How deep is the relationship between these wealthy second-generation elites and Li Xiaoya? The barrage of comments continued to speculate. Meanwhile, Wei Lin's expression was on the verge of breaking. Were these individuals truly obstructing him from taking Li Xiaoya away? He narrowed his eyes and discreetly glanced at Li Xiaoya. She indeed possessed some talent. The key was that she was only 7 years old. Li Xiaoya was also puzzled. She tilted her head and asked, "Award? What is the Louvre?" Clearly, the pile of miscellaneous books she had read failed to mention such a place. Yet, at this moment, no one would mock her ignorance. Ningheng, full of enthusiasm, leaned closer to Li Xiaoya and explained, "It is a historic art museum located in the heart of Paris, France. Did you know which artists' works are typically exhibited there?" Li Xiaoya guessed a name. Van Gogh. Correct. They have Van Gogh's portrait of Dr. Gachet, as well as Da Vinci's Mona Lisa, And now, my work has been added to the exhibition currently taking place there. Isn't that impressive? Li Xiaoya nodded earnestly and replied. Incredibly impressive. Su Qiulai observed the scene and suddenly understood why these wealthy elites got along so well with Li Xiaoya. She listened attentively to their words. She had yet to learn the preconceived notions and biases of adults. Perhaps to her, every wealthy second-generation individual who caused their families endless headaches appeared to be quite delightful, and it's inspired by you. Ningheng suddenly lowered his voice. So, Li Xiaoya, you are even more remarkable than I am. The audience was momentarily stunned. No way, is that true? When Ningheng was in high spirits, he even said it was inspired by Li Xiaoya. It can't be false. I don't know why, but when Ningheng said you are more remarkable than I am, I felt like crying. Ningheng rummaged through his pockets and suddenly slapped his forehead. I'm not as thoughtful as Aunt Sue. I didn't bring you any gifts. What should I do? As he spoke, Ningheng's expression grew tense. And you're about to leave soon. Will we be able to see each other again? Surely, right? Ningheng looked at Wei Lin. You want to restrict her freedom. Will you? Wei Lin twitched his lips. What are you saying, Ning? Of course not. Ningheng let out a long sigh of relief. That's good. That's wonderful. If one day I sell my works, I'll share half the earnings with you. Li Xiaoya had no concept of how much a piece exhibited at the Louvre might sell for. She did not refuse Ningheng, nodding slightly as she said, then I shall use them to purchase colored pens. She recalled the paintings Ningheng had taught her to create. Ningheng laughed joyfully, exclaiming, haha, why buy colored pens? We should buy oil paintbrushes and oil paints. There is so much we can acquire. Who knows how much Ningheng's works could sell for? It is said that they have now skyrocketed to $10 million, which means Li Xiaoya could receive $5 million, equivalent to 35 million in our currency. Goodness. That's enough to buy a house, Xiaoya. Why bother with colored pens? The comments grew increasingly animated. At that moment, Li Xiaoya indeed needed to take her leave. She turned to Ningheng and said, Thank you for telling me. I am off now. Glancing back at Sheng Yuxiao, she reiterated, I am leaving. Wei Lin let out a sigh of relief, fearing that if this continued, they might not be able to leave until nightfall. Fortunately, Li Xiaoya was quite proactive. He quickly took her hand and led her through the crowd. Eventually boarding the elongated Lincoln, Li Xiaoya, after a prolonged silence, Sheng Yuxiao's voice suddenly erupted, and with long strides, he rushed to the side of the car. Before the door could close, Sheng Yuxiao extended his hand towards Li Xiaoya, saying, All right, let us go. Li Xiaoya looked down to see it was Sheng Yuxiao's glove. His palm was large, hence the glove was also quite spacious. It hung loosely on her hand, yet it felt as though his hand was securely enveloping hers. It was warm. Wei Zhen hurried over to close the car door, signaling the driver to depart. Sheng Yuxiao stepped back a few paces, watching as the vehicle gradually disappeared from view. The wealthy heirs exchanged glances. Pondering, now that Ningheng has won an award, shouldn't we celebrate? Yet Ningheng slapped his thigh, exclaiming, Oh dear, I just forgot to leave my phone number for Li Xiaoya. Sheng Yuxiao returned, rolling his eyes coldly. By the time you remember, the flowers will have wilted. Ningheng looked at him with renewed hope. Brother Sheng, the number is tucked into the glove. Sheng Yuxiao replied curtly. Ningheng felt reassured. Brother Sheng is indeed reliable. How wonderful. I'm just waiting for Li Xiaoya to call me. I haven't had the chance to share my experiences at the Louvre with her. She has no idea of the expressions on my two teachers' faces when they first saw my work. Sheng Yuxiao was too disinterested to engage, choosing to walk away alone. What was there to be happy about? He had merely given his phone number, not Ningheng's. Ningheng remained blissfully unaware of Sheng Yuxiao's inner thoughts. Turning to discuss with the other wealthy heirs about throwing a celebration for himself, the comments soon expressed a collective sigh. Is that it? I'm not quite used to this. Will there no longer be any scenes of Li Xiaoya in the future? Yet I still care deeply about her affairs. Concern 1, let us wait for the police report. Such a significant matter will surely be trending. Please, dear production team, can't you follow them and continue filming? Let us see their family reunite, please. The audience was in a frenzy, while the entire production crew remained immersed in the overwhelming shock, unable to regain their composure. How did it escalate to abduction? How could Li's village be in such disarray? Before they could fully digest the situation, Sheng Yuxiao suddenly spoke, as if a thunderclap had struck the ground. I shall no longer participate in the program. I want to return to the city. The chief director was nearly overwhelmed with rage, quickly casting a desperate glance towards Su Qiulai. Su Qiulai gently inquired, Are you concerned about Li Xiaoya? Xing Yuxiao remained silent. Unperturbed by his quietude, Su Qiulai calmly remarked, "Every individual who comes into this world has their own path to tread. You cannot accompany her for eternity, and she cannot remain tethered to you for life." Xing Yuxiao merely reiterated, "I want to return to the city." Su Qiulai paused momentarily before stating, "You've signed a contract with the production team. You should honor the spirit of that agreement." Xing Yuxiao resolutely replied, "Investing more time into something that has already been completed is merely a futile expenditure. IT is a grave error in business." He turned to face his mother. "I have already undergone transformation. Do you not perceive it?" Su Qiulai raised an eyebrow slightly. Had he truly transformed? He still exhibited his obstinate nature, imperious and unyielding. Yet, there was now an element that could bind him. Su Qiulai chose not to confront him outright, softly suggesting, "Very well, then let us return to the city. The winter here is indeed quite harsh." The chief director was momentarily dumbfounded. Then, "What about the program?" Su Qiulai, remarkably composed, offered him a suggestion. "You could still record a city special." Yes, indeed. The chief director suddenly felt revitalized. Thus, Li family village swiftly regained its tranquility. These affluent individuals had flocked in droves, creating a veritable storm. Yet, as abruptly as they arrived, they receded like the tide, gone. Why had they all departed? The villagers craned their necks, reluctant to see them leave, lamenting that they had yet to profit from their presence. Li Song, overhearing the murmurs, felt his facial muscles twitch in frustration, wishing to smash the items nearby. With so many wealthy visitors, he found himself unable to benefit in any way. Would Qingqing think her father utterly ineffectual? Just as Li Song pondered this, he suddenly heard a villager exclaim, "Why has Xiaoli been arrested? What is happening?" Li Song's eyelids flickered as he lifted his gaze to the distance. He saw police officers striding towards them. With so many villagers gathered, it conveniently facilitated the officers in making arrests. "Li Song, is it? We have some inquiries regarding the human trafficking case in Li family village. The police displayed their handcuffs. Please cooperate with our investigation." The other villagers grew anxious, immediately demanding, "Where's Li Xiaoya? Let her come." How could this become a case of human trafficking? The police coldly responded, "Li Xiaoya has already left with her family. Did you not see the vehicles just now? That long luxury car contained her." The villagers gasped in astonishment. Wasn't old Li becoming prosperous again? How fortunate for Li Xiaoya. Why did she have wealthy relatives? The police could only feel a mix of anger and disbelief. For these people, the issue had escalated to a criminal level, yet they were more concerned about the fact that Li Xiaoya had been taken away in a luxury car. Inside the Lincoln, the driver asked, "Sir, shall we head to the hotel first?" Wei Lin lightly tapped the armrest of his seat. Chapter 67. A visit to the young mistress. The car journeyed smoothly towards the airport. Upon disembarking, Wei Lin first approached the door of a vehicle parked behind, courteously opening the door and calling out, "Young master." Within sat Wei Wenqing. Given that Wei Lin had personally arrived, it would be unrealistic to feign ignorance. Thus, in a moment unseen by the cameras, Wei Wenqing silently made his way to the rear vehicle, following along straight to the airport. "Xiaoya, do you know who he is?" Wei Lin inquired, glancing towards Li Xiaoya. "He is your grandfather's biological son, your mother's brother." After stating this, Wei Lin observed Li Xiaoya's reaction. She tilted her head, asking, "Is he all of my mother's brothers?" Wei Lin chuckled. "Indeed, he is. It is quite a large family. Your mother has many relatives, and you will come to know each one of them." Li Xiaoya displayed a look of confusion. "Apart from them, are there others?" Wei Lin gently replied, "Look, doesn't it seem that many people care about you? Even your little uncle has come to seek you out, and he is someone who cannot even speak." Li Xiaoya pinched her palm. Was Wei Lin deliberately trying to wound her uncle with his words? "All right, let's not dwell on this. We should hurry to check in." Wei Lin placed a hand on Li Xiaoya's back, feeling a sense of relief. Firstly, Wei Wenqing, being mute, could not freely communicate with Li Xiaoya, thus posing no significant threat. Secondly, while Li Xiaoya exhibited a certain precociousness beyond her years, this was not necessarily a detriment. Sometimes, such cleverness enabled one to discern the circumstances more clearly, leading her to understand that her mother's biological brothers had become obsolete and were not to be relied upon. Wasn't she still required to discuss those details with the police? Li Xiaoya looked up at him. Wei Lin nonchalantly remarked, "We can have a video call then." "To a video call?" "Yes, it's communicating via your mobile phone. You'll have one when we return." Oh, Wei Lin had arranged for first-class seats. He initially intended to witness Li Xiaoya's embarrassment. However, he reconsidered, realizing it unnecessary. After all, the young masters had treated her exceedingly well. If he were to further embarrass her, he would only be overshadowed. He had to maintain the role of a benevolent uncle. Thus, once aboard, Wei Lin patiently guided Li Xiaoya on how to order from the menu in first class and how to express her needs appropriately. At that moment, Wei Wenqing felt an intense loathing for his muteness, constrained to merely observe the closeness between Wei Lin and the young girl. Though it was her first flight, Li Xiaoya exhibited no signs of fear. She even managed to take a sound nap on the plane. Unaware of the challenges that awaited her upon returning home, she resolved to rest well in preparation. Upon returning to the Wei family, they temporarily settled in Jin City. As the capital of Huagua, Jin City is a hub for various elites. Among its distinguished locales is the renowned Guanghua Villa, where most of the prominent figures reside. The Wei family's residence, particularly remarkable, was situated beside an artificial lake at the heart of Guanghua Villa. It was a 5-story villa, shrouded by trees that effectively safeguarded the owner's privacy. The car drove into Guanghua Villa and soon came to a halt. Wei Lin led Li Xiaoya down from the car, subsequently switching to a golf cart. The cart carried them across the verdant lawn, traversing winding paths and ultimately proceeding alongside the lake, revealing a panorama of breathtaking beauty. Wei Lin remarked, "Herein lies a tranquil oasis amidst the bustling city, a fragment of green amidst the steel jungle. Such a rarity it is." Regardless of whether Li Xiaoya comprehended his words, Wei Lin's tone exuded a sense of ownership. As though this place were indeed his domain. "Sir has returned." The servants awaited at the entrance, hastily advancing to greet him, their eyes filled with curiosity as they regarded Li Xiaoya, their gaze infused with unfamiliarity and wonder. This scene unsettled Wei Wenqing, for it was evident that Li Xiaoya was indeed a member of this household, yet it appeared as though Wei Lin were the master. The authority bestowed upon his father was undeniably excessive. Unbearably excessive. Wei Wenqing gritted his teeth and stepped forward. The servants, noticing him, instinctively grew anxious, exclaiming, "Where has the young master been? We've been searching for you these past few days. Your health is not suited for outings." Wei Wenqing cast a cold glare at the servant, who faltered mid-sentence, falling silent. "Enough," interjected Wei Lin. "During my absence, how's the old master been faring? Still the same?" We dared not inform him of the young master's absence. The servant replied with a grimace. Wei Lin chuckled lightly, "But I have returned now. Haven Ti." At this point, Wei Lin's performance reached its conclusion. Indeed, it was a performance. This lengthy exchange was orchestrated to clarify to Li Xiaoya who wielded true power within the household. "Come here. Let all meet the young lady." Only then did Wei Lin utter this phrase. The servants appeared taken aback, exchanging incredulous glances. "Why, young lady?" they exclaimed in astonishment. "Indeed, she is the orphan of Miss Wenyu." Wei Lin sighed heavily. "For now, do not disclose this matter to the old master. His health cannot withstand such a blow. We must not let him learn too soon that Miss Wenyu has departed from this world." "Why, yes." The servants were still somewhat dazed. "Come inside," Wei Lin continued, affectionately ruffling Li Xiaoya's hair. "You shall reside next door to me. Should you feel frightened, you may always knock on my door. Your uncles are also unwell, so it would be best not to disturb them." Li Xiaoya nodded. The old master, my grandfather." The notion of her grandfather's frail health seemed to serve as an optimal excuse in Wei Lin's discourse, as if his ill condition justified her absence from his presence. Because of her grandfather's poor health, she could not see him. Because her uncles were unwell, she was to refrain from intruding. Li Xiaoya silently noted this realization, obediently following Wei Lin further inside. To her surprise, behind the 5-story villa lay an additional accompanying building. Wei Lin resided in this adjacent structure, and now Li Xiaoya was to dwell there as well. "These two are your maids. They will attend to your needs. However, their proficiency in Huagua dialect is limited, so communication may pose a slight challenge. Nevertheless, they possess ample experience in caregiving and will take good care of you." Wei Lin indicated toward the 2 dark-skinned maids across the way. This arrangement was evidently premeditated. The language barrier would ensure that no unforeseen incidents would arise. Given her esteemed status, it was also necessary to assign bodyguards to her. "I want Wei Zhen," Li Xiaoya said swiftly. Wei Lin appeared taken aback. He still believed that she would harbor a dislike for Wei Zhen. After all, the very reason he had sent Wei Zhen over was precisely because he was aware of Wei Zhen's notoriously foul and obstinate temperament, making him the most suitable candidate to instill a sense of fear in the young girl. At that moment, Wei Jin stood outside the door, startled by Li Xiaoya's sudden declaration. I want him. Only him. Wei Lin, turning his head abruptly, cast a cryptic smile at Wei Zhen and remarked, Ah, it seems you have won the young lady's favor. She places considerable trust in you. Wei Zhen parted his lips. Momentarily at a loss for words, Wei Lin's gaze darkened slightly as he stated, Very well, let Wei Zhen continue to be your bodyguard. He claimed to be my loyal protector. Indeed, Li Xiaoya interjected. Our family does have somewhat traditional values, still upholding the concept of loyal protectors. Does that mean he is willing to die for me? Wei Lin paused for a moment, glancing at Wei Zhen with a smile. Precisely, that is the implication. He certainly did not wish for Li Xiaoya's most trusted ally to ultimately become Wei Zhen. Li Xiaoya looked up at Wei Lin, beaming sweetly, and Wei Lin returned her smile with satisfaction. Only Wei Zhen's complexion appeared slightly ashen. He felt that this young girl, raised in a mountain village, seemed rather difficult to engage with. Yet, without the chores of feeding pigs and chickens, what else could she possibly do to him? Oh, right. Let us try on the clothes I prepared for you in advance. Tomorrow, you must represent the Wei family at a banquet, Wei Lin called out. This was a part of Wei Lin's long-planned scheme. No matter how clever she was, when she found herself amidst the high society at the banquet, she would be unable to conceal her humble origins and clumsiness. At that point, it would be his turn to step in and save the day. He intended to cultivate her trust in him, ensuring that she could rely solely on him to navigate the complexities of the Wei family and the upper echelons of society. Chapter 68. Meeting the second uncle. The clothes prepared by Wei Lin were not an exact fit. No matter, Wei Lin said, promptly contacting a brand to bring various sizes for her to try until she found a suitable one. He feared missing the opportunity to showcase his capabilities before Li Xiaoya. What a splendid chance it was. From the moment Li Xiaoya arrived at the Wei residence, she had been trying on clothes until well past 10 in the evening. Fortunately, she had managed to catch a nap on the plane. Otherwise, she would have found it quite exhausting. The brand staff tidied up their luggage and departed from the Wei household. After all, not everyone watched variety shows. One staff member inquired of a colleague. Who is that child? The Wei family seems to treat her quite well, letting her try on clothes until she was satisfied. The colleague paused for a moment and replied, Treat her well? She can't be that old. If they truly cared for her, they would have taken her measurements beforehand instead of having her try on one piece after another. The poor girl must be exhausted. It feels more like they're putting on a show for others to see. You do have a point. They couldn't help but glance back at the opulent villa, murmuring, The affairs of the wealthy are indeed complex. Fortunately, Wei Lin's theatrics were not overly exaggerated. Once the clothing was selected, he took his leave, and Owen had instructed Li Xiaoya on how to utilize the amenities of her new home, yet she felt neither fear nor awkwardness. She confidently entered the bathroom, observing the oddly shaped shower head, and, recalling the instructions from Sheng Yuxiao, she adeptly turned on the faucet. After finishing her shower, she sought out the hairdryer and turned it on. She had observed Sheng Yuxiao using it before. Thus, she dutifully attended to her own needs before finally climbing onto the expansive queen-sized bed. It was her first time sleeping on such a large bed. The blankets were warm and soft, yet she found herself unable to fall asleep immediately. Li Xiaoya stared at the ceiling for a while, then suddenly sat up and rummaged through the small backpack she had brought from Lijia village. The bag was the one Sheng Yuxiao had purchased. With great care, she unzipped it and retrieved her mother's photograph, cradling it in her arms before returning to bed. Mama, we're home, she whispered softly, finally closing her eyes. Li Xiaoya fell asleep. However, Wei Wenqing was unable to do the same. He sought out his second brother, only to be intercepted by a servant upon entering. The second young master has just settled down. Perhaps you should not disturb him, the servant remarked. Wei Wenqing responded with a sharp slap. The servant was momentarily taken aback. After all, this method had always been effective in the past. The young master rarely displayed his temper, so it was puzzling how he suddenly resorted to violence. Ignoring the servant's thoughts, Wei Wenqing forcefully pushed him aside and barged through the door. Things have changed, he thought, gritting his teeth. Now, I have someone to protect. None of you shall hinder my steps. Who? The second young master, stirred from his slumber, fumbled to turn on the bedside lamp. Oh, it's you? Wenqing, he said, his voice weary. What brings you back? As he spoke, the second young master frowned. Didn't I tell you to? Wei Wenqing quickly gestured. Being brothers who had spent much time together, the second young master immediately grasped his meaning. What? You found her? Where? the second young master exclaimed, gripping the headboard and sitting up with difficulty. Wei Wenqing continued to gesture. The second young master's expression darkened. Weilin got to her first. How could you? Wei Wenqing interrupted him, gesturing. It was Xiaoya's own choice. I've thought it through. We are both in no position to care for her. It's better to let Weilin look after her while we secretly protect her. The second young master cut him off, his face pale with anger. Is that so? Could it be that she finds us lacking, so willingly turning to Weilin? Hearing this, Wei Wenqing's face flushed with indignation as he gesticulated passionately. How can you think that? She is the daughter of my sister. She is a good child. I want to protect her, and she wants to protect us. The second young master fell silent, unable to endure his demeanor any longer. Wei Wenqing stormed forward and grasped his collar. Second brother, you cannot think of her that way. She is wonderful. Truly exceptional. The second young master seized his wrist and sighed, looking up. I know that I'm just worried. Just afraid. We have all experienced the pain of being rejected by those we hold dear. Wenqing, I want to see her. Now, Wei Wenqing shot him a glare and gestured. She must be asleep. The second young master's pale face displayed a flicker of impatience, but I can hardly wait. No, forget it, just tell me. Does she resemble you? Wei Wenqing nodded slightly. Very well. Why don't you tell me about your visit to Li Jia village, and then what happened? The two brothers had not engaged in such an intimate conversation for many years. One had become mute, losing his ability to communicate, while the other, paralyzed from the waist down, had long since developed an aversion to stepping outside his abode. Yet now, they found themselves together, one speaking while the other gestured. Alternating between laughter and tears, it was as if they were finally releasing the pent-up emotions that had been suppressed over the years. This commotion did not escape Weilin's attention. After listening, he waved his hand dismissively and said, It's inconsequential. It's only natural for them to be excited now that he's back. After all, their excitement serves no real purpose. Satisfied with himself, Weilin enjoyed a restful sleep. The next day, as Li Xiaoya opened her eyes, she was startled to find two figures by her bedside. One was familiar. Wei Wenqing, the other, however, was a stranger. This person's face was gaunt and sunken, his eyes bloodshot. And his demeanor was fervent. Most notably, he was seated in a wheelchair. At that moment, Wei Wenqing and the second young master noticed that Li Xiaoya was frightened by their presence. The second young master awkwardly wiped his face, inadvertently recalling how he appeared the last time he had looked in a mirror. His current appearance was likely rather terrifying. Thus, the second young master maneuvered the wheelchair to retreat. Just then, he heard the little girl chirp. Second uncle. The second young master's movements froze instantly. His expression became blank. After a long pause, he snapped back to reality, seizing Wei Wenqing's arm and shaking it excitedly. What did she call me? What did she call me? Wei Wenqing replied, with you gripping my arm. What else can I say? The second young master suddenly let out a laugh from deep within his throat. The sound was both stifled and sorrowful. As he laughed, tears began to flow. He turned his gaze back to Li Xiaoya. She was so small, reminiscent of his younger sister. Yet on this child's face lingered a fierce and resilient expression. Even more so than his sister's. You called me second uncle, didn't you? How did you know I was your second uncle? The second young master softened his tone, finally resembling a normal adult. I knew beforehand that grand uncle and grand aunt had passed away, and that second uncle is in a wheelchair, while little uncle can no longer speak. Li Xiaoya spoke softly. Upon hearing this, the second young master felt an unexpected sense of relief. So you are aware. You understand that your relatives are all incapacitated. Li Xiaoya sensed the profound sadness and pain he was experiencing in that moment. Unsure of how to console him, she crawled out from under the blankets, stood up, and gently embraced the man in the wheelchair before her. The second young master found himself at a loss for words. Trembling, he raised his hand to stroke Li Xiaoya's hair. With a hoarse voice, he said, Though I am crippled, I am still your uncle. I may no longer be able to walk, but my aim remains true. If anyone dares to bully you, he paused, his tone suddenly turning fierce, I will ensure they pay dearly. Li Xiaoya wrapped her arms around his neck, hesitating for a moment before correcting him. But killing someone would land you in jail. The young master let out a soft chuckle, tears glistening in his eyes. Haha, then tell me, what should we do? Li Xiaoya whispered, Let us quietly torment him, but we must not commit any crimes. Absolutely no crimes. All right, no crimes. We shall not commit any crimes. The young master thought to himself, Wenqing truly did not speak falsely. She is a good child. He longed to lift her onto a horse, wishing he could embrace her in his arms. Yet, he knew he would never have that opportunity in this lifetime. Mississippi suddenly. A servant knocked on the door, announcing, "You must get up and groom yourself. Later, you are to attend a banquet." The young master's expression changed drastically. "You are going to the banquet? Who will accompany you?" Wei Lin. "He surely has ulterior motives." "No, I must go." Just as the words were about to leave his lips, he hesitated, whether abroad or upon returning home. He had long refrained from appearing in public. He loathed it, detested it. He was unwilling for others to witness his humiliation, and he abhorred the pitying gazes cast upon him. But what could be done? How could he allow Li Xiaoya to attend the banquet with Wei Lin? Chapter 69. Never to let them off easy. Uncle, Li Xiaoya discerned his hesitation. Did he wish to accompany her? Yet, did he also fear appearing in public? She wanted to assure them that it was all right, that she could manage alone, but her uncle spoke first. He turned to Wei Wenqing. "Will you accompany Xiaoya?" Before Wei Wenqing could respond, the uncle quickly shook his head in denial. "No, that won't he do. You cannot speak and would be a burden everywhere." Wei Wenqing, indignant, glared at his brother, gesturing, "I will try. I will bring a bodyguard along." The young master resolutely shook his head. No, his eyes, usually clouded and filled with self-destructive despair, now appeared remarkably clear. The young master forced a pained utterance from his throat. "Our family cannot even muster a sound person. I shall go instead." With a heavy heart, the young master made his final decision. Li Xiaoya finally found an opportunity to interject. "I can go by myself, but I haven't chosen an outfit in a long time. I still need to find something suitable." The young master murmured to himself. "Do I still look like a specter? Had I known today would come, I would not have smashed the meal that was sent to me. If she is with me, will I not embarrass her?" With each word, his brow furrowed tighter, his anxiety and restlessness palpable. Li Xiaoya could not help but repeat, "Uncle, I can manage on my own." "How can that be? This child is merely comforting me," the more Li Xiaoya insisted. The less willing the young master was to allow her to step into such perilous waters alone. He propelled the wheelchair himself, declaring with unwavering determination, "I will return now to select an outfit." Li Xiaoya could not restrain him and could only sit in a daze on the bed, watching him depart. As the door swung open, the servant outside nearly collided with the young master. Startled. "What are you doing here?" "Your health, you." The servant, speaking, lowered her gaze to inspect the young master's legs. He cast a cold glare. Why was he so reluctant to step outside? The mere gaze of the servants, filled with concern, was sufficient to render him utterly intolerant. "What? Is this no longer my home? Must I report to you on my whereabouts?" The second young master retorted with a cold sneer. Upon hearing these words, the servants dared not utter a single sound, hastily lowering their heads in silence. The second young master immediately felt a wave of frustration wash over him. However, this was no longer the old society of yore. He could not vent his anger by hurling objects at people's heads. He closed his eyes, reminding himself that times had changed, and with a child now in the family, he needed to maintain his composure and set a proper example. Thus, he quelled his anger and maneuvered his wheelchair past the servants. Before long, a bodyguard approached to take over the task of pushing the wheelchair. Wei Wenqian helplessly gestured to Li Xiaoya, then bent down to lift her from the bed. The second brother had complained that he could not speak at the banquet, and he also thought the second brother was incapable of carrying Li Xiaoya. As they brushed their teeth, Wei Wenqian gestured for her to follow him into the bathroom. Li Xiaoya dampened a cloth while he stood by, squeezing toothpaste for her. When a servant entered and witnessed the scene, they were immediately struck with panic. "Oh dear, how could we allow the young master to do this?" Wei Wenqian shrugged in response. "I am happy, seeing this." The servant stood quietly by, not daring to intervene. Li Xiaoya furrowed her brow, sensing the discontent. "Uncle, please wait for me outside," she said in a soft voice. Wei Wenqian thought it wise. The little girl might need to use the restroom, and his presence there was unnecessary. He nodded and stepped outside. Li Xiaoya brushed her teeth, washed her face, and turned to the servant, saying, "Please comb my hair." The servant paused, pondering how this child, supposedly rescued from the mountains, could so easily command others. Of course, she only dared to think this, not to voice it aloud. She found a comb and obediently began to style Li Xiaoya's hair. Li Xiaoya graciously remarked, "I just arrived here, and I am unfamiliar with many things. You must teach me." "Certainly, young miss," the servant replied. By the time they finished, half an hour had passed. the servant led Li Xiaoya downstairs for breakfast. The auxiliary building was surprisingly lively. Wei Lin sat on the left side of the table, while Wei Wenqian occupied the right, leaving the main seat conspicuously empty. In this auxiliary building, Wei Lin essentially held the position of the host. Yet, today, with Wei Wenqian present, he could not claim that authority. Who knew that Wei Wenqian would also abstain from taking the main seat? Was he waiting for the second young master? Wei Lin raised an eyebrow. At that moment, as Li Xiaoya approached, Wei Wenqian suddenly stood up, mimicking the earlier actions of Sheng Yuxiao, and lifted Li Xiaoya to place her in the main seat. Instantly, the auxiliary building fell silent. The servants gazed in astonishment at Wei Wenqian's gesture. Wei Lin inhaled deeply and exhaled, smiling as he remarked, "Little duck will grow up to inherit the old master's responsibilities. Sitting in the main seat is indeed fitting." Wei Wenqian shot him a glance, thinking to himself that at least he had spoken a sensible word. Soon, it was the servants' turn to serve the dishes. They moved with agility, light on their feet, barely making a sound. When serving Li Xiaoya, they were particularly cautious. Clearly, this unexpectedly prominent young miss had elevated her status in their eyes even further. The breakfast at the Wei residence was bountiful, and Li Xiaoya had never before tasted such exquisite fare. Yet, she appeared somewhat indifferent to the meal. A T1 moment, her thoughts drifted to her mother's last few years in the village, during which they often struggled to find enough to eat. And the next moment, she pondered about Sheng Yuxiao. Would he continue to record the show? What would he eat in the village? How wonderful it would be if he could savor this dish as well. Li Xiaoya's lack of appetite, perceived by others, seemed to embody an innate air of sophistication. Emerging from a mountain village and confronted with such an array of food, she exhibited not an ounce of anxiousness or discomposure. Wei Lin's gaze flickered, and he couldn't help but marvel once more at the wonders of human genetics. Meanwhile, the ever-pondered Sheng Yuxiao was scouring through Li Xiaoya's home. "Sheng Ge, why are you taking this junk back with you?" questioned a fellow rich heir, still eager for more fun. However, upon Sheng Yuxiao's insistence to leave, their interest waned. "What junk?" Before Sheng Yuxiao could respond, Ningheng shot back. "I'll give you a chance to rephrase that. These are Li Xiaoya's belongings. This is called nostalgia, understand?" Oh, the Li Xiaoya had indeed said she would leave, and suddenly someone realized, wait, didn't we just waste our time? Ningheng whispered, "Thank goodness I arrived a bit late." Sheng Yuxiao cast a sidelong glance and remarked, "It's not entirely in vain. The show's viewership has risen, hasn't it? But they won't pay me a penny for that. I'll ask the production team for your appearance feed." You're the best, Sheng Ge," the person exclaimed joyfully. Sheng Yuxiao chose not to respond further, casting one last glance at the rickety little house before him. Regardless of its dismal arrangement, it still bore an air of wistfulness. After a brief pause, he finally uttered two words, "Let us go." That day, Li Xiaoya had left in haste. Today was different. Upon receiving word, Dou Dawei promptly drove over to see her off. "Don't forget what I mentioned on the phone," Sheng Yuxiao reminded him. Dou Dawei nodded vigorously. "Rest assured, I remember everything. The pigs need to be sold. And the chickens too. We absolutely cannot let the villagers take advantage." Sheng Yuxiao nodded, recalling specifically the mention of Ant-Man. The leftover mushrooms and the remaining farmland should go to Ant-Man. Since Li's grandfather won to return, this lot will eventually take it over. "Understood," Dou Dawei replied, unable to suppress his admiration. Young Master Sheng is remarkably attentive, remembering even this. Sheng Yuxiao found the villagers utterly detestable. After speaking, he climbed into the car. Thus, the fleet of luxury vehicles parked at Li's village, just as on the day Li Xiaoya departed, began to drive away in succession, followed closely by the production team's vehicles. Such a commotion could not escape the villagers' notice. They craned their heads in curiosity, bewilderedly asking, "Is everyone really leaving? Has the production team left too? Why are they leaving so abruptly? Didn't they say they would help our village develop tourism? Didn't they promise that after filming, people would come here to visit and pay us?" It was only when their own interests were at stake that they became agitated. What does it matter whether they end up in prison or who's been taken by the police for questioning? Their concerns are far more immediate. They are preoccupied with the prospect of losing their money. Consequently, one by one, the villagers abandoned their work in pursuit of the vehicle. The production crew was taken aback, hastily pressing the accelerator. Yet, it was a photographer who managed to calm the situation. "Hold on, don't rush ahead. The mountain roads are treacherous. We must avoid an accident. Let us send someone to clarify matters with these villagers." Everyone turned their gaze towards him. In truth, the photographer, harboring his own frustrations towards these individuals, decisively exited the vehicle, bracing himself against the door, prepared to make a quick escape if necessary. "Why did you leave?" they demanded. "Indeed, we deserve an explanation. You've been filming in our village for so long, yet all the money has gone to the village chief and Li Xiaoya. Didn't Li Xiaoya claim she had wealthy relatives? She certainly doesn't seem to need the money." "Exactly. We haven't received a single penny. What about that tourism development? When will it ever benefit us?" They closed in around him. The photographer felt his temper flare. Sneering, "This matter is beyond our authority. Mr. Sheng to himself has stated." "Stated what?" "Stated that this place is unworthy. In such a predatory environment. It doesn't deserve to prosper," he concluded emphatically. The villagers stood in stunned silence. Their last glimmers of hope shattered. Unworthy. How dare they claim they are unworthy? Anger surged in their faces, and they reached out to confront the photographer. He swiftly opened the car door and returned inside, delivering his message with urgency. "Listen to me," he said, lowering the window slightly. "Do not act recklessly. Otherwise, the police will escort you to the station." The villagers erupted in curses. "If only we had known you were all talk." "Who cares about the police?" "Exactly, let them come. We'll overturn their vehicle." The photographer's face flushed with rage. "What sort of people are you? Let us move. We need to get out of here." Some places are indeed like this. The local populace is fierce and united. They have little regard for the law. Armed with shovels, they would not hesitate to harm you. The driver, terrified, pressed the accelerator, recalling the saying, "The law does not punish the masses." The photographer grumbled angrily. "No wonder they dare to engage in human trafficking. Truly despicable. Just wait. If Li Xiaoya's relatives are truly capable, there will undoubtedly be repercussions." After venting their frustrations, the villagers returned to their homes, lamenting that they should have intercepted Li Xiaoya's vehicle that day. Indeed, as afternoon descended into twilight, someone stealthily approached Li Xiaoya's residence. With no one around, it was an opportune moment for theft. However, upon entering, they discovered, "Damn it, not even a chick left behind." One cursed, another chimed in, "Not even the pigs are here. Aren't those rich second-generation kids supposed to be wealthy? Why are they so careless?" Taking all the pigs, both sides vented their frustrations, and as they emerged, they realized several others had stealthily arrived. Li Xiaoya's family still has land. That's right. They still have land. With this thought, their excitement rekindled, and they hurried off towards the fields. Upon rushing to the scene, they discovered Ant-Man and her husband laboriously tending to the fields, applying fertilizer. "What are you doing?" they inquired. "Little Duck has departed, and thus the land has been granted to us." The joy was unmistakable on Ant-Man's face. "How could it possibly be given to you?" they retorted through gritted teeth, clearly unwilling to comply. "What? Are you dissatisfied? We are all villagers here." "Who fears whom?" Ant-Man's husband, with a menacing glare, hoisted the hoe onto his shoulder. He had 2 strong brothers at home, ripe for a brawl, and the mountain village. Disputes over national welfare and land rights were often settled by the number of able-bodied men in each household, except for those like the village chief who wielded some authority. "If you are unwilling, so be it. Consider it a boon to you." Despite their resentment, the group had no choice but to retreat gracefully, their grumblings laced with profanities as they departed. They genuinely hoped for Old Man Li to serve time in prison, ideally never to return. After a period, they could then demolish Little Duck's house and claim the land for their own construction. The villagers' thoughts were rather ambitious. That very day, a police car arrived in the village once more. The officers sought to take more individuals for further investigation. Naturally, the villagers were discontented, brandishing hoes and wielding sickles in a bid to resist violently. However, this time, the police were not mere local constables. They came equipped with extensive experience in handling rural crime and bore riot shields. Upon witnessing any attempt at aggression, they swiftly subdued the offenders, apprehending everyone in a single sweep. Murder. The police are wrongfully accusing innocent people. The villagers cursed vehemently, yet their protests proved futile. The mountain village soon returned to an eerie calm. As Ant-Man made her way home, she felt the weight of an unusual silence. The absence of so many villagers was jarring. "It's quite strange," she murmured. Beside her, a man rarely displayed such warmth, breaking into an overly enthusiastic smile as he remarked, "Thank goodness for you. You once cared for Little Duck's mother. Next year, we shall plant corn on that plot of land." Chapter 70. A reunion with Qin Sui. In Jin City, at Guanghua Villa, Little Duck donned a new dress as the second young master wheeled himself over. "I want to accompany you to the banquet," he declared in a deep tone. Wei Lin was taken aback. The return of Little Duck had such a profound impact on them. Both had shed their previous lethargy. Nevertheless, they remained undaunted, after all these years. The power they once held had long since slipped from their grasp. Were it not for the fact that each child of the Wei family was accompanied by loyal bodyguards, their situation would have been far worse. The second young master expressing a desire to go out was indeed a momentous occasion. Wei Lin smiled and instructed those nearby, "Hurry, prepare for the outing." A banquet would serve as yet another stimulus. Upon returning, they would likely be disinclined to step outside their home for a lifetime. Due to his physical limitations, the car stopped in front of the building, and two bodyguards lifted the second young master into the vehicle. For an adult man, such treatment was undeniably humiliating. His fists clenched tightly, the veins on the back of his hands standing out prominently. Yet this time, he restrained himself. He did not succumb to rage. This composure once again raised Wei Lin's eyebrows in surprise. "Little Duck, why don't you join us in the car?" Wei Lin turned to Li Xiaoya and said. Li Xiaoya nodded and settled down beside her second uncle. Wei Lin took a step back and remarked, "I have a minor matter to attend to. I shall return shortly. With the second young master here, I can rest assured." The second young master let out a cold laugh. "You need not come at all." Wei Lin, still appearing amiable, smiled and then closed the car door for them. As the door shut, the second young master immediately altered his expression. He strained to lower the corners of his eyebrows, attempting to appear more affable. Yet, having not displayed a normal expression for so long, his features were rigidly contorted, rendering him even more peculiar at first glance. Fortunately, Li Xiaoya was not one to be put off by this. She reached out and tugged at the blanket draped over his knees. "Little Duck, your second uncle has yet to tell you his name." Li Xiaoya inquired, "Can you write it down?" This was a remnant of the trauma from her previous abduction, during which she had been unaware of how to write Shen Yixiao's name. Consequently, she developed a habit of asking others, be it Ningheng or Su Ruiying, to write their names down, so that she might remember them more profoundly. All right, your second uncle will write it for you." The second young master requested paper and pen from the bodyguard, then meticulously inscribed, "Wei Wenjun, do you recognize this character?" he asked, pointing to the last one. "June, yes, very clever." Wei Wenjun's spirits brightened immediately. Li Xiaoya gazed at the writing and remarked, "Your second uncle's handwriting is truly beautiful." Wei Wenjun's delight grew even greater, his grip on the pen tightening. "Your uncle will teach you." "I have also learned calligraphy." Li Xiaoya obediently nodded. "Thank you, second uncle." For reasons unbeknownst to him, a fire ignited within Wei Wenjun's chest, spreading through his limbs and invigorating him with newfound strength. It felt as though he had suddenly become of use, as if his existence in this world finally held some significance. That moment, Li Xiaoya suddenly asked, "What is my aunt's name?" Wei Wenjun promptly took up his pen again and wrote for her, explaining as he wrote, "Her name is Wei Wenian." Li Xiaoya pointed to the last character and inquired, "What does this character mean?" Wei Wenjun paused before responding. "It signifies something beautiful." Li Xiaoya counted on her fingers, saying, "My mother's name ends with you, which I know is a precious and beautiful stone. My little uncle's name ends with Qing, a percussion instrument crafted from jade, stone, or gold." Wei Wenjun exclaimed, "You know all of this." Li Xiaoya nodded and added, "I know June too. It refers to a person of exceptional talent." A hint of irony surfaced on Wei Wenjun's face. "Unfortunately, the beautiful jade has shattered, the percussion instrument has lost its sound, and the one described as exceptional has become a madman. While I'd have also fallen into this state, the description of exceptional talent feels like the greatest mockery of fate." Upon realizing he should not speak such things in front of a child, he intended to shift the conversation. Yet, Li Xiaoya interjected, "But when your grandfather named you, he must have harbored beautiful wishes, right?" Wei Wenjun was momentarily taken aback. "Is that so?" Li Xiaoya affirmed with a nod. "I believe so." Following this, Wei Wenjun fell silent. He found himself ensnared in his own reflections until the vehicle arrived at the banquet venue. The doorman approached and opened the car door, while the bodyguard assisted Wei Wenjun into a wheelchair. Wei Wenjun felt as if his entire body were being scorched by flames, discomfort enveloping him. He dared not gaze at the surrounding eyes. Instead, he turned to look at Li Xiaoya. Yet this little child exhibited neither shyness nor fear. She remained steadfastly beside him, showing no signs of embarrassment whatsoever. Gradually, Wei Wenjun's anxiety and suffering began to dissipate. He uttered, "Let us proceed." Thus, the bodyguard pushed him forward. However, upon reaching the entrance, they were halted. "I apologize, but please present your invitation," the doorman stated. A flicker of unease crossed Wei Wenjun's face as he immediately recognized this as a tactic employed by Wei Lin. Sure enough, the bodyguard and driver behind him exhibited signs of panic. "It's over. The invitation is still with the sir." Wei Wenjun suppressed the fury surging within him and forced a polite smile, saying, "I am Wei Wenjun, the second young master of the Wei family. Is it so? Have you not done your homework prior to hosting guests?" The Wei family had only recently returned to the country, and Wei Wenjun had not made public appearances for quite some time. Thus, the doorman indeed failed to recognize him. Moreover, the doorman hesitated and replied, "I'm sorry. I only know of the Wei family that runs the hospital. However, the young master of that Wei family has already entered." Wei Wenjun's expression darkened considerably. Had he truly fallen to such a lowly state that even a mere doorman could bar him from entry? At that moment, other guests, drawn by the commotion, could not help but glance in their direction. "Who is that? I don't know. Did I have indeed never seen him before? He doesn't appear to be someone here to crash the banquet." Although Wei Wenjun could not clearly hear their whispers, the ambiguity sparked a wealth of imagination in his mind. What were they saying? Were they questioning how a cripple could possibly be here? Wei Wenjun gripped the armrest of his wheelchair tightly, fury nearly boiling over. He gritted his teeth and commanded, "Immediately, call Wei Lin." Just then, he felt a gentle touch on the back of his hand. Looking down, he saw Li Xiaoya trying to soothe him. She was intently observing the passing guests, and while comforting her uncle, she finally spotted her target. Wei Lin had mentioned that many high society individuals would attend today's banquet. High society individuals are the wealthy. Among the crowd, there happened to be a wealthy individual she recognized, Qin Sui. She called out excitedly, "Qin Sui." After a moment's thought, she added, "Qin Sui Gij." Chapter 71. He adored Li Xiaoya. She is calling Qin Sui. She knows Qin Sui. Others murmured in astonishment. "Who is calling you?" Mrs. Qin was momentarily taken aback. "And she calls you Gij?" Qin Sui furrowed his brows. He recognized the familiarity in the voice, yet that voice should not be present here, under any circumstances. However, Mrs. Qin was even more eager to look over. "It's a little girl," she exclaimed. "Oh, she looks somewhat familiar. Let me think." Qin Sui was aware that Mrs. Qin's memory was not particularly reliable, so he followed the sound himself. The impossible had, unexpectedly, manifested right here. "Li Xiaoya." Qin Sui slowly articulated the name. "What? Li Xiaoya? Is that Li Xiaoya from that show?" Mrs. Qin was taken aback, realizing that the real person looked even more petite than she appeared on television. Her features were indeed quite beautiful. Mrs. Qin continued to comment and marvel. Her son had already made his way over. It had been many days since they last met. Li Xiaoya seemed to be in better spirits. Dressed in a little dress with a white down jacket over it, resembling a porcelain doll at first glance. Quite delightful. At least she no longer appeared as pale and fragile as when he had last seen her. As if she might vanish from this world at any moment, Qin Sui halted before Li Xiaoya, slightly bending forward to inquire, "Did Sheng Yuxiao bring you here?" Without waiting for Li Xiaoya's response, Qin Sui dismissed his own question. "No, that can't be right. If Sheng Yuxiao had brought you, the moment you called me brother, he would have had to confront me." After a brief pause, Qin Sui added, "What a pity. There's no recording." "Xiaoya, who is he?" Hearing the young man speak so intimately with Li Xiaoya, Wei Wenjun looked over with suspicion. Qin Sui glanced at Wei Wenjun and remarked, "Did she not call me brother?" "Let us just assume I am her brother," Wei Wenjun retorted. "Isn't that just nonsense? Xiaoya has no brother. I am her uncle." Upon hearing this, Qin Sui paused, and his demeanor shifted subtly. He politely greeted, "Hello. May I ask your name?" Qin Sui pondered briefly and inquired, "Is it the Wei family that just returned from abroad?" Wei Wenjun's expression brightened significantly as he nodded. "You are much sharper than they are." Qin Sui smiled graciously, though the warmth did not reach his eyes. He then turned to Li Xiaoya and whispered, "I've been quite busy lately and haven't had the chance to watch the show." The underlying reason was that he had absolutely no interest in watching Sheng Yuxiao and Li Xiaoya display their affection on screen. "Shall we go in and discuss this further?" Qin Sui asked. Li Xiaoya nodded, saying, "We forgot to bring the invitation." She was about to explain to Qin Sui, but he seemed indifferent to the matter. It was merely a matter of entering through a door. Qin Sui turned to the doorman, but before he could speak, The doorman had already realized the situation, his face paling as he said, "I apologize, Mr. Wade, my lack of familiarity with the business led me to not recognize you. Since you are acquainted with the Qin family, there is no need for an invitation. You and this young lady may enter." Wei Wenjun, having been cantankerous since his paralysis, was not foolish enough to remain outside. He shot a cold glare at the doorman and smoothly wheeled himself inside. Li Xiaoya stood momentarily stunned, turning to look at Qin Sui. "Let us go," Qin Sui said, and together they walked inside. Leaving the bodyguards and driver exchanging glances behind them, they actually went in. Fueled by that surge of anger, Wei Wenjun rushed into the banquet hall, feeling a sense of liberation as he no longer had the capacity to ponder how others perceived him. Xiaoya, he steadied himself and turned to search for Li Xiaoya's figure. Li Xiaoya was still walking alongside Qin Sui. Qin Sui asked, "How come you suddenly have an uncle? My mother's relatives found me." Li Xiaoya replied, in an instant. Qin Sui crafted a narrative in his mind based on the statement. Had someone gone missing? Or was it something more sinister? The police officer indicated it was a case of abduction. Qin Sui was not particularly surprised. After all, he had always felt that Li Xiaoya seemed out of place in that environment. He furrowed his brow slightly and remarked, "This matter is rather complex." "Why?" Li Xiaoya looked up at him. Her face turned towards him. "Your uncle is a member of the overseas Chinese Wei family, which suggests that your mother's lineage has been abroad for quite some time and is not of ordinary descent. How could typical traffickers have come into contact with your mother? Logically, individuals of their ilk would never cross paths with her in their lifetime." Qin Sui excelled at unraveling conspiracies. Li Xiaoya clenched her fists. "Could it be that my mother was also harmed by Wei Lin?" she pondered. However, if he were the culprit, how could he dare to report the abduction of her mother? She was still too young. Her mind unable to fully comprehend the intricacies of the situation, Qin Sui inquired further, "Why were you prevented from entering?" Li Xiaoya bit her lip. "They said we didn't bring an invitation, and the invitation is with Wei Lin." "Who is Wei Lin?" he asked. "He claims to be my grandfather's prodigy and instructed me to call him uncle. Yet, my little uncles say Wei Lin is a villain." Li Xiaoya paused before expressing her own thoughts. "I also think he seems like a bad person, undoubtedly. He harbored ulterior motives. The invitation was merely a show of authority." Qin Sui paused momentarily before countering. "Do you know why he would do that?" Li Xiaoya hesitated briefly but eventually articulated her thoughts. "Is it to make me more obedient?" Qin Sui nodded and probed further. "How does he behave in front of others towards you? He seems quite kind." She replied, "Why do you think he acts that way?" "Perhaps," Li Xiaoya contemplated, "he desires something that he cannot attain on his own, and thus he needs me, right? Is it for my grandfather's wealth?" Qin Sui smiled with satisfaction. "You are absolutely correct." Qin Sui held little regard for fools, which is why he perceived most people as second-class citizens. This very notion caused Mrs. Qin to worry excessively about his potential sociopathy. He appreciated Li Xiaoya's intelligence. Conversing with her required little effort, and he relished the experience of unraveling schemes alongside her. Yet, why could he not simply obtain what he desired directly? It was now Li Xiaoya. With a humble demeanor, seeking guidance from Qin Sui. Most likely, it was due to the concept of a trust. "What is a trust?" she asked. Rarely did Qin Sui exhibit patience for lengthy explanations, but he elaborated. "It is a type of institution. Allow me to illustrate with an example. Suppose I possess 1 million, and to mitigate the risk of others seizing that million, I entrust it to a certain institution for safekeeping, specifying how this sum is to be delivered to a particular individual in the future. Once the contract is signed, that million no longer belongs to me, nor does it belong to the institution. It solely belongs to the beneficiary. However, until the contract's conditions are met, it does not belong to the beneficiary either. If someone covets that million and kills me, it is futile. Killing the beneficiary is also in vain. For the contract stipulates that only the beneficiary can access it. Once a beneficiary passes away, all assets may potentially be donated to charitable organizations. Such are the rules of the trust. Do you understand now?" Qin Sui inquired. Li Xiaoya nodded. "I understand." Qin Sui further asked, "What do you think should be done about Wei Lin?" Li Xiaoya pressed her lips together and replied, "I mustn't rush. It is he who is anxious at the moment. Isn't it? What else? First, I need to meet my grandfather." Qin Sui chuckled once more. "Li Xiaoya, you are truly astute." Chapter 72. "I am quite skilled at fighting." He wished to convey more to her. Yet at that moment, Wei Wenjun approached in his wheelchair. After all, Qin Sui and Li Xiaoya had engaged in conversation for quite some time, and Wei Wenjun could no longer wait. May I inquire as to which esteemed family you hail from? Wei Wenjun asked. I am Qin Sui, son of Qin Haoming. Wei Wenjun was taken aback. How did Xiaoya come to know such a prominent figure? I have heard much about you, Wei Wenjun remarked, now perceiving a hint of aristocracy in Qin Sui. It was said that most luxury brands wishing to enter the Chinese market would have to heed the wishes of his father. Qin Sui donned a standard aristocratic smile. Such are merely rumors. Exaggerated beyond measure. Thank you for your kind acknowledgement, Mr. Wei. Wei Wenjun responded promptly. At times, Qin Sui could be rather irksome, yet when he assumed the role of a true nobleman, his speech was so gracious that it felt remarkably comforting. He stated, You flatter me. I merely cleared the fog obscuring their vision, allowing them to discern the true visage of a distinguished guest. The smile on Wei Wenjun's face became more genuine. He inquired, Might I ask how Mr. Qin and Xiaoya came to know one another? Qin Sui replied, It is fate, I ask it not fate. If Sheng Yuxiao had not been injured, he would never have ventured to Li's village. Qin Sui, where is your father? A middle-aged man, impeccably dressed, strode over with a tone of familiarity. Qin Sui called out, Uncle Liu, my father was unexpectedly detained by urgent matters today. I came with my mother. Oh? And where is your mother? We parted ways. She should be enjoying tea with your aunt by now. Qin Sui nodded and promptly introduced Wei Wenjun. Mr. Wei, this is Mr. Liu, the host of today's banquet. Liu had been discreetly observing the interaction between Wei Wenjun and the others. Typically, Qin Sui did not engage much with others, yet he had conversed with them for quite a while, and they were indeed unfamiliar faces. Thus, Mr. Liu took the initiative to approach. Moreover, Qin Sui's act of introducing him indicated a certain closeness. Consequently, Mr. Liu displayed a warm smile. Lu Kai-xian from the IT industry. May I inquire your esteemed name? Wei Wenjun, he added. I have just returned to the country. This latter statement served as a splendid hint. Liu slapped his forehead. You are the second young master of the Wei family. I have long heard your name. But it is only today that I have the honor of meeting you in person. Such words were merely pleasantries, perhaps directed more towards the young man named Qin Sui standing before him. However, Wei Wenjun had not heard words of praise for far too long. Once again, his turbulent spirit found solace. Stepping out of the door proved to be less painful and arduous than he had imagined. With this thought, Wei Wenjun could not help but turn a glance at Li Xiaoya. How wonderful, how splendid, he mused. The two exchanged a few polite remarks, and then Lu Kai-xian made an arrangement. The young lady of the Wei family is still quite young and has little to converse about with us. Therefore, why not join the other children in play? Lu Kai-xian clapped his hands, signaling the attendant to lead Li Xiaoya away. Qin Sui refrained from interrupting. He merely cast a glance at Li Xiaoya's expression. She exhibited not a trace of fear, just as she had when he first arrived at Li family village and entered that dilapidated house. Li Xiaoya turned back to glance at Wei Wenjun once more. Rather than being concerned for herself, she was more worried about her second uncle. Then she followed the attendant away. Li Xiaoya, Qin Sui suddenly called out. Having taken a few steps, Li Xiaoya was compelled to pause and look back at him. Her expression one of curiosity. Qin Sui instructed, Call me brother once more. Qin Sui was never one to enjoy teasing others, so his words elicited a surprised glance from Lu Kai-xian. Li Xiaoya met Qin Sui's gaze. His eyes revealed little emotion, lacking the warmth of a gentle brother. Nevertheless, Li Xiaoya complied, calling out, Brother Qin Sui, see you later. A faint smile tugged at the corners of Qin Sui's mouth. He knew she was clever. Very well, off you go. The additional call was merely to emphasize our relationship outwardly. Thus, the attendant will naturally keep a watchful eye, ensuring no one dares to bully her. At last, Li Xiaoya truly ventured forth. She felt reassured, trusting that Qin Sui would look after her uncle. Their brief exchange of glances had forged an unspoken understanding. May I ask, is your surname Li? The attendant inquired. Li Xiaoya nodded. Very well. Then I shall address you as Miss Li. The attendant opened the door before them, leading her into a small foyer. A film was playing inside, and several elegantly dressed children, though still young, turned to stare at her. Who is she? I've never seen her before. This is Miss Li, the attendant replied with a smile, removing Li Xiaoya's down jacket and hanging it up, for the indoor heating was quite ample. Li, I've never heard of a Li family. These children, though still in their youth, conversed as if they were adults. One of them immediately approached Li Xiaoya. Hey, what is your father's name? Li Xiaoya fell silent for a moment before responding. I do not have a father. Then what is your mother's name? Wei Wenyu. When she spoke her mother's name, Li Xiaoya's tone grew significantly firmer. Never heard of her. Have you all? No, I haven't either. Then where is she from? I know. I heard her call Qin Sui brother just now. But that can't be right. I've met Qin Sui's sister, and she is quite fierce. Unlike her, I am Li Xiaoya. She interrupted their chatter and settled onto a nearby single sofa. Having had few friends at Shirtu Primary School, she did not mind remaining friendless even now. From a young age, she understood a profound truth. Some individuals possess a strong exclusivity. If one cannot integrate, it is best not to force it. She simply chose to be herself, to embody Li Xiaoya, and that sufficed. Such an odd name. How could anyone be called Little Duck? They exchanged glances, and a boy stood up from the group, approaching Li Xiaoya and stating, "Hey, you can't sit here, why not?" Li Xiaoya met his gaze, unafraid. The boy mockingly turned to his companions and asked, "Do you think she is genuinely foolish, or is she just pretending to be?" A timid little girl spoke to Li Xiaoya. "If your parents are impressive, then you can sit there." Li Xiaoya suddenly understood. She thought to herself that perhaps there wasn't much difference between a big city and a small village. The rules remained the same. Li Xiaoya inquired, "What if I am impressive on my own?" The little girl paused, asking, "What do you mean by being impressive on your own?" Li Xiaoya replied earnestly, "I am very good at fighting. Having traversed countless mountain paths, chased pigs, and carried firewood, she had accomplished many feats that ordinary children could not. She was quite strong." The boy, infuriated by her words, contorted his nose and retorted, "How good are you at fighting? Can you defeat me?" Li Xiaoya asked, "If I hurt you, would I have to pay you?" The boy grew angrier, clenching his fists. "Pay? No need for that. If I hit you, just don't cry." With that, the boy lunged at Li Xiaoya. The waiter, taken aback, rushed forward to intervene. The boy turned and shouted at him, "Don't interfere. If you do, I'll have my father fire you." At that moment, another child suddenly exclaimed, "Ah, I remember. I've heard of Li Xiaoya. My brother said his work was inspired by her, but no one paid him any heed." Li Xiaoya looked at the boy and frowned, saying, "What skill is there in threatening others?" The boy immediately lunged again. Li Xiaoya stood her ground, and with a single punch, struck him squarely in the eye. Well, if the fight escalated enough, his father would surely be very angry. Moreover, given his bravado, his father must be particularly formidable. It seemed that Wei Lin's intervention would be futile. Surely, his father would demand to meet her grandfather to address this matter. She pondered, as she seized the boy by his collar and shoved him to the ground, mounting him to deliver blows. The scene descended into chaos. Meanwhile, Wei Lin arrived belatedly, but upon reaching the entrance, he was taken aback. "Why is it just you all? Where is everyone?" Wei Lin's expression darkened. If they had lost someone, could they bear the consequences? "No, sir. The young master and young miss have already gone in," the driver quickly defended. "Gone in?" Wei Lin was stunned. "Without an invitation?" "No. The young master of the Qin family brought them in." The young master of the Qin family? Wei Lin furrowed his brow, wondering if this was yet another acquaintance from the show. He pulled out the invitation and strode into the banquet hall. Before he could search, a panicked waiter burst out, shouting, "A fight has broken out! A fight has broken out! The young master of the Mu family and Miss Li are fighting." "Miss Li? Which Miss Li?" Wei Lin felt a sudden jolt in his heart. Could it be Li Xiaoya? Had she truly engaged in a scuffle already? Just as anger surged within Wei Lin, it was swiftly suppressed. Wait a moment. A fight could actually be beneficial. The intimidation tactic had lost its effect. Now Li Xiaoya would undoubtedly need his assistance to extricate herself. However, he remained uncertain about the background of this young Master Mu. Mu? Could it be that Mu? Chapter 73. Qin Sui's underhanded trick of fight had broken out. Li Xiaoya, Qin Sui paused momentarily upon hearing the commotion. This was not typical behavior for Li Xiaoya. Was someone provoking her? Were the attendants utterly useless? Unable to restrain anyone, Qin Sui's brow furrowed, yet he refrained from rushing out. Instead, he turned to Lu Kaixian, who appeared grave and immediately took the lead. Striding forward, meanwhile, Wei Wenjun, utilizing a wheelchair, was surprisingly quicker than both of them on foot. Wei Lin remained dazed in the banquet hall, watching as the wheelchair zipped past him. Wei Lin. Was that Wei Wenjun? Ever since his injury, he had been lethargic, avoiding the wheelchair whenever possible, often not even leaving his room. This was the first time Wei Lin witnessed Wei Wenjun treating the wheelchair like a vehicle. Speeding off with such vigor, Wei Lin's lips twitched, and he hastily followed suit. In no time at all, the The small hall was teeming with people. Wei Wenjun focused intently, confirming that it was indeed Li Xiaoya embroiled in the altercation. Her skirt was tattered. A surge of fury rushed to Wei Wenjun's head as he turned to search for a vase or some object to use as a weapon. Meanwhile, the others had arrived. What were they all standing around for? Get in there and pull them apart. Whether they were attendants or bodyguards, everyone rushed forward. With his long legs, Qin Sui took 3 quick steps, pushing through the attendants to reach Li Xiaoya from behind. Lifting her up and carrying her away, the remaining individuals scrambled to help the boy who had been beaten, lifting him off the ground. Get away, just step aside, don't touch me. The 10-year-old boy was at an age where pride was paramount. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been the first to assert his authority and confront Li Xiaoya. Now, as he was lifted from the ground and saw a crowd surrounding him, he felt an overwhelming urge to eliminate all witnesses. Yet he was 10, not 4. He understood that such thoughts were utterly futile. "Young master, are you all right?" A bodyguard inquired hastily. The boy coldly replied, "I'm fine." The bodyguard's expression was one of sheer terror. Was this truly fine? His eye was bruised, his chin was purple, and his lips were split. Who knew how many injuries lay hidden from view? Meanwhile, Qin Sui was also asking, "Are you hurt?" Li Xiaoya shook her head. "It's just a bit too hot here. I've worked up quite a sweat." The fierce Wei Wenjun finally abandoned the idea of using a vase to strike that insufferable boy and hurried to Li Xiaoya's side. His expression was thunderous as he grasped her skirt, his face dark with displeasure. "It's ruined," Li Xiaoya quickly inquired. "Was it expensive?" Wei Wenjun, both frustrated and pained, retorted, "What does expensive matter? It's just a tattered skirt. What could possibly be more valuable than you?" Li Xiaoya patted his hand gently, adopting a tone of a miniature adult. Then, "Uncle, please don't be angry." Wei Wenjun forced a semblance of composure upon his unappealing expression and remarked, "Of course, I am not angry with you. We are not lacking in funds. Even if a heap of haute couture were to be laid before you, you could simply snip away at it for amusement. However, that insufferable brat, how dare he tug at your skirt?" Upon hearing this, Qin Sui's brow furrowed tightly as he cast a glance toward the boy. Yet, it was not he who had torn the skirt. It had been during their scuffle that the dazzling stones clung to him, resulting in the fabric's ruin, as Li Xiaoya explained. Wei Wenjun responded, "Is that so?" "Indeed," she affirmed. Wei Wenjun swiftly grasped her arm and inquired further, "What about other areas? Are you injured elsewhere?" Li Xiaoya shook her head and pointed towards the boy, stating, "He is the one who is hurt." Wei Wenjun pressed his lips together but resolutely asserted, "So what? He is at fault for engaging in a fight with you." Qin Sui crouched down and interjected, "What transpired?" Leaning closer to his ear, Li Xiaoya whispered, "Visiting grandfather." Qin Sui was momentarily taken aback, then could not help but laugh. "Li Xiaoya, you truly are Li Xiaoya met his gaze. "Is that wrong? In a fight, shouldn't both parties' parents intervene? Indeed, I am merely astonished that you thought of such a solution in such a brief span of time." Just as he happened to approach, Li Xiaoya indicated towards the boy, her gesture bordering on provocation. The boy trembled in fury. "However, you may not fully grasp the intricacies of these affluent families." Li Xiaoya's expression showed confusion. "When I was young, I might not see my father even once a year. He was exceedingly busy. If I had disputes with others, he could easily dispatch his secretary to handle them." Qin Sui recounted in a detached tone. Li Xiaoya sighed softly, then isn't that just pointless? It seems no different from a small mountain village. Many parents work far from home and may not meet their children for an entire year. Yet they always have their grandparents around. It's not entirely pointless. Do you know what matters most to wealthy families? What? Face Li Xiaoya blinked, grasping a fragment of understanding, though not entirely. Qin Sui continued, "In this circle, everyone is a fierce predator. The moment one shows vulnerability, others will pounce to devour them. Therefore, by ruthlessly trampling on the other's dignity, they will immediately rise to defend their own face. How does one trample upon it? Simply beating him is insufficient. You must make the Mu family feel your audacious disdain for them." Audacious disdain. These concepts proved somewhat challenging for Li Xiaoya. However, she was always eager to learn and promptly asked, "Should I scold him?" Qin Sui shook his head. "Insults are ineffective for those of this social tier. You must make them feel a genuine threat, such as when I stand behind you in your defense. And I represent the Qin family." Li Xiaoya grasped a semblance of this, committing it to memory. Qin Sui paused before adding, "However, the Mu family is not an ordinary household. My presence alone is insufficient. But Wei Lin is far from adequate, correct? Indeed, even he is of no use. But I do not know anyone else. Li Xiaoya wrinkled her nose. Qin Sui let out a gentle sigh, saying, though I am reluctant to mention it. At this moment, do you might consider calling Sheng Yuxiao? He is not here, Li Xiaoya whispered. He will find a way. If he lacks even this ability, Qin Sui smirked, you might as well accept me as your brother sooner rather than later. Wei Wenjun could no longer contain himself. What are you two still whispering about at a time like this? Qin Sui turned back, replying, Mr. Wei, this matter can be handled by Xiaoya herself. How can she manage this alone? Qin Sui took out his phone and handed it to Li Xiaoya, continuing to address Wei Wenjun. Mr. Wei, just wait and see. Wei Wenjun held a favorable impression of Qin Sui, so despite his doubts, he managed to remain composed. Using her phone, Li Xiaoya looked at Qin Sui in confusion. Although she did not voice it, she knew deep down that Sheng Yuxiao would likely not answer. Qin Sui nodded. Yes, I'll guide you. First, call him twice. If he doesn't pick up, that is fine. Then send him a text saying, this is Xiaoya. As Qin Sui devised his cunning plan, he could hardly suppress a grin. It has to be my phone. This way, he'll be more efficient, understand? Chapter 74. Are they crazy? In the corner of the small hall, the boy had already been assisted to sit down. Liu Kaishian urgently summoned the family doctor to attend to him. Upon entering the small hall, Wei Lin did not rush to check on Li Xiaoya. Instead, he quietly inquired of a nearby waiter, whose young master is this? The waiter looked at him with surprise but replied, the young master of Mu, from the All Things Connected company. Wei Lin cursed inwardly. IT was indeed that Mu family. They had ventured into various lucrative internet industries, including social networking, gaming, and shopping, and had nearly reached the pinnacle in all of them. While he was abroad, he had heard that All Things Connected had become a capital behemoth. Though their heritage might not compare to other venerable families, in terms of wealth, they were certainly among the global elite. Wei Lin promptly decided to first assess the injuries of the young Master Mu, as this would determine his subsequent stance, whether to defend or to push Li Xiaoya forward, allowing her to experience some hardship and learn a lesson. Wei Lin hastily made his way toward young Master Mu, but the crowd was so dense that he found it challenging to push through. In his moment of frustration, he glanced back at Li Xiaoya. To his astonishment, she was making a phone call. Who could she possibly be calling at this time? Sheng Yuxiao, but he wasn't even here. Wei Lin shook his head inwardly, scoffing quietly, then turned back, saying, please make way. I am Li Xiaoya's temporary guardian. She was involved in a conflict with young Master Mu. Correct? Upon hearing this, others paused for a moment before quickly clearing a path for him. Wei Lin pressed forward and greeted Liu Kaishian. Liu Kaishian, having seen Wei Lin before, acknowledged him. Ah, it's you're here, Mr. Wei. Regarding this matter, Liu Kaishian rubbed his forehead. I have already notified the Mu family by phone. Wei Lin sighed in relief internally. Mr. Mu is not here today? Liu Kaishian shook his head, stating that he was quite busy. Wei Lin nodded in acknowledgement and said, I will certainly provide Mu with an explanation regarding today's events. He then leaned slightly forward, inquiring with a gentle, caring demeanor akin to that of a benevolent elder, is young Master Mu seriously injured? However, the boy, feeling irritable, pushed him away, exclaiming, I told you, I'm fine, are you deaf? Can't you comprehend my words? Wei Lin had contemplated numerous possible reactions, yet he had never anticipated this one. Was he truly asserting that he was unscathed? Meanwhile, Li Xiaoya had already attempted to make 2 phone calls, both of which went unanswered. Consequently, she dutifully followed Qin Sui's instructions and sent a text message. Almost instantaneously after sending the message, her phone rang. It was Sheng Yuxiao returning her call. Hello, Li Xiaoya promptly answered. The fury on the other end dissipated into silence. What is going on? Why are you with Qin Sui? Did he bully you, and did you steal his phone to call me? Sheng Yuxiao's voice erupted like a barrage of firecrackers. No, Li Xiaoya managed to utter. But before she could elaborate, Sheng Yuxiao interjected with a hint of sarcasm. Oh, you're not playing with him, are you? Has your family started befriending the Qin family? I got into a fight, Li Xiaoya stated bluntly. Who dares to strike you? Sheng Yuxiao's tone darkened. Is Qin Sui simply a bystander? I was the one who hit someone. Oh, well done then. Sheng Yuxiao's response was laced with double standards. After a brief pause, he quickly inquired, what is the background of the other party? Qin Sui couldn't handle it alone. His surname is Mu. Sheng Yuxiao immediately pieced it together. Got it. You fought with that brat from the Mu Rongfeng family. Right? That little pest is truly bothersome. I can't fly over right now to wait a moment. I'll make a call. Shortly thereafter, Sheng Yuxiao's voice softened slightly. Okay. Li Xiaoya wished to express her gratitude, but felt that the sentiment was rather superficial. She contemplated addressing him as Brother Sheng, yet having just referred to Qin Sui in that manner, she deemed it too trivial. Aware that sweetness of tongue often yields better outcomes, she resorted to calling others in such a manner when she sought to appease them. For instance, during their first meeting, she had effortlessly called him brother. As their relationship grew closer, she found herself becoming more cautious and reserved, refraining from using such terms casually. After much contemplation, Li Xiaoya finally managed to utter a rather dry and timid phrase. Sheng Yuxiao. I miss you a bit. Qin Sui, standing nearby, pursed his lips. All right. Sheng Yuxiao was likely energized by the sentiment, as if he were itching to fly over in person. Indeed, without uttering another word, Sheng Yuxiao swiftly hung up the phone. It had barely been 3 minutes when another individual entered the small hall. This person was also relatively young, dressed casually in a baseball jacket rather than formal attire. He was tall, with sun-kissed skin, pronounced eyebrows and deep-set eyes, suggesting a hint of ethnic diversity. Clutching his phone in one hand, he conversed while scanning the room, ultimately fixing his gaze upon Li Xiaoya before tucking his phone away. As he drew closer, he finally noticed that Qin Sui was also present, and his expression instantly resembled that of someone who had just consumed mustard. What are you doing here? He inquired. Qin Sui called out his name. Wei Zixing. Sheng Yuxiao actually called you. Well, it seems that Brother Sheng is aware of your presence here. Wei Zixing replied with a hint of frustration. Another way, Wei Wenjun couldn't help but glance at the young man before him. This Wei was distinctly different from Wei Wenjun and his companions. This Wei was renowned throughout the country, precisely the one the doorman had referred to when they were barred entry. I only know of the Wei family that runs a hospital. Wei Zixing stated, Brother Sheng asked me to come protect her. So, where are the troublemakers? Once again, the door to the small hall was hastily pushed open from the outside. Here they come, Qin Sui remarked. The person entering this time was a secretary clad in a suit and glasses. With a serious demeanor, he walked directly to Lu Kaixian and said, Mr. Lu, Mr. Mu has sent me to handle today's incident. I hope to take the young master to the hospital first. This individual exuded an air of decisiveness, effectively commanding the room. Young Master Mu's expression shifted, and he protested. I won't go. The secretary replied. Very well. Perhaps you wish to see the incident resolved first. May I inquire about the background of that Li Xiaoya? Wei Lin's eyelids twitched, and he felt compelled to respond. I am her temporary guardian. Lu Kaixian promptly added, This is Mr. Wei Lin, a protégé of the esteemed Wei elder who has returned from overseas. The secretary nodded, then raised his voice. Then may I ask where Li Xiaoya is? Li Xiaoya raised her hand. Wei Lin thought to himself, is she truly so fearless in her innocence? I've never seen anyone so eager to insert themselves. The secretary immediately strode over to Li Xiaoya, then turned to Wei Lin and said, Mr. Wei Lin, please provide us with a thorough and careful explanation. Wei Lin followed him and began. Of course, fighting is unacceptable. Before he could finish, Wei Zixing interjected assertively. Are you Mr. Mu's secretary? Do you know who I am? The secretary hesitated, scrutinizing him for a moment. You are. Wei Zixing. I am Qin Sui. Qin Sui then joined in. We will jointly provide an explanation to the Mu family regarding this matter. We also hope the Mu family can offer an explanation, considering that young Master Mu is 3 years older than Xiaoya. It is utterly unreasonable for him to resort to violence. Wouldn't you agree? Qin Sui inquired, his tone calm and unhurried. At that moment, the entire small hall fell silent. The secretary's assertiveness evaporated instantaneously. Even Lu Kaixian appeared stunned. Wei Zixing belonged to the Sheng family faction, which was in opposition to the Qin family. Goodness! To witness them unite in this lifetime was as absurd as the earth suddenly halting its rotation, the sun rising from the west, or water defying gravity to soar into the heavens. What did this signify? The Mu family must have orchestrated this alliance, indicating that the situation was dire. This was certainly beyond the capabilities of a mere secretary to manage. They needed reinforcements. Wei Lin stood by, bewildered, unable to interject. Wait, have they lost their minds? How did this all become entangled? Li Xiaoya has no connection to them. Chapter 75. My younger son and your granddaughter Lu Kaixian, the host of this banquet, found himself in the most exasperating predicament. He took a deep breath and stepped forward to mediate the situation. Ultimately, it is merely a minor conflict between children. Why not sit down and discuss it calmly? Qin Sui and Wei Zixing are, after all, both juniors. Moreover, Mr. Mu's secretary is, at the end of the day, just a secretary. As long as things do not escalate, he can still maintain control over the situation. Otherwise, he would effectively offend the Mu, Wei, and Qin families, and perhaps even the Sheng family, all in one gathering. It is unbecoming to argue in such a manner. Qin Sui was the first to respond. He paused briefly and said, "Clear the room." Liu Kaixian, upon hearing this, nodded discreetly. The young scion of the Qin family was indeed impressive, possessing his father's charisma at such a tender age, able to command the atmosphere. When he declared to clear the room, it was done swiftly, and soon only a few remained in the small hall. Wei Zixing spoke gravely to his secretary. "It appears you are unable to take charge. You should call Mr. Mu." This was not something Qin Sui should voice first. Otherwise, it would betray Xing Ji's instructions. Upon observing the tense atmosphere, Wei Lin felt uneasy. Why escalate matters to such a degree? If these two young masters are satisfied, the messy aftermath will inevitably fall upon their family to resolve. The old master had long since ceased to manage affairs, which meant that the burden would ultimately land squarely on his shoulders. "I appreciate your concern regarding Xiaoya. I am her temporary guardian. Should we allow Xiaoya to recount the events in detail first, to avoid any misunderstandings?" Wei Lin interjected. Wei Wenjun scoffed, "I am not dead yet." "It's hardly your place to act as Xiaoya's guardian." Wei Lin displayed a resigned expression but refrained from further comment. After all, he was merely playing a role. In due time, Mr. Mu would understand that he had attempted to intervene, albeit unsuccessfully. The secretary, no longer hesitating, turned to make the call. "What? Is she severely injured?" Mu Rongfeng was astonished upon receiving the call. His secretary was quite capable, so how could this situation be mishandled? The secretary lowered his voice. "The young girl who fought with the young master." "Yes, according to President Liu, she is the child recently reclaimed by the overseas Wei family. Currently, the elderly Mr. Wei is not involved in affairs, and it should be his prot Wei Lin attending the banquet today. I have heard of Wei Lin. He is skilled in Tai Chi and adept at maintaining harmony. Although Mu Rongfeng was not present at the scene, he was well informed about the situation." "What? Has Wei Lin become more assertive today?" Mu Rongfeng furrowed his brow. "Not him, but Qin Sui and Wei Zixing. They are defending that girl and demanding an explanation from us." Upon hearing this, Mu Rongfeng instinctively glanced at the wall clock. The second hand was not moving backward. The world still seemed normal. "This is the first time I have heard these two names mentioned together." "Indeed, that is why I called you. Could this be?" The secretary lowered his voice even further. A signal for the Sheng family faction to ally with the Qin family faction. If that is the case, the stock market will surely tremble. The entire upper echelons of Jin City will need to be reshuffled. Yet, how had no whispers of this surfaced before? Or could it be that they planned to join forces to hunt down the Mu family? In a matter of seconds, Mu Rongfeng's mind raced with the potential severe repercussions. He rose to his feet. "I am coming over immediately." Then he instructed the assistant beside him, "Cancel all today's appointments." The assistant looked up in astonishment. "Now, immediately, go find the contact information for the overseas Chinese Wei family, and find a way to directly reach their elder. It must be a direct contact with the elder." Mu Rongfeng issued the command. This situation must be muddied. There could be no opportunity for the Qin family and the Wei Zixing family to exploit this. However, he truly could not comprehend how the child recently retrieved by the overseas Chinese Wei family was connected to them. After all, the Wei family had just returned to the country, despite their former prominence abroad. They were mere newcomers in the circles of Jin City. Before today's banquet, very few had interacted with them. Upon receiving Mu Rongfeng's order, those below were left in a state of confusion. What to do? There was simply no way to establish contact. A new office staff member timidly raised a hand. "I might have a way to reach the elder of the overseas Chinese Wei family. If you can make contact, I will grant you a bonus." The staff member suddenly gained confidence. "My cousin is a Taoist priest at, a professional Taoist with a legitimate teaching certificate. A few days ago, he mentioned in the family group chat that he was invited to the Wei family to chant scriptures." Others responded with confusion. "Give it a try. Contact your cousin immediately." "Oh, okay." The staff member hurriedly made the call. Meanwhile, on the other end, Wei Xianming reclined with his eyes closed on an intricately carved wooden chair, the chair rocking gently. The Taoists and the choir nuns stood on either side. The left side chanted scriptures while the right side sang hymns, creating a harmonious three-dimensional echo. The archbishop, who had previously remarked on Wei Xuanming's lack of sincerity, stood to the side with closed eyes, primarily to avoid being trouble. I am in the midst of this peaceful atmosphere. The deputy of the Taoist temple, known as the Du Guan, suddenly received a phone call. Wei Xianming opened his eyes and said, "Answer it." Du Guan smiled awkwardly. "It's all right. I can return the call later." Yet, Wei Xianming seemed to have profound insight, stating, "Some calls you may think are unimportant, but if missed, they become irretrievable regrets for a lifetime. Answer it." With Wei Xianming's encouragement, Du Guan felt no need for formality and promptly answered the call. Half a minute later, he looked at Wei Xianming with a peculiar expression and said, "Mr. Wei, this call that I asked for you to— Oh, the globally connected Mu, known for his interconnectivity, is seeking you with something of great importance. It appears his youngest son has had a confrontation with your granddaughter, and the situation is becoming quite chaotic." Wei Xianming's previously languid demeanor shifted. He straightened his posture. The globally connected Mu, his youngest son, and my granddaughter. Each word was crystal clear to Wei Xianming, yet when pieced together, it left him bewildered. Where did I acquire a granddaughter? Wei Xianming found it amusing. It sounded almost like a scam call. Had it not been for the fact that the individual on the other end possessed a legitimate Taoist certificate, he would have dismissed them outright. However, Mu had no reason to fabricate such a tale. For the sake of his cousin's future, this Taoist had also taken the plunge. Wei Xianming paused thoughtfully and instructed the servant beside him. "Bring me the phone." He called his old friend. "I remember you had some dealings with MU from the Internet of Everything." "Yes, there were. Could you give me his number?" His friend on the other end was taken aback. "Have you finally come to a realization? Planning to step back into the fray? But how does your business relate to the Internet of Everything?" "Just a minor matter." Wei Xianming casually brushed it off. He then personally dialed Mu Rongfeng's number and opened with, "This is Wei Xianming. Mr. Wei, let's meet." Mu Rongfeng was equally forthright. "Your youngest son got into a scuffle with my granddaughter?" Wei Xianming's sole desire was to ascertain this fact. "Yes." "Where and when?" Wei Xianming inquired succinctly. "At the banquet hall of the Huadao Hotel in Jin City. Right now." Wei Xianming hung up the phone and stood up. "Bring me my cane. Prepare the car immediately." That on the other end, Mu Rongfeng stated that junior staff member need not complete the probation period. Transfer him to the secretariat. He knows how to utilize all available resources. He is a clever individual. The assistant responded, "Understood, Mr. Mu." The junior staff member soon received news of his promotion and raise, leaving his colleagues astounded. Can this really happen? Why isn't my uncle a Taoist? Chapter 76. She even let out a burp. The waiting process was prolonged, but for Li Xiaoya, it was bearable. Qin Sui picked up a grape from the fruit platter on the table, asking Li Xiaoya, "Care for some?" Lu Kaixian, witnessing this, rubbed his forehead, thinking how leisurely they were. He promptly instructed the attendant at his side, "What are you standing there for? Go pour some tea." Wei Wenjun, unwilling to be outdone, interjected, "How about a pear? Uncle will peel one for you." Wei Zixing, who was still unfamiliar with Li Xiaoya and had only just met her that day, refrained from joining in, instead sitting quietly to the side. Serving as a deterrent, Li Xiaoya, positioned in the center, somewhat resembled a moon surrounded by stars. Wei Lin attempted to interject but found it difficult, ultimately forced to sit at the other end. "Well then, let's all eat," Li Xiaoya chirped. She felt she couldn't hurt anyone's feelings. "Let us all enjoy." The attendant promptly presented a fruit knife. Though Wei Wenjun's legs were weak, his hands were remarkably deft. When he previously claimed he would take down anyone bullying Li Xiaoya, he was no mere braggart. Even at the tender age of 10, he could assemble firearms at astonishing speed, hitting both stationary and moving targets with pinpoint accuracy. At that time, everyone believed he was destined to inherit his grandfather's position, and he too held that belief. Alas, everything changed thereafter. Now Wei Wenjun, with hands once adept at wielding firearms, took the fruit knife to peel the pear for Li Xiaoya. Qin Sui, meanwhile, handed the grapes to the attendant for washing. Once cleaned, he personally plucked a few and fed them to Li Xiaoya. Wei Zixing furrowed his brow, pondering if he should also step in. Like Shingo, to feed something and regain some ground. "Is it sweet?" Qin Sui asked. "So sweet," Li Xiaoya replied. Despite her cleverness, she was still a child. In her small mountain village, she had learned to restrain herself from indulging in sweets to avoid being deceived by their cheap allure. Now, free from such concerns, as she savored the delightful sweetness, she couldn't help but slightly squint her eyes in pleasure. Qin Sui softly introduced to her, "This variety is called Nina Queen. My family owns a vineyard where we cultivate many of this kind." I would love to take you there to sample them when the opportunity arises. Li Xiaoya hesitated for a moment. Qin Sui lowered his voice. What is the matter? Afraid Xing Xiao might get upset if he hears? Li Xiaoya felt a bit distressed. It was a rather difficult question to answer. Qin Sui had just helped her. She ought to treat him with a bit more kindness. Li Xiaoya devised a compromise and leaned closer to Qin Sui, whispering, let us go next time, along with Xing Xiao. That should resolve the issue, right? Qin Sui's lips finally curled into a faint smile, and after feeding Li Xiaoya the grapes, he reached for the dried fruits on the table and began to peel macadamia nuts for her. Wei Zixing thought to himself that this was intolerable. He too joined in the act of feeding Li Xiaoya. Liu Kaixian watched the scene unfold, utterly at a loss for words. Wei Lin took a deep breath, thinking that if he just sat idly with his hands, it would be impolite. He had to maintain the facade. He promptly joined in, smiling as he said, "Little duck, you might as well skip the tea. Let us pour some juice for you." With that, he immediately began to peel mangosteen for Li Xiaoya. That moment, Mr. Mu had arrived. Finally, a waiter hurried in, holding the door. Just as he finished speaking, a solemn-looking man entered, accompanied by several bodyguards clad in black suits, exuding an imposing presence. The man did not possess the gentle, gentlemanly demeanor of Xing Xiao's father, nor did he resemble Wei Lin with his upright, square-faced. Mu Rongfeng was like a wolf. Upon entering, he did not conceal his formidable aura. He first surveyed the room before striding over to his younger son, lifting his chin to scrutinize his face. The injuries looked rather severe. At the very least, they appeared quite serious. If this matter wasn't addressed, the Mu family's reputation would be at stake. "Father," young Master Mu weakly called out. Mu Rongfeng remained silent, turning his gaze toward the opposite side. The atmosphere on the other side was so harmonious it felt like a social gathering. "Qin Sui, I recall hearing your father mention some time ago that you were recording a show. You've returned so quickly, and Zixing is here today as well. Young lady, you must be Li Xiaoya, correct?" Mu Rongfeng leaned slightly forward, and though he was still at a distance, he emanated a powerful sense of pressure. Li Xiaoya nodded, replying, "Yes, uncle." As soon as the words left her lips, she couldn't help but burp. She had indeed been fed too much. Mu Rongfeng. "So, during the time we awaited your arrival, this young lady was quite enjoying herself with the food? You are a girl, and also a guest of President Liu today. I would like to hear from you about the events that transpired." While his words sounded magnanimous, there was an underlying tone of reproach. A different child, faced with a figure of Mu Rongfeng's stature, an adult at that, would likely be reduced to tears. However, Li Xiaoya shook her head, saying, "You may ask him directly." She pointed to the boy. Mu Rongfeng did not turn to inquire of his son. That would be beneath him. Instead, he posed a second question. "Then tell me, did you inflict the injuries on his face?" Wei Wenwan could hardly endure Mu Rongfeng's interrogative tone and retorted coldly, "Mr. Mu, what skill is it to question a little girl? Does your son dare to strike yet cannot withstand a blow? We have but this one junior in our family. Had she a few brothers present today, your son would not simply be sporting a few bruises." Mu Rongfeng chuckled derisively. "Mr. Wei, do you intend to send someone to deal with my son? Shall I have his hands severed? This is not Italy. Mind you, frankly, your methods hold no sway over me." With a slight frown, Mu Rongfeng continued, "You hold no authority here. I shall converse solely with your patriarch." Wei Lin presented his usual retort. "The old master is unwell and currently recuperating in seclusion. I fear, Mr. Mu, that you will not be able to meet him. He is already en route." Mu Rongfeng slowly exhaled these words. Li Xiaoya's gaze flickered, instinctively turning to exchange a glance with Qin Sui, whose eyes sparkled with intrigue. How fascinating! Truly, this was far more delightful than successfully solving 100 complex mathematical problems. "What did you say?" Wei Lin nearly faltered, visibly changing countenance. In truth, Wei Xianming had also arrived shortly after Mu Rongfeng's entrance. Leaning on a cane with a bodyguard supporting him, he stood quietly at the door, not in haste to enter. He overheard their conversation, catching the sweet, clear voice of the young girl, who exhibited no fear in the presence of Mu Rongfeng. What astonished Wei Xianming most was the presence of Wei Wenwan, who not only was there but also bared his teeth at Mu Rongfeng. Wei Xianming found himself momentarily dazed. Thud. The sound of the cane striking the ground echoed heavily. He strode inside, his tone composed yet unhurried. "Mr. Mu, why intimidate a child?" Wei Lin immediately stood up, respectfully addressing, "Old master." Wei Wenwan's complexion turned pale as he instinctively shielded Li Xiaoya, unafraid of confronting Mu Rongfeng but rather apprehensive about his father's arrival. Trembling, he whispered in Li Xiaoya's ear, "Your grandfather does come. Your uncle will speak on your behalf. Do not be afraid." Li Xiaoya grasped Wei Wenjuan's trembling arm, puzzled as she thought, "But uncle, you appear more terrified. Why is that?" "Your grandfather is a very stern man, intolerant of mistakes," Wei Wenjuan squeezed out in a low voice. Wei Xianming paid no further attention to his son, nor to Wei Lin, nor to Li Xiaoya. As if the bloodline he had so painstakingly reclaimed held little warmth for him, he merely fixated on Mu Rongfeng. After decades of being a formidable figure, commanding respect in various foreign domains, he had aged, yet when he stood, he resembled a coiled dragon. Chapter 77. Never has it been so pleasurable, Mr. Mu. Let us directly review the surveillance footage, Wei Xianming proposed. Interrogation is, at its core, merely a display of dominance. Once both parties have revealed their aces, the need for questioning dissipates. Otherwise, the two titans might find themselves at odds. Thus, Mu Rongfeng nodded in agreement. Having no objections, Liu Kaixian had long prepared the surveillance, and immediately gestured for someone to bring it forth. Young Master Mu was utterly distraught. What was the difference between this and a public execution? Yet, he could not defy his father's wishes. Once both sets of parents entered the fray, the situation was entirely beyond his control. Liu Kaixian raised his hand and pressed play. The scene from that day unfolded before both parties in the footage. The boy approached Li Xiaoya and said, "Hey, you can't sit here." At this point, Mu Rongfeng's expression remained unchanged. However, when Li Xiaoya retorted, "What if I'm really capable?" and added, "I'm quite good at fighting," Wei Xuanming's expression underwent a subtle shift. Then came the moment when Li Xiaoya landed a punch on young Master Mu's eye. Wei Xuanming's demeanor became even more nuanced, while Mu Rongfeng's expression darkened. As others intervened, and his son threatened to dismiss them. The young girl boldly mounted his son and began to strike him. At this juncture, Mu Rongfeng's countenance was decidedly grim. "Mu Bai, is this your capability?" Mu Rongfeng glared at his son, a mix of fury and irony on his face. Yet, as a father, he still had to protect him. "You certainly pack a punch, young lady." Mu Rongfeng's gaze shifted back to Li Xiaoya. Wei Xianming remarked, "I concede. Mu Rongfeng." Being prominent figures, it was only natural that they would not handle a children's brawl with the raucousness of a marketplace. The two parents unanimously decided to conduct their discussion elsewhere. Liu Kaixian quickly followed suit, assuming the role of mediator. Otherwise, if the bigwigs became incensed, none would relent, and today's events would lead to endless disputes. "Would you care for some grapes?" Qin Sui inquired of Li Xiaoya. She waved her hand. "I'm full, thank you." Hearing this tranquil dialogue amidst the turmoil, Wei Lin finally detached himself from the overwhelming shock. He observed them, and discerned something amiss. Qin Sui and Wei Zixing were pressuring Mu Rongfeng to make a personal appearance. Yet, upon his arrival, they showed no intention of interjecting. Moreover, who had summoned the old man? It couldn't possibly be Wei Wenjun. He knew him well. It could only be Mu Rongfeng. Wei Lin quickly grasped the situation. This was an elaborate scheme, all to draw the old man into the fray. But who had orchestrated this plot? Wei Lin scanned Wei Wenjun's face. He lacked such cunning. Qin Sui. Was it Qin Sui who devised this scheme for Li Xiaoya? But how could Qin Sui achieve such a feat? Wei Lin felt a sharp sting in his eyes as sweat trickled in. He fixed his gaze on Li Xiaoya. "Our little miss, I underestimated you." "You've startled me," Wei Lin admitted. Qin Sui leaned closer to Li Xiaoya and whispered, "Is he really that timid?" Li Xiaoya leaned in to reply, "Does he have such a small heart?" Qin Sui responded nonchalantly, "Yes, hence he is not to be feared." He paused before asking, "Shall we speculate why your grandfather would entrust such a person with full authority over external affairs? Is it because he excels in business, like a professional manager? Perhaps I suspect there must be another reason that I asked about raising children. Raising children implies a godson, correct? Indeed, this could very well be one of the reasons. What else?" Additionally, Li Xiaoya lowered her head in contemplation, pondering the notion that there were certain qualities within her that her uncle and the others lacked. "What do you believe those qualities might be?" Qin Sui patiently guided her. "Is he wicked?" This was the only thought that crossed Li Xiaoya's mind. Not sufficient. What more is there? He possesses considerable audacity. He dares to bully my uncle, to harm my mother, and even attempts to compel me to obey him. Qin Sui was exceedingly pleased with Li Xiaoya's response. He softly remarked, "We might also employ another term to describe ambition. I understand now." Li Xiaoya's eyes sparkled with realization. Qin Sui gazed down at her face, as if observing a masterpiece crafted by the hands of a divine creator. He said, "Your grandfather will surely appreciate you. He will cherish you deeply. Today marks a splendid beginning." Li Xiaoya, do you comprehend what you must do? Li Xiaoya nodded vigorously. Wei Zixing, maintaining a stern expression, leaned in. Could you both refrain from whispering sweet nothings? Qin Sui distanced himself slightly. I have no objection if you wish to take photographs and send them to Xing Yuxiao. Wei Zixing was left speechless. But I mind at that moment. The door swung open once more. The elder and Mu Rongfeng entered together, evidently having struck some private accord. You instigated this, so apologize to her. Mu Rongfeng instructed his son. Young Master Mu had truly lost face today. However, having lost it, he felt little need to cling to pride. With a stony countenance, he uttered, "I'm sorry." Only then did Wei Xianming direct his attention to Li Xiaoya. "You have injured him. It is your turn to apologize." Li Xiaoya obediently replied, "I'm sorry." With both parties having exchanged apologies, the matter could have concluded. Yet Li Xiaoya spoke up again, pointing to the previous set of sofas. She inquired of young Master Mu, "May I sit now?" Young Master Mu, both embarrassed and irate, managed to squeeze out a single word, "Yes." Though apologies had already been exchanged, this exchange elevated Li Xiaoya to a higher standing in the moment. Wei Xianming, upon hearing her words, could not help but cast another glance at her, his expression increasingly complex. Qin Sui yearned to applaud Li Xiaoya. She was perceptive, drawing connections effortlessly. Who could possibly dislike her? The hour was growing late, and as an elderly individual, I am not suited for late nights. Mr. Mu, I shall take my leave first, Wei Xianming politely stated. I too must depart, Mu Rongfeng replied with a smile that did not quite reach his eyes. Wei Xianming turned, leaning on his cane as he led the way. Wei Lin rose to follow, while Wei Wenjun held Li Xiaoya's hand, bringing up the rear. Li Xiaoya turned her head to Qin Sui and Wei Zixing, forming her lips into a silent expression of gratitude and farewell. Once Mu Rongfeng entered the car, he could not help but chastise his son. How have I raised you, if you wish to be the leader? You must possess the qualities of one. Losing to a mere girl has brought disgrace upon your father, the assistant quickly interjected. Perhaps we should enroll young master in a taekwondo class? Mu Rongfeng scoffed. What use is a taekwondo class? He cannot match her in strength, nor in intellect. Young Master Mu, still somewhat unconvinced, attempted to argue with his father. In what way did I compare myself to her in terms of intellect? You dare to ask such foolish questions? Mu Rongfeng was indeed quite infuriated. You went to provoke him, voluntarily leaping into his trap. Young Master Mu wished to inquire what trap it was but refrained, fearing his father would scold him for his foolishness. Yet, how could he conceal his little schemes from his father? Mu Rongfeng coldly remarked, still unaware of the pit you've jumped into, are you? The Wei family has just returned to the country, and you've unwittingly helped them assert their dominance. Not only that, the Wei family is evidently embroiled in internal strife. That little girl was forcing her grandfather to show himself today. And you, how splendidly you provided them with a ready-made opportunity. They beat you up, exploited you, and you still have to apologize to them. Young Master Mu was taken aback. Then, why did you just ask me to apologize to her? Otherwise, You were the one who took the initiative to provoke and lost. You couldn't even measure up to a mere girl, and expect your father to bolster your pride, Mu Rongfeng berated him. Yet he did not mention that he too had fallen into a pit, for it was indeed Wei Xianming whom he had summoned. Mu Rongfeng was not a fool. The moment he arrived and saw that Qin Sui and Wei Zixing had hardly spoken, he knew something was amiss. Quite a significant pit to have lured him in, a group of youngsters, the youngest being merely 7 years old. The more he looked at his own son, the more his anger grew. A complete fool, 3 years older than others, and now he is arranging for him to attend 2 tutoring classes, Mu Rongfeng said coldly. Young Master Mu's face turned pale, regret flooded him. If only he had known. He wouldn't have cared where she sat, but that was what his father had taught him. To be like Xing Yuxiao and Qin Sui, to lead the second generation wealthy at his age. He cursed his father for this. Meanwhile, Wei Xianming approached his car, pausing to look at Wei Wenjun and said, She is stronger than you. Such words should have pierced deeply into a son's heart. Yet, Wei Wenjun was not as affected as before. He found himself surprisingly untroubled. This time, the old man was praising Li Xiaoya. The old man did not believe that Xiaoya had done anything wrong, which was splendid. Let us go, commanded Wei Xianming, and everyone got into their respective cars. The old man remained in the vehicle he had arrived in, while Li Xiaoya shared a car with Wei Wenjun. And Wei Lin took a separate one. The old man's car led the way to another traditional Chinese garden residence. Wei Wenjun was utterly astonished. His father had never resided in the villa at Guanghua Mountain. Yet he was completely unaware. Li Xiaoya widened her eyes in surprise. Thankfully, they had fought. Otherwise, she would never have met her grandfather. Grandfather. The servants in the residence greeted respectfully and then curiously glanced at Li Xiaoya. Once everyone had disembarked, Wei Xianming halted, turned, and swung his cane at Wei Lin. Wei Lin fell to the ground, groaning in pain. Wei Wenjun could hardly contain his laughter, feeling an unprecedented sense of exhilaration. Chapter 78. You have more guts than them, a servant brought over a chair, and Wei Xianming slowly took a seat before asking, Do you know why I struck you? Wei Lin, prostrate on the ground, appeared exceedingly respectful as he painfully replied, Because I failed to control today's situation and nearly brought disgrace upon the family. Did I ask that all? Wei Wenwan, unable to contain his fury, interjected with a sharp inquiry. Even at this juncture, did he still have the audacity to feign ignorance? Yet, Wei Lin paid no heed to Wei Wenjuan's question. He remained prostrate on the ground, a picture of someone awaiting the patriarch's decree. Wei Xianming pressed one hand against the armrest of his chair, bowed his head, and rubbed his temples, asking, From where did you bring this child? From Lijia village, Shirtu town, Dongxian, Nan province. And what else? She is Wenyu's child. Wei Xianming raised his cane and pressed it down upon Wei Lin's shoulder. You have overstepped, daring to withhold such matters. Wei Lin struck his forehead against the ground with a heavy thud. Audible even to Li Xiaoya beside him, I dare not let you down again, he said, his voice tinged with a sob. Your health has deteriorated over time due to repeated disappointments. Upon receiving the news, I immediately dispatched Wei Zhen to verify, and then I went to bring her home. I had intended to keep it from you for a while longer. Firstly, the young lady has grown up in a mountain village. She is likely to be ill at ease and will require considerable time to acclimate to these suddenly revealed relatives. Secondly, back then, when you quarreled with you before leaving with the young master, for all these years, none of us have known what she has endured outside. I truly cannot ascertain how you would regard the young lady, whether you would acknowledge such blood ties. Thirdly, Wei Lin's voice quivered with a deeper sorrow. His entire being trembling, I brought Wenyu home, but only her remains were left. Such news. How could I dare wager your health on it? After speaking, he knocked his head against the ground twice more and wept. Please take care of yourself. The courtyard fell into a profound silence. Wei Wenwan, equally enraged, began to tremble, yet he found himself unable to refute Wei Lin's last words. Indeed, the patriarch's health was no longer what it once was. He feared his father, while also loathing his father's inability to discern character, having tolerated the wolf, Wei Lin, lurking within their home. At times, he despised his coldness and severity, but he was, after all, his father. Thus, Wei Wenwan had never contemplated rushing to inform his father of his sister's demise. Yet what about Xiaoya? She had endured so much suffering in that impoverished and backward place, nearly falling victim to being sold, and now she must endure Wei Lin's manipulation upon her return. This should not be the case. You're talking nonsense, Wei Wenwan exclaimed. If he were able to stand, he would have certainly kicked Wei Lin. However, Wei Lin remained unresponsive to Wei Wenjuan's tirade. Even Wei Xianming did not cast a glance at his son. Li Xiaoya gently tugged at her second uncle's sleeve, whispering, Do not be angry. How could Wenyu end up in such a place? Have you clarified the circumstances? Wei Xianming promptly queried Wei Lin. The police are still investigating. And I have dispatched people to look into it. It may take some time before we have results. Kneel inside, Wei Xianming commanded. Wei Lin offered no objection or pleas for mercy, nor did he fear embarrassment. He bowed his head again and then rose to enter the house, only to kneel once more against a wall after taking just a few steps. Wei Xianming then turned his gaze towards Li Xiaoya, instructing, Please escort the second young master back home. Wei Wenjun furrowed his brow. Father, what do you mean by that? Is it inappropriate for an elder to have a chat with their grandchild? You might frighten her. I believe she possesses more courage than you, Wei Xianming retorted coldly. Wei Wenjun choked on his words. Regardless, I must remain here. Xiaoya cannot be separated from me. Wei Xianming, displaying a lack of warmth, replied, No one is indispensable to another. With a dismissive wave of his hand, bodyguards swiftly approached and began to usher Wei Wenjun away. Father, you cannot do this, Wei Wenjun shouted in frustration, but soon realized that such protests would be futile against his own father. He then shifted to a furious roar. She is only 7. You cannot impose your attitude towards us upon her. Wei Wenjun's voice faded, quickly disappearing beyond the door. Are you frightened? Wei Xianming inquired, observing Li Xiaoya. She shook her head, after a moment of silence, noticing her reluctance to speak further. He remarked, I had thought you would express joy at finally meeting your grandfather and your kin. How could you be afraid? Li Xiaoya regarded him, her eyes reflecting a childlike innocence, yet tinged with a calmness uncommon in most children. Before today, her grandfather was merely a stranger. He must think of me the same way. If I were not my mother's daughter, I would be just another unfamiliar face. Therefore, how could one expect an immediate bond of affection and trust to blossom between relatives upon first meeting? It is entirely natural for both the elder and the young one to remain unperturbed. Your second uncle holds you in such high regard. Does that make him a stranger to you as well? Wei Xianming leaned down to ask. He is not, nor is my youngest uncle, she replied. Why is that? What distinguishes them from you? My youngest uncle endured great hardships to finally family village, and when he saw me, he wept. That was due to his gentle and tender nature. He is easily moved to tears. When my second uncle met me, he too laughed and cried. That is because he shares the same emotional disposition. That is not correct, Li Xiaoya interjected, somewhat irritated. It is because they love my mother. They have never met me, yet their profound love for her brings them to tears when they see me. It is not merely because they are my mother's brothers that they become my kin. It is their love for her that makes them my family. Li Xiaoya's reasoning was remarkably lucid. If her grandfather were not a loving father to her mother, he would merely be a stranger adorned with a title. She had always been clear on this point, just as she was with her mother's friends. Do you believe I do not love your mother? Wei Xianming pressed on. You do not love my mother, nor do you love my uncles, Li Xiaoya replied, her lips pressed tightly together. Every word he uttered seemed to wound her uncles, deepening their psychological scars. For a moment, the servants in the courtyard gazed at Li Xiaoya in astonishment. How could this child be so audacious with her words? Not only did she stand up for her mother, but she also defended her uncles. Wei Xuanming's expression darkened slightly. Even your uncle dares not speak up for himself. He paused for a moment, scrutinizing Li Xiaoya's face, only to discover that she showed no sign of retreat. A chuckle escaped Wei Xuanming's throat. Good. You possess more courage than they do. Rising to his feet, he commanded, Come with me. Li Xiaoya followed him into the living room, where Wei Lin remained kneeling. Wei Xianming approached him with the aid of his cane and remarked, Today at the hotel, I refrained from taking action, thus preserving your dignity. I understand. Wei Lin replied, touched, however, having committed such a grave mistake. While I can spare your face, your punishment cannot be lessened. As for the company's affairs, let us halt operations for a week. I am aware that you have shown leniency, Wei Lin acknowledged, turning to Li Xiaoya. Wei Xianming inquired, Are you 7 years old this year? Have you attended school? Li Xiaoya nodded. I am in the 3rd grade. Wei Xianming quietly approved. She spoke out, yet did not sulk in response to his questions. In contrast, Wei Wenjun seemed far more childish. It appeared that gratitude was due to the nation for establishing Hope primary schools in remote areas. With a sigh of reflection, Wei Xianming stated, We must arrange for your transfer. Once that is accomplished, he fixed his gaze on Wei Lin, asserting, You are responsible for taking her to school. From now on, regardless of who dares to act arrogantly before her, you must shield her. We cannot allow anyone to perceive us as easy targets. Wei Lin nodded in agreement. Kneel for another hour, Wei Xianming concluded, leading Li Xiaoya upstairs. I and the vast study. Only the two of them remained. What have your uncles told you? That Wei Lin is ambitious and heartless. That he has harmed your mother? Wei Xianming paused. Do you now feel that I have been too lenient with Wei Lin? That his punishment is insufficient. Do you wish to speak out for your mother and your uncles? A glimmer of confusion flickered in Li Xiaoya's eyes. Isn't he the one who harmed my mother? While the labels of ambition and heartlessness were not entirely unfounded, the person who truly harmed your mother may not necessarily be him. Wei Xuanming's gaze turned slightly frigid. Your mother, before her disappearance, had a boyfriend after she vanished. He completely fell off the radar, leaving no trace behind. This individual is far more suspect, of course. These matters are not for you to concern yourself with at your age. Starting tomorrow, you will move in here. Do not stay with your uncles any longer. They will only teach you weakness. Crying will not resolve any issues. Your adversaries will not soften their hearts because of your tears. They will only perceive you as more vulnerable, such is the nature of this world. After speaking, Wei Xianming pressed a bell at his side. Instantly, a servant entered. "This is Miss Xiaoya," he instructed. "From today onward, she will reside here. Please escort her to her room." The servant nodded, taking Li Xiaoya's hand and leading her away. As she reached the door, she turned back, saying, "Grandfather loves my mother. He does not cry because he believes tears cannot solve problems." Is that correct? Wei Xianming had never before encountered someone who so directly pierced through his complex emotions. He fell into silence, waving his hand to signal the servant to take Li Xiaoya away. The bedroom returned to its tranquil stillness. Wei Xianming had just made a phone call, and his tone was noticeably more spirited. "Old friend, I believe I should meet the doctor we discussed earlier. I have suddenly developed a desire to live." Chapter 79. Mr. Qin's distress. Meanwhile, Li Xiaoya had been detained, and upon Wei Wenjun's return to discuss this with Wei Wenqian, both found themselves unable to sleep. The elder's image in their minds was akin to that of a tyrant, domineering, authoritarian, and unyielding. "Will Xiaoya cry?" Wei Wenqian gestured with concern. Wei Wenjun gritted his teeth and declared, "If it comes to it, I will go over and rescue her first thing in the morning. Can you outmaneuver our father? If not, I'll just jump into the pond." On another front, Qin Sui and Wei Zixing returned home as well. Qin Sui's father was seated on the living room sofa, awaiting his arrival. The moment he entered, his father set aside the financial report he was reading and inquired, "Qin Sui, I never realized you had a penchant for showing off. Did you enjoy today as spotlight?" Qin Sui maintained a calm demeanor. "You heard about it. Of course, with Mu Zong being involved, how could I not?" Qin Sui quickly pressed. "Has it spread through the circle?" "It circulated within a limited scope, but was swiftly contained. Fortunately, you haven't lost your wits and remembered to keep an eye on this matter." Qin Haoming snorted. "You were almost poised to deliver a shocking surprise to our shareholders and investors." Qin Sui nodded and replied, "It was to be expected." Qin Haoming regarded his son with a mix of exasperation and bemusement. His concerns differed significantly from those of Mu Rongfeng, while Mu Rongfeng lamented his son's lack of maturity, which brought him embarrassment. Qin Haoming was perturbed by his son's youthful audacity, his tendency to secretly plot, seemingly relishing the thrill of navigating perilous paths. With a sigh, Qin Haoming pressed his forehead. "There can't be a next time. I've heard that Mu Zong has recently become rather overzealous, looking to expand his business empire into new territories. Although it does not directly concern you, those under your leadership are already sensing encroachments on their interests. Today's actions should ideally align with your intentions, correct? Just a minor stir among the younger generation should suffice to alert Mu Zong without causing others to lose face and be forced into a corner. Isn't that preferable?" Qin Sui articulated his lengthy thoughts with a composed demeanor. Qin Haoming, cradling his head, found his headache intensifying. He was momentarily at a loss as to whether to marvel at the fact that his son had spoken so much, which was a positive sign, or to lament that his son was once again delving into the intricacies of human nature, even attempting to decipher his own father. What a headache. "Enough, let us go." Qin Haoming waved his hand dismissively as if shooing away AFLYAT. That moment, Mrs. Qin descended the stairs. She was already aware of the day's events and appeared quite pleased, smiling sweetly as she remarked, "Qin Sui, you are truly becoming more compassionate, like a gentleman who will defend young ladies. Make sure to take good care of other girls in the future." Compassionate. Qin Haoming's lips twitched, but he refrained from contradicting his wife. Meanwhile, Wei Zixing returned home to face a similar interrogation. After grasping the situation and realizing they hadn't engaged in any outrageous behavior, but had merely collaborated to pressure Mu Rongfeng out, he faced no further questions. However, the name Li Xiaoya had swiftly entered the radar of the powerful. It is indeed quite remarkable to see Qin Sui and Wei Zixing paired together. One can only assume that the young lady possesses a certain level of talent. As for Sheng Yuxiao, he has just arrived in Jin City. What has caused the delay, you may wonder? Prior to his return, he took the initiative to visit various provincial, municipal, and county offices throughout the southern province, all in a bid to ascertain whether Wei Lin had interfered in any way, leading to the muddled resolution of Li Xiaoya's mother's situation. Ultimately, it was confirmed that Sheng Yuxiao's concerns were unfounded. Wei Lin did not wield such influence. Moreover, the local police displayed a resolute and unwavering attitude, determined to thoroughly investigate the case, which they have now combined with the previous incident involving the sale of Li Xiaoya by her grandfather. They suspect that there exists a well-established local underground industry that operates unseen by the average person. The locals do not perceive this as a crime, thus no one has ever reported it. When the police discussed these matters with Sheng Yuxiao, the anger simmering within him nearly erupted. That moment, he found himself yearning for Li Xiaoya more than ever. "Mother, please return home first. I must go meet Li Xiaoya." As he disembarked from the plane, Sheng Yuxiao adjusted his down jacket and hurriedly inquired, "Do you know where she resides?" "She has returned home, but she is not the same as before. Ordinarily, one should notify the overseas Chinese Wei family before visiting. You should call her first." "What is the matter?" Sheng Yuxiao replied with a scowl. "I don't have her number." "Didn't she call you before?" "She used Qin Sui's phone." Sheng Yuxiao gritted his teeth. What kind of overseas Chinese Wei family is this? So impoverished that they can't even provide a child with a mobile phone. It forces Li Xiaoya to resort to mere pleasantries with Qin Sui. Su Qilai, noticing his displeasure, spoke in a calm tone. "Why the hurry? Isn't Wei Zixing safeguarding her? Do you perceive everyone as untrustworthy? Wei Zixing may be adept at fighting, but contending with Qin Sui is a different matter." A hint of amusement flickered across Su Qilai's otherwise indifferent countenance. "Do you truly believe he could lose Li Xiaoya?" "That remains to be seen," Sheng Yuxiao replied, his mind sparking with a new idea. However, he never anticipated that obtaining the Wei family's contact information would prove so elusive. Consequently, even upon returning to Jin City, he found himself still out of touch with Li Xiaoya. The young master, adhering to his temperament, returned to school first. "Sheng Go," Wei Zixing stepped forward to greet him, then curiously pointed at Sheng Yuxiao's chest. "What is this?" "A microphone for recording. That dreadful show isn't finished yet. And I need to film a couple more urban specials." The absence of Li Xiaoya has visibly rendered the young master more irritable. "I too wish to see Li Xiaoya. Will she have another opportunity to appear on the show? I am quite eager to know how she is faring now. Nevertheless, I am grateful to the production team for granting me a glimpse into the opulent world of the elite school." The comments finally began to buzz with life. Once more, off camera, Sheng Yuxiao promptly continued, "When you met Li Xiaoya that day, how did she appear?" Wei Zixing, aware of Sheng Yuxiao's concern, quickly responded. "Her complexion was rosy and radiant. She seemed to be doing quite well." Sheng Yuxiao, with an impassive expression, uttered a few words. "Heartless." Wei Zixing immediately fell silent, pondering if he had misspoken. Sheng Yuxiao inquired again, "How did the matter resolve in the end?" "It was resolved smoothly. The elder from Li Xiaoya's family came to take her away." Sheng Yuxiao contemplated for a moment, murmuring softly, "So that was the reason." "What did you say, Sheng Ge? Do you know where Li Xiaoya went back to?" Sheng Yuxiao asked once more. "I don't know." "Did you not ask?" "Should I have asked?" Wei Zixing thought to himself that he would remember this for next time. Sheng Yuxiao frowned and said, "I can't get in touch with Li Xiaoya now. How about asking Qin Sui?" Sheng Yuxiao regarded him in silence. Wei Zixing made a gesture of zipping his lips. "Forget I said anything." Yet, unable to suppress himself, he added, "I noticed that Qin Sui seems quite close to her. You are indeed a brave man to utter such words." "What? When did this happen? How did he meet Li Xiaoya?" Li Xiaoya and Qin Sui spending time together? The audience was left in confusion. Meanwhile, Li Xiaoya had just arrived at her new school. Upon entering the gates, she sneezed. Wei Lin promptly wrapped her in a scarf to prevent her from suffering 2 more blows when she returned home in the evening. Chapter 80. Reunion with Sheng Yuxiao. Li Xiaoya's transfer procedures were executed remarkably smoothly. After all, it was merely a prestigious school. Proving your family status and paying a bit more would suffice for admission. In contrast, gaining entry to the public elementary schools in Jin City was notoriously challenging. Once inside the school, Wei Lin first escorted Li Xiaoya to the principal's office. "Our young lady, having just been found, is quite precious to our family. I kindly request everyone to take good care of her," Wei Lin stated, demonstrating his earnestness towards Li Xiaoya. "Furthermore, I do not wish for anyone at your esteemed institution to bully her. If she suffers even the slightest harm." Wei Lin's expression darkened. It would not be easily resolved. The principal nodded in agreement, assuring, "We will strive to ensure the young lady's safety." Internally, however, he was cursing who among the students at this school was not either wealthy or noble. Yes, your family may be impressive, but that status is abroad. If this young lady truly gets into a dispute, what then? The principal's internal monologue already foreshadowed the challenges posed by this new student as a rival. "Have the teachers arrived?" Wei Lin suddenly asked. "The homeroom teacher is here. The other teachers are in class." Wei Lin frowned. "They should all be introduced." "Never mind, perhaps next time. What about the homeroom teacher?" "Mr. Wei, I am here." The homeroom teacher emerged, a young male educator. Wei Lin promptly reiterated his previous words to the principal, emphasizing that their child was precious and required utmost caution. The homeroom teacher could only nod in agreement. After exchanging pleasantries for half an hour, Waylin finally said, "All right, homeroom teacher, please take Xiaoya along." The homeroom teacher felt as if he had been granted a reprieve, thinking to himself how challenging it was to be an elementary school teacher. He then led Li Xiaoya out. Just as they exited the principal's office, Li Xiaoya glanced back at Waylin. Waylin bent down and asked, "What is the matter? Are you reluctant to go to class?" Li Xiaoya whispered softly, "I am afraid." Waylin paused for a moment, uncertain whether the young girl was genuinely frightened or merely playing tricks on herself. "Do not be afraid. I shall buy you some toys." "Can uncle accompany me in class outside the classroom?" Li Xiaoya inquired, tilting her face upwards. Waylin abruptly swallowed his next words. Did the little girl wish to tease him? Of course, that could be arranged. The others, witnessing this exchange, could not help but exclaim, "Indeed, she is quite precious. She requires someone to accompany her." They wondered where this little girl had been found. The homeroom teacher led Li Xiaoya ahead, with Wei Lin following closely behind, and they soon arrived at class 1 of the 3rd grade. The class was small, comprising approximately 20 students. Upon entering, they found the students engaged in English reading. Stepping inside felt as though one had entered a foreign land, entirely distinct from Shirtu Primary School. "Everyone, please applaud and welcome our new classmate," the homeroom teacher announced. Yet, the classroom remained eerily silent, with not a single clap to be heard. The 3rd graders seemed to have already mastered the art of scrutinizing others. They stared silently at Li Xiaoya, assessing her attire and accessories. "Why is she carrying such an ugly backpack?" someone suddenly voiced. Waylin stood outside the window, his gaze piercing through the glass, and he recognized the backpack on Li Xiaoya's back. How did she end up with that? Waylin was equally astonished. The backpack appeared to have come from Lijia village. Waylin couldn't help but smile. It was surprising that such a young child could be so sentimental. Unfortunately, in this circle, emotional attachments were often the least desirable trait. Otherwise, one might end up in a predicament similar to that of her uncle's. Children in this world could be cruel without realizing it, especially the little rich kids at this school. Waylin rubbed his nose, contemplating how she would soon experience the repercussions of that backpack. The homeroom teacher cleared her throat and suggested, "Why don't you start with a self-introduction?" The audience, however, continued to voice their opinions rather unsympathetically. The design looks like a knockoff, unlike the sheltered children of Shirtu Primary School. These kids had seen too much of the world. They would not be amazed or envious simply because a backpack bore the latest popular cartoon character. Instead, they would deem it quite lowbrow. The homeroom teacher, overhearing their remarks, could not help but facepalm. What to do? Just moments ago, she had cautioned them not to make this newcomer feel unwelcome. At that moment, Li Xiaoya suddenly turned her gaze towards a little girl in the audience. "I remember you." The girl's eyes flickered. It was this very girl who had informed Li Xiaoya at the banquet that if her parents were impressive, she could sit on that sofa. Thus, the girl had witnessed the entire episode of Li Xiaoya decisively defeating young Master Mu. "She is Li Xiaoya," the girl suddenly stood up to introduce. She is very impressive." The little girl struggled to find the right words, but the essence was clear. Impressive indeed. The moment the girl's words escaped her lips, the chatter among the other children abruptly ceased. Even the homeroom teacher gazed at Li Xiaoya in astonishment. Li Xiaoya nodded, standing on the stage, and asked the little girl, "What is your name?" The girl hesitated for a moment before replying. Li Xiaoya nodded earnestly and declared, "I have remembered your name." Xiao Enning was taken aback, pondering whether she bore a grudge against her. After all, she had not instigated anything during the altercation that day. The manner in which Enning introduced Li Xiaoya led to a cessation of further discussion. Thus, Li Xiaoya was assigned her seat, rather than discarding her backpack due to their remarks about her appearance. She first wiped it down with a tissue before carefully stowing it away in the desk's compartment. The homeroom teacher, observing this, let out a sigh of relief, gesturing for the lesson to continue before turning to leave. Outside, Waylin thought, "Is this how it ends?" His lips twitched as he reflected, having dealt a sound thrashing to that Master Mu, yet she had emerged with a reputation. Waylin spent the day standing outside as punishment, only receiving a brief reprieve at noon. When the afternoon bell rang, Li Xiaoya exited and, upon passing by the 5th grade, encountered the aforementioned Master Mu. Upon laying eyes on her, his face drained of color, and he hurriedly fled. Waylin, witnessing this, felt a wave of incredulity wash over him. How could that Master Mu be so easily intimidated? "Li Xiaoya, Li Xiaoya," a voice suddenly called out from behind her. Li Xiaoya paused and turned her head. I don't recognize you. Wei Lin, equally puzzled, observed a young boy approaching. The boy was unfamiliar, and given that Li Xiaoya had been right under his nose, where could he have made friends? Clutching a phone in one hand, the boy excitedly spoke into it. Brother, is that her? I told you it was her. I really saw Li Xiaoya. As he spoke, he fidgeted with the camera, aiming it at Li Xiaoya. She took a step back to evade the shot and inquired, Who are you? I am Ning Heng's younger brother. My name is Ning Ling. Let me have my brother speak to you. Wait. Why did my brother end the video call? The boy was left speechless. Ning Heng was a friend of Sheng Yuxiao, making the boy Ning Ling his brother. Though the connection was somewhat distant, Li Xiaoya generously embraced him into her circle, even if briefly. You should call him back, Li Xiaoya suggested softly. Seeing that Li Xiaoya finally acknowledged him, Ning Ling neglected to make the call, instead circling around her while murmuring, I can't feel it. Feel what? Li Xiaoya tilted her head in inquiry. My brother said that upon seeing you, he felt a surge of inspiration. I can't complete my homework, and I would like to have some inspiration too, Ning Ling replied, scratching his head. Meanwhile, after hanging up the video call, Ning Heng hurried to find Sheng Yuxiao, exclaiming, Brother Sheng, you won't believe it. I know where Li Xiaoya is right now, where she is at our school, but she is in the primary section. My brother just saw her. Sheng Yuxiao immediately dialed for his bodyguard to fetch the car, and the production team quickly followed suit. Qin Sui leaned against the railing, taking in the scene. Brother Qin, why aren't you leaving? Someone asked. I recently discovered a restaurant that serves exquisite private dishes. Shall we drive over? Qin Sui responded with a nonchalant and said, Let us follow them. Follow who? Follow Sheng Yuxiao. Yes. The group exchanged glances, pondering how peculiar Qin Sui had become lately, agreeing to follow Sheng Yuxiao's vehicle. Meanwhile, Ning Ling finally received a return call from his older brother. He hung up the phone and said, My brother mentioned that Sheng's older brother has come to see you. Li Xiaoya's eyes sparkled with excitement as she swiftly dashed towards the school gate. Fortunately, the route from the high school section to the elementary school section was specially regulated, preventing external vehicles from accessing it, thus avoiding congestion. In nearly 5 minutes, Sheng Yuxiao's car arrived at the elementary school. He opened the door and stepped out, his long legs moving with a fluid grace. The staff hurriedly set up the camera, aiming it at the entrance, successfully capturing Li Xiaoya's figure in perfect clarity. Sheng Yuxiao spotted her instantly. Clad in a red down jacket adorned with petal-like hems, she appeared as though she were a bud embraced by a cluster of petals. Li Xiaoya, Sheng Yuxiao called out, striding forward to lift her into his arms. I end that embrace. His hand inadvertently brushed against her backpack. Sheng Yuxiao glanced down, and to his surprise, it was indeed the very backpack he had purchased for her back in Li Village. While it was quite a rarity in that locale, it scarcely held significance here. Yet, she still carried it to school, for it was a gift from him. Sheng Yuxiao inhaled deeply, his eyes stinging with emotion. Li Xiaoya, I miss you dearly. Oh, what a delightful reunion. Woo-woo. Xiaoya is still carrying the backpack gifted by the esteemed young Master Sheng. Who could resist such a sight? The barrage of comments erupted in a frenzy. Meanwhile, Qin Sui's car approached closely behind. He lowered his head to operate his phone, sending out a message. The people beside him couldn't help but stretch their necks to see. Qin Ge, what are you sending? Just giving Sheng Yuxiao a little surprise. Qin Ge, this is quite nice, surprising Sheng Yuxiao. Could it be that the Qin and Sheng families are truly reconciling? Qin Sui remained silent in response. At that moment, Sheng Yuxiao's phone chimed. He casually retrieved it, frowning as he squinted. What nonsense is that fool Qin Sui sending me? Watching the television program, he must be feeling rather unsettled now that he has finally seen me. Laughing to death, is he determined to infuriate Qin Sui? Sheng Yuxiao clicked on the message. What is this, a voice note? He pressed play. Suddenly, Li Xiaoya's clear voice resonated. Qin Sui Gage. See you in a moment.